I believe he's there.
Hi, can you hear me?
There you go, Richard.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, how are you guys? Well, thanks so much, Mayor. Just to clarify from the outset, it is the states of New York's case, and it challenges the state statute governing concealed carry. We put in our amicus brief because we in the city apply that statute here, and
Good morning, everyone, and thank you all so much for streaming Live Now from Fox, bringing you all the latest top stories and breaking news from across the country. Here's a look at the upcoming major headlines that we're covering today. The search for Brian Laundrie continues as he remains the only person of interest in the disappearance and death of Gabby Petito. We'll bring you the latest. Also covering the latest news on the coronavirus front, it looks as though that the FDA has approved a booster shot for Pfizer. That news coming up, and we'll also bring you all the latest at the United States-Mexico border as we continue to see an influx of migrants. And if you're just now joining, good morning, everyone. Thank you all so much for choosing to spend your morning with us, choosing us as your source for nonstop news. I do want to begin with the latest information when it comes to the Gabby Petito case, as cops are really zeroing in on Colton Reserve as they continue to look for the only person of interest in this case, Brian Laundrie.
Underwater dive teams are joining the search for Brian Laundrie, the person of interest in the death of 22-year-old Gabby Petito, his fiancée. A team made up of 10 divers and 60 officers from multiple agencies are focusing on a 25,000-acre wildlife reserve in Sarasota County, Florida, which is where Laundrie reportedly went for a hike before he vanished about a week ago.
I tell you, these guys are law enforcement partners. They're motivated and they're hungry to find Brian Laundrie.
A heavy police presence outside the Laundrie family home Wednesday. Earlier this week, the FBI executed a search warrant at the home to collect evidence that may provide clues in the ongoing case. Investigators are now looking into what role Brian Laundrie's parents may have played as the case now shifts to a homicide investigation.
If their son was innocent, I don't feel that they should have lawyered up as soon as he came back into the state.
The couple had been on a cross-country van trek, but only Laundrie returned back on September 1st. Meanwhile, memorials are being held nationwide, days after Gabby's body was found near Grand Teton National Park in Wyoming. Preliminary autopsy reports rule the death a homicide. Residents in her hometown say they're still in disbelief and shock over her death.
She just seemed like a very innocent, sweet girl. And we all felt like she was our daughter.
The Petito family says they will speak publicly to reporters once Gabby's remains are returned home on Long Island. In Venice, Florida, Phil Keating, Fox News.
And we are bringing you all in-depth, around-the-clock coverage of the Gabby Petito case. A matter of fact, at 6:45 a.m. we will have a live conversation with Fox 13 Tampa as they are near Colton Reserve, where that search for Brian Laundrie is continuing. And during our 8 o'clock hour, we will have another live conversation with a body language expert who will analyze that body camera footage that we saw capture the nation's attention. And we will also speak with a retired FBI agent, and he's going to offer a lot of insight as to the search as authorities continue to search for Brian Laundrie. I do want to bring you all the latest information when it comes to coronavirus vaccines. Pfizer's coronavirus vaccine is cleared to be used as a booster shot, but who exactly can get them? Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork reports.
The Food and Drug Administration now authorizing emergency use of Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine as a booster shot, claiming those 65 and older, as well as people with underlying health conditions and those employed in high-risk environments like hospitals, schools, homeless shelters, and prisons, will be eligible to get a third dose 6 months after receiving their second shot. Wednesday's decision coming days after the FDA decided against the Biden administration's original plan to provide a third shot to every eligible American 8 months after their second dose, with officials citing several concerns over that proposal.
One concern related to benefit-risk balance in the general population of individuals 16 years of age and older, and a second question related to the data and level of evidence to support the safety and effectiveness of a booster dose.
Meanwhile, the future of Moderna and Johnson & Johnson booster shots remains up in the air, with health experts saying Pfizer's booster will most likely not be given to folks who receive the other available vaccines. Although the FDA has given Pfizer's booster the green light, the CDC is still reviewing health data in order to provide its final recommendations on the shots. In Washington, I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
Thank you to Kevin Cork for that report. We're taking a live now look from Washington, D.C., taking a look at the White House. We do have more information on the crisis along the southern border as the Biden administration releases thousands of illegal Haitian immigrants into the United States. That directly contradicts his stated policy of immediate expulsion. This all coming amidst the massive gathering of migrants near the International Bridge in Del Rio, Texas. Here's the latest from Bill Malugin.
Del Rio, Texas on Wednesday, where Border Patrol is making progress in its gargantuan task to process and clear out all migrants living under the International Bridge. The number of migrants still there has dropped to around 5,300 as of Wednesday afternoon. That's a significant decrease from a climax of nearly 15,000 on Saturday, as DHS now confirms they are releasing some Haitian migrants into the U.S., saying in part, quote, individuals who are not immediately repatriated are either placed in alternatives to detention, detained in an ICE facility, or released with a legal document, either a notice to appear in court or a notice to report to an ICE office for further immigration processing. Fox News witnessed some of those releases today as busloads of Haitian migrants were dropped off at an NGO in Del Rio and given supplies before moving elsewhere into the U.S., while other Haitian migrants have been seen flying out of Del Rio Airport after they were released from federal custody. Some of the migrants are being deported. On one repatriation flight back to Haiti yesterday, Haitian migrants revolted on the tarmac in Port-au-Prince, throwing shoes at the aircraft and injuring 3 American ICE agents in the process.
There's been 2 flights that were canceled out of San Antonio because once they boarded the flights, they got violent. This administration put ICE officers at great risk.
Today, DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas was pressed on why, for the second day in a row, he refused to give Congress numbers on how many Haitians had been deported.
Congressman, let me share something with you quite clearly. I work 18 hours a day. Okay, so when I returned from yesterday's hearing, I actually focused on mission.
And Border Patrol sources here on the ground tell me that the migrants they are mass releasing from this camp here are all family units as well as women who claim they are pregnant. The ones who are being deported are mostly single adult men and single adult women who are not pregnant. Reporting in Del Rio, Texas, Bill Malugin, Fox News.
Taking another live now look from the United States Capitol building. This time we're looking at again, another live now look from Washington, D.C., and that's because Democrats trek to the White House to try to settle their differences and garner the votes to pass the president's multi-trillion-dollar spending bills, but they are facing more pressing deadlines to fund the government and raise the debt limit. Republicans are showing no interest in going along and enabling more spending, meaning a shutdown looms at the end of the month. Fox News congressional correspondent Caroline Shively is in Washington with more.
Democrats huddled inside the White House Wednesday, trying to hash out a way to pass their $3.5 trillion spending bill and the bipartisan $1 trillion infrastructure bill.
This is a messy sausage-making process.
Speaker Nancy Pelosi promised House moderates a vote on infrastructure Monday, but House progressives have threatened to tank it.
They want to make sure that the moderates are on board to vote for the larger package. Again, I think they are.
Even more pressing, the country's looming money woes. Without action by Congress, the federal government could run out of money October 1st and default on its debt just weeks later. Senate Democrats plan to vote on a bill next week the House passed Tuesday that raises the debt ceiling and funds the government through early December.
You want to avoid a default, Republican colleagues? Vote yes. You want to avoid a government shutdown? Vote yes.
If Washington Democrats want to jam through trillions of dollars in reckless spending all by themselves, they can raise the debt limit all by themselves.
The White House points out Congress has raised the debt ceiling 80 times in the last 60 years. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Welcome back. You're streaming live now from Fox. It's 6:15 a.m. here on the East Coast, taking a live now look from the White House. President Biden and his French counterpart Emmanuel Macron speaking for the first time since the diplomatic rift over the deal with Australia. Fox News congressional correspondent Benjamin Hall shows us the details from London.
President Biden speaking by phone Wednesday with French President Emmanuel Macron. It's the first time the two leaders have spoken since the US and UK announced an alliance with Australia to provide the country with nuclear-powered submarines. French officials say they were blindsided after Australia ended its contract with France to build 12 submarines, a deal worth tens of billions of dollars.
But when you have your word, it has some value between allies, between democracies, between partners, and in this case, this word was not respected.
In a joint statement, the White House says Biden and Macron are in the process of conducting in-depth consultations regarding the issue.
In terms of the tone of the call, it was friendly. This is a step in returning to normal in a long, important, abiding relationship that the United States has with France.
Macron also announcing on the call that the French ambassador will return to Washington after he was recalled back to Paris over the disagreement. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson had some choice words for French officials during his recent trip to Washington.
It's time for some of our dearest friends around the world to, prenez un grip about all this, and donnez-moi un break, because this is fundamentally a great step forward for global security.
Meanwhile, some lawmakers are slamming the president for not contacting France prior to agreement with Australia.
We failed the most basic test of diplomacy to keep France, America's oldest ally, informed and pleased.
Biden and Macron will meet in Europe next month to further discuss the issue and try to repair the relationship between the two longtime allies. In London, Benjamin Hall, Fox News.
Negotiations on police reform legislation are over in Congress. Democrats and Republicans both blaming each other for failing to reach an agreement. Fox's Madeline Rivera has more from Washington.
Black Lives Matter! More than a year after people nationwide hit the streets to protest George Floyd's death and call for police reform, a bill to overhaul policing laws in the country is dead. Talks on Capitol Hill crumbled Wednesday after Democrats and Republicans could not bridge their differences on a number of issues.
The fact that we couldn't move the Republicans to try to come together, partly it was around this issue of qualified immunity, about whether or not police officers have to be held responsible.
But Republicans say Democrats were the ones who backed out of the talks. Lead GOP negotiator Senator Tim Scott says in part, Democrats said no because they could not let go of their push to defund our law enforcement.
We'll see through consultations what the best steps are moving forward.
President Biden had hoped to sign police reform legislation into law on May 25th, the one-year anniversary of Floyd's death. Floyd's family members also met with Biden at the White House that day and said they hoped Congress would pass police reform legislation.
They are close, the closest they've ever been.
Now his family is pushing through disappointment, hoping that eventually they'll see progress.
I think that whatever the president can do within his power to make sure this happens, I think he should do it.
Despite Wednesday's blow, President Biden says his administration will continue to work with Congress on a path to achieve police reform, which would potentially include more executive actions. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
The Food and Drug Administration is authorizing the emergency use of Pfizer for booster shots for those ages 65 and older, as well as people with underlying health conditions and those employed in high-risk work environments. Let's take a look back as President Biden makes a few remarks from the virtual COVID-19 summit.
Prepared for future pandemics, we have to do both. This summit is about supercharging our efforts in three key areas: vaccinating the world by dramatically ramping up vaccine production, donations, delivery, and administering the vaccine, which is a logistical challenge. Addressing the oxygen crisis in many hospitals around the world, making other treatments more accessible, and increasing the availability of public health tools like masks and tests. And building back better so that our global health security infrastructure is more resilient than it is today. We've all suffered. The United States has lost more than 670,000 of our fellow Americans. Worldwide, the death toll is above 4.5 million people. 4.5 million people. And this is a global tragedy. And we're not going to solve this crisis with half measures or middle-of-the-road ambitions. We need to go big, and we need to do our part. Governments, the private sector, civil society, leaders, philanthropists. This is an all-hands-on-deck crisis. And the good news is we know how to beat this pandemic. Vaccines, public health measures, and collective action. During the first 8 months of my presidency, we have worked aggressively to get Americans and the world vaccinated. As President of the United States, my first responsibility is to protect the American people. And I'm proud that we've gone from 2 million Americans being fully vaccinated when I took office in January 20th to 182 million and counting today in America. But we also know that to beat the pandemic here, we need to beat it everywhere. And I made and I'm keeping the promise that America will become the arsenal of vaccines, as we were the arsenal for democracy during World War II. We've already shipped nearly 160 million doses to 100 countries, more than every other country has donated combined. America's donations of 500 million Pfizer vaccines through COVAX that I've announced before the G7 summit in June have already begun to ship. Today, I'm announcing another historic commitment. The United States is buying another 500 million doses of Pfizer to donate to low and middle-income countries around the world. This is another 500 million doses that will all be shipped by this time next year. And it brings our total commitment of donated vaccines to over 1.1 billion vaccines to be donated. Put another way, For every one shot we've administered to date in America, we have now committed to do 3 shots to the rest of the world. I want to thank Pfizer and its CEO and chairman, Albert. Albert's been a good friend and has been helpful. They've been and continue to be partners in the leaders in this fight. And the United States is leading the world on vaccination donations. We need, as we're doing that, we need other high-income countries to deliver on their own ambitious vaccine donations and pledges. That's why today we're launching the EU-US Vaccine Partnership to work more closely together and with our partners and expanding global vaccinations. And as we do so, we should unite around the world on a few principles. That we commit to donating, not selling, donating, not selling doses to low and lower income countries, and that the donations come with no political strings attached. And that we support COVAX as the main distributor for sharing WHO-approved vaccines. And that we fight vaccine disinformation and exercise transparency to build vital public trust in these life-saving tools. It's also important that we are working toward common goals and targets so that we can measure our progress and hold ourselves and each other accountable. Secretary of State Blinken will be convening foreign ministers later this year to check on our collective progress. And I propose that we come together for a second high-level virtual summit in the first quarter of 2022 to help gauge our progress and keep our efforts fully aligned. Another goal is dramatically boosting global and regional vaccine manufacturing capacity, enhancing transparency so that vaccine production and distribution is predictable and coordinated. In fact, an important part of the reason the United States is able to make these big historic donations is because we've worked with the U.S. vaccine manufacturers to accelerate the manufacturing rate and production. And now we're working quickly to scale up vaccine manufacturing in other countries around the world so they can manufacture as well. We're working with partner nations, pharmaceutical companies, and other manufacturers to increase their own capacity and capability to produce and manufacture safe and highly effective vaccines in their own countries. For example, our Quad partnership with India, Japan, and Australia is on track to help produce at least 1 billion vaccine doses in India to boost the global supply by the end of 2022. And we're providing financing and helping strengthen manufacturing in South Africa and produce more than 500 million doses of J&J in Africa for Africa next year. And next, we also know from experience that getting those vaccines into people's arms may be the hardest logistical challenge we've faced. That's why we need to significantly step up our investment in helping countries get shots in arms. Today, the United States is also announcing that we're providing an additional $370 million to support administering these shots and delivery globally. And we will be providing more than $380 million to assist in the Global Vaccine Alliance, Gavi, to further facilitate vaccine distribution in regions with the greatest need. And while vaccinating the world is the ultimate solution to COVID-19, we know that we have to act to save lives now. That's why the United States is providing nearly $1.4 billion to reduce COVID-19 deaths and mitigate transmission through bulk oxygen support, expanded testing, and strengthening healthcare systems and more. And we're going to help all of us build back better by supporting the establishment of a financial mechanism for global health security. To simply state it, to prepare for the next pandemic, because there will be a next time. We all know that. Vice President Harris will be speaking more on this issue later today. And finally, I want to acknowledge the leaders from the private sector, philanthropy, and civil society who are here today. Governments can do a lot, but we cannot do everything on our own. We've asked our non-governmental partners to take up the call for new actions that it will solve the core challenge of making vaccines available to everyone, everywhere, solving the oxygen availability crisis, financing health security, and more. And I'm grateful. I'm grateful for their leadership. And let me close with what I made clear yesterday at the UN. We can do this. This is within our capacity. We know what needs to be done. We just have to make the choice to do it. Now, the leaders on the screen that I see here today, I know they've made that choice. And I think they know we can do this. And I promise you, the United States will continue to lead, will continue to drive historic commitments in vaccine donations, 1.1 billion and counting, so we can defeat COVID-19 together. And we'll continue to invest in creating a future of true global health security for all people. That is a big, big goal we should have. And we're going to lead with the power of our example. And we're not going to stop. But the only way to get this done is for everyone, everywhere, is for all of us to step up, which I'm confident you will. And now I'd like to turn this over to Ambassador Thomas Greenfield of the United Nations. And I want to thank everybody on the screen I can see here, without going to each one of you, for all you've done, continue to do. And I think you all know we can do this. We can do this. We have to do this. So thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. President. And let me thank you all for joining us today to participate in the COVID-19 summit as we collectively work to end this pandemic. This administration is grateful to be working alongside you. And let me start by echoing what the President made clear. Because this pandemic is global, none of us is safe until everyone is safe. Only a truly global response can meet and defeat this threat. After all, the world has learned the hard way that global health isn't only about viruses and disease. It touches every aspect of life itself. Economies have collapsed. Gender-based violence has spiked. Millions of children have lost valuable education time, and many, particularly girls, may never return to school. The pandemic has disrupted people's lives and livelihoods in ways it will take us years, maybe even decades, to fully comprehend. We have to come together to vaccinate the world, stop this pandemic, and build a global ecosystem that is well equipped to prevent, detect, and respond to outbreaks so we're ready for the next pandemic. That is what this summit is all about. Gathered here, we have the people, organizations, and knowledge necessary to put COVID in the past. So let's share our experiences, our expertise, our best practices. Let's bring our funding and our technology to bear. And let's work together through the WHO, COVAX, and the United Nations to vaccinate the world and make 2022 the year we learned that public health is absolutely essential to global security and safety. To that end, I'll start by handing the floor over to the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres, who can speak to the importance of vaccinating the world and the role the United Nations and multilateralism can play in stamping out this pandemic. Secretary General, over to you.
President Biden, Excellencies, I want to thank President Biden for this important initiative to help mobilize.
All right, that was President Biden urging all Americans to get the COVID-19 booster shots. All Americans who are eligible, that is. He was speaking at a COVID-19 virtual summit, and we're going to have a few more details on who exactly is eligible to get booster shots from our friends at Fox 35 Orlando in just a bit, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now just after 6:30 a.m. here on the East Coast. Let's check in with Fox 5 DC. They're bringing us the latest when it comes to coronavirus vaccines.
Time now is 9:16. There are a lot of questions and confusion surrounding the coronavirus vaccine, and this morning we are trying to clear up all of it. So joining me right now is Dr. David Dowdy, an epidemiologist from Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. Thanks so much for joining me.
Thanks so much for having me, Marcel.
Yeah, so many news updates, one after another. We need you today, especially on the booster shots. We'll start with that first. We know that an FDA advisory panel has recommended that booster shot for people 65 and older and those with compromised immune systems. Number one, how soon can we see that? And what does that mean for the general population, the rest of us getting a booster?
Well, so we're still waiting on the CDC to make its recommendations formal. So this will probably be a few days. But I think that we will probably see booster shots for those over 65 rolling out in the next week or so. For the rest of us, it's still going to be a little bit of a wait. I think that we'd have to have data represented to the FDA, and the FDA made it clear that they're not quite as interested in seeing booster shots recommended for everyone quite yet.
Well, see, I think that's where a lot of the confusion is, because you hear that the vaccine effectiveness wanes over time, and people are already in that 6 to 8 month time period from getting their first round of doses. So you wonder, by the time we get approved, will it be effective?
Well, I think that it's important for people to realize that some degree of waning immunity is expected after you get a shot, right? So a shot ramps your immune system up for a couple of months. And we expect that will taper down just a little bit over time. That doesn't necessarily mean that long term the protection from this vaccine is going to continue to go down. I think that the focus on 65 and older is trying, in the midst of this current surge, to keep people out of the hospital. But we actually don't have any longer term data suggesting that this protection continues to wane beyond 6 or 8 months. So for people who've gotten this vaccine, you're protected. You should consider that this is a good vaccine.
Got it. Talking about children now, we know that Pfizer says that its vaccine is safe and effective for kids 5 to 11. How soon can we see kids getting the shot once everything hopefully is approved? Young children.
Well, we're hearing people like Tony Fauci saying that we'd like to have this done by Halloween. That may be a little bit optimistic, but I think certainly before the winter hits us hard, assuming these data from Pfizer play out, I think that we can expect to see vaccines for those 5 to 11 as well.
Okay, maybe the first of the year. I know I saw reports of that out there as well. It could be January, February-ish.
Well, for 5 to 11, probably sooner than that, assuming that these data from Pfizer hold up. Pfizer has made this announcement, but they haven't actually made their data widely available. So the FDA will be able to see it when Pfizer makes its application, but we still don't know exactly what those data hold. But assuming that they hold up, and they probably will, I think that we'll probably be seeing kids 5 to 11 getting shots in arms in November.
Okay, few seconds left. Breakthrough cases. I know so many people who are vaccinated have gotten sick. Should we all expect at this point to perhaps get COVID, even if it's a mild infection in the fall and the winter?
No, not necessarily. We're seeing cases going down. And again, these vaccines are still very, very effective. So I think it's important for people who have not gotten vaccinated. Now's the best time to have that happen. And if you have been vaccinated, you do have strong protection. It's not 100%, but it's very good.
So breakthroughs.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you all so much for joining us. My name is Rain Augustine, and we are moving right along when it comes to the major headlines and top stories that we are seeing take place across the country. Now, if you are new to Live Now from Fox, we are powered by Fox-owned and operated television stations across the country. So for this next segment, I do want to check in with Fox 7 Austin. They actually had a chance to talk to Dr. Mike about keeping kids safe when it comes to COVID-19.
Today, we've got a new report that shows more than 1 in 4 COVID cases are among children. That is the highest ratio since the pandemic began. Dr. Mike joining us this morning with the Fox Med team to talk a little more about this, maybe answer some questions that parents and caregivers might have. Good morning, Dr. Mike. How are you today?
I'm doing fine, and this is really exciting news. I have a 9-year-old daughter. She hasn't been vaccinated, and this is excellent news. If we can get our kids 5 to 11 vaccinated, we're going to be in a really good place. We'll have the kids back in school, safe and sound.
Right. And this new report from the American Academy of Pediatrics states that children represent 15% of the total cumulated cases of COVID since the pandemic began last March. The report says that severe illness remains uncommon. That still is no reason for us as parents and caregivers to let our guard down.
Well, there's no question about it, because a lot of kids are experiencing long-haul symptoms, these long chronic symptoms after developing COVID-19. And so you don't want our kids to have this virus. I don't want anyone to have this virus. And the fact that this large population remains unvaccinated is a threat not only to our kids, but also Grandma Jones. You know, the kids go home after being at school, they get the virus, then they give it to people that really could get in trouble if they come in contact with the virus. So it's very important that we deal with kids and the fact that we have ways to combat this virus.
Our state health officials here in Texas, along with some of the major leaders from the big hospitals around our state here in the Austin region, just came out with a plea to the public in terms of children, urging them to take precautions. Now, obviously, those that are 12 and up can get the vaccine. We just mentioned about the younger population. The vaccine is very close to being approved. So if we're getting this message from our health providers, we must take it seriously.
Well, look, I wish I could say I was from Texas. I can't. But I try to think like a Texan from time to time. And the bottom line is that the best way we're going to fight this thing is we're going to protect our people. We're going to get the vaccine. It's science. And did you know that we have now surpassed the number of people who died in the 1918 pandemic? And back then, I'll tell you a quick story. In St. Louis and Philadelphia, the Surgeon General back in 1918 said, look, don't have any parades. Don't be doing that sort of stuff. It's dangerous. St. Louis took their advice. Philadelphia, what'd we do? We had a big party. We had a big parade, and lots of people got sick. A lot of people died. And so we need to take heed of the science. We have technology now we didn't have 100 years ago, and we don't want history to repeat itself. So get the vaccine if you haven't. Protect your kids, and as soon as, I'm thinking by Halloween maybe, we'll be able to get our kids started vaccinating, and we'll be in a very good place.
I hope so. 105 available staff pediatric ICU beds here in the state of Texas, according to our dashboard. So I leave you with that thought, Dr. Mike. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Well, my pleasure, and we can fight this thing, and we can win. We just have to be smarter than the virus, and we have the ability to do it. Let's do it.
We will do it
today.
That was the latest from Dr. Mike talking how to keep your kids safe during COVID-19. Now, we did get a Food and Drug Administration, the FDA, authorizing Pfizer COVID-19 shots. And here to tell us exactly who this applies to. It's 35 Orlando's Nestor Motto. Good morning, Nestor.
Hi, good morning. So yes, IQCA did in fact approve the booster shots, Pfizer booster shot for everyone, just for a select group. We do want to let you know though that the CDC is reviewing data. They could have an answer as soon as later today, but the group that is going to be eligible for Pfizer vaccine once everything is approved are people 65 and over, people who are immunocompromised, and people who are considered to be at a risk through their jobs, like hospital workers, school workers, grocery workers. The boosters, once that is green lighted, will be given 6 months after second Pfizer shot. So if you took your second Pfizer shot, you're gonna have to wait 6 months before you get the. And the future of the Moderna and the Johnson booster shots, I know a lot of Johnson and Moderna ones, that's still up in the air. So there's still.
Nestor, it was just last week, I believe, when the AID's advisory panel rejected the booster shot for the general public. Anyone could get more information on when the general public might be eligible?
So the FDA says that they're still waiting to collect data, right? So what happens is that the people that were 65 and older and immunocompromised, they were the first waves of people who got the vaccine when it first came out. If you remember, everybody else, the younger people, had to wait. So they have a lot more data to look through in those age groups and those considerations. But the people who are under 65, they say we still need to collect some more data, some more survey, you know, how they're doing, and then they'll let us know. So right now, the FDA rejecting the whole general public booster shots and only doing it for people immunocompromised, 65 and older, and people that are at high risk, like the hospital workers and school workers and people like that.
All right, Fox 35 Orlando's Nestor Motto, thank you so much for joining us. All right, there you have it. From time to time, we do like to check in with our Fox stations that are across the country for the latest information. And again, those newly eligible groups are able to get the booster shots right away. All right, you're streaming live now from Fox. We'll be right back after this break.
All right, big news this week from Pfizer saying its vaccine is safe for kids ages 5 to 11 and will ask for approval in the U.S. soon. Many parents, though, still have many questions. This morning, Dr. Lee Benjamin, who works in emergency medicine and pediatrics at St. Joseph Mercy Health System, joining us live this morning. Good morning, Dr. Benjamin.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. We have a lot of questions for you. So let's just start with the current state of affairs there at St. Joe's. Can you describe to us what you're seeing as far as kids coming into the hospital and COVID?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And As you've heard in the news across the country, the COVID wave has really increased as kids have gotten back to school. And that's not alone. It's not in isolation. We're also seeing a lot of the other typical respiratory viruses causing a lot of respiratory disease. So we're seeing a lot of kids lately in the last several weeks with upper respiratory infections, coughs, pneumonias, including COVID patients, as well as other routine viruses.
So, Doctor, this is the time of year where we see viruses in kids, and so that's not shocking, I suppose. Are you admitting kids? I mean, are you seeing kids getting really sick from COVID? And if so, can you give us a number? Can you give us some perspective so we understand the severity of the situation?
Certainly. The best news regarding kids is that COVID really hasn't impacted the pediatric population like it has the adult population. We are seeing kids who are very symptomatic. We are admitting patients to hospitals around the state, actually. They're entering the ICUs. We are seeing pediatric deaths from COVID, as well as these other respiratory illnesses causing severe illnesses. Now, fortunately, we're in a much better state than some of the other southern states that are seeing really rapid rises, which are overwhelming their emergency departments, overwhelming the ICUs, so that they're having a really tough time taking care of all the kids there. But due to all the good work that we did early in the pandemic, by getting our children vaccinated when they are age eligible, we've really done a good job. So fortunately, we're not admitting patients in significant numbers, but just because of the overall increase in COVID cases amongst kids, by definition, we're going to have a lot more kids, and some of those kids are going to get sick, need hospitalization and intensive care unit stays.
Okay, so Doctor, just to be clear, because we're trying to really we keep telling people follow the science and follow the data. So we're just trying to be clear. Right now, things are looking pretty good as far as what you're seeing, the lack of kids needing to be hospitalized with COVID.
Well, I'm not sure I'd say things are looking good. We're definitely seeing increases in kids getting COVID. And because of that, we're seeing more kids who are sick and requiring hospitalizations and ICU care. And right now, we really need to button down. We're in the middle of the beginning of school. We have numerous viruses around. We're right on the cusp of flu season. And now's the time to do everything we can to protect kids before we see an even bigger spike in the COVID cases, while flu and the other viruses are hitting it all at the same time.
Okay, so let's talk about the protection. The news from Pfizer that they're saying their data shows that the vaccine in their studies works for this age group, this 5 to 11-year-old age group. Have you had a chance to look at their research, their data?
Well, their research is being vetted by the FDA, and really that's what we need before we move on any of this. So we don't want to be premature. We don't recommend getting vaccines to those patients who are not eligible based on their age, who the FDA has not given approval to. From my understanding, things are looking very positive. The vaccine has been tested and shown to be very effective in kids 5 to 12 and very safe. Now we need to vet that. We need to make sure we have all the data, we understand the data before we approve it widely, and that's what we're all waiting for the FDA to do.
Doctor, is there a way to discern between RSV? We know that's going around right now. We know we're in the cold and influenza season, and of course we're in COVID season. For parents out there trying to figure out what to do with these kids who might have a little bit of a sniffle, might be a little under the weather, what are they supposed to do?
Well, it's a great question, because now is the time of year where it seems like every child gets a cold. But this year is very different, as we know. We do have COVID. We've had an early surge in RSV, one of those traditional viruses that causes respiratory infections, very dangerous in the youngest of kids. And there's really no great way clinically to look at a child and determine, is this one of our routine viruses, just very bad? Is this COVID? So we really recommend seeing your doctors, getting tested when indicated, and really to help keep our kids safe and the rest of our community safe. We know that kids, even though they don't tend to get as ill as adults with COVID, they can spread the disease very rapidly. And we know that with the rapid rise in pediatric cases, there's just a bigger pool of people to spread the disease wider.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Benjamin. We are out of time for this segment, but coming up in our next hour, I do want to talk to you more about how kids play a role in spreading COVID and what the research has pointed to, because I tell you what, there's studies that fall on both sides, and so I'd like to pick your brain about that when we come back in our 9 o'clock hour. And also, anyone at home, if you have questions for the doctor, put them on Twitter and we'll get them to Dr. Benjamin. Dr. Lee Benjamin, St. Joe's, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, the kids have been back in school for a few weeks now, and for some, they're seeing COVID-19 cases causing disruptions in staffing and in sports. How bad is it? What's going on right now? This morning, Dr. Lee Benjamin is spending time with us, and we appreciate that. Works in emergency medicine and pediatrics at St. Joseph Mercy Health. Joining us live, Dr. Benjamin, welcome back. Thank you for joining us and answering our viewer questions for this segment. So I'll go ahead and jump right in, okay?
Sounds great.
Okay. Here's one from Jennifer. How worried should I be if my 11th grader is fully vaccinated and wears a mask to school? There's a mask mandate at his school, no vaccine mandate, eats his lunch outside every day. So talk to parents, doctor. What are you seeing as far as this age group?
So this is a fantastic and incredibly timely topic for discussion. We have seen, since Michigan has been back in school, over 100 outbreaks of COVID already. With 98 in the last week or so. So we are seeing outbreaks of COVID in our schools. When we talk about vaccinations and we talk about masking, these are tools in our toolbox that we know work. They lessen the risk of the spread of disease. From a public health standpoint, looking at the science and wanting to prevent illness for our kids and our communities, masking and vaccinations have been shown to be very, very substantial in reducing the risk of spread of disease.
Okay, I want to ask you this question from Annie. She says, anxious to get my 11-year-old vaccinated. How long does FDA approval typically take? So she's got an 11-year-old, so she's waiting on this new Pfizer ruling. If your child has a negative test, should they be tested again to be sure, and when? So 2 different questions there, doctor. Let's talk about FDA approval. When do we think that might come?
Wonderful question. And I'm a parent, and I have a 17-year-old and a 13-year-old, and we couldn't wait to get the vaccine. It was a light at the end of the tunnel. We were in line day one as soon as they became available, and we're excited to be able to have that opportunity. So I encourage people to be on the lookout for this if and when this becomes available. The data is being shared with the FDA, but we still feel that it's going to take several weeks to go through that data and really ensure the safety and effectiveness of the vaccine. We are not recommending vaccinating kids under the ages that already have been defined until that data is clear. So be looking forward in the next several weeks to updates on that. As far as the COVID testing question, the COVID tests, there's different types. And once a test is performed, they're all quite good, but it is possible to have COVID and still have a negative result. In those cases, what is recommended is treat the patient as if they had COVID, and that goes back to quarantine. We don't want to expose them to other people if we can do that, and we really want to keep those patients safe until they are on the mend, don't have any fevers, symptoms are getting better before they return to the classroom.
Okay, doctor, I'm going to throw a few more questions at you just real quick if we can do that. Do you know anything about adverse effects from this vaccine, myocarditis, pericarditis, blood clots in our teens? Sheila is saying there's been 1,000+ cases since April 2021. I don't know where Sheila's getting that information. What do you know about any potential side effects of the vaccine, doctor?
So just like any medication, any vaccine, there are side effects. The good news is it is incredibly, incredibly rare. We have vaccinated around 9 million adolescents in the country since this began, and we've seen some cases of myocarditis, which can be a severe problem. However, the myocarditis from the vaccine is usually self-limited. It goes away on its own, does not require a lot of intervention. Now that's compared to the myocarditis that COVID causes. And the myocarditis that COVID causes can be much more dangerous, much more significant, can require hospitalization and interventions. It has been determined much safer to get the vaccination with the low, very rare risk of side effects than getting COVID and suffering the risks that it poses from the native disease.
All right, doctor, we got to take a quick break. When we come back, I do want to ask you about natural antibodies, and Jay and Ryan are going to jump in on the conversation with some questions. So we will be right back with Dr. Benjamin. And we are back live. The doctor is in this morning, Dr. Lee Benjamin, who works in emergency medicine and pediatrics at St. Joseph Mercy Health System, coming to us from Ann Arbor this morning. Dr. Benjamin, thanks for answering our questions. We're going to bring in the guys now.
Dr. Benjamin, good morning to you.
Good morning.
I was making sure that you could hear us. Listen, I think, in the media, we're always asked, hey, can you just give us the numbers? What are the actual numbers? For example, right now at Children's Hospital in Ann Arbor, that hospital is full right now. Now, there are no COVID cases, but it's mostly respiratory issues. So is there a way for us to know, and parents always ask us, is how many kids are actually hospitalized right now in Michigan, and how severe are they dealing with, some of the COVID issues?
Sure, that's a great question. And there are patients who are admitted throughout the state, pediatric patients, and it goes to that really big rise, that increase of cases that we saw in the fall, leading to just massive numbers of kids, now making up over 25% of new cases of COVID. So just by those sheer numbers, we're going to have kids who are getting sick and are going to be getting hospitalized. We don't see hospitalizations at the rates of adults. However, there are handfuls, pockets throughout the state, and certainly the tertiary children's centers that have the ICUs that are accepting those patients. Patients are being admitted, although it is with less frequency than with the adults.
Doctor, and it hasn't been approved yet, but I think we all feel like it's coming for the COVID vaccine to be approved for kids in the age group of 5 to 11. That feels like it's coming fairly soon. My question is in regards to kids and COVID. It doesn't seem it doesn't seem like they're that highly affected by COVID, and how it does. I'm trying to be politically correct on this question.
Well, you're trying to be delicate.
Yeah, I'm trying to be delicate because
in some
everybody.
families, there have been rare instances, and that's
in most cases,
serious,
kids are not affected by COVID-19 the way adults are. Why would somebody, if the vaccine doesn't prevent the spread of COVID-19, why would you vaccinate your kids in that age group?
Thank you for that question. And there are two things that we need to discuss here. The first is that any preventable death is a tragedy, plain and simple. And if there are vaccinations that can prevent pediatric deaths, there's no reason we shouldn't be offering that, and our children shouldn't be taking advantage of that. There have been several hundred deaths due to COVID this year, and we recognize now the vaccinations are incredibly effective in preventing death and in preventing spread. They help reduce that as well. So first, let's protect our kids. They're some of the most vulnerable of our population. I struggle to understand why, if there is a preventable illness, we as a country wouldn't do all we can to protect our most innocent, vulnerable population. The second part of this, and you're right on, the kids fortunately are not getting as sick as the adults are. However, they can spread the illness to those high-risk populations, those adults, even healthy adults that we're seeing dying from COVID. During the peak of the pandemic, our ICUs were full of people with underlying illnesses and adults, young adults even, without underlying illness. And the more that we create a pool for COVID to spread through, the more it's going to get out of the pediatric population into those adults, and we're going to see peaks once again in our hospitalizations, ICUs, and our death rates.
What about, we know a lot of kids had COVID even in 2020. When those kids now young have antibodies, how protected are they if this shot for younger kids takes a while, or it doesn't happen maybe this year, maybe it's next year? Should parents feel some form of relief that, hey, their child, their 9-year-old had COVID a year ago and are pretty protected now?
That's a good question, and this is still an evolving space. What we do know is that many patients mount a response to that particular strain of the virus they were infected with, which may offer them some protection against that strain in the future, yet it may not offer the same protection from other strains. And that's where the vaccination comes in. The vaccine has been shown to be very effective against all of the strains to date. Yeah. So that is one reason why we really should be considering vaccination for our patients. We also recognize that there may be what we call waning immunity. So over time, especially in our high-risk populations, that immunity that we've derived from having the infection may not last. So it's really important to consider the vaccination for ongoing immunity and to protect from all the strains of COVID.
Boy, doctor, this is a complicated time, isn't it? You're dealing with so much with people. I mean, everybody just craving information, and there's different scenarios with different family members and people's, level of comfort and level of fears are all different. And so there's just a lot to discuss when it comes to this pandemic still this far into it.
There really is, and there's a lot of information, and the information keeps growing, and we keep learning, and we learn how to treat this disease better and better, how to prevent it better and better. What I recommend when people ask me, friends in the community, my loved ones, my family, when they ask me, they have questions, I try to understand and listen, what are your concerns? Where are they coming from? And I answer them best I can. For those of you out there who do have questions, who just aren't sure who to trust, what to trust, talk to a trusted scientific source of information. And in this case, this would be your primary care pediatrician or family practice doctor who provides care to your kids. That's why we're here. That's why we have this role, and we want to be there as a resource for you.
All right, good stuff. Dr. Lee Benjamin, thank you so much. We know it's a busy time, so thanks for spending it with us this morning.
Welcome back. You're streaming live now from Fox, and we are continuing our in-depth coverage of the Gabby Petito case as the search for Brian Laundrie continues. He remains the only person of interest in the disappearance and the death of Gabby Petito. Underwater dive teams are joining the search for Brian Laundrie, the person of interest in the death of 22-year-old Gabby Petito, who also was her fiance. A team made up of 10 divers and 60 officers from multiple agencies are focusing on a 25,000-acre wildlife reserve in Sarasota County, Florida, which is where Laundrie reportedly went for a hike before he vanished. This happened about a week ago. And also earlier this week, the FBI executed a search warrant at the home of Brian Laundrie to collect evidence that may provide clues in the ongoing case. Investigators are now looking into what role Brian Laundrie's parents may have played as the case now shifts to a homicide investigation. The couple was on a cross-country van trip but only Laundrie returned back on September 1st. Meanwhile, memorials are being held nationwide days after Gabby's body was found near Grand Teton National Park in Wyoming. Preliminary autopsy reports ruled the death a homicide, and residents in her hometown say that they are still in disbelief over her death. The Petito family says that they will speak publicly to reporters once her body is returned to Long Island. We will have a live conversation with Fox 13's Kelly Cowan, who is actually at Colton Reserve as investigators continue their search for Brian Laundrie. In the meantime, I do want to play out an interview from our very own Andrew Kraft. He had the opportunity to speak with a retired FBI agent about the case.
Be covering this throughout the night here, and to join us right now is retired FBI agent Stacey Aruda. Stacey, so good of you to join us to kind of go into what exactly happens now, because the search there in Florida at that nature preserve for Brian Laundrie has concluded for the night. They'll be back there tomorrow. What do you expect going into tomorrow?
Well, Andrew, they're going to continue to search for Mr. Laundrie in the preserve.
What exactly do you think they would be looking for particularly? Because they were there all day today. We know this is, 25,000 acres of this huge expanse of natural land. Much of it is very marshy and very swampy. We know one of their vehicles was recovered there. And so, as a former agent yourself, we've been showing the pictures of the command center there at the park. What are they looking for? How many people are on the ground? Kind of give us your sense of, if they get a lead, what do they do with it?
So how this works is, as the leads are called in, they have agents around the country, depending upon where the lead is at, run that lead down. But for what's going on in Northport, I believe that I read that there was at least 50 law enforcement officers searching the preserve. But they're looking for him. They're looking for evidence that he's been there. And they'll continue to look through the preserve until they've exhausted their resources, or they find him, or another lead comes in and they find him someplace else. Because as we know from what has transpired today, it's now a criminal investigation. They verified that the body was that of Gabby, but they also determined the cause of death to be homicide. So it is now a criminal investigation.
Stacey, what do you make of the fact that the FBI is still referring to Brian Laundrie as just a person of interest? Is that protocol, or is that strategic? Are they doing that? They don't want to kind of give away their cards right away?
Well, the FBI traditionally is very close-lipped. They neither confirm nor deny an investigation is taking place, but in this situation, with all the press coverage and the fact that we were involved with the police, that it is out in the open that the FBI is involved. But you're going to get just what the FBI wants you to get, off of the Twitter updates. If there is a press conference, you'll get whatever you get, and they probably won't take questions.
Yeah, and of course, speaking of press conferences, we know just late last night that one that was scheduled today by the Laundrie family attorney was canceled. It was supposed to take place in New York, and it was canceled in part because they had talked with the FBI. And so you kind of have to wonder, if the FBI maybe talked them out of it, or if their lawyers talked them out of it. What did you make of that cancellation today?
I can't speak to what the strategy is on this investigation because I'm not involved. But like I said, usually the FBI is extremely close-lipped about what they're doing. There's a strategy behind how they conduct an investigation. Really, that's all I can say on that.
No, I totally understand. Obviously, you're not, intimately involved with the details of this ongoing investigation, but maybe in ones that you have been intimately involved in the past, there's really no timetable, is there? I mean, this could go on for days, weeks, or months until they get that right lead. Isn't that right?
Well, if you wanna rewind back a number of years, look how long the FBI worked for Eric Rudolph in the woods in North Carolina.
And that's right. Can you remind our viewers just who Eric Rudolph was? I mean, that was a very important manhunt.
Eric Rudolph bombed a number of abortion clinics and also was responsible for the Olympic bombing in '96, I believe.
And typically, manhunts, for those of us, who may follow them on, TV or in the movies, they are so precise. And like you mentioned, they are also tight-lipped on the people who are conducting the manhunt, because, if you give out information, that could kind of jeopardize the investigation itself, isn't it right? You want to get it when it's right and when it's hot.
Absolutely. And there are a number of people involved. It's more than just the Denver field office of the FBI. It's the Tampa office of the FBI, the Sarasota resident agency, and any other parts of the country where leads have been, disseminated out for them to run them down. So it's a much larger investigation than it appears on TV.
And Stacey, just last question for you, and I'm sure we'll be speaking to you again. From ones that you've covered in the past, does this have any hallmarks? Does anything about this case stand out or make it different to something you might have looked into as we go into these next couple of days?
Hey, yeah, we can hear you. How are you doing?
Well, this case from the very beginning was a little different than, I don't want to call it a regular investigation because every investigation is different, but just the activity that took place in the beginning when Mr. Laundrie returned back home and, had an attorney before anybody even ever talked to him, and his parents not talking to anybody. It's just, the whole situation is very strange.
Indeed, it is. Stacey Aruda, thank you for coming on Live Now from Fox to offer some insight into how these investigations operate and are conducted. We'll speak to you again. We'll be covering.
All right, that was the very latest from our very own Andrew Kraft, who happened to catch up with a retired FBI agent, giving us the details when it comes to the investigation on the Petito case. We do know that investigators are continuing their search for Brian Laundrie. So joining us now is Fox 13 Tampa's Kelly Cowan. Kelly, you're actually joining us from Carlton Reserve there, where investigators are actually searching for Mr. Laundrie. What's the latest details?
So the search will start day 5 today. So far, they've gone in, they've been scouring this park from end to end, and they've yet to find any sign of Brian Laundrie inside. But Northport police tell us they will begin a search for the 5th day here. And we've seen several different elements and resources deployed by law enforcement who've been participating in this search. Again, this a 25,000-acre park. So simply a massive search area where you had wooded areas, you have grassy areas, and then you have plenty of swamp as well. One of the new pieces of search methods that they deployed yesterday are dive teams. So we saw several dive teams going in and operating within the park as well. But you also have scent tracking dogs, you have ATVs, you have swamp buggies, those massive vehicles that can get up well above marshy areas and still stay above the water. You also have plenty of airboats in there as well. So a lot of different elements that they're using in this search, but they've yet to find, again, any sign of Brian Laundrie, and according to his parents, he entered the Carlton Reserve on September 14th. So last Tuesday, they waited until last Friday to report him missing to police. They also told police that they'd gone back to the Carlton Reserve where he'd driven himself. They found his car, no sign of him, so they brought the car home. We also know from that search warrant executed earlier this week that the FBI has confiscated that vehicle, so they have that in their possession now. Again, the search continuing. Now, this has shifted from, of course, a disappeared persons case as far as Gabby Petito is concerned to a homicide investigation. And Brian was named a person of interest in her disappearance before her body was recovered out west. He is now considered a person of interest in her death investigation at this point. Autopsy revealing that it was indeed ruled a homicide. Her death was, but we are waiting for more details on exactly what happened to her. So a more lengthy autopsy report would yield perhaps a cause of death and more details about exactly what happened to her, possibly even a timeline, how long she'd been considered dead and left out in Wyoming when Brian had returned here to Florida.
Kelly, you described the terrain, exactly just how rugged it is and everything that investigators have to go through just to continue their search. And we're actually taking a look of some aerials over the Carlton Reserve. And just speaking to you live right now, I can see it's pretty active. Investigators are, like you said, continuing day 5. I'm wondering exactly how long do investigators plan to continue this search operation?
They haven't said how long they believe this might take them, but they did say that they plan on searching every acre of this 25,000 acre wildlife preserve.
All right, Fox 13's Kelly Cowan, thank you so much, and we'll check in with you tomorrow. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are continuing to follow the Gabby Petito case. We just had a live conversation with Fox 13 Tampa's Kelly Cowan, who is actually on the scene there on the Carlton Reserve as investigators continue to search for Brian Laundrie, Gabby's fiance, who has been named a person of interest. And right now we do know that investigators are looking into the role that Brian Laundrie's parents may have played. So I do want to play out a segment for you. Brian Laundrie's neighbors are speaking out.
Charlene and William Guthrie live right across the street from the Laundrie home where Brian and Gabby were living before they went on this trip with Brian's parents, and they join me now. Charlene and William, thank you very much for being here. I know you moved there at the beginning of the summer, but you're literally across the street. What did you observe when Brian returned from the trip and you saw that white van that had belonged to Gabby in the driveway?
Didn't know it was Gabby. We just assumed it was his van. We just thought they had come back from wherever. We didn't know they were on a trip. We just assumed they were went back to their house or wherever they had gotten a house, wherever they were. We didn't know much about them at all. Nothing at all, actually. And they just came back home. We thought she was in the house with them.
Tonight, we're also going to explore some of the most pressing legal questions surrounding this case. And Tampa defense attorney Anthony Rickman joins us now live to help us understand the situation a little bit better. Hi there, Anthony. We appreciate your time here. The big question I know so many people have, this business about a person of interest, there's really no suspect who's been named. Why, in your opinion, has Brian Laundrie not been formally named a suspect?
Good evening, Mark. And understand, there's no requirement that law enforcement deem Brian Laundrie a suspect. But in these cases, in these investigations, actions speak louder than words. And we only need to look at the actions of law enforcement to see that Brian Laundrie is indeed a suspect. In this case, we see law enforcement executing search warrants that indicate they believe a felony occurred. We see a nationwide manhunt, local search warrants. We see the state of Florida executing any resource they have to find Brian Laundrie. Although they're not calling him a suspect, it's clear he is a suspect, and he's the only suspect in this case.
Yeah, I was just going to follow up. What do you make of the fact that no other person of interest has been named?
Well, look, Brian Laundrie was with Gabby when they went on this trip. He came back without her. We know that there's a history of violence and abuse while they were on this trip in Wyoming. We know that when he comes back, he leaves and flees, and he's still that to be found. We know there's mysterious text messages that were sent by somebody with access to the phone, and he had access to that phone. Right now, he's the only person with a direct link to Gabby who may know where she is, or right now, the only person we believe may have done something to her.
Yeah, you spent some time working in the state attorney's office years ago. What, in your opinion, do you think, if he is guilty, what do they need to make a case against Laundrie?
They're going to have to prove that he's the one who committed this crime. And in doing so, the first thing they're going to look at is that autopsy that was just conducted. They're going to look to see what caused the death of Gabby. They're going to look to her body to see if there's any forensic evidence, for instance, DNA under her nails. They're going to look to the surrounding area around her body to see if there's any link to Brian Laundrie. Did he drop something? Did he leave something? Did he leave a weapon? They're going to look to the phone records, his conversations with anybody around to see if he said anything incriminating. Ultimately, they're going to argue that his fleeing, his running away, forms some sort of consciousness of guilt. If you didn't do anything wrong, why are you running? Why are you fleeing? They're going to piece together all the evidence to make and build a case if they believe he's the person who committed the crime.
Let's back up to that Northport police press conference about a week ago. And I know we're all used to it in the media, of course. As you know, there's a lot of information that can be held back in an investigation that does not need to be made public early on. But it was curious. The Northport police chief said that there is a lot that they weren't telling us. They did admit that last week. What do you think kind of information that could be?
Well, we learned after this press conference that a search warrant was executed at the home of Brian Laundrie. We also learned that there was a hard drive found in the van that was located at Brian Laundrie's home. We know in that search warrant, it talks about text messages that were received by Gabby's family that they found to be suspicious. We do know that around the time that she was reported missing, they searched the van and they did find evidence within that van. Now, that evidence could be forensic. Could there be blood? Could there be links? Could there be other physical evidence in addition to those text messages that establishes that he had committed the crime and is responsible for her death?
What about Laundrie's parents? I know there's a lot of frustration. A lot of members of the public, investigators have clearly been on record to say there hasn't been much help there. Could his parents, do you think, be charged with anything if there's any proof that he may have helped, they may have helped him at some point?
Absolutely. If law enforcement can establish that his parents, if they did, we don't know what they did, but if law enforcement can establish that his parents in some way hid evidence, concealed evidence, tampered with evidence, then they could be charged. Additionally, we know the FBI was involved in an investigation. We know the FBI came and spoke with the parents. If the parents lied or made false statements to the FBI, they could be charged with that. If the parents intentionally assisted him in fleeing or did something after the fact, they could be an accessory after the fact. So possibly his parents, depending on what they did, could be charged with a crime.
Sure. We have so many more developments likely coming by the day, as we've seen over the last better part of a week and a half. So, Anthony Rickman, an attorney in Tampa, we appreciate your time tonight and your perspective.
Hot mic.
Good morning.
All right, everyone. The time is now 7:30 a.m. here on the East Coast. My name is Rain Augustine, and thank you all so much for continuing to choose Live Now from Fox as your source for nonstop news. In this hour, we are going to continue our in-depth coverage of the Gabby Petito case. Right now, we know that investigators are still searching for 22-year-old Brian Laundrie, Gabby's fiance, who has been reported missing. He's also been named a person of interest in the case. Now, we do know that when it comes to these kind of investigations, authorities and investigators use so many different forms of intelligence, body language being one. So I would like to welcome to the conversation Greg Hartley, body language expert. Greg, thank you so much for joining us. And if you don't mind, I want to dive straight into it. Let's revisit the body camera footage from the very first time we witnessed police pull over Mr. Laundrie and Gabby Petito. And I'm going to play it out for you all, our viewers, and for Mr. Hartley. And I'm going to pause and play it so we can kind of analyze it in real time. Sound good?
Perfect. Perfect.
All right. So this is the body camera footage from when police officers first pulled Gabby and Brian Laundrie over. Let's go ahead and play this out in full.
Driver is showing some obscure driving, possibly intoxicated. Currently doing 45 miles an hour. Zone through here is 25. Oh! Subject just hit the curb. Correction, speed limit is 15. I'm about 3/4 of a mile into the arches, just before the gate. You want to place your vehicle into park and go ahead and turn it off for me? No, park?
Oh, it is in park, yeah.
Okay, turn off your engine. Go ahead and set your keys on the dash for me, all right? What's your guys' names?
Gabby. I'm Brian.
Gabby, Brian? Okay. What's going on? How come you're crying?
I'm just crying. We've just been fighting this morning. Some personal issues.
It was a long day. We were camping yesterday, and camping got stuff, flies and stuff. I'm sorry I hit the bump there.
I was distracting him from driving. I'm sorry.
Can I get you to step out of the vehicle for me, ma'am?
All right, Greg, let's go ahead and pause it right here. So we witnessed police noticing some erratic driving. They pulled Brian Laundrie and Gabby Petito over. Whenever the officer approaches the vehicle, we see some brief interaction, some initial interaction between the two. What's the first thing that you noticed?
Yeah, the first thing I notice is fight or flight in these two people, which is normal. If you've ever been pulled over by a police officer, your initial reaction is going to be to try to make the officer happy. You're going to try to placate whatever he wants. You always give him an excuse for why things happen. They all do. All of my highway patrol friends say sorry is the #1 word they hear from folks. And what's happening is we are wired in a way that we get fight or flight. That means our respiration increases, our blink rate increases, and those officers can tell that. And you notice with both of them that they both apologize. They're both afraid that there's a problem. I appreciate you playing this from the beginning because most people assume that they were pulled over from a domestic violence charge, and that's not the case. They thought it was maybe erratic and drunk driving. But this first part is fairly normal, and he notices she's crying, so he's going to immediately move in and assume that something else is going on and try to slow that as well. You'll see it.
I was distracting him from driving. I'm sorry.
All right, let's go ahead and continue to play out this footage. I believe next the police officer is going to ask her to step out the car so we can really get a close-up look as to what her body language is displaying.
Can I get you to step out of the vehicle for me, ma'am?
Yeah.
Just hang tight right there. Do you mind if I take your keys and just put them on your hood?
You got it, buddy. I'm so
Thank
sorry.
you. Oh, no, you're fine. I'm going to go ahead and close your door, okay? Why don't you come over here? SO229, I had the female that was in the passenger seat separated from the male. Keys are on the hood. You want to tell me what's going on?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just some days I have really bad OCD, and I was just cleaning and straightening up back of the van before, and I was apologizing to him and saying, I'm sorry that I'm so mean, because sometimes I have OCD and sometimes I just get really frustrated. Not like mean towards him. I just like, I guess my vibe is like I am like in a bad mood. And I was just saying, I'm sorry if I'm in a bad mood. I've just been really stressed. I had so much work I was doing on my computer this morning.
What do you do for a living?
Well, I used to work at an organic juice bar, but I just quit my job.
Okay.
I was a nutritionist. That's
Oh,
what
okay.
that was my
That's
job.
cool.
And I just
So, Greg, one of the very first things I noticed is their verbal tone whenever the police officer asked them to step out of the car. It's almost like they were trying very hard to give the presentation that they were comfortable.
For sure. And that's human nature. What we're trying to do is to placate that officer, because the last thing we want is any engagement or anything to go further. Whether it's a traffic violation or something else, you can hear her voice lilt at the end. She goes, sure. And so they're trying to be normal. You're right. There's something going on in here. A couple of things to notice in her body language. She crosses her abdomen, and that's a primary barrier for trying to get more space. This is pretty normal. She's been pulled over by a police officer. She's not sure what's coming. And a lot of folks are going to point to the domestic violence piece of this and say they're indicators. And let's talk for a second about that part. But a woman will cross her abdomen as a primary blocker or as a primary barrier. Men will put their hands in front of their groin, kind of in a move called a fig leaf. And those are primary sex organs we're guarding, and that's just a DNA thing. Our brain is trying to protect the species. But she does one thing that's interesting for me that shows volatility in their relationship. If you listen to her, she's crying kind of wildly until she talks about things.
because I just saw the lights come on, and it was more just like good.
And so when that becomes normal, that makes me think that it's normal for them to have some volatility in their relationship. And as I said in our presentation of this on the behavior panel in the very end, I could not see this ending well. That was before I knew there was a body.
So it offers some insight into the nature of their personal relationship.
Well, from what I can see here, and we're talking body language only, what I see here is volatility. I mean, I can see a guy who could probably be a hothead and that kind of thing. And, you know, women who've been in domestic abuse situations will see things that I don't see clearly. But I see him interacting with the police normally, like what I would expect, not normally, you know, barriering, closing up. I see her open, normal, but I can hear in that issue of her talking about emotional issues in a very flat tone and non-emotional issues very emotionally, that there's been a lot going on. I would expect there's escalation. You know, I was a 20-year soldier. I saw a lot of young soldiers in bad relationships, meaning bad choices. And there's never okay to hit each other. Never. If you're watching this and somebody's hitting you or you're hitting somebody, stop that now. That never ends well. And when you're dealing with young people who have a hotter kind of personality and that rises, it never can end well.
All right, let's go ahead and continue to watch the body camera footage.
Because I just saw the lights come on, and it was more just like good idiot. Like, you know.
But did you grab the steering wheel and like
No.
swerve or anything like that?
No. I didn't touch the steering wheel at all.
I'm gonna go ahead and close this door again. Do you have enough air back here, or do you want me to kick it up some more?
Do you have any water?
I will see if I can find some.
Okay, no worries. Thank you.
So now we're going
to have any water, would you?
Oh, yeah.
Can I get a bottle?
Did you already give a statement to this officer?
I've got this gentleman here.
Yeah. This gentleman noticed that you had some marks on your neck. Yeah. And she's got some marks on her too. We're just trying to figure out what all happened. And I know you probably already told your story. This officer is probably going to be the one handling the whole case. Do you want to listen to what he has to say? And yeah, and then you tell him what happened. So if you don't mind.
Start at the beginning for me.
Start at the beginning. Well, I don't want to go too far back, but we've been in Beyond Land for the past week or so, traveling around, and the flies here are pretty intense. So the flies have definitely been getting to her. and then my feet are dirty and everything. So I think that our little squabble started because we were hanging out at the coffee shop, and when we got back to the van, there was some dirt and stuff in the van, and I moved our food around, so it was a little disorganized, so she gets a little...
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Do you need any water?
It's okay.
It's hot out here.
We were going to get water because we ran out, but it's okay. No, it's all right. I don't like plastic bottles. It's okay. Thank you, though. But we just had a little disagreement there. Disagreement was just that she was getting a little worked up, and I was saying, no, it's okay. Thank you so much.
Okay. As long as it's cold, that's good.
So it was just more of a disagreement, and I just wanted to say...
What was the disagreement about?
It was, I wouldn't even call it disagreement. It was just that I'm dirty and I can't change being dirty. Like, I got dirty feet, I got sand on my flip-flops and stuff like that. It was that we were at the coffee shop for so long because we were there from 9 to 3. So I guess there's a few little things, little relationships. I don't know if you're in a relationship, but I'm sure you're.
I've been married for over 5 years now. So.
There's a lot of little things. Right?
Yeah, I can go.
And
I get it.
We weren't physical before the point where I said, all right, let's just take a breather and like walk away for a minute. I'll lock the van up and I'll go for a walk this way, and you can go walk that way on the block. You know, there's that what is it called, Moonflower?
Right, yeah.
You know, nice areas. You can go either way. It's all shaded. So let's go for a little walk and breathe or come back. Because we're never happy with it. I'm not upset with her. She got a little worked up and she had a phone in her hand and the keys and everything. And she wanted, not her keys, like her rings, her things, her phone. And I was holding on to the keys because I didn't want to go anywhere. And my big fear is, I don't have my phone. I don't have my phone. So she goes off without me with a car. I'm on my own. So I was saying, let's just go for a walk. And she was trying to get the keys for me. So I was just going, just wait, back up. And that's when she hit me.
All right, Greg. So I'm not the expert here, but this is the first few moments of when police began to question Brian Laundrie after they asked him to step out of the vehicle. And I noticed a few things. Number one, he's not really taking any accountability. And also, he seems very confident.
So there are a couple of things. Number one, we see him standing openly until he's threatened. When they talk about the investigating officer and he turns to face him, notice he crosses his arms and closes his hands, and he starts to mill his hands then. He does the fig leaf we just talked about when we were talking to the young lady. But you see him barriering then. That means I need space. And then he starts to talk as if everything's okay. He's just answering questions. The red flag here for me that tells me there's volatility in this, now I don't know, has he been an abuser in the past, but there's volatility, is you hear him minimize, we got physical. That's passive voice, and it's we. It's not I got physical, she got physical. He doesn't point to her as being the domestic abuser or him as being the domestic abuser. So it's sharing blame and spreading it out. That's a red flag for me. But it also later, he offers to go to jail for her. I mean, there's all kinds of crazy things that happen in this video. So
I'm sure we could talk about this for a very long time and have a really in-depth analysis. We know that investigators are continuing their search. They're still looking for Mr. Laundrie. I'll pull up a timeline of the disappearance just so our viewers can stay up to date. What are you looking for as a body language expert? What will you be paying attention to as we get more details on this case?
Well, I'd love to see them actually interview him. I think his hyper-compliance may go away when they put pressure on him because he's hyper-compliant in these videos when they start to put pressure. I think the guy, if he gets interrogated, will probably ball up, get emotional, and confess. I would imagine we'll see that, but I'd love to see his actual interrogation video, assuming that happens. I'll watch when they take him into custody, assuming that happens.
All right, Greg Hartley, body language expert. You're also a part of the behavior panel. For more information, people can visit thebehaviorpanel.com. You and your colleague, Scott Rouse, who I have the pleasure of speaking with from time to time, offer really amazing body language analysis, not just on this particular case, but on many trending topics that are taking place across our country. So thank you so much for joining us and offering your insight.
Have a great day.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. 7:45 a.m. here on the East Coast. Playing out an In Case You Missed It segment here. Let's take a look back as White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki delivers her daily White House press briefing.
Vaccines to donate to low and lower middle income countries around the world. Before today, the United States had already committed to donating over 600 million doses to the world. That includes 500 million Pfizer doses that we purchased earlier this summer to donate to 100 countries in need, the largest donation of COVID-19 vaccines by a single country ever. Overall, we have now shipped nearly 160 million of these doses to 100 countries around the world, from Peru to Pakistan, Sri Lanka to Sudan, El Salvador to Ethiopia. To put this in perspective, the United States has now delivered more free doses than every other country in the world. Combined, millions more get shipped each week, and importantly, our donations come with zero strings attached. Today's announcement brings our total to over 1.1 vaccines donated to the world overall, and we're building from here. This is obviously a huge commitment. And another piece to put it in perspective, for every shot we are delivering here, we're giving we're committing 3 shots to the rest of the world. This commitment also comes as part of a joint EU-US vaccine sharing commitment that the United States and Europe will share doses globally to enhance vaccination rates, with a priority on sharing through COVAX and improving vaccination rates urgently in low and middle income countries. We welcome the EU's announcement today that they will donate over 500 million doses. This is in addition to the doses we have financed through COVAX. And these announcements come as part of today's of course, summit and global COVID-19 summit, which gathered together, convened heads of state and leaders from over 100 countries. Let's see. With that, I just wanted to also note the Vice President also spoke just recently at this summit, and she announced the U.S. is contributing at least $250 million to establish a new global health security financial intermediary fund at the World Bank to coalesce resources for pandemic preparedness. With that, why don't you kick us off?
Thanks. Media along the border have reported that many Haitians are being released into the United States. Can you clarify why they're not being placed on expulsion flights to Haiti? And does the administration have any concern that these releases undercut the public messaging that Haitians should not come to the border?
Well, let me explain to you a little bit of how the process works. So DHS, the Department of Homeland Security, continues to expel migrants under CDC's Title 42 authority. Those who cannot be expelled, and this has been the case and been our policy and process for migrants coming from any country around the world under Title 42 and who do not have a legal basis to remain, are placed in either expedited, in a form of removal proceedings. And individuals who are not immediately removed are either placed in alternative to detention or transported to an ICE facility. If they are placed in an alternative to detention, there's also a process required, a legal document, a document they would have. As a part of that process, Border Patrol agents collect biometric and biographic information, fingerprints, photos, phone numbers, and an address in the United States, and also run a background check as a part of the process. And those who do not report, like anyone who's in our country without legal status, are subject to removal by ICE. I give you all of that to understand the different steps in the process. Obviously, there are flights. We need to have enough flights to transport individuals to Haiti or to other countries. And there are a range of flights, as you know, that are going to different parts of the world, depending, and those are in process. So if we're not, if there isn't a flight ready yet, those individuals may be placed in alternatives to detention, and there, as I noted, is this mechanism where these documents are required.
And could you offer any further details on the call that happened late this morning between President Biden and President Macron? How long did it last?
Sure.
How was the tone? With how much, there was quite a bit of detail in the a readout of plans for the meeting. How much of that was worked out beforehand, before the presidents even got together?
Sure. Well, as we've noted in the past, to take your last question first, there have been ongoing discussions and engagements at a variety of levels between the United States and France. So certainly the possibility of a meeting was something that was naturally discussed in advance, but also natural for the president to raise that and discuss it at the leader level. In terms of the tone of the call, it was friendly. It was one where we're hopeful, and the president is hopeful, this is a step in returning to normal in a long, important, abiding relationship that the United States has with France. It was about 30 minutes long. As we noted in the readout, and as you said, it was extensive, but during the conversation, the president reaffirmed the strategic importance of French and European engagement, I should say, in the Indo-Pacific region, something that we look forward to continuing to work with them on. And as we said in the readout, the French ambassador will return to Washington next week, and he will then start intensive work with U.S. officials. So that will be part of the ongoing next steps that we go from here. And as we also noted, they will meet in Europe at the end of October.
If I may just quickly follow up on that. Boris Johnson earlier today dismissed French anger over the submarine deal, saying the French officials should get a grip. Substantively, does the administration agree with the Prime Minister's criticism that the French have failed to acknowledge the value of AUKUS and the submarine deal to global security? And then secondly, is calling on the French to get a grip helpful at this point?
Well, I can only speak for our relationship with the French and our relationship with the United Kingdom. And I will say that the president during this call, as we said in the readout, acknowledged that there could be there could have been more discussion in advance of the announcement, and that was an important message for him to convey during that conversation. So I can't speak to the comments and whether they're constructive or not from other countries.
Jen, hey, thanks, Jen. Follow up on immigration. I have one on the schedule today. So Secretary Mayorkas has now been asked twice on the Hill, and he's not been able to provide an answer to this. So I want to ask you: do you have the numbers? How many Haitians have been deported? How many have been processed? And how many have been allowed to stay in the United States?
I certainly understand why you're asking, and understand why people have been asking Secretary Mayorkas. Those are numbers that are the Department of Homeland Security would have the most up-to-date numbers.
But why is it so hard to keep track of a simple number like that? Why can't you give it? Why can't he give it? It's been 2 days now he's been asked.
I'm certain they will provide it. It's an absolutely fair question to ask, and I'm certain he just wanted to have the most up-to-date numbers to provide.
On the campaign trail, then candidate, now President Biden said, we're going to restore our moral standing in the world and our historic role as a safe haven for refugees and asylum seekers. How does what's happening on the border right now with Haitian refugees square with that?
Well, which aspect of what's happening at the border?
What's happening with the Haitians?
Do you mean the photos we've seen, or do you mean
photos? Yeah, them not.
Well, first, we understand and agree that this has been an incredibly heart-wrenching issue. We've watched the photos of Haitians gathering under a bridge, many with families, and the horrific video of the CBP officers on horses using brutal and inappropriate measures against innocent people. I think it's important to address that and separately address what our immigration policies are and understand that people are combining them, but that's why I asked that question. I would also reiterate that there is an investigation that will be completed by next week, which the Secretary confirmed, that will determine the next steps on both policy and personnel. All important questions people are asking, and in the interim, those individuals were placed on administrative leave and will not be interacting with any migrants. So as it relates to those photos and that horrific video, we're not going to stand for that kind of inhumane treatment, and obviously we want this investigation to be completed rapidly. I will say on the broader question you were asking, the President remains committed to putting in place a humane and orderly immigration system that includes an established and efficient process for applying for asylum, that includes a range of programs for individuals to apply to stay in the United States. That requires Congress acting, and it requires also health conditions improving as we are in the middle of a pandemic. And we are continuing to expel people coming from a range of countries as we are continuing to apply Title 42 because there is a global pandemic that is ongoing. So I would think it's important to note that our policies, our border restrictions are being applied not just to Haitians, but to people who are coming irregularly to migrate to the country from anywhere. More than 90,000 people were expelled in August. That was even before what we've seen in the troubling photos under the bridge. We are applying immigration laws. We are applying what are border requirements, and we are applying Title 42, which again is a health application given we're in a global pandemic.
And just quickly on the schedule today, with all the Democrats that are here, would you describe where we at on the president's economic plan as a make or break moment?
I would never describe it that way, but I would say, look, this is an important moment. We're in a pivotal period of our negotiations and discussions, and we always knew and have always known that as we get close to points where there are votes called or where there are key moments that Congress has on the calendar, that there needs to be deeper engagement by the president. That's what you're seeing happen today, as you've seen in our announcement of his schedule. He's meeting not just with leadership, he's also meeting with members of a range of caucuses across a broad spectrum of beliefs in the Democratic Party. And he sees his role as uniting and as working to bring together people over common agreement on a path forward. And that's his objective. So yes, these meetings are important. He's looking forward to hearing from people and looking forward to playing a role in bringing people together over achieving our shared goal of lowering costs for people and making the tax system more fair. Oh, go ahead, April, and then I'll go.
Jen, just bear with me because there are a lot of moving parts on this issue. Members of the Congressional Black Caucus were here today meeting with the National Security Team, Cedric Richmond and Susan Rice.
Yep.
Can you give us an update, because they were talking about Haiti, the immigration issue at the border. Could you give us an update on that and what is expected for tomorrow's meeting with civil rights leaders, be it teleconference or what have you, with White House officials?
Just what do you mean by an update exactly? An update on what happened in the meeting?
What happened in the meeting, what was given to them, what did they ask for? Because black leaders are making big asks of this crisis moment.
Tell me more about what you think they're asking for.
Okay, what they're asking for, the asylum process, what does that look like? Reverend Al Sharpton is going to the border tomorrow to see what that looks like, if people are actually being able to get asylum who's here. Also, you talked about the condemnation of what the patrol agents were doing with the reins or whip, whatever, with the intent to lash, to hurt people, to keep them away from the border. They want to know, is that practice going to still be in place? Horses and the lashing, those kind of issues.
So I just wanted to have clarity on exactly what you were asking about, April. That's it. On the second piece, there is an investigation that is ongoing that the Secretary of Homeland Security has made clear he wants to happen quickly, and he wants the outcome to be done by next week. Once that process is concluded, that will help be a determinant in any policy decisions and personnel decisions both. All important questions. I'm sure that was what was conveyed as well. On the first part, I think in the answer I gave just a few minutes ago here, I think what we are conveying to anyone who are our partners, whether they are civil rights leaders, members of the CBC, and others who have important questions here, is how outraged we also are by these photos and this video, our commitment to this investigation, but also how our immigration processing system works. And in response to Amar's question before, what I tried to lay out is what happens, right? No matter where you are coming from, if you are irregularly migrating, we are still applying Title 42 because we are in the middle of a public health crisis. This is what is conveyed to anyone who has questions. Those individuals who are eligible to stay in the United States through a range of our programs, that they would be allowed to stay in the United States through a range of our programs. If they are, there are some who are placed into removal processes where they also can make the case, whether it's fear of returning back to countries, etc. They will go through the process as well. So I'm sure what they are doing is explaining exactly what our immigration processes are and reiterating as well our outrage at the photos and the video.
But bear with me because this is moving pieces. But with asylum, there are people, advocates, immigration advocates, especially for advocating for the Haitian migrants right now. They're saying that this administration is breaking UN policies and its own policies by moving people out before allowing them to ask for asylum. Is that the case?
First of all, April, what we are doing, one, Haiti has temporary protected status for people who arrived here before July 29th. That is not a status that most other people who are irregularly migrating from other countries have. as individuals, as we go through this process, as I outlined just a few minutes ago, individuals who cannot be expelled under Title 42, a range of reasons why they may not be able to be, those individuals are placed into removal proceedings. That is where the process would take place, where they would apply for a variety of programs. While they're in that process, they are required to also provide biometric and biographic information and data. So that's how the process works. What is important for people to know and understand is that this is how our immigration and border requirements apply to everyone, whether they're coming from Haiti or any country in South or Central America.
You have Africans as well, that you said there are people from other places, but you have Africans, Cameroonians, Ugandans, and Senegalese who are coming to that border as well. What happens with them as they are looking for asylum? Do you lump them into the same category with the Haitians that are at the border, be it Del Rio or wherever along
I
the
think
border?
the point I'm making, April, and then we just have to move on to get to more people, is that anyone who's coming from anywhere, if there's temporary protected status for their country, as there are for Haitians who arrived before July, that they can apply through that program. If they're coming from other countries where we don't have that status, then they are expelled according to Title 42. If they are not, if they can't be expelled according to Title 42, they're placed in expedited removal or in alternatives to detention, no matter what country they're coming from. Go ahead, Jeff.
Thank you. Going back to the phone call this morning briefly with the French president, did President Biden apologize to Emmanuel Macron?
He acknowledged that there could have been greater consultation. And the call, again, as I stated earlier, was a friendly call, and there was agreement that we wanted to move forward in our relationship.
The French translation said that open consultation, quote, would have made it possible to avoid this situation. The English translation said the situation would have benefited from open consultation. So similar, but not entirely the same. So did the president apologize to his French friend?
He acknowledged there could have been greater consultation, but again, this call was really focused on the path forward and returning back to normal and the important work we have to do with the French ahead.
Was the president using this as a learning point, perhaps? Who does he believe, or should he have been more aware of the potential fallout from this? Has he had conversations with any staff members, like the Secretary of State or the National Security Advisor, about exactly how this breakdown happened?
We always look to assess how we can make improvements to how we do consultations, and certainly they'll apply, and that part of that happens through conversations with members of his national security team, and we'll work to apply those moving forward.
Does he hold Jake Sullivan responsible for this?
He certainly doesn't hold anyone. He holds himself responsible, and certainly, though, he has a responsibility to talk to his team always about how we can best manage our diplomatic relationships, and that's what he does in any scenario.
One more small question on the meetings this afternoon. On the price tag, is the president still committed to the $3.5 trillion price tag, or does he believe now that more flexibility on that number is warranted?
Well, even before today or before this week, the president has always been open to negotiations and discussions, and knew that he was not going to be alone able to wave a magic wand and pass a proposal, right? So part of the objective today, while he's meeting with a range of members with a range of viewpoints, which we welcome, is to see where people are and work to see how we can get this across the finish line moving forward. What he's encouraged by is the fact that there is actually, I know we focus a lot, understandably, on areas of disagreement. There's a lot of agreement on lowering costs for American families, on making sure we're investing now in addressing the climate crisis, in making the tax system more fair. There's a lot of agreement on that. And it's a point where we need to figure out what the path forward is. The president's going to play a role in hopefully uniting people around the next steps. Go ahead.
Just to follow up again on the French, you said in the statements that there will be a meeting in late October. Is that in France? Is that on the sidelines of the G20 or the COP26?
Well, there are some international forums that are happening next month that might bring the president to Europe. I don't have any formal announcements yet to make, but to your question, we're still finalizing what it looks like exactly.
Democratic negotiators on the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act say the bipartisan talks are dead. Is that the view of the White House? Is there any response to this announcement that it's apparently over?
Well, I'd also say there was a statement put out by Senator Booker, who is a key. I think you were referencing that. I think that was the statement you were referencing. So I would say that first, the president and everyone in the administration, we have been strongly supportive of Senator Booker and Representative Bass in their efforts, and we're greatly appreciative of their efforts, which we consider to be ongoing. Unfortunately, Republicans rejected reforms that even the previous president had supported and refused to engage on key issues that many in law enforcement were willing to address. And so we are disappointed. The president is disappointed, even after Senator Booker and Representative Bass did yeoman's work, even after they worked to secure law enforcement support and showed they were willing to find consensus. So yes, we acknowledge, of course, what the negotiators have conveyed publicly at this point in time. I can convey to you that in the coming weeks, we're going to consult the president. We will all, our team, will consult with members of Congress, the law enforcement, civil rights communities, and victims' families to discuss a path forward, including potential executive actions the president can take to ensure we live up to the American ideal of equality, justice under law.
And on the situation on the southern border, there was a meeting today with members of the CBC. The vice president talked to the Homeland Security Secretary to express concern. How often does this get to the president? Does he get briefed on these situations, or is he just getting it in news reports?
Of course he gets briefed on them, absolutely, by his team.
Okay. Well, to the point that we were trying to ask him about yesterday, what is his impression of this situation down there? What does he make of how those Border Patrol agents were seen to be interacting with these migrants? And, you know, where is he on dealing with these wide range of immigration issues that continue to challenge this government?
Well, Ed, on the subject of the video footage and the photos, the president was horrified by that, just as we all were. He, of course, received a briefing and update from his national security team on the efforts by the Secretary of Homeland Security to launch an investigation, and one that he would like to see concluded rapidly. As it relates to our efforts to implement our immigration laws and border requirements, the president is quite hopeful, as he conveyed on his first day in office when he introduced an immigration bill, that we can take steps to put in place a more humane, a more orderly system, especially after a very broken one over the last several years, that has better asylum processing, that has a better system and a range of programs individuals can apply to. The president also believes and knows, as we all do, we're in the middle of a global pandemic, and we need to continue to administer Title 42, which expels individuals who come to the border. So he is horrified by the photos and the footage. He is also committed to implementing and abiding by our laws.
And what is your understanding of what transpired in the Oval Office yesterday when we were all in there trying to hear from the president and the prime minister?
Which aspect?
Well, the British prime minister in the American Oval Office called out British reporters, and then when American reporters tried to call in the American president, we were escorted out, let's put it that way.
Well, I think in that circumstance, and I think our relationship with the United Kingdom and with Prime Minister Johnson is so strong and abiding, we will be able to move forward beyond this. But he called on individuals from his press corps without alerting us to that intention in advance. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Just following up on this very basic but very important question. Mm-hmm. You're telling us that the DHS chief has the most recent numbers about how many of these Haitians under the bridge have been sent back and how many have been released into the U.S. The DHS chief is telling us that he doesn't know. So who else can we ask?
You can certainly ask the Department of Homeland Security. I am confident, Peter. I am confident he wanted to have the most up-to-date numbers, and we will venture to get you those, I promise you, this afternoon.
Is this an issue of not knowing, or is this an issue of a lot more people are being released into the U.S. than are being sent out?
That is certainly not the issue. First, I think it's important to reiterate what I conveyed earlier about what the actual process is. Individuals are expelled under Title 42. If they can't be expelled under Title 42, they are put into a removal process. If they are put into a removal process, they're either transported to an ICE facility or released with a legal document. That legal document includes fingerprints, photos, phone numbers, an address in the United States, and a background check. That's the process that transpires. That's a part of our immigration process, regardless of where you're coming from.
And just because you keep using Title 42 to defend this administration's immigration policies, that is a Trump-era regulation. You guys came in saying that the Trump-era immigration policy was very inhumane.
Title 42 is not an immigration policy. It is a health authority because we're in the middle of a pandemic. The Trump administration approach to immigration was inhumane and was immoral. That's why we need to put a new policy in place, and we need Congress to pass that policy.
Unified control, democratic control of Congress. Many months in office, you have not even tried.
That's not actually true. There's been Peter, just factual here. There's been a bill proposed, first day in office. Currently, it was proposed as a part of steps were proposed as part of the reconciliation process. Right, the parliamentarian rejected that proposal. They're going back and proposing new options. President supports that. He would like to see immigration reform pass into law, more humane processes.
Just one more. Has President Biden ever been to the southern border?
In his life?
Yes.
I will have to look back in my history books and check the times he's been to the southern border.
We have been looking all morning, and we cannot find any record of him visiting the border as president, vice president, senator, or even as a concerned citizen. Why would that be?
I can check and see when the last time or when he may have been. But tell me more about why you're asking.
Because this is a president who makes a point when there are disasters in this country, like a wildfire or a hurricane, to go and see for himself firsthand what the needs are of the local community so that he can have an informed POV to make policy. Why doesn't he do that? Why doesn't he go down to Del Rio, Texas and see what's going on?
Well, first of all, Peter, I think the situation at the border is the result of a broken system. And the president certainly relies on his experience. So whether it was the work he did to address root causes as vice president, his efforts when he was in the Senate to support comprehensive immigration reform, steps that at a time were being done and worked toward in a bipartisan way, something that certainly we think should be the case.
All right, everybody, thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. It is Thursday, September 23rd, playing an In Case You Missed It segment to start the top of the 8 o'clock hour. We had a Fox News correspondent, Peter Ducey, kind of grilling White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki on some pressing issues, including the crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border, the bill that is being debated on Capitol Hill, and other major topics of discussion out there yesterday in her latest briefing. So wanted to bring you some of her remarks here on Live Now from Fox. We always like to bring you these briefings to kind of break down what the White House and Biden administration is planning on doing throughout the next couple of days and throughout the week. So again, thank you so much for being here on Live Now from Fox with us. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. I'll be with you for about the next 2 hours before we pass things off to our headquarters team out there in Phoenix, Arizona. We've got another busy day of top stories. We've got some major coronavirus news when it comes to the FDA officially approving booster shots for certain people in our nation. And then we are continuing to follow every twist and turn and latest development when it comes to the case of now confirmed dead Gabby Petito, the 22-year-old girl who went missing on a cross-country road trip with her fiance, Brian Laundrie. We've got an intense search at a Florida wilderness reserve entering its 5th day this morning. So we're going to bring you all of that coverage here on Live Now from Fox. As we approach the 8:15 a.m. mark, I'm going to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we're going to recap the last 24 hours when it comes to the latest developments in the investigation. And we're also going to be joined by a former FBI special agent to kind of weigh in on everything that's happened as well. So again, thank you so much for being here, everybody. Some of you are going to see that quick 2-minute commercial break.
All right, everybody, again, thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. The search for Gabby Petito's 23-year-old fiance, Brian Laundrie, is continuing, entering its 5th day at a Florida wilderness preserve. Let's get the latest from Fox's Phil Keating on what we've seen over the last 24 hours.
Underwater dive teams are joining the search for Brian Laundrie, the person of interest in the death of 22-year-old Gabby Petito, his fiancée. A team made up of 10 divers and 60 officers from multiple agencies are focusing on a 25,000-acre wildlife reserve in Sarasota County, Florida, which is where Laundrie reportedly went for a hike before he vanished about a week ago.
I tell you, these guys are law enforcement partners. They're motivated and they're hungry to find Brian Laundrie.
A heavy police presence outside the Laundrie family home Wednesday. Earlier this week, the FBI executed a search warrant at the home to collect evidence that may provide clues in the ongoing case. Investigators are now looking into what role Brian Laundrie's parents may have played as the case now shifts to a homicide investigation.
If their son was innocent, I don't feel that they should have lawyered up as soon as he came back into the state.
The couple had been on a cross-country van trek, but only Laundrie returned back on September 1st. Meanwhile, memorials are being held nationwide, days after Gabby's body was found near Grand Teton National Park in Wyoming. Preliminary autopsy reports rule the death a homicide. Residents in her hometown say they're still in disbelief and shock over her death.
She just seemed like a very innocent, sweet girl. And we all felt like she was our daughter.
Petito family says they will speak publicly to reporters once Gabby's remains are returned home on Long Island. In Venice, Florida, Phil Keating, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Phil Keating for that report. And as the FBI does continue to lead this investigation, I do want to bring on former FBI Special Agent James Castano into the conversation right now. James, good morning to you. How are you doing? Thanks so much for being here with us.
Good morning. Thank you, Regina.
Absolutely. Well, James, first of all, I just have to ask you overall, I'm sure just like the entire world at this point, you've watched all of the twists and turns unfold throughout this entire case and investigation. So as a former FBI special agent, what do you make of all of this?
Just on its face, Brian Laundrie's actions, they're callous, they're insensitive. Just the fact that they're high school sweethearts. They've known each other for many years now. Gabby lived in the Laundrie's household as a family member as they were engaged. And then to take that cross-country trip, starting in June, all the way from Gabby's house in Long Island all the way to the national parks, having spent several months together. Just the callousness and insensitivity of Brian Laundrie's actions are outrageous. It was Gabby's van, it was Gabby's cell phone, and he never reported her missing. He drove directly home. He never contacted the Petitos. Gabby Petito's parents never contacted his parents until he showed up on his doorstep and never reported it. It was Gabby's parents who had to report her missing. Just those behaviors don't indicate a person who's in their right frame of mind, and very insensitive and callousness of the whole situation. It's outrageous.
Yeah, now, James, I know a lot of the world has so many questions. Now, we saw this search going on. We've seen the search happening for quite some time now. I do want to show our viewers just the resources, the amount of manpower that are being focused on this wilderness preserve. So some are saying, is he really here? Did the parents lead investigators here to let him go? Or what is your insight on this? How come they are putting so much effort into this one area?
Basically, that's the only lead that law enforcement has. So they have to cover that lead and bring it to ground. unless someone else comes forward to present new evidence or new leads. It's the only lead they have to follow. As you can see, the mobile command post, law enforcement is dedicated and is staying the course on that lead. But again, if other information comes to light, they would follow those leads as well. But that's the best lead. And also want to add that the Laundries, I mean, they're open to being charged with accessory after the fact or aiding and abetting. I mean, if they had lied or misled police in this one lead that law enforcement has expended a lot of time, energy, and money, it does not bode well for them. They need to come forward and disclose everything they know.
Now, we saw a lot of action, James, on Monday when it came to the FBI executing a search warrant, declaring the house as a crime scene. So what does it take to get up to that point where the FBI are allowed to do something like that?
Basically, it's probable cause to execute a warrant, whether it be a search warrant or arrest warrant. So the coroner, we have the information from the coroner that was ruled a homicide. So the FBI and law enforcement has that information well in advance of the press. So anything in that campground, we don't know the characteristics of the homicide. So it could go, from a rock to a camping tool to anything in that van could have been used as a weapon. And I'm just opining here, the crime or the homicide was probably a, passion or heat in the moment. So basically anything in that van or in that campsite could be used as, could match up to body wounds or blunt trauma or anything of that nature. So anything in that house would be, crucial for evidence. The purchasing of those evidence, of those items, the matching of those items to that wound on Gabby's body. And if the Laundries knew or had knowledge that their son had committed, I'm opining here, committed this or is related to the homicide, then anything in that house, anything used to aid and comfort Brian would be subject to search and seizure.
Now, James, we originally knew that when this case first unfolded, because Brian returned to Northport, this is where the van is, this is where his home is, the Northport Police Department took the reins on this case. Now, we know that Brian Laundrie hasn't been seen or heard from since last Tuesday, and people have literally asked the Northport Police Public Information Officer, how did you let him get away? Did they have cause to maybe sit outside and follow his every move? Are you surprised that all of a sudden Brian has vanished when the police knew about Gabby's disappearance?
Well, in hindsight, it's very hard to, I guess, armchair quarterback this, but there was no probable cause to issue an arrest warrant. He was not declared a suspect. Brian Laundrie immediately got an attorney. So there's no ability for law enforcement to question him. Basically, I guess if there's no case open, it was not ruled a homicide till later. He was just a person of interest. It's very, everybody, we live in the United States. We enjoy our civil liberties and rights. And at that point, he was just a person of interest. There are no charges. So, very difficult to, put without an open case, without probable cause, to do a surveillance on him. And there are no indications that he was going to, I guess, abscond. He was with his parents. You would think his parents would keep better tabs on him, considering the situation and the circumstances. But things developed the way they did, and we can't control that at this point.
Now, I do want to go back to the search efforts that we are seeing happen. It's entering its 5th day again. Now, we've got the FBI leading that search. So what does that mean compared to when the Northport Police local department was leading the case? Does that mean anything as far as a difference?
No, there should be no difference in any crisis management situation or scenario. You set up a command post. Depending on the degree or severity of the crisis, you activate the incident command system. A command post, is set up, and this is all in the DHS model for crisis management. And basically, the scope of the search or the involvement of law enforcement grows. You're going to need extra support. So the FBI will then, but it's seamless, it's transparent, to transfer if it occurred from the locals to the FBI. It's just a matter of personnel power. So the FBI can draw resources from all over the country, whereas the Northport Police they're going to, at some point, there's, their ability to sustain these operations will diminish, but then that's why, we have Joint Terrorism Task Force and task force around the country. And that's why we have mutual assistance memorandums to augment and support each other. So whether it be state, local, federal, tons of resources available to our local partners to help out.
Now, James, yesterday we saw a dive team get called in. So what does that mean? A lot of people are asking, does that mean they're looking for a body?
Absolutely. That would indicate all likelihood that they're looking for a body. I don't know what evidence they have that shows that, but if they have dive teams out there, they would have good indications that they're looking for a body, correct?
Do you feel that they will continue searching this one area, or do you think that this could span to other states? Really, my question is, how long do you think that they will search this area before they look to other places?
Well, several things have to happen. One, they can find Brian. Two, they'd have to get another credible lead, and the FBI has 1-800-FBI, tips.fbi.gov. So they're always getting tips and callers coming in from concerned citizens, or an eyewitness, just basically another lead, or the body, or Laundrie presents himself. But they will continue to search because that's the best lead they have at this time.
Now, James, when it comes to social media, I want to talk about the role that other people have played, because as you just said, the FBI is really asking for the public's assistance. And it was really amazing to see a couple who took this GoPro video that we're playing for our viewers. They actually happened to catch that van by chance, and that led FBI to the area where Gabby Petito's body was later found. So what can you say about how the public has helped so far? And also, what can you say about social media and the role that it's played? Because I know we've got a lot of different agencies trying to sift through all of these tips of possible sightings.
Absolutely. That YouTube video, absolutely, in my mind, crucial to the investigation. So law enforcement, whether it's federal, state, or local, very limited resources, very limited eyes on the ground. But with today's day and age, with social media, everybody basically has a video camera and a camera in the palm of their hands. Just the amount of information available to law enforcement now, huge benefit. Just like in the Boston bombing or any other investigation that, like a critical incident happens and people are recording at that time all that evidence is crucial and basically led, I would say, pinpointed the investigators to Spread Creek in that camp area to help them find Gabby's body.
James, moving forward with this case, we have not heard from FBI officials since they announced that remains had been found believed to be Gabby's. It's been days since we've gotten an official press conference. When do you think we could hear from them next? When does the FBI finally say, okay, this is worth updating the public?
Well, it just depends on the course of the investigation. The FBI does not want to reveal any information that's going to provide a defense attorney or provide any intelligence to Brian Laundrie or his family or the person who actually murdered Gabby. So all that information is discoverable. So the FBI is not going to, or any law enforcement agency is not going to reveal what they have, what they know, until they're ready for an indictment or an arrest, or to go forward with the next steps of the investigation.
All right. Well, James Castaño, former FBI special agent, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Is there anything else about this investigation or anything else you want our viewers to know before we send you off?
Only that, the local, state, and federal law enforcement are, working hard to solve this. I know this is nationwide. The nation has their eyes on this tragedy, and everybody's working hard. And I guess the plea would be for people to come forward with information, for Laundrie's family to come forward with any information that they have. I know that they have attorneys, but it's just a tragic situation, and somebody knows something. So it's just a matter of getting that information out.
All right. Well, James, we really thank you for coming on our show and providing us this insight. You have a great day, and hopefully we'll chat with you soon as this case develops.
Thank you, Regina. Have a good day.
You as well. All right, everybody, here is another look at the search efforts that were on yesterday. Again, we've got agencies heading out to the Carlton Reserve for a 5th day as they intensify the search for 23-year-old Brian Laundrie, the fiance of Gabby Petito. So you can bet that we will keep you updated on any development here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see another quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more coverage on this case as when we come back.
Mr. President, Secretary General, distinguished briefer, and dear colleagues. Thank you, Ireland, for convening this meeting, and thank you, Secretary General, for your remarks and your leadership. 4 points. We must keep the same collective sense of urgency to stop climate change as we are demonstrating when facing the pandemic. We must also collectively seek solutions to stop climate change as efficiently as we developed the vaccines, putting serious resources in and working with our capable private sector. We must get much better in just allocation of the costs of saving our planet. And we must also keep and develop scientific data-based approach on resolving this problem. Let me now elaborate on these points. Little more than a month ago, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change published its new report and highlighted that human influence is warming the planet faster than we have since thought. We must not lose the sight of those who are most vulnerable to the climate change. Many of them do not have the capacity to cope with climate-related security risks.
All right, everybody, again, thank you for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. It is Thursday, September 23rd. Currently listening in to some remarks coming out of the United Nations General Assembly out there in New York City. It has been taking place all week. We heard from the president, and pretty soon we do have word that we're expected to hear from Secretary of State Anthony Blinken. So when we do get feeds of that, we will bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. I also do want to let you know that we are expecting Prince Harry and Meghan Markle to make an appearance in New York City with New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio, as well as New York Governor Kathy Hochul. It does look like they're trying to zoom in onto something there. You can see the photographer kind of moving around. We will keep monitoring this feed as well. Actually, let me just bring up the volume here. Oh, we do see Governor Kathy Hochul right there. It looks like she is chatting with somebody. Again, you can see the photographer moving in and out. Everybody's looking in that one direction, so we might have an arrival. Let's listen in for just a second here.
Can we do over here too? Yeah, we'll do Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Please.
Thank you, folks. We're going to reset over here. You'll get a second shot at it.
Duck.
All right, everybody. This is what we say when we are all about bringing you front row to everything live happening around our nation and around the globe. This specifically in New York City, where Prince Harry and Meghan Markle, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, are visiting the One World Observatory. You can see that they are accompanied by Governor Kathy Hochul and Mayor Bill de Blasio. They also, I do know, have their children with them, but you can't, obviously they are not in this shot. Now, their Big Apple visit is the first public trip by the Duke and Duchess of Sussex since moving to California. The One World Observatory is located on floors 100 and 102 of the One World Trade Center, the tallest building in the U.S. and the main building of the rebuilt World Trade Center complex. On Saturday, the couple will make an appearance at Global Citizen Live at Central Park's Great Lawn to discuss the importance of achieving global vaccine equity. They will call for the G7 and EU to donate at least 1 billion COVID-19 vaccine doses immediately to those most in need. So obviously you can see it looks like they're having a pretty good time. They're all smiles this Thursday morning out there in New York City. Again, they are planning to stay here at least through the weekend. So we are excited to bring you this shot here on Live Now from Fox. We do have Mayor Bill de Blasio usually doing a press conference around 10 a.m. Eastern time. So we'll see if he is still going to be on schedule for doing that press conference, and maybe he will reference this exact experience because it looks like they are having a good time out there. So again, everybody, wanted to bring you this shot here on Live Now from Fox. I can also give you a run through of the other live events that we are monitoring right now. We do still have that feed coming in from inside of the United Nations General Assembly, also taking place in New York City. We also are waiting for stocks to trade at 9:30 a.m. Eastern time, so a little bit early to have that shot. And then speaking of New York City, we've got a gorgeous picture of the New York City skyline, even though it's looking relatively gray up there this morning. So wanted to bring you these looks of what we've got going on for you here on Live Now from Fox. Again, my name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. We are staying on top of several stories this morning, and I do want to continue on with some coverage of the investigation into the now homicide of Gabby Petito and the search for her 23-year-old fiance, Brian Laundrie. It is entering its 5th day at a Florida wilderness reserve, specifically in the Venice area. So we are going to bring you coverage of the search once we get those live aerials. We do know that our Fox 13 Tampa team has been sending out their chopper, so we'll be in touch with them to see if they plan on doing that today as well. Meanwhile, we did just speak with a former FBI special agent about the investigation, and one point that we talked about was the fact that social media has played a huge role in this investigation. You've got a lot of people posting, and now a lot of agencies in Florida are trying to sift through tips of Brian Laundrie's sighting. So I do want to play for you a report here on Live Now from Fox, kind of breaking down what certain sheriff's office have been dealing with over the last couple of days.
Can get really out of control.
And the Sarasota Sheriff's Office says that's exactly what they dealt with overnight. Someone heard police chatter on a scanner and thought Brian Laundrie was taken into custody, which was not the case.
As my phone's ringing last night and people are saying there's a massive manhunt, there's been a perimeter set, there's a barricaded subject. I mean, really, this just got completely out of control.
The Sheriff's Office had to address the rumors publicly. There was also a false report that Laundrie had been found in the Sarasota public bathroom. And remember this deer cam photo from North Florida? It's also been debunked. The immense amount of interest in this case has led to so-called digital detectives scrutinizing every image and online video.
Because they know that there's information there that they need for the investigation.
Mary Ellen O'Toole worked as an FBI profiler for nearly 30 years. She worked the Unabomber and Natalie Holloway cases, just to name a few. She says the tips just pour in on these kinds of cases, and they have the resources to sort through them all.
They would have agents and analysts that are going through the social media and trying to weed out things that really are applicable versus things that are just opinion or that have no basis to them. So they will have people that are specifically looking at that.
The tips are certainly of use, but the Sarasota Sheriff's Office says they are better off without the rumors.
I think we all naturally, just from a humanitarian standpoint, want to do something to move this case forward. That being said, it's really important to check your sources.
Dan Maddox, Fox 13 News.
What we'll do is we'll call for you. Joe, what are we out here doing today?
We're out here with our law enforcement partners. We're searching for Brian Laundrie in the Calton Preserve. We've deployed numerous resources and we are trying to cover every acre in this preserve.
What's it like? I mean, we've been out here a number of days. How are people feeling?
I tell you, these guys, our law enforcement partners, they're motivated and they're hungry to find Brian Laundrie. They're ambitious to partner with us. So working with them has been great, and we really appreciate the partnership that we have with them.
But it's got to be rough.
It's rough out there. Yeah, it's rough out there. It's hot. It's wet.
All right, everybody, and as we played you that video that the Northport Police posted last night about their search efforts yesterday, here is that live now look of the Fox 13 Tampa Sky Fox chopper over the Carlton Reserve, heading out there to day 5 of their efforts. Now, we know that yesterday a dive team was called out to the site. They were searching the swampy areas, and throughout all of these shots here, you've been able to see the devices that they've been using: drones, canines, swamp buggies to search all of the wet terrain. So again, they were documenting the struggles that they've had because of this area and how wide it is, how large it is. It's 25,000 acres. So it does look like they are flying around here. We are going to keep this shot up for you guys, but right now we are seeing that Secretary of State Anthony Blinken is starting to speak at the United Nations General Assembly. So let's take a listen here on Live Now from Fox.
Will impact our goal of putting the world on a safer, more sustainable path. That's not only because of the devastating and in some instances irreversible implications of climate change for our majestic planet. It's also because of the cascading effects on virtually every aspect of our lives, from agriculture to infrastructure, from public health to food security. And we've heard some of those described already. Right here in New York City, where we're gathered today, earlier this month, a punishing storm caused by the remnants of Hurricane Ida killed dozens of people, including a 2-year-old boy, and inflicted tens of billions of dollars in damage. More than 3 inches of rain fell in Central Park in a single hour, breaking a record set only a few weeks earlier. Look at any one of our countries. You will see record-breaking extreme weather events like this. The climate crisis isn't coming. It's already here. And clear patterns are emerging in its impact. The consequences are falling disproportionately on vulnerable and low-income populations. And there are worsening conditions and human suffering in places already afflicted by conflict, high levels of violence, instability. These mounting impacts, together with the synthesis report released last week and the comprehensive report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change released last month, underscore the urgent need to dramatically cut our emissions and build our resilience for the inevitable changes to come. One way to do that is by helping others to do their part. Back in April, President Biden announced that the United States would double our public international financing for developing countries most impacted by the climate crisis. Earlier this week, here at the United Nations, he announced that we will work with the U.S. Congress to double that number again. We urge other governments to step up in making these investments, particularly those, like the United States, that are the biggest emitters. The Security Council also has a vital role to play in 3 ways that I'd like to briefly suggest. First, we have to stop debating whether the climate crisis belongs in the Security Council and instead ask how the Council can leverage its unique powers to tackle the negative impacts of climate on peace and security. That's an argument that should have been settled a long time ago. Look at almost every place where you see threats to international peace and security today, and you'll find that climate change is making things less peaceful, less secure, and rendering our response even more challenging. That's the story of Syria, Mali, Yemen, South Sudan, Ethiopia, many other places beset by strife. By agreeing that the issue belongs here in the Security Council, we'll also send a clear message to the international community of the serious implications that climate change has for our collective security. Second, UN field missions should consistently incorporate the effects of climate change into their planning and implementation, as was done in the mandates for the UN assistance missions for Iraq, the UN multidimensional integrated stabilization mission in Mali, and the UN Office for West Africa and the Sahel, among others. Doing that will advance mission activities, it will foster stability, it will build resilience. Third, the UN system should further integrate climate-related analysis into its conflict mediation and conflict prevention efforts, particularly in fragile states and areas of active conflict. The UN Department of Political and Peacebuilding Affairs' decision to include climate security in the strategic plan for the first time in 2020 and the climate security mechanism are very positive examples of just this. To any who doubt the merits of these steps, I just encourage you to ask some of the UN force commanders, the special envoys, the negotiators, the peace builders, others who are out there grappling with the impacts of climate in their everyday efforts. They are hungry for more tools like these. I focus today on the threats posed by the climate crisis, but let me just say in closing, it would be a mistake to view this only through that lens. We agree that to prevent cataclysmic consequences, all our nations must take immediate, bold actions to build resilience, to adapt to the unavoidable impacts, and move swiftly to a net zero world. That is our shared charge for COP26, which is now only weeks away. And if we're to keep within reach the goal of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, every nation will need to bring their highest possible ambitions to the table. But these efforts and the investments they will require from all of us also present an unprecedented opportunity to expand access to affordable, clean energy, to build green infrastructure, to create good paying jobs, all of which could be the spur to long-term economic growth, reverse growing inequities within and between our nations, improve the lives of people around the world. So even as we're clear-eyed about the threat, let's not lose sight of this once-in-a-generation global opportunity. Let's be driven not only by the fear of all the damage the climate crisis can inflict and already has inflicted, but also by the imagination of all the ways our response can actually make people's lives better now and into the future. Thank you very much.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Blinken for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Jean-Yves Le Drian, Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs.
All right, everybody, those were some remarks from Secretary of State Antony Blinken addressing climate and security, specifically speaking about Hurricane Ida, the wildfires, the volcano eruption in Spain, and all of the natural disasters that we have seen over the last year, talking about how we need to make more efforts to address climate change and security. So wanted to play that for you here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We will be right back. All right, everybody, it is officially 9 a.m. Eastern time here on the East Coast, and we are bringing you a live now look from the 5th day of search efforts underway at the Wilderness Reserve in Venice, Florida, specifically the Carlton Reserve. Florida authorities continuing the search throughout Sarasota County swamplands to find the one person who may know what happened to Gabby Petito. Federal, state, and local officials have been searching for any sign of Brian Laundrie. He is the sole person of interest in Gabby's death, which has officially been ruled a homicide. Now, Northport police said they'll be back at the park once again today to search for him. They haven't revealed why they're continuing to search in this massive nature preserve, other than to say that he's still missing, and this is where his parents said he last went. The search includes an array of resources: scent-sniffing canines, swamp buggies, drones, ATVs, airboats, and divers who were requested before noon yesterday. Laundrie's parents reported him missing last Friday, telling police he'd driven to the Carlton Reserve 3 days before and hadn't come back. They also told police they later found his Mustang there and decided to bring it back home. So far, 4 days of exhausting searching in a dense and swampy 25,000-acre park here has turned up nothing. So this is something that we are going to continue to follow here on Live Now from Fox. It's been a huge chunk of our coverage each and every day as we get the latest developments surrounding what could have happened to Gabby and where is Brian. Again, everybody, my name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. I'll be with you for about another hour before Rain Augustine hops back on, and then we pass things off to our Live Now from Fox headquarters team in Phoenix, Arizona. I do want to bring you the latest report from Fox News correspondent Phil Keating. He has been out here in Florida continuing to follow this case and investigation. So I do want to bring you his latest report so we can take a listen in.
Underwater dive teams are joining the search for Brian Laundrie, the person of interest in the death of 22-year-old Gabby Petito, his fiancée. A team made up of 10 divers and 60 officers from multiple agencies are focusing on a 25,000-acre wildlife reserve in Sarasota County, Florida, which is where Laundrie reportedly went for a hike before he vanished about a week ago.
I tell you, these guys are law enforcement partners. They're motivated and they're hungry to find Brian Laundrie.
A heavy police presence outside the Laundrie family home Wednesday. Earlier this week, the FBI executed a search warrant at the home to collect evidence that may provide clues in the ongoing case. Investigators are now looking into what role Brian Laundrie's parents may have played as the case now shifts to a homicide investigation.
If their son was innocent, I don't feel that they should have lawyered up as soon as he came back into the state.
The couple had been on a cross-country van trek, but only Laundrie returned back on September 1st. Meanwhile, memorials are being held nationwide, days after Gabby's body was found near Grand Teton National Park in Wyoming. Preliminary autopsy reports rule the death a homicide. Residents in her hometown say they're still in disbelief and shock over her death.
She just seemed like a very innocent, sweet girl. And we all felt like she was our daughter.
Petito family says they will speak publicly to reporters once Gabby's remains are returned home on Long Island. In Venice, Florida, Phil Keating, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Phil Keating for that report. He's been doing a really great job out there in Northport, bringing us the latest developments. Meanwhile, I do want to play for you about a 4 or 5 minute-ish interview here next on Live Now from Fox. We had neighbors of the Laundrie family go on Fox News yesterday to say that they saw the Laundrie family take a trip in a brand new camper once Brian came back from the West Coast without Gabby. So some really interesting remarks here, and I do want to bring them to you here on Live Now from Fox.
Charlene and William Guthrie live right across the street from the Laundrie home where Brian and Gabby were living before they went on this trip with Brian's parents, and they join me now. Charlene and William, thank you very much for being here. I know you moved there at the beginning of the summer, but you're literally across the street. What did you observe when Brian returned from the trip and you saw that white van that had belonged to Gabby in the driveway?
Didn't know it was Gabby. We just assumed it was his van. We just thought they had come back from wherever. We didn't know they were on a trip. We just assumed they were went back to their house or wherever they had gotten the house, wherever they were. We didn't know much about them at all. Nothing at all, actually. And they just came back home. We thought she was in the house with the parents or mother or whatever, and that was pretty much it. I mean,
so after that, the FBI came and took that van away. You saw Brian and his dad working on one of their campers in the driveway. Charlene, can you tell me about that?
I actually didn't. My husband saw that. I didn't really witness.
Okay, so William, what did you see
had gotten a camper,
in the driveway?
Yeah, well, I was doing some work in the front yard, and I noticed that they got a new camper for the back of the pickup, and I didn't think anything unusual. They got a new camper, so they wanted to put their own touch inside of it. I saw them doing some work. Then when they prepared for their trip, I saw them loading the camper.
Now, you're talking about Brian and his parents after he returned home. Is that correct? In a different camper?
Yes.
Okay.
The van is his. His father has a pickup truck, which they purchased a in-bed camper.
Like an attachment camper. And then you say that they packed up that camper, Brian and his mom and dad, and they went camping. Do you know that for sure?
We saw them. I saw them loading it up, and so I assumed they were preparing for, a camping trip with their new camper.
They were gone for the weekend.
Yes.
So how long after he got back, alone in that white van? How long after that was this, when you saw them working on this other camper and getting ready to go away together?
Yeah, I can't remember, the dates.
Week and a half.
Yeah, probably week and a half. I agree with that.
So
yes.
did the police ever talk to you about what you saw, the parents and Brian working on this new camper and then leaving for a few days? Did they ask you about that?
I believe that we did give them that information.
We did tell them that they had gone on a camping trip for 3 days for the weekend.
Did you think there was anything unusual about that?
Well,
after we knew they were missing, after Gabby was missing, when they came to our house on Saturday night a week ago and told us they were working a missing persons case.
Also, which struck me as I spoke to my wife about, is that the parents going on a trip, I can see that, but taking their 23-year-old son in a small camper that's on the back of the truck struck us as odd.
Okay, well, that's very interesting. Thank you both very much for being with us. Charlene and William Guthrie, observing all of this. I'm sure it's very shocking from across the street of the Laundrie home.
It's been a nightmare.
Yeah.
All right, everybody, we're going to switch gears here for just a second on Live Now from Fox. We've got Senator Chuck Schumer making some remarks from the Senate floor. Let's take a listen.
It wasn't long ago that threatening a default on national debt was something you only heard in the fringes of the Republican Party. About 10 years ago, the Republican speaker at the time called the idea, quote, insanity. But today, it's literally the party line, a sad commentary on just how far down the rabbit hole the Republican Party has gone. If my Republican colleagues disagree, they have a simple option. They can vote yes to keep the government open. They can vote yes on suspending the debt limit. It's in their hands. But if Republican votes favor a shutdown and default, the American people will see exactly who's responsible for throwing our country into crisis. On nominations. Now, on the activity happening on the floor today, thanks to the political stunts of a handful of obstructionist Republicans, The Senate is going to spend a lot of extra time today on something that's generally a routine process, confirming uncontroversial but critical nominees to the Department of State and other important agencies. Of all the mandates of the government, there's one that holds importance above all others: keeping the American people safe from all threats, foreign and domestic. To fulfill this responsibility, the President relies on a vast army of dedicated public servants across the government. They are the expert diplomats, undersecretaries, and assistant secretaries whom we rarely hear of in the news, but they play an indispensable role in keeping America safe. Oftentimes, there are quiet heroes. But today, an alarming number of posts essential for our national security remain vacant because a handful of Republicans have decided to hijack the confirmation process and put a hold on not just a few, but on many critical nominees. As a result, today we're going to have to take the long way to move forward with 7 of the nominees currently on hold. We need to get these confirmed as soon as possible. And if the irrational stonewalling of by Republicans of these non-controversial nominees continues, we may need to take this tedious exercise again and a greater magnitude. The Republicans responsible for holding up these confirmations are deliberately making the American people less safe in a vain and futile effort to enhance their own political fortunes. Every single one of these nominees was reported out of committee with bipartisan support. There's no rational basis for their delay. The fleeting gain these Republicans receive will pale in comparison to the damage they're causing to our country. It's not just an issue of a few nominees here and there. This is scores of diplomats and other public servants who are unable to get to work because a few members of this body are holding everything up. It's intentional sabotage of this chamber's operation, and it's going to hurt our government's ability to respond to crises around the world. Imagine if you dial 911, but nobody's been hired to pick up the phone on the other side. That's more or less what these Republicans are doing to many of our diplomats, who are often the first line of defense when an international crisis breaks out. Of course, this chamber, under this leadership, is not going to tolerate a few members who want to muck up the confirmation process to make a scene. It'll just take a little longer to get them done. Maybe nights, maybe weekends. We will focus today on pushing these nominees through for the sake of our national security. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
All right, everybody, wanted to bring you those remarks from Senator Chuck Schumer out there on the Senate floor. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We're going to have more coverage of the Gabby Petito investigation, specifically on the forensic side, when we return. Hi, Mr. Bohannon. This is Regina Gonzalez. Do you mind unmuting your mic and letting me know if you can hear me? Your microphone is muted. Wait. And to everybody who is seeing this commercial break, we are just checking in with our guest here. Can you hear me okay, Mr. Bohannon? All right, perfect. We are going to take you when we come back. All right, everybody, welcome back to Live Now from Fox, 9:15 a.m. here on the East Coast. We are bringing you these live aerials courtesy of Fox 13 Tampa Skyfox over the 25,000-acre wilderness preserve in Venice, Florida, where the search for 23-year-old Brian Laundrie, the fiance of now confirmed dead 22-year-old Gabby Petito, is entering its 5th day. Now, they've been out here for several days, including over the weekend, also Tuesday and Wednesday, and they have had nothing to report at the end of each day. Now, we do know that yesterday we had a dive team called to certain areas. They began searching some of the swamps more excessively. So we're going to continue to keep you updated on any developments that we get regarding this search. We have been joined by our Fox 13 Tampa team this morning, as well as a former FBI special agent, to kind of weigh in on what this is entailing, what resources are being used, and why they have specifically honed in on this one area. Meanwhile, we do know that as of this week, we learned that the remains found in Wyoming over the weekend by the FBI Denver Bureau did end up being that of Gabby Petito's, and the initial manner of death was ruled a homicide. I do want to bring into the conversation a forensic examiner, Art Bohannon, joining us from Tennessee this morning. Good morning, Mr. Bohannon. How are you doing? Thank you so much for being with us.
Good to be here.
Absolutely. Well, Art, I have to ask you, in your profession, as you've watched this case unfold for the last several weeks now, what do you make of this entire situation?
Well, you have a possible suspect gone missing, and you have a victim found dead, ruled a homicide. So you have to put the two and two together to try to figure out what happened and where.
Now, Art, I do want to speak on the forensics of this case right now, because like I just said, we had the manner of death initially ruled a homicide. So can you kind of break down for our viewers the difference between cause of death and manner of death?
Well, let me put it in simple terms of a vehicle accident. You know that we see the accident, that was the cause of the death, but the specific manner of death would be the crushed head, something like that. So you have the two that you have to work through. The cause of death would be the accident, and the manner of death would be the crushed head, or what happened to the body.
Now, if you were walking me through how to do an autopsy of a deceased body, can you kind of explain how the process works? We're actually showing some video from outside of the coroner's office in Wyoming where this examination is taking place.
Well, first you would examine the body completely with the clothes on, or ever how the body was brought in. You use ultraviolet light to look for hairs, fibers, foreign objects, leaves, dirt, anything. You would collect that first with good documentation with photographs and notes. And then you would try to take the clothing off intact instead of cutting it off. If you have to cut the clothing off, you would not cut through a bullet hole or a knife wound. And you have to do a careful step-by-step examination with proper documentation on everything.
Now, Art, I do want to play some video of the area where the remains were found. This is a very deserted area. It's out in the middle of Wyoming near a national park, and time has been of the essence here. We don't necessarily know exactly how long she's been out there. So if the remains were skeletal, what kind of causes of death could be determined? Or what do you think about the condition that the body could have been found in?
Well, since it's a dry climate out there, you'll have some decay, but you have the body starting to mummify. And at that time, you need to do complete x-rays of the body, see if there's any foreign object in the body or in the ground under the body. You would look at each bone by bone, see if there's marks on it as knife wounds or bullet wounds in the bones.
Excuse me, my microphone. As we've spoken to other forensic experts as well, they were talking a lot about a toxicology report. How can a toxicology report play a role in determining how Gabby passed away?
We would need a complete toxicology looking at all the elements and chemicals that might have caused the death or enhanced the death. You'd have to rule, look at each one of them in the combinations. If one or two or more could have caused the death, if that's what it was. But, you're looking at 2 or 3 months down the road to get results back from any toxicology reports.
Now, Art, we saw the FBI officially execute a search warrant on Monday. They pulled out a lot of different, it looked like coolers, boxes of stuff, and they specifically took away that white van that the couple was traveling cross country. And so what do you think that they are going to look for in that white van, and how can that play a role in helping medical examiners?
Well, they're going to look for everything that was in the van, the clothing, any medicine that might be in it, any weapons that might be in it, including knives or hammers, something like that. And they're going to try to find something in the van that caused the death.
Now, Art, we've heard from Gabby Petito's family after it was officially confirmed that this was her body. They said, we do not plan on making any official remarks and addressing this situation until Gabby is home. So is it possible for her body to be returned to her family sooner than later, or will they need to keep it there to continue their examinations?
Now, once the complete examination is over, all the questions are answered that can be answered, then there's no reason why not to release the body.
All right. Well, Art Bohannon, forensic examiner, joining us from the Alcatraz Crime Museum in Tennessee. Is there anything else you want our viewers to know about this case, or anything related to forensic examinations before we send you off?
Now, the examiner, the crime scene takes are important. They must take step by step, and once the body is found, then they must stop and have a good plan of action and use only the best of the best examiners and investigators to proceed with the case.
All right. Well, we thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox and providing us this insight. We hope you have a great rest of your day and hope to chat with you soon.
Thank you. You have a good day too.
You as well, Art. All right, everybody, here is another look at the Fox 13 Tampa Sky Fox flying over the Wilderness Preserve, where the search, the 5th day of searching for Brian Laundrie, is underway out there in Venice, Florida. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. Almost 9:30 a.m. here on the East Coast. We've got Fox 13 Tampa Sky Fox flying around the Venice, Florida area, specifically at the Carlton Reserve, where the 5th day of searching for 23-year-old Brian Laundrie, the fiance of now deceased Gabby Petito, is on. You can see all of the resources and manpower just lined up and right in front of you here in this one shot. It looks like they might be doing a briefing, getting their assignments and their areas. They're all kind of huddled around that one area. If you look to the more right-hand side of your screen, you can also see all of the ATVs lined up. Again, they have executed all resources to do this search. We've seen swamp buggies, canines, drones, again, agencies and officers on four-wheelers, and we did even see a dive team get called in yesterday as they're beginning to search more of the swamp areas and the water out there as well. So we're going to keep bringing you this shot here on Live Now from Fox as we get it. Meanwhile, I do want to touch on the people, the families, the strangers that have been paying tribute to Gabby Petito since we did learn that the body found near Grand Teton National Park was officially confirmed to be hers by the FBI Denver Bureau. Now, I want to start off with this photo right here, and I'm actually going to take off this lower so you can just see the powerful image. We've got Fox News confirming that Gabby Petito's stepfather, Jim Schmidt, visited the exact site where her body was found at the Spread Creek Dispersed Campground in the Bridger Teton National Forest. He placed stones in the shape of a cross and flowers on the site. Now, just to give you a wider view of where her body was found, this is some drone footage that we have from the area. So we do know that as this situation was unfolding, her family kind of dispersed. Her parents were in New York. Her dad at one point came down to Florida to be in the Northport area, and her stepfather, Jim Schmidt, stayed out west as the investigation and search efforts were ongoing out there over the weekend. So again, he did make this tribute out there in stone, a cross with flowers on top right where her body was found. But we've also got people who did not know Gabby feeling the impact of her story. I want to show you some of the video that we've got from Northport, Florida here on Live Now from Fox. People paying tribute. They are bringing teddy bears, photos, and flowers. This specifically is outside of Northport City Hall, and some locals just simply stopped to pay their respects, saying that even though she was not born in Northport, the community still loves her and is thinking of her family at this time. We've also got people doing the same out in Utah, this specific memorial site at the mural where Gabby Petito's last Instagram post was taken. You can see just how happy she was in front of those butterflies. We actually did get word from her family that butterflies were her signature. They were her favorite thing. So just wanted to bring you some of these touching tributes to Gabby Petito here on Live Now from Fox. Again, we did get this photo from Fox News, our team out there, showing the memorial made by her stepfather, Jim Schmidt, where her body was found at the Spread Creek Dispersed Campground in the Bridger Teton National Forest. Meanwhile, everybody, we do still have those aerials of the ongoing search efforts for her fiance, Brian Laundrie, still a person of interest, the only person of interest in this case. We have heard some details that more questioning might be done on the parents, because we've heard from neighbors that they took a camping trip right after Brian came back, and they did tell authorities that this reserve is the last place they knew Brian was going before they never saw or heard from him again since specifically last Tuesday. So many questions surrounding this investigation, legally speaking. So I do want to play for you this next segment from our Fox 13 Tampa team. They spoke with a lawyer kind of breaking down what the deal is here when it comes to Brian's rights, his family's rights, and everything that we've seen thus far.
most pressing legal questions surrounding this case. And Tampa defense attorney Anthony Rickman joins us now live to help us understand the situation a little bit better. Hi there, Anthony. We appreciate your time here. The big question I know so many people have, this business about a person of interest, there's really no suspect who's been named. Why, in your opinion, has Brian Laundrie not been formally named a suspect?
Good evening, Mark. And understand, there's no requirement that law enforcement deem Brian Laundrie a suspect. But in these cases, in these investigations, actions speak louder than words. And we only need to look at the actions of law enforcement to see that Brian Laundrie is indeed a suspect. In this case, we see law enforcement executing search warrants that indicate they believe a felony occurred. We see a nationwide manhunt, local search warrants. We see the state of Florida executing any resource they have to find Brian Laundrie. Although they're not calling him a suspect, it's clear he is a suspect, and he's the only suspect in this case.
Yeah, I was just going to follow up. What do you make of the fact that no other person of interest has been named?
Well, look, Brian Laundrie was with Gabby when they went on this trip. He came back without her. We know that there's a history of violence and abuse while they were on this trip in Wyoming. We know that when he comes back, he leaves and flees, and he's still that to be found. We know there's mysterious text messages that were sent by somebody with access to the phone, and he had access to that phone. Right now, he's the only person with a direct link to Gabby who may know where she is, or right now, the only person we believe may have done something to her.
Yeah, you spent some time working in the state attorney's office years ago. What, in your opinion, do you think, if he is guilty, what do they need to make a case against Laundrie?
They're going to have to prove that he's the one who committed this crime. And in doing so, the first thing they're going to look at is that autopsy that was just conducted. They're going to look to see what caused the death of Gabby. They're going to look to her body to see if there's any forensic evidence, for instance, DNA under her nails. They're going to look to the surrounding area around her body to see if there's any link to Brian Laundrie. Did he drop something? Did he leave something? Did he leave a weapon? They're going to look to the phone records, his conversations with anybody around to see if he said anything incriminating. Ultimately, they're going to argue that his fleeing, his running away, forms some sort of consciousness of guilt. If you didn't do anything wrong, why are you running? Why are you fleeing? They're going to piece together all the evidence to make and build a case if they believe he's the person who committed the crime.
Let's back up to that Northport police press conference about a week ago. And I know we're all used to it in the media, of course. As you know, there's a lot of information that can be held back in an investigation that does not need to be made public early on. But it was curious. The Northport police chief said that there is a lot that they weren't telling us. They did admit that last week. What do you think kind of information that could be?
Well, we learned after this press conference that a search warrant was executed at the home of Brian Laundrie. We also learned that there was a hard drive found in the van that was located at Brian Laundrie's home. We know in that search warrant, it talks about text messages that were received by Gabby's family that they found to be suspicious. We do know that around the time that she was reported missing, they searched the van and they did find evidence within that van. Now, that evidence could be forensic. Could there be blood? Could there be links? Could there be other physical evidence in addition to those text messages that establishes that he had committed the crime and is responsible for her death?
What about Laundrie's parents? I know there's a lot of frustration. A lot of members of the public, investigators have clearly been on record to say there hasn't been much help there. Could his parents, do you think, be charged with anything if there's any proof that he may have helped, they may have helped him at some point?
Absolutely. If law enforcement can establish that his parents, if they did, we don't know what they did, but if law enforcement can establish that his parents in some way hid evidence, concealed evidence, tampered with evidence, then they could be charged. Additionally, we know the FBI was involved in an investigation. We know the FBI came and spoke with the parents. If the parents lied or made false statements to the FBI, they could be charged with that. If the parents intentionally assisted him in fleeing or did something after the fact, they could be an accessory after the fact. So possibly his parents, depending on what they did, could be charged with a crime.
Sure. We have so many more developments likely coming by the day, as we've seen over the last better part of a week and a half. So, Anthony Rickman, an attorney in Tampa, we appreciate your time tonight and your perspective. Tonight, we're also...
All right, that was a great segment from Fox 13 Tampa, answering a lot of questions that the public has had is why has Brian just been named a person of interest? How have they not been able to rule him a suspect yet? As well as other questions that, we've been asking our own experts as well. So huge shout out to our Fox 13 Tampa team for having reporters at the reserve, boots on the ground, and covering all of these different angles when it comes to the case and disappearance and now death of Gabby Petito. Some of of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we're going to head out to Northport, Florida to get an update from Fox's Jonathan Seri. He's going to be bringing us the latest on the twists and turns when it comes to the search for Brian and now the homicide investigation of Gabby Petito. So stay with us, everybody. Some of you are going to see that quick 2-minute commercial break. All right, everybody, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. 9:40 a.m. here on the East Coast, taking a look at the Dow Jones Industrial as stocks have officially started trading, looking good on this Thursday, September 23rd. Wanted to bring you this here because this is what we do. We bring you live, raw, and unfiltered news, front row to everything happening here on our show. It's who we are and what we do. Now, speaking of live, we are about to head back out to Northport, Florida, as we continue to follow every twist and turn when it comes to the Gabby Petito investigation, now a homicide investigation, and the search for her fiance Brian Laundrie entering its 5th day at a Florida wilderness preserve, specifically out there in Venice. I want to bring into the conversation Fox's Jonathan Seri. He has been out there following this from the very beginning. And Jonathan, I hear that we've gotten a new report that the police have officially returned Brian's Ford Mustang, his personal car, back to the home. Is that correct?
Yeah, we saw Brian's mom returning home in a Ford Mustang, and police have confirmed that they have released it from evidence. Now, the car is actually registered to Brian's mom, but he was driving it locally when he returned from his trip out west. He had spent the most time in it, and so police, during their investigation, when they got that search warrant of the home of Brian's parents, where he and Gabby had been living prior to their trip out west, authorities confiscated that car among other evidence, and apparently they're done retrieving evidence from the car. They would not comment on what, if anything, they were able to find and whether it led to any clues in their investigation, only confirming that that Ford Mustang belonging to Brian's mother has been returned to the family, and Brian's mother indeed was seen driving it back to her home, left the car in the driveway, and then got into a truck leaving the property with her husband. Regina?
Now, Jonathan, we're also showing some footage. We were just showing the footage of when the car was removed from the home, but we're also seeing right now the footage of that white van that the couple took on their road trip across country. So as of right now, we know that the van is obviously still in custody. Is that correct?
That's correct. Authorities still holding that as evidence. That was the first piece of evidence that they took into custody. The search warrant of the home and the Ford Mustang didn't occur until earlier this week. They executed the search warrant a day after they discovered Gabby's body on Sunday. But when Brian was reported missing, police, and actually before he was reported missing, when Gabby was reported missing, police immediately turned out to the family's home. The parents would not speak with officers. They would only give the contact information of their attorney, but they did find the van on their property. That van doesn't belong to the Laundries. It actually is registered to Gabby, and so it was easier for them to remove that van from the property without a search warrant of the Laundrie family property. They took that van into evidence, but again, they haven't said what, if anything, they have been able to glean in terms of their investigation. We do know from legal documents filed with Sarasota County Court in a search warrant that they were particularly interested in getting information off of a memory storage device, an external hard drive that was in that van. But again, they haven't said what, if anything, they found on that external drive, Regina.
Wow, very interesting to hear. I do want to ask you, Jonathan, about some new interesting information or claims we really got from neighbors that spoke with Fox News yesterday. What can you tell us about what they said as far as the family taking a camping trip right after Brian returned home from, that road trip, and he returned without Gabby?
Yeah, so on September 1st, Brian reportedly returned to his parents' home without Gabby and driving her white van. But neighbors say that everyone's been acting as if nothing happened, that Brian was out mowing the lawn, that he would go for a bike ride. And then some neighbors across the street say that they saw the parents loading up their camper trailer, towing it with the truck. It's a very small camper trailer, so they thought it was kind of odd that you'd have this couple taking their 23-year-old son on what appeared to be a weekend camping trip, but they left with the camper for several days and then returned. But the neighbors say that it's very strange behavior for a missing persons case where you have this family acting very nonchalantly as if nothing's happened.
Yeah, and that leads exactly into my next question for you, Jonathan. Do we know, you've been out there, boots on the ground. I see you're literally in front of the Northport police station. Do we know of any developments, and maybe will the parents be questioned a little bit more? I know that we've had teams outside of the Laundrie home, and it doesn't seem that they've even left their home. So what do we know about moves being made on the parents right now?
Yeah, everyone's frustrated, especially Gabby's family, that the parents haven't been more cooperative with authorities. From the get-go, they would only refer questions to their attorney when police tried to talk with them. And the first time they broke their silence was Friday of last week, when they called police saying that they wanted to talk to officers, but it was because they wanted to report their son missing. Apparently, they offered very little information on the Gabby Petito investigation. It was all focused on their son, who they say had left their home several days earlier, Tuesday of that week. They said that he was going hiking. He told them he was going hiking in that nature preserve, the Carlton Reserve, and then didn't come back for several days. They went out and they retrieved his car, and it was only after they brought the car, that Mustang, back to their property that they called authorities.
And Jonathan, I do want to show our audience some of the footage that we've got from another day of search efforts underway at that preserve. So yesterday we saw that dive team be called in. So does that mean that we're looking for a body, or does that mean that they just wanted to go and search more swampy areas of this land?
Yeah, it's actually the latter. There's been a lot of rain in this part of Florida, and so the Carlton Reserve, which is already a swamp, is now 75% underwater. And so they have this dive team, and they have a very specialized sonar that they use for large bodies of water. They also have cadaver dogs, but police say this is not the result of any evidence or any tips that they got. It's just part of the overall search. They want a very comprehensive search and just take into account all scenarios. Now, if Brian is indeed in the preserve and if he is indeed still alive, we spoke with an eco guide, an eco tour guide, who said that someone with knowledge could survive almost indefinitely in that reserve, because think of it, there's plenty of fresh water, there's plenty of fish, and if you know what types of wild edibles are safe to eat, with the proper skills, you could survive indefinitely. And so authorities are clearly hoping that he is somewhere in that 25,000 acre reserve, and they have been searching since Saturday, and they continue that search even as we speak.
All right, and Jonathan, I do believe that we just got a live picture from outside of the Laundrie family home. And what has the activity been looking like? Actually, as you just reported, Jonathan, we see that Mustang in the driveway. So what has the activity outside of the home been looking like?
Yeah, well, initially there was a lot of activity. You had the media surrounding the home. You had some protesters around the home. And whenever there were developments, sometimes the protesters would even encroach on the property. Police have since backed everyone off. They're not allowing people to gather on the street, and certainly not on the property. But people are keeping a watch from across the street on private property. Much fewer people in that neighborhood as police are restricting access. You really need to have business in there, and if you're media even, you have to have permission from private property owners to be on their property across the street. So much less activity than when this case was first reported, but everyone is keeping a keen eye on the Laundrie family home. And again, some significant developments today when we saw both of Brian Laundrie's parents leaving the home in their truck, and then the mother driving back in her Ford Mustang, a Ford Mustang that had been taken into evidence because Brian had been driving it extensively since his return to Florida after Gabby disappeared during their trip out west.
Yeah, definitely a new development this morning, and we thank you for bringing this to us here, Jonathan. My last question to you, I know you're busy, I don't want to keep you too long, but how come we have not, it's been days since we've gotten an official press briefing from lawyers, from police. Why is that, and when do you think that we'll hear from authorities next?
Yeah, well, there's been a shift in the investigation. Now that the investigation has taken steam and that a body was found in another state, the FBI is taking a lead. And so initially it was Northport that was leading the investigation. And so we were hearing from their PIO really on an as-needed basis multiple times a day. Now all questions are being referred to the FBI. It's much more centralized, and the FBI is being very tight-lipped about what evidence they have and what evidence they don't have, playing it very cautiously. Also, since a body's been found, Gabby's family, which had been very vocal with the media, giving interviews every day, they, through their attorney, have said, I'm paraphrasing, we need some space to grieve, but once the body is returned to us from the coroner, we'll talk again. And of course, Brian's family has been tight-lipped, both to police, other than reporting their son missing, and certainly to the media, referring all questions to Brian's attorney, who also has been very tight-lipped throughout this investigation, Regina.
All right, well, Fox's Jonathan Sari out there in Northport, Florida with us live and with a new development this Thursday morning. We thank you so much for your time here on Live Now from Fox. We really appreciate you and your team's efforts out there.
Anytime.
All right, everybody, here is the full look outside of the Laundrie family home this Thursday morning. Again, we were just hearing from Fox's Jonathan Sari out there giving us another development in this case. We saw the Laundrie family car. It was initially reported as Brian's personal car, but then Jonathan did just tell us that it was actually the family car that Brian was using when he returned to Florida without Gabby. So you can see it in the driveway there, but this is actually the video that we brought to you the other day when it was officially being towed away once the FBI conducted that raid. They executed the search warrant, declared the house a crime scene. So big difference to this morning where, again, you can see it parked in the driveway. Jonathan saying that the family, the parents specifically, left the home and the mom returned with the Ford Mustang. So new development for you here on Live Now from Fox. As promised, we are bringing you all the new information we get regarding this case. Again, everybody, my name is Regina Gonzalez with you from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub. I will be signing off. Rain Augustine will be joining you for the next hour before we pass things off to our Live Now from Fox headquarters team in Phoenix, Arizona. Be sure to stay with us throughout the entire day as we bring you new developments on this case as well as other breaking and live news. I will see you guys tomorrow. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day.
我们要维护公约和巴黎协定的主渠道地位，尊重各国在气候变化问题上同等的发言权。安理会不宜也不能替代国际社会集体决策。第二，要确保发达国家切实履行国际义务和承诺。 发达国家对气候变化负有历史责任。无论在哪个平台上，无论从哪个角度讨论气候变化问题，都不能忘记这一基本事实。发达国家不能只把眼睛盯着别人，必须采取切实有效的行动，承担率先大幅减排义务，更早实现净零乃至负碳排放，同时兑现气候融资承诺，尽快填补2020年前每年1000亿美元的资金缺口，明确2021年至2025年的时间表、路线图，制定2025年后新的集体量化资金目标。在这方面，我们已经听了很多国家的强烈的呼吁，也听到了联合国秘书长的强烈的呼吁。我们希望能听到来自发达国家的积极的回应。做到这一点，也是早日实现全球整体净零排放的关键。国际社会不仅要呼吁，而且要建立监督机制，确保发达国家的相关承诺能落实到位。第三，要在可持续发展进程中应对气候变化挑战。气候变化是人类不可持续发展模式的产物，只有在可持续发展的框架内加以统筹，才可能得到根本解决。各国要把应对气候变化纳入国家发展的整体规划，与消除贫困、促进就业、保障健康、推广清洁能源等有机地结合，提升应对气候变化的韧性。有关冲突国家减缓适应气候变化的能力相对薄弱，安理会可以在国别议题下关注气候变化带来的风险，根据实际情况动员国际社会加大投入，支持联合国专门机构帮助有关冲突国家更好地应对挑战。需要指出的是，安理会议程上的国家并非全部是由于气候变化而陷入战乱，安理会也不具备应对气候变化的必要专门知识、机制和手段，应避免不加区分地将气候因素作为所有问题的重点，甚至列入联合国维和行动的授权，从而防止安理会有效履行职责，也防止不必要的工作重叠。主席先生，作为世界上最大的发展中国家，中国始终是全球气候治理的贡献者，全球生态文明建设的引领者。我们也是巴黎协定落实的行动派。中国国家主席习近平9月21日在第76届联大一般性辩论中宣布，中国将大力支持发展中国家能源绿色低碳发展，不再新建境外煤电项目。这是继习主席去年宣布中国力争2030年前实现碳达峰，2060年前实现碳中和后，中国为应对全球气候变化自主采取的又一重要举措，也是中国为促进全球绿色复苏主动做出的又一积极贡献，展示了构建与自然生态 生命共同体的坚定决心和实际行动。中国对全球应对气候变化努力的支持是可持续的，是可靠的，是实实在在的。下个月，生物多样性公约第15次缔约方大会将在中国云南昆明举办。中国愿以此为契机，与世界各国携手努力，为全球环境治理做出新的贡献，共同建设清洁美丽的地球家园。我谢谢你，主席先生。
I thank the representative of China for his statement. There are no more names inscribed on the list of speakers. Before closing, I would like to thank once again all of the distinguished participants who joined us today. And then again, in particular, my thanks to the Secretary General Gutierrez for being with us for the entirety of the meeting. We appreciate his commitment and interest. I would also like to thank the member states and regional groups which have so far submitted written statements on the subject of today's discussions. Statements that are received by the end of today will form part of the compilation of statements from this meeting, and we look forward to receiving more. The meeting is adjourned.
All right, everyone, you're streaming live now from Fox, taking a live now look. It looks as though this meeting on peace is just now wrapping up, specifically the council meeting on peace and climate security from the United Nations General Assembly. And if you're just now joining us, good morning, everyone. Thank you all so much for streaming live now from Fox. My name is Rain Augustine, and this is your source for raw and unfiltered, non-stop news. We are closely following the Gabby Petito case. Her death has been ruled a homicide, and the search is intensifying for her former boyfriend, Brian Laundrie, who is the only person of interest in her death. I do want to bring you all this live now look. We're taking a look from outside of the Laundrie family home. Now, this was actually the very site of a very heavy police presence on Wednesday. Earlier this week, the FBI exhausted a search warrant at this home to collect evidence that may provide clues in the ongoing case. Investigators are now looking into what role Brian Laundrie's family, his parents specifically, may have played as the case now shifts to a homicide investigation. Now, if you need some background information on this story, although this story is gaining national attention, some people may be just now catching up. So the couple had been on a cross-country van trek, but only Laundrie returned back on September 1st. Gabby's body was later found near Grand Teton National Park in Wyoming. The preliminary autopsy reports ruled that her death was again a homicide, and residents near her hometown say that they're still in disbelief and shock over her death. All morning long, we've been bringing you all in-depth coverage. We've been having live conversations with reporters who are in the ground there in Florida as the search operation continues. We've also had live conversations with people who are very familiar with these kinds of investigations. So I will send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break, and when we return, I want to play a segment out for you all by our very own Andrew Kraft. He actually caught up with a former FBI agent, and they're breaking down the case, giving us all of the details that we know so far.
Stacey Aruda. Stacey, so good of you to join us to kind of go into what exactly happens now because the search there in Florida at that nature preserve for Brian Laundrie has concluded for the night. They'll be back there tomorrow. What do you expect going into tomorrow?
Well, Andrew, they're going to continue to search for Mr. Laundrie in the preserve.
What exactly do you think they would be looking for particularly? Because they were there all day today. We know this is, 25,000 acres of this huge expanse of natural land. Much of it is very marshy and very swampy. We know one of their vehicles was recovered there. And so, as a former agent yourself, we've been showing the pictures of the command center there at the park. What are they looking for? How many people are on the ground? Kind of give us your sense of, if they get a lead, what do they do with it?
So how this works is as the leads are called in, they have agents around the country, depending upon where the lead is at, run that lead down. But for what's going on in Northport, I believe that I read that there was at least 50 law enforcement officers searching the preserve. But they're looking for him. They're looking for evidence that he's been there. And they'll continue to look through the preserve until they've exhausted their resources or they find him, or another lead comes in and they find him someplace else. Because as we know from what has transpired today, it's now a criminal investigation. They verified that the body was that of Gabby, but they also determined the cause of death to be homicide. So it is now a criminal investigation.
Stacey, what do you make of the fact that the FBI is still referring to Brian Laundrie as just a person of interest? Is that protocol or is that strategic? Are they doing that? They don't want to kind of give away their cards right away?
Well, the FBI traditionally is very close-lipped. They neither confirm nor deny an investigation is taking place, but in this situation, with all the press coverage and the fact that we were involved with the police, that it is out in the open that the FBI is involved. But you're going to get just what the FBI wants you to get, off of the Twitter updates. If there is a press conference, you'll get whatever you get, and they probably won't take questions.
Yeah, and of course, speaking of press conferences, we know just late last night that one that was scheduled today by the Laundrie family attorney was canceled. It was supposed to take place in New York, and it was canceled in part because they had talked with the FBI. And so you kind of have to wonder, if the FBI maybe talked them out of it, or if their lawyers talked them out of it. What did you make of that cancellation today?
I can't speak to what the strategy is on this investigation because I'm not involved. But like I said, usually the FBI is extremely close-lipped about what they're doing. There's a strategy behind how they conduct an investigation. Really, that's all I can say on that.
No, I totally understand. Obviously, you're not, intimately involved with the details of this ongoing investigation, but maybe in ones that you have been intimately involved in the past, there's really no timetable, is there? I mean, this could go on for days, weeks, or months until they get that right lead. Isn't that right?
Well, if you wanna rewind back a number of years, look how long the FBI looked for Eric Rudolph in the woods in North Carolina.
And that's right. Can you remind our viewers just who Eric Rudolph was? I mean, that was a very important manhunt.
Eric Rudolph bombed a number of abortion clinics and also was responsible for the Olympic bombing in '96, I believe.
And typically, manhunts, for those of us, who may follow them on, TV or in the movies, they are so precise. And like you mentioned, they are also tight-lipped on the people who are conducting the manhunt because, if you give out information, that could kind of jeopardize the investigation itself, isn't it right? You want to get it when it's right and when it's hot.
Absolutely. and there are a number of people involved. It's more than just the Denver field office of the FBI. It's the Tampa office of the FBI, the Sarasota resident agency, and any other parts of the country where leads have been, disseminated out for them to run them down. So it's a much larger investigation than it appears on TV.
And Stacey, just last question for you, and I'm sure we'll be speaking to you again. From ones that you've covered in the past, does this have any hallmarks? Does anything about this case stand out or make it different to something you might have looked into as we go into these next couple of days?
Well, this case from the very beginning was a little different than, I don't want to call it a regular investigation because every investigation is different, but just the activity that took place in the beginning when Mr. Laundrie returned back home and, had an attorney before anybody even ever talked to him, and his parents not talking to anybody. It's just, the whole situation is very strange.
Indeed it is. Stacey Arruda, thank you for coming on Live Now from Fox to offer some insight into how these investigations operate and are conducted. We'll speak to you again. We'll be covering this throughout the night here, and to join us right now is retired.
All right, a huge thank you to Andrew Kraft, catching up with that former FBI agent, bringing us up to speed when it comes to the Gabby Petito case. And right now, as we speak, search teams are on the ground in the Colton Reserve area of Florida as they continue the search for Gabby Petito's fiance, Brian Laundrie. Petito and Laundrie went on a cross-country trip together to visit national parks out west. He came back to his parents' home in Northport, Florida, alone without Gabby on September 1st. Now, Petito's family reported her missing days later, and her body was found in Wyoming last Sunday. Laundrie, who is a person of interest in the case, has since vanished, and officials are now searching the Colton Reserve, as you see here, in hopes of finding him. And this is something that we are staying on top of right here on Live Now from Fox. Every hour we are bringing you the latest information that we have from resources that we have across the country. All right, I do want to switch gears momentarily and bring you all a live event that we are getting to our desk. This coming from Pennsylvania. Governor Tom Wolf is joining legislative leaders to discuss gun violence in Pennsylvania and remind communities and organizations that state funding is available until October 1st, grants and technical assistance to address the community violence that they're seeing. Let's go ahead and listen into this live right here on Live Now from Fox.
This is something that's happening all across the state, but it is not indiscriminate. It is discriminate in its impact. According to the CDC, Black Pennsylvanians are 3 times as likely as white Pennsylvanians to die as a result of a firearm-related incident. And data also shows that shootings just here in Philadelphia have been disproportionately clustered within some of the city's most disadvantaged neighborhoods. Unfortunately, again, the preliminary data for 2021 shows that gun violence continues to rise, again, all across the state. In the first 8 months of 2021, almost as many people have been shot in Philadelphia as were shot in all of 2019. And our communities are all paying the price for that violence, again, including right here in this neighborhood, where you grew up, Senator Hughes. We cannot overstate how painful and damaging gun violence is to our communities. The fear and the stress and the grief that gun violence leaves in its wake hurts every member of every community affected, every parent, every friend, every child, every neighbor. The Commonwealth must do more to prevent gun violence. We need to do more to keep communities safe. We need to do more to stop the trauma of violence from blighting the future of our children, our families, all of us. The executive order I signed in 2019 also created a special counsel on gun violence to study gun violence and make recommendations for how the Commonwealth can reduce it. The council issued a report in March of 2020, and based on its recommendations, the Commonwealth has prioritized funding for evidence-informed violence intervention and prevention programs, like including safe corridors and safe passages, street outreach and violence interruption, referrals to partner agencies to meet participants' basic needs, comprehensive reentry programs, social and emotional skill development, trauma-informed approaches to support victims and survivors of violence, and much more. My administration has provided millions of dollars to support evidence-informed programs like these over the past several years. But as the Senator pointed out, this budget has produced even more money. We put another $30 million toward violence prevention. This crucial funding increase was only possible because of the strong support of all of the lawmakers here today. All of them. And this is really important. This $30 million investment we made in violence prevention in the June budget allowed PCCD, the Pennsylvania Commission on Crime and Delinquency, to award another $5.6 million to high-quality applicants for the May Violence Prevention Grant opportunity, including, as Sean is going to point out, I'm sure more than $220,000 a grant to the Greater Philadelphia YMCA. And right now, PCCD has another open grant opportunity for another $24 million in funding for effective violence intervention and prevention programs. The grant window is open till October 15th, and community-based organizations, institutions of higher education, local municipalities, district attorneys, and counties are all eligible to apply. October 15th is the deadline. So again, I am proud to stand with these lawmakers to demonstrate Pennsylvania's commitment to reducing and preventing gun violence. This is one thing that we can do. It's only one thing we can do among many, but it's an important thing that we can do. Change is possible. We have to have change. But it's going to take all of us working together to chart a different course than the one we've been on. Thank you, and now I'm going to turn it back to Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, Governor. And again, the message is that there is money available, and neighborhood-based organizations, community-based organizations should be in the business of aggressively applying for these resources. Some of the just announced recipients are here with us today. The Blackwell Cultural Alliance is here. They were a previous recipient. Frontline Dads is here, and if you can raise your hand, Blackwell Cultural Alliance, Frontline Dads is here. Community of Compassion, CDC, is right there. And we're going to call off some more of these recipients because we want to continue to further the message of neighborhood community-based organizations make an application, applying, and that they can and have been and will be responded to, and making sure that those applications reach the appropriate quality, they will get funded. I would like to bring now someone who has been a champion in this area for many, many years, fighting this fight to reduce violence in our communities, State Representative Donna Bullock, who's also the chair of the Pennsylvania Legislative Black Caucus. Chair Bullock.
Thank you, Senator Hughes, and thank you, Governor Wolf, for your remarks. So on Sunday, September 12th, I got a few phone calls from neighbors about shooting or gunfire at a local playground just a block from my home. And as children were playing on a Sunday afternoon, they had to duck from these bullets instead of playing duck, duck, goose. The following Monday morning at 6 a.m., gunfire again erupted through my neighborhood as parents were preparing their children for the start of the school week. And then on Wednesday, the same week, I get an email from my son's school, my 10-year-old son, that there was a shooting around the corner at the local high school and his school was on a shutdown. Then on Friday, I decided I was going to take him to school and pick him up just to avoid any incident, just to keep him safe. And we decided to stop for pizza on the way home, and as we made it to our block, we encountered police tape. And my son remarked that this was the first time he actually saw the police finishing their work at a crime scene, and he saw the yellow number triangles on the sidewalk marking several bullets that had rang through our block and neighboring block, hitting homes and cars and 2 people who were wounded and taken to the hospital. This is 1 week. 1 week that is not unfamiliar to many parents here in Philadelphia, that is not unfamiliar to many of us who get up every day to go to work, who get up every day to take our children to school, and like many parents who pray a prayer that none of those bullets hit close to home. It is too normal. And I failed to mention the nights that we went to sleep and heard gunshots, not knowing if anybody was wounded by those shots, not knowing what the story would be when we wake up in the morning, because it's so normal that the gunshots are just crickets to us. It's part of our normal day of life. I say this because as the chair of the Pennsylvania Legislative Black Caucus and as the House Representative, Democratic House Representative on the School Safety and Security Committee, I have a responsibility, not just as a legislator, but as a mother, to make sure that we are distributing resources in a way that gets to the communities and gets to the organizations that I know are equipped and prepared to address those issues, that are equipped and prepared to make me feel a little safer about my son's walk to school each morning. The frontline dads that I know can help us secure safe ways and pathways on the way to school. The churches and the YMCAs that are providing after-school programs and other outlets for young people. They need these resources. And I have an obligation as a legislator and as a mother to make sure we get those resources there effectively and efficiently and as quickly as possible. Because we've already said that gun violence is a public health crisis, but we also know it's an emergency. And that emergency requires an emergent response. And so in my role, I sat on this committee over the last few years, and particularly this summer after we approved the $30 million, and said, how do we make this process easier and quicker for organizations that I know can do the work and don't have time to sit here and do an application? Don't have time to be messing around with e-contracts, Governor. How do we make this process easier? And so we simplified the process and used a more simpler way to engage community organizations so they can get that application in as soon as possible, because I knew it was urgent and we needed to have a quick response. And so as the governor mentioned and Senator Hughes mentioned, I need you. I need the organizations in our communities to apply for this fund. I need you. Every parent needs you to apply for these funds right away because it's an emergency. As a parent, I need you to do this work. I need to make sure I have the resources there for you because my sons need you there on the front lines doing the work that is important to keep our communities safe, to keep our children safe. That is the work that we've been doing this summer, and I want to continue to encourage and underline and underscore everything that was said by the governor and the senator. We heard the statistics, but sometimes, as the senator mentioned, we've all been touched by personal stories, and sometimes those stories need to be heard. And there's another thing I did because, you know, I got a chance to sit on the committee. The deadline is October 15th, and that's my birthday. So give me a birthday present and make sure you apply for these funds. It's so necessary. It's so important. And while this is good news, Senator, it is good news for a bad situation. But we want to do everything we can. That's why we're here today. And I want to thank the senator for raising these issues and being an advocate as our Senate chair in appropriations, and making sure that not only these dollars, but the $60 million in the past has gotten there to keep our schools safe. And we'll continue to put the resources in the communities, in our schools, so that we can provide the kind of programs we know will address the root causes of gun violence. But we also need to do something else, Senator. We need to encourage our colleagues to spend the money. Spend the money, Governor. Billions with a B. Billions of federal dollars that came into our Commonwealth and is sitting in a so-called rainy day fund while it is raining bullets in our community. We need to spend those dollars on education, on job training and resources, and all of the other programs and support services that our communities need to get out of this crisis as well as the pandemic. Thank you again, Governor. Thank you, Senator, and my colleagues for being here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as everyone comes up to speak, we want to again emphasize the website, pccd.pa.gov, pccd.pa.gov, and you can make that application. We're encouraging groups like some of our previous recipients who just got awarded, I believe it was last week, Chair Bullock, the 100 Black Men of Philadelphia were successfully applied. Caring People Alliance successfully applied. The Anti-Violence Partnership of Philadelphia successfully applied. EMIR, Every Murder is Real, Healing Center, applied. And we'll call off more to make sure that we understand that these neighborhood organizations got into this fight for these resources and successfully applied and were awarded. We want to make sure people apply. pccd.pa.gov. One of the successful applicants / recipients is the Greater Philadelphia YMCA. The CEO, Sean Elliott, we're in a basketball court. We all know a Sean Elliott that played in the NBA. He ain't this one, all right? He ain't this one. But he got the money, so come on up, Sean.
Thank you, Senator. And I do play basketball. I'd be happy to show you on the other side of the screen. The Y is affected by the violence. As a convener of community, we're not immune to it. And we've lost staff, we've lost members, we've lost participants. It's affected our youth that we serve. I had the unfortunate opportunity to represent the Y at a funeral of a young man named Sharif. He was
all right, guys, the
employee
time
at
is
our,
now
Christian
10:30
Street
a.m. here on
branch.
the East Coast.
And he was a lifeguard.
Taking a live now listen from Pennsylvania. We're listening in as Governor Tom Wolf, as well as other city leaders, address gun violence prevention measures that they are taking there in the city. We may revisit that live event here on Live Now from Fox. However, we are covering the Gabby Petito case. We're hitting it every 15 minutes, bringing you all the latest developments that we know as far as it goes. So let's go ahead and take a look at these aerials that we received to our desk. We're taking a look over Colton Reserve. What we know now, a team of 10 divers and 60 officers from multiple agencies are focusing on the 25,000-acre wildlife reserve. This is in Sarasota County, Florida. Earlier this week, the FBI executed a search warrant at the home to collect evidence that may provide clues in the ongoing case. Investigators are now looking into what role Brian Laundrie's parents may have played as the case now shifts to a homicide investigation. Now, we do know that this case is causing a lot of twists and turns. Investigators and authorities are using every possible resource to find Brian Laundrie, as he is the only person of interest in this case. So a little bit earlier in the show, I actually had the opportunity to catch up with a body language expert, and he's analyzing that very famous traffic stop that we are seeing across the country. He says that there may be some clues in that very traffic stop. So I'm going to send some of you off to a commercial break. And when we come back, I'll replay that interview for you all in full right here on Live Now from Fox. on the East Coast. My name is Rain Augustine, and thank you all so much for continuing to choose Live Now from Fox as your source for nonstop news. In this hour, we are going to continue our in-depth coverage of the Gabby Petito case. Right now, we know that investigators are still searching for 22-year-old Brian Laundrie, Gabby's fiance, who has been reported missing. He's also been named a person of interest in the case. Now, we do know that when it comes to these kind of investigations, authorities and investigators use so many different forms of intelligence, body language being one. So I would like to welcome to the conversation Greg Hartley, body language expert. Greg, thank you so much for joining us. And if you don't mind, I want to dive straight into it. Let's revisit the body camera footage from the very first time we witnessed police pull over Mr. Laundrie and Gabby Petito. And I'm going to play it out for you all, our viewers, and for Mr. Hartley. And I'm going to pause and play it so we can kind of analyze it in real time. Sound good?
Perfect.
Perfect. All right. So this is the body camera footage from when police officers first pulled Gabby and Brian Laundrie over. Let's go ahead and play this out in full.
Driver is showing some obscure driving, possibly intoxicated. Currently doing 45 miles an hour. Zone through here is 25. Oh! Subject just hit the curb. Correction, speed limit is 15. I'm about 3/4 of a mile into the arches, just before the gate. You want to place your vehicle into park and go ahead and turn it off for me?
Yeah, sure.
No, park?
Oh, it is in park, yeah.
Okay, turn off your engine. Go ahead and set your keys on the dash for me, all right? What's your guys' names?
Gabby. I'm Brian.
Gabby, Brian? Okay. What's going on? How come you're crying?
I'm just sorry. We've just been fighting this morning. Some personal issues. It was a long day. We were camping yesterday, and camping got the stuff, flies and stuff. I'm sorry I hit the bump there. I was distracting him from driving. I'm sorry.
Can I get you to step out of the vehicle for me, ma'am?
All right, Greg, let's go ahead and pause it right here. So we witnessed police noticing some erratic driving. They pulled Brian Laundrie and Gabby Petito over. Whenever the officer approaches the vehicle, we see some brief interaction, some initial interaction between the two. What's the first thing that you noticed?
Yeah, the first thing I notice is fight or flight in these two people, which is normal. If you've ever been pulled over by a police officer, your initial reaction is going to be to try to make the officer happy. You're going to try to placate whatever he wants. You always give him an excuse for why things happen. They all do. All of my highway patrol friends say sorry is the #1 word they hear from folks. And what's happening is we are wired in a way that we get fight or flight. That means our respiration increases, our blink rate increases, and those officers can tell that. And you notice with both of them that they both apologize. They're both afraid that there's a problem. I appreciate you playing this from the beginning because most people assume that they were pulled over from a domestic violence charge, and that's not the case. They thought it was maybe erratic and drunk driving. But this first part is fairly normal, and he notices she's crying, so he's going to immediately move in and assume that something else is going on and try to slow that as well. You'll see it.
I was distracting him from driving. I'm sorry.
All right, let's go ahead and continue to play out this footage. I believe next the police officer is going to ask her to step out the car so we can really get a close-up look as to what her body language is displaying.
Can I get you to step out of the vehicle for me, ma'am?
Yeah.
Just hang tight right there. Do you mind if I take your keys and just put them on your hood?
You got it, buddy. I'm so
Thank
sorry.
you. Oh, no, you're fine. I'm going to go ahead and close your door, okay? Why don't you come over here? SO229. I have the female that was on the passenger seat separated from the male. Keys are on the hood. You want to tell me what's going on?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just some days I have really bad OCD, and I was just cleaning when he's straightening up back of the van before, and I was apologizing to him and saying, I'm sorry that I'm so mean, because sometimes I have OCD and sometimes I just get really frustrated. Not like mean towards him. I just like, I guess my vibe is like I am like in a bad mood. And I was just saying, I'm sorry if I'm in a bad mood. I've just been really stressed. I had so much work I was doing on my computer this morning.
What do you do for a living?
Well, I used to work at an organic juice bar, but I just hit my job.
Okay.
I was a nutritionist. That's
Oh,
what that
okay.
was my
That's
job.
cool.
And I just
So, Greg, one of the very first things I noticed is their verbal tone whenever the police officer asked them to step out of the car. It's almost like they were trying very hard to give the presentation that they were comfortable.
For sure. And that's human nature. What we're trying to do is to placate that officer, because the last thing we want is any engagement or anything to go further. Whether it's a traffic violation or something else, you can hear her voice lilt at the end. She goes, sure. And so they're trying to be normal. You're right. There's something going on in here. A couple of things to notice in her body language. She crosses her abdomen, and that's a primary barrier for trying to get more space. This is pretty normal. She's been pulled over by a police officer. She's not sure what's coming. And a lot of folks are going to point to the domestic violence piece of this and say they're indicators. And let's talk for a second about that part. But a woman will cross her abdomen as a primary blocker or as a primary barrier. Men will put their hands in front of their groin, kind of a move called a fig leaf. And those are primary sex organs we're guarding, and that's just a DNA thing. Our brain is trying to protect the species. But she does one thing that's interesting for me that shows volatility in their relationship. If you listen to her, she's crying kind of wildly until she talks about things.
because I just saw the lights come on and it was recorded like
And so when that becomes normal, that makes me think that it's normal for them to have some volatility in their relationship. And as I said in our presentation of this on the behavior panel in the very end, I could not see this ending well. That was before I knew there was a body.
So it offers some insight into the nature of their personal relationship.
Well, from what I can see here, and we're talking body language only, what I see here is volatility. I mean, I can see a guy who could probably be a hothead and that kind of thing. And, you know, women who've been in domestic abuse situations will see things that I don't see clearly. But I see him interacting with the police normally, like what I would expect, not normally, you know, barriering, closing up. I see her open, normal, but I can hear in that issue of her talking about emotional issues in a very flat tone and non-emotional issues very emotionally, that there's been a lot going on. I would expect there's escalation. You know, I was a 20-year soldier. I saw a lot of young soldiers in bad relationships, meaning bad choices. And there's never okay to hit each other. Never. If you're watching this and somebody's hitting you or you're hitting somebody, stop that now. That never ends well. And when you're dealing with young people who have a hotter kind of personality and that rises, it never can end well.
All right, let's go ahead and continue to watch the body camera footage.
because I just saw the lights come on and it was recorded as like you're an idiot. Like, you know.
But did you grab the steering wheel and like
No.
swerve or anything like
No.
that?
I didn't touch the steering wheel at all.
I'm going to go ahead and close this door again. Do you have enough air back here, or do you want me to kick it up some more?
Do you have any water?
I will see if I can find some.
Okay, no worries. Thank you.
No problem.
So now we're going to
happen to have any water, would you? Can I get a bottle?
Did you already give a statement for this officer? I've got this gentleman here. Yeah. This gentleman noticed that you had some marks on your neck. Yeah. And she's got some marks on her too. We're just trying to figure out what all happened. And I know you probably already told your story. This officer is probably going to be the one handling the whole case. Do you want to listen to what he has to say? And yeah, and then you tell him what happened. So, if you don't mind.
Start at the beginning for me.
Start at the beginning. Well, I don't want to go too far back, but we've been in Beyond Land for the past week or so, traveling around, and the flies here are like pretty intense. So the flies have definitely been getting to her, and then my feet are dirty and everything. So I think that our little squabble started because we were hanging out at the coffee shop, and when we got back to the van, there was some dirt and stuff in the van, and I moved our food around. It was a little disorganized, so she gets a little.
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Do you need any water?
That's okay.
It's hot out here.
I was down. We were going to get water because we ran out, but it's okay. No, it's alright. I don't like plastic bottles. It's okay. Thank you, though. But we just had a little disagreement there. And the disagreement was just that she was getting a little worked up, and I was saying, no, it's okay, thank you so much.
As long as it's cool, that's good.
So it was just more of a disagreement, and I just wanted to.
What was the disagreement about?
It was. I wouldn't even call it disagreement. It was just that I'm dirty, and I can't change being dirty. Like I got dirty feet, I got sand on my flip-flops and stuff like that. It was that we were at the coffee shop for so long because we were there from 9 to 3. So yeah, there's a few little things, little relationships. I don't know if you're in a relationship, but I'm sure
I've been married for over 5 years now. So.
There's a lot of little things. Right?
Yeah, I can go.
And I get it. We weren't physical before the point where I said, all right, let's just take a breather and like walk away for a minute. I'll lock the van up and I'll go for a walk this way, and you can go walk that way on the block. You know, there's that what is it called, Moonflower?
Right,
yeah. Nice areas. You can go either way. It's all shaded. So let's go for a little walk and breathe. We'll come back. We're happy with it. I'm not upset with her. She got worked up, and she had her phone in her hand and her keys and everything. And she wanted, not her keys, her rings, her phone. And I was holding on to the keys because I didn't want to go anywhere. And my big fear is, I don't have my phone. I don't have my phone. So she goes off without me. I'm on my own. So I was saying, let's just go for a walk, and she was trying to get the keys for me, so I was just going, just wait back up, and that's when she hit me.
All right, Greg, so I'm not the expert here, but this is the first few moments of when police began to question Brian Laundrie after they asked him to step out of the vehicle. And I noticed a few things. Number one, he's not really taking any accountability. And also, he seems very confident.
So there are a couple of things. Number one, we see him standing openly until he's threatened. When they talk about the investigating officer and he turns to face him, notice he crosses his arms and closes his hands, and he starts to mill his hands then. He does the fig leaf we just talked about when we were talking to the young lady. But you see him barriering then. That means I need space. And then he starts to talk as if everything's okay. He's just answering questions. The red flag here for me that tells me there's volatility in this, now I don't know, has he been an abuser in the past, but there's volatility, is you hear him minimize, we got physical. That's passive voice, and it's we. It's not I got physical, she got physical. He doesn't point to her as being the domestic abuser or him as being the domestic abuser. So it's sharing blame and spreading it out. That's a red flag for me. But it also later, he offers to go to jail for her. I mean, there's all kinds of crazy things that happen in this video.
So I'm sure we could talk about this for a very long time and have a really in-depth analysis. We know that investigators are continuing their search. They're still looking for Mr. Laundrie. I'll pull up a timeline of the disappearance just so our viewers can stay up to date. What are you looking for as a body language expert? What will you be paying attention to as we get more details on this case?
Well, I'd love to see them actually interview him. I think his hyper-compliance may go away when they put pressure on him, because he's hyper-compliant in these videos when they start to put pressure. I think the guy, if he gets interrogated, will probably ball up, get emotional, and confess. I would imagine we'll see that, but I'd love to see his actual interrogation video, assuming that happens. I'll watch when they take him into custody, assuming that happens.
All right, Greg Hartley, body language expert. All right, that was the latest from body language expert Greg Hartley, offering some in-depth analysis to that now infamous traffic stop where we witnessed Gabby Petito and her then boyfriend Brian Laundrie. First time that we witnessed their interaction with police. And that body language expert saying that that very scene offers a lot of insight into a possible volatile nature of their relationship. So we're continuing to follow this, staying on top of this. However, we are getting a few live events come to our desks. So some of you will see a 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we'll bring you all out to Washington, D.C. There, House Democrats are holding a news conference on Medicare.
Why are we letting the wealthiest industry in the world do this? And we have a real-world example, just as we heard from Congressman Welch. The U.S. government just invested heavily in vaccine development, negotiated the price, negotiation works, and it works well. The time is right now, and I want everyone who hears this to understand this. It's the next few weeks. This is what's going to matter. It will determine if we finally take on drug companies' greed. If we finally allow for real negotiations for a fair price to lower the cost of medications for everyone on Medicare. with private insurance or uninsured, and to create a system that rewards true innovation, giving patients and their families real hope for a healthier future. And as you've heard, people of all political persuasions need this help now. This is an utterly bipartisan issue, and nearly 9 out of 10 voters want Congress to act to address high drug prices and to do it this year. Congress needs to act now. We cannot afford to put millions of lives on the line for another day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to thank all of the speakers today and say that their testimonies were tremendously important. I will be submitting them to the congressional record, the official history of our country, and the report, because I think the arguments are accurate, they're strong, they're meaningful, and they should bring change. I also want to thank the staff of the COR committee, which has worked really 2 years on this report, documenting the information that we're displaying today with accurate facts. So I now would open it up for any questions, and I ask my friends and colleagues to join me in answering them. Are there any questions? Yes. Can you identify yourself, please?
Hi, I'm Alice with Politico.
Uh-huh.
I wanted to ask you said this report...
Can you take your mask off to ask questions? Because we really can't hear you when you have it on.
You said this report was helpful in making the case for passing H.R. 3. Have you had conversations with the folks who voted no in committee citing this report to make that case?
This has been an extremely busy week. I've had conversations with one of them, and I'll continue having conversations. But the most important conversation is with the American people. We all support or represent people, and we have to take this message out that this unfair pricing is hurting them, the consumer, the most, and our overall health care. I think that government is always a process of pushing forward. I personally would like to continue with our investigations and our hearings on the high cost of prescription drugs until the policies are changed.
And so I take that to mean you're hoping this report helps build public
Absolutely,
pressure?
absolutely, and helps inform people. These are documents, internal documents, that show that the companies that claim that they need to charge so much for innovation, they're not spending it on research and innovation. They're spending it on stock buyouts and payments to executives. That's what their documents show. So that their main argument is not the truth. And then it shows that we are being penalized. We are the ones paying for the research and bringing it to the world market, yet they are not hindered. And I think they're right. They should be able to negotiate for lower prices. We're the only country that is not hindered by that law. Therefore, they target raising prices on American taxpayers and constituents, and it's unfair, it's wrong, it's unsustainable.
And relatedly, amid talks of bringing down the top line number for the overall package, does that put more pressure on passing this policy so that other things don't have to get cut back?
Well, that is in the committee of my good friend Frank Pallone, who is the expert on the internal negotiations that are taking place. I'm going to yield to him, and he's here to answer those questions.
We're working very hard to make sure that negotiated prices legislation is part of the final bill, right, that the House and the Senate adopts. And I do believe that every member wants to see.
No, we are moving closing some of the discussions that we have had on the legislation to honor the President of the United States' vision for our country, to build back better. And you probably have an announcement, or shortly will, that the Budget Committee is going to be marking up the bill in a timely fashion, in time for us to send it to the Rules Committee for consideration. To that end, a very important part of all of this are the pay-fors, how we want to build back better in a way that is fiscally sound. This morning, we met with the chairs of the committee, Chairman Wyden and Chairman Neal, along with representatives of the White House. It was a great honor for me to welcome the Secretary of the Treasury, a person I have long admired, and to have the benefit of her wisdom and judgment in the discussions that we had. And Leader Schumer and I were a part of a discussion that he will report on. Mr. Schumer.
Thank you. First, I would note, before just telling you exactly what happened, that Brooklyn is 2/3 of this podium.
Exactly.
Okay. So I'm just...
But the Secretary has a connection to California, University of California, Berkeley.
Fort Hamilton High School, James Madison High School. Okay. I have a brief sentence, and that is that the White House, the House, and the Senate have reached agreement on a framework that will pay for any final negotiated agreement. So the revenue side of this, we have an agreement on. Okay? Thank you. It's a framework, an agreement of a framework. Okay? Thanks.
That means we're proceeding, that we've made great progress and we're proceeding. Yeah, no, but we now went further because there were some specifics. We are in a situation of lamb eat lamb. There's so many good provisions. What is affordable and what is effective and what gets the best results as soon as possible. So we made great progress this morning because it's in the writing. You know, you hear everybody coming out and talking about one thing or another, but we are writing legislation. And when you're writing legislation, you have to be specific. And this what took us a long way to a framework. Now, again, we always socialize what we're doing and see among some things what works better and what our actual needs will be. We'll get more estimates as to how much money comes in on certain things, but we know that we can cover the proposals that the president has put forth to build back better, his vision for our country, well beyond the BIF, the budget, what are we calling it, bipartisan infrastructure framework. I'm very excited about this. And again, it's all good. We had appropriations, a saying in appropriations, it's lamb eat lamb. But let me just tell you that, as you know, this week we passed legislation to keep government open and lift the debt ceiling to remove all doubt that the full faith and credit of the United States of America is not in question, as the Constitution of the United States says. The Congress has taken up a tradition of having to vote on that. There's some doubt as to whether that should be the case, but in the here and now, we put forth a proposal. The Senate, the House Republicans voted against keeping government open, which we need to do by September 30th, and voted against honoring the full faith and credit of the United States of America. It's quite appalling because when Republican presidents were there, we always had bipartisan support for that. We sent that bill over to the Senate. Depending on what happens there, we will keep government open by September 30th, which is our date, and continue the conversation about the debt ceiling. Even but not for long, because any discussion even cast doubt. And when that happened before, when the Republicans threatened not to support the full faith and credit, when President Obama was president, even the doubt that they cast lowered our credit rating. It's not good for our country, for our families, and it has an impact on the global economy. So whatever it is, we will have a CR that passes both houses by September 30th. And that is, we're very pleased that in that same legislation, which the Republicans rejected, we had our assistance for the natural disasters affecting some of their own regions, which they voted against. But again, necessary to immediately meet the needs of the American people in time of disaster, as well as the legislation, the appropriations for Afghan evacuees to further welcome them to our country, meet their needs, and to do so in a timely fashion. We've gotten such a tremendous response from areas affected by Hurricane Ida, which is the focus of this legislation, to say, Ida struck, and you already are putting forth funding to make our communities come as close to whole as possible. Very grateful. Again, when we talk about the debt ceiling, we're not talking about future spending. It's important to note this is to pay the incurred cost. Last year, Democrats and Republicans together incurred costs for COVID that need to be paid for. This is a credit card bill that we owe. Under President Trump, only 3% of the debts, of the costs that we're dealing, only 3% have occurred under the Biden administration. This is largely under the Trump administration. And again, Democratic or Republican president, we have to lift the debt ceiling. So when Trump was president, he increased the debt by $7.8 trillion. Now, we take participation in the COVID expenses, but not the tax scam that added at least $2 trillion to the national debt. So again, we've done it before. We've worked in a bipartisan way. It's always been bipartisan, and that's how we want to keep it. Again, it would cost 6 million jobs, wipe out $15 trillion in household wealth, nearly doubling the unemployment rate to 9%, and increase borrowing costs for all Americans. It would be a catastrophe, and that's, don't take it from me. But let me just quote Mitch McConnell when this came up during the Trump years. Mitch McConnell said the following. He said, Mitch McConnell stated that not supporting a debt limit suspension, okay, and this is what he said, ensures that Congress will not throw this kind of unnecessary wrench into the gear of our job growth and thriving economy. When Trump was president, they didn't want to throw a wrench, unnecessary wrench, into the gear of our job growth. Today, he's threatening to do just that. We urge him to stop holding the debt and the economy. Today, he's threatening to do just that. We urge him to stop holding the debt and the economy hostage. Again, also on the floor today, we'll be doing NDAA, strengthening our security, honoring our service members, upholding our values. And today, we'll have legislation on the security interests that we have in the Middle East by putting additional funding for the Iron Dome. It's a defensive system. It's part of the Memorandum of Understanding and negotiated in 2016, and it will strengthen that support. So, again, we stand united on a bipartisan, bicameral basis for Israel's security, which is vital for American security. Again, we pray for every innocent life that is lost in the conflict on any side of these arguments. Tomorrow, led by Congresswoman Chu, we're passing the Women's Health Protection Act. This is a very exciting day for some of us in the Congress of the United States. We've long been supporters of Roe v. Wade. We haven't been able to codify it because we never had a Democratic pro-choice majority with a Democratic president. And now we do. And now we do. Every woman everywhere has a constitutional right to basic reproductive health, yet for years that has been questioned by some. And so, do you know about the Texas law and the rest of that? I don't have to go into the reason why we have to do this, but the Texas law goes beyond a discussion of a woman's right to choose. It's about vigilantes and bounty hunters and something that is so un-American, and it has evoked a response. Okay, it's unconstitutional and unjust. Okay, and then yesterday, this is probably why you're all here today, Leader Schumer and I met with the president about Build Back Better legislation, and it is so exciting. It's going to do so much for our country. One of the biggest middle-class tax cuts for families ever, creating millions of good-paying jobs, unleashing the full power of women in the workplace. Again, when women succeed, America succeeds. That's what we say. And that's with, now, if you're a woman in the workplace, this bill's for you, even for some dads. child care, child tax credit to help pay the bills, universal pre-K, home health care, not necessary for a child, could be for a person with disabilities or a senior in the home who needs personal attention, family and medical leave, paid family and medical leave. So it's just, again, unleashing the power of women in the workplace in a way that has never been done before in our country. It's historic, it's transformative. And when COVID struck, more than 4 million women had to withdraw from the workplace because they didn't have child care, or they couldn't afford child care, or the schools were not open, so that they had to stay home. And some dads too, so it's not just about women, but overwhelmingly it is. So it is addressing some of that. We knew this problem existed, but COVID made it even more apparent. Hence, we will be going down a path that enables women to do what they're doing. Age courageous. You've heard me say it before. It's Latin. Do what you're doing. That they're at work. They can give their full attention without worrying. We always think of our families and our children, but worrying minute by minute as to whether their children are safely cared for. What I'm excited about in the bill that is coming up too is what it does for the environment. This is transformational. I use that word about women in the workplace. It's transformational. The president has established some goals for protecting the environment and saving the planet, and this legislation does just that in a way, as we were honored by the Secretary of the Treasury and the leader of the Senate earlier, that is paid for. So it's pretty exciting. We have plans that are not punitive to those or their achievement, but we do want everyone to pay their fair share, and in doing so, help build our economy better with women in the workplace. So that's pretty exciting for us. Yesterday, I had the privilege of welcoming two heads of state, Boris Johnson. Maybe some of you were at that presentation with Boris Johnson, Prime Minister Johnson, and then later in the day, in the morning, same morning, with Prime Minister Scott Morrison of Australia. Why I bring it up in association with climate is that they were so exuberant about the urgency of addressing the climate issues. Of course, we thanked the Prime Minister of UK for hosting COP26. I just had the privilege of doing that at 10 Downing over the weekend when I was at the G7 heads of parliament, and to see what was happening there in preparation for the COP26. But then he made a presentation to our bipartisan leadership of his priorities, and strongly talking about what the UK was doing in terms of climate. And the Prime Minister of Australia, Morrison, he was saying we're not only addressing the Paris Accords, our slogan is we meet it and we beat it. And so they're leading the way, and that's what we all have to do, is meet our emissions responsibility and our financial responsibility to other countries, so that when we leave COP26, having fulfilled our obligations to the Paris Accords, and then to go further. It's a health issue for our children, clean air, clean water. It's a jobs issue for our country, green technologies, being preeminent in the world on those. It's a security issue because security experts tell us that migrations and the rest, rising sea levels, thermal management of the planet, drying up of rivers, encroachment of deserts, the list goes on. You know what they are, I think. That is cause for competition and conflict over habitat and resources, so it's a security issue. Health, jobs, security, and of course a moral issue if you believe, as I do, that this is God's creation and we have a moral obligation to be good stewards. But even if you don't share that view, we all agree that we have a responsibility to our children, grandchildren, future generations to hand off the planet in a very responsible way. So a lot going on. from a woman's right to choose to preserving the planet, and central focus now on getting the job done that we're on a path to do. The President has given us a path for a better future for our country, a fairness and a justice, whether it's economic or environmental justice or whatever. I'm so proud of our members working it, writing the bills, having their own discussions about it all. Now, but the President put us on a course. We intend to stay the course and pass both of these bills as soon as possible. Any questions? Yeah, I probably should reward people who come here most, and then we'll go to others.
Could you please elaborate on what Senator Schumer just said? He said that you have reached an agreement on a framework. Negotiated settlement. Does that mean House Democrats and progressives and moderates have agreed on tax rates, how much this bill will cost, and a price tag?
No, what we said was the House, the Senate, and the White House came to an agreement on how we can go forward in a way to pay for this. I don't know how you define some of the terms you use loosely there, but overwhelmingly, our New Dem coalition, which a long segment of our moderates and represented us at the meeting yesterday, have been very strong on child tax credit, extending the Affordable Care Act subsidies and the rest. The list goes on. Though we have consensus in overwhelmingly, maybe 10 to 1, 20 to 1 in our caucus as to these priorities, a higher percentage in the Senate. But we wanted to make sure that it was paid for. And I'm a pay-go person. Pay as you go. Sometimes I have a little disagreement in my caucus with some who just don't necessarily think we should do that, but I do. And we came to terms as to a framework of an array of agreements that we have, depending on what the need is. Now, at the same time, we're finalizing on the outlay side. So if we need more, we need less, that will impact the choices we make there. But this was great progress, not in terms of, it's just that it's writing bills, and it takes time, and you have to make decisions, and that's what we did.
Can you settle on overall price tag?
No, we didn't talk about that. This is not about price tag. This is about what's in the bill. What's in the bill? For children, what's in the bill? Universal pre-K, child care, child tax credit, family and medical leave for their families, protecting the planet for them. It's about specific legislation. How much does that cost? How do we pay for it? It's about the climate issues, as I ended on that, on the climate issues in terms of using the tax code to stimulate the business aspects of this to meet the emissions goals. And that's part of how we make some decisions in there. Does this use of the tax cut help meet the president's emission goals that we have as a nation? So it's not about a price tag or anything. It's about values, not dollars. And when we come to agreement on what people are for, or what they would cut if they want to do less, what would you cut? But our goal is to have a very specific priorities clearly presented with as close as possible results as possible. And I'm very, very proud of the work of our members on that score. Yes, Chad?
Thank you for taking the question. You had the Treasury Secretary here. I suspect you've been talking about the debt ceiling. You've expressed concern there. It seems as though every time we get so close to the debt ceiling, we hear all of these horror stories about the foremen of the apocalypse and locusts and everything.
It is that, yeah.
But why would we think that wouldn't happen this time? I know the position of the Republicans, the public position, but why would we not think that this is going to be different this time?
Well, because, again, public sentiment is everything. The Republicans, yesterday, they voted to shut down government and not honor the full faith and credit of the United States of America. shutting down government at the same time as rejecting assistance for their own constituents who were affected by Hurricane Ida. Again, we'll keep government open. We'll have the votes to do that, and then we'll go to the Senate again. But the full faith and credit is a national debate. It's a national debate, and why should it be that we as Democrats always come to the rescue when it's a Republican president? And we're not coming to the rescue of the president. We're coming to the rescue of our economy, of families and the interest they pay on loans and their job security and the rest of that. That's the debate that we have to have. And we must succeed. And so, again, hopefully, with your messaging this on Fox News, you will get a lot of people writing into their people and saying, let's not renege on the national debt. It's about paying. You know, the former president was famous for not paying his bills, and they want to do that again. But we cannot let them do that and jeopardize our economy. Yes, ma'am.
How do you guarantee that there won't be a shutdown, especially if
Excuse me?
How do you guarantee there won't be a shutdown, especially if Republicans end up blocking this bill in its current form?
Well, we put this bill together in a very bipartisan way. And then when we added the debt ceiling is when they said, you know, because Rosa DeLauro, our chairwoman, she very respectfully, I'm appropriator, so we have a certain culture of bipartisanship or finding solutions there. And it's a very bipartisan bill underneath the debt ceiling, so we don't think it will really be any problem to pass the legislation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah.
With the announcement of this framework, are you confident that you have enough support within your own party to move forward with a vote on Monday?
We take it one day at a time. But I'm confident that we will pass both bills. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Speaker, I just wanted to ask you about the Women's Health Care Protection Act. The Archdiocese of San Francisco and the Archbishop of San Francisco warns that the bill is nothing more than a child sacrifice, and he calls on Catholics to fast and pray to defeat this bill. You're Catholic. Your reaction?
Yeah, I'm Catholic. I come from a pro-life family, not active in that regard, different in their view of a woman's right to choose than I am. In my right to choose, I have 5 children in 6 years and 1 week. And I keep saying to people who say things like that, when you have 5 children in 6 days, 6 years and 1 day, we can talk about what business is of any of us to tell anyone else to do. For us, it was a complete and total blessing, which we enjoy every day of our lives. But it's none of our business how other people choose the size and timing of their families. The Archbishop of the city of that area of San Francisco, and I have a disagreement about who should decide this. I believe that God has given us a free will to honor our responsibilities.
Madam Speaker.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Are you saying?
Just want to remind everyone we've been listening in here. This is part of Nancy Pelosi's weekly press briefing. We're going to continue to listen into that, but some of our viewers are going to be headed off into a quick break. Again, live now from Fox, going to be right here live on Unfiltered on top of stories happening across the country. Going to send some of you out on a break, but we'll be listening into Speaker Pelosi when you return.
That's the number that the President and the Senate sent us. We marked up to that. And now we'll go to the next step. But I think we're in a very good place. I've always been very calm about this because it's like it always happens the same way. All this bluster and this and that and who's there and who's there. But at the end of the day, we will be unified for the American people. And we couldn't be better led than by Joe Biden and his vision for America's working families so that we have fairness in our economy and justice in our environment as well as in our economy in every other way, and that we open the door for women to succeed in the workplace. So take one day at a time. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, is the prescription drug bill part of this?
All right, so Speaker Pelosi wrapping things up. Some of our viewers are off on a break, but again, some of her highlights throughout her briefing today emphasized not only the tax cuts, but also on women's reproductive rights. Of course, there's been a lot of controversy surrounding that with some of the new laws that the state of Texas has put in place. So as a Democrat, she's obviously been pushing for those laws to be changed to gear towards women choosing what they would like to happen with their own reproductive organs. So what we're going to do is continue to have important conversations of all these top stories happening across the country. I do want to remind everyone we are staying on top of the Gabby Petito case, because we do know that the search has been continuing on down in the state of Florida. Here's some fresh video from just earlier this morning. Our chopper over those search efforts taking place at the Carlton Natural Reserve. And once more, Brian Laundrie still at this point missing. So we are continuing to look for him here in this 25,000 acre area, because this is the last location that Brian's parents had told authorities he was visiting. So we'll have much more coming up here on Brian Laundrie in just a moment. We are taking a look again over the Carlton Reserve, where the search has continued for Brian Laundrie. Again, this now entering the 5th day after the search was taking place over the weekend. A brief pause happened on Monday when it came to the FBI's search of the Laundrie family home. Now, since that time, we do know that the Laundrie parents have brought back one of the pieces that the FBI has taken away. So the Mustang car that was involved with Brian's, now I'm going to say disappearance, as he is unknown where his location exactly is. But that was the vehicle his parents said he had driven out here to the Carlton Reserve in Florida, where they said he was going to go hiking for the day. When he didn't return home, they went out to the reserve, saw the car was still parked there, left it there for Brian to drive home. And when he then again didn't return home on that following day, that's when his parents drove back to the reserve, got the Mustang and took it back home. Now, they did not alert authorities that Brian had been missing until they came to their door on Friday. That's when they had alerted authorities that Brian had left on Tuesday to go for a hike and had not returned. So the search has been continuing here on this Sarasota County swampland, and they are trying to find the one person who may know what happened to Gabby Petito. So we have federal, state, and local officials all searching for any signs here that could lead to Brian's whereabouts. This is a live look over just some of those outer edges of the Carlton Reserve. So again, her death has been ruled a homicide. So Northport Police says they're back here once again on Thursday searching for him. They haven't revealed why they continue to search in this massive preserve other than to say he's still missing, and that's where his parents said he last went. So once more back at their home in Northport, Brian's parents did return home Thursday morning with the Ford Mustang that authorities had towed away for processing this week. So Fox News did confirm that, and Roberta Laundrie was seen exiting the Mustang, heading back into a truck driven by her husband Chris, and left the property. So the search does include a lot of different resources. We've been pointing this out all week long. They've been using scent sniffing dogs, swamp buggies. They've been using drones, ATVs. They've been using airboats, and now even divers. We saw them be requested, and they arrived on location just yesterday afternoon. And Laundrie's parents, again, didn't report him missing until Friday, telling police he'd driven to the reserve 3 days prior and hadn't come back home. They also told police they had found his Mustang and decided to bring it home. So far, 4 exhausting days in this dense, swampy 25,000-acre park has so far turned up nothing. So meanwhile, there's been some more stories that have been circulating. Laundrie's neighbors were saying, sharing some details about the behavior that they found strange in days after Brian had returned home. So days after they had returned home, they said from Wyoming, they said they didn't know Gabby was reported missing. And they had told Fox that the Laundries appeared to have taken a weekend camping trip with their son in the family's new camper. And that was then days later that Gabby's missing persons report had been filed after calls and texts to Brian and his parents continued to go unanswered. So an autopsy was conducted on Tuesday to rule Gabby's death was that indeed a homicide, but official report has yet to be released, and it will hopefully shed some more light on the exact cause of death. We're going to be breaking down that report, talking about the importance of our medical examiners, the death investigators in a case like this with an expert after we go into a quick 2-minute break. So we'll have more to come here on Live Now from Fox after we return again after a quick break here. So much more to come after this. A lot of questions still surround the Gabby Petito case, especially after Tuesday's autopsy not only confirmed the body found in Wyoming was that of the missing 22-year-old, but also that her death has now been ruled a homicide. We're bringing in Dr. Antoinette Vicks. She is with Purdue Global University. She's an instructor for criminal justice program. And Antoinette, let's just start with some of your background, because you have had some experience with what these investigators are doing at this time.
Yes, good morning. So absolutely. So my experience is that of a medical legal death investigator. We are usually under the employ of either a coroner's office or a medical examiner's office, and our entire purpose is that separate from the police department, where we don't focus on who actually committed a crime. Our focus is that of the individual, the deceased individual. So we are going out on the crime scene and we are taking pictures. We are looking at the body. We're looking for any evidence that someone did something to that person, or whether or not this person did something to themselves. So whether that be looking for signs of a struggle, or if there are any injuries or signs of trauma to that individual's body. Once we take our pictures and we assess all of that information that we see, whether it be from the crime scene or from the body itself, then we come back to the office, we write our reports, and that information in conjunction with the physical findings, the histology and the toxicology all go together to help render that cause and manner of death.
And you mentioned you've been one of those people who've had to go out to these scenes. So obviously there was a big search underway in Grand Teton National Park when she had been declared missing. How important is it that investigators did thoroughly search that area? I'm going to play some video too of that area, but how important is it that they made sure to leave the body when they first found it before taking it away to conduct that autopsy?
Okay. Absolutely. That is extreme. That's probably one of the most crucial points in the investigation. Whenever a deceased individual is found, police officers know, investigators know, they don't touch the body. They don't do anything, especially if there's no obvious signs of life. They immediately will call the coroner's office or the medical examiner's office and have one of us come out to that, at that point, take over the scene, because that individual now belongs to, they're the property of the medical examiner's office. So that is a very crucial part of the investigation.
And we said, you know, the death ruled a homicide. So let's talk about some of the things that examiners are going to really take a close look at when they were performing and conducting the autopsy. What could have led them to some of those results?
Absolutely. So homicide just merely means that someone did something to the other person. It's not the same as a murder. So a homicide doesn't necessarily mean intent. And so some of the things that bring in an individual back to the morgue and during the autopsy, we're looking for signs of a struggle. Do they have any defense wounds? Once we open the body up, we're usually better able to tell if they've been strangled, or if any trauma has been inflicted upon that person. It's usually relatively obvious to see. However, we also will wait for the histology and toxicology reports to come back, because that can also help to paint that picture as well.
And kind of explain what that report is and what it really would tell those examiners.
Absolutely. The toxicology and histology reports, or the autopsy report?
Yeah, all of the above.
Sure. So the autopsy report is, once you bring an individual into the morgue, we are taking very detailed inventory of that individual. We're taking pictures as they were brought in from the scene before they're unclothed, so in their original state. Then we take pictures of all of the clothes that are taken off of those individuals, and we're looking for any evidence, whether it be transfer of hair or things from the scene that may have gotten onto the individual's clothing. The fingernails are going to be scraped, and that's taken for evidence in case that needs to be sent off for DNA. And then once the person is undressed, then we get them cleaned up and take what we consider to be clean pictures. And this is of the individual with no clothing on. And it's going to show any marks, any bruises, any abnormalities, deformities, any of that is going to be prevalent. And all of those pictures are taken with the case number associated with that individual. So when the forensic pathologist does their autopsy report, they're doing the autopsy report starting from when that individual came to the medical examiner's or coroner's office and until they've taken the very last organ out of that individual. Because even when the organs are taken out, they're taken out one at a time and they're going to be dissected. And some of the pieces of those organs are taken and they're placed in cassettes that are used for histology. Histology is sent off, and histology just means that they're testing to see, are there any abnormalities or diseases or anything in those organs that could also contribute or have contributed to that person's demise. The toxicology is taken, it's usually blood from specific areas. If the person is too badly decomposed and there's no blood available, then we will take tissue, usually from the femoral meat area, usually in the thigh area. We'll take tissue from that, that's sent off. Usually vitreous, which is the eye fluid, is also taken, and that's sent off for testing to see, are there any drugs or any substances in that individual's system that would have also contributed to their demise. So once all of that information is gathered, and that usually takes a couple of weeks for the histology and toxicology to come back. But once all of that information is gathered in conjunction with the findings from the autopsy as well as from the scene, then they're able to render a cause and manner of death. So homicide in this case just means that there was evidence during that autopsy that whatever they found, it was not something she could have inflicted on herself. So she may have been strangled. There may have been signs that she was beaten. There are a number of evidentiary findings that they could have seen that told them that this was not something she did to herself.
And I know, obviously, some of those findings will help kind of investigators in their case. How often is that the matter where you see and document all of this evidence and it really does help investigators be able to push forward with their investigation?
Oh, it happens a lot because, to be honest, most of the criminal investigators, whether that be the police detectives or FBI or whomever they rely heavily on the reports that are given by the medical examiner's office, but that also is dependent upon everything being conducted like it should be in the beginning. So as long as there is no chance that anyone on the initial crime scene did anything that could have contaminated the evidence or did anything such as moving her from her original position or something along those lines, then absolutely all of that evidence can be used by those investigators to help them make the determination. But often we work very closely with law enforcement of all agencies to help them determine whether or not they're looking for someone that committed a crime or whether or not this was a natural death or something accidental and no one did anything to the individual.
And obviously with the search for Brian Laundrie, he's been the only person of interest named in this case. How important is timing? I know that this isn't necessarily what you used to do, but again, this is the last person who could have seen her alive. Obviously, they would have a lot of questions that they'd want to ask him.
Absolutely, and that does go in alignment with what a medical legal death investigator would do because we are right alongside the police department. One thing a lot of people confuse is they think we work for the police department. The medical examiner office or the coroner's office, depending on the state that you're in, they work alongside. We work in conjunction with, but not for, any policing agency. And so when the police are questioning individuals, whether it be witnesses, whether it be suspects, a lot of times the medical examiner's office does have a representative like myself, an investigator right there, because we need that information as well. So the last known alive time, what was she doing? Where were you? And all of those circumstances are very important. And that's a very important aspect of that death investigation process.
And finally, I just want to ask you anything you think of note when it comes to the Gabby Petito case. We still have a lot of questions that are unanswered at this time. The full report still hasn't been released on that autopsy. Do you think that they will be giving that out to the public anytime this week into next week, or are they going to hold it in their own hands to continue keeping it close to their investigation?
Well, I'm not really sure about Wyoming, but I do know that a lot of times in the high profile cases, you are able to put a rush on the toxicology and histology reports, because a lot of times that will make the final determination in how a case is ruled. One other thing that is very important to understand is, because she's been missing for so long, and she was outside, you need to take into consideration what stage of decomposition she was in, and then any animal activity that has taken place. Now, with her being outside and in a forest, then it is highly probable that them making that final determination may be a little more difficult, because she was outside and she was exposed to the elements. And then again, all of the animal activity that has taken place from the time that she was there until the time that she was found.
Yeah, and obviously there's still so many questions even after all these other results come through with that autopsy. So we do appreciate some of the insight you've been giving us here today. Dr. Antoinette Vicks, again, here with us with Purdue University Global. We appreciate all the insight you've helped provide here today.
Absolutely, anytime. Thank you.
And for our viewers here with us, just want to let you know we will continue to stay on top of this case here as the search for Brian continues. We are going to step away for a quick commercial break. When we come back, more stories across the country, again, when we return. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. So we appreciate all of our viewers who are here with us, and do want to let you know we will continue to keep an eye on any more developments coming from Florida. Just again, one more look at some of that video from earlier here today, as again, investigators are yet once more searching through 25,000 acres of this swampy area for Brian Laundrie. So that search entering now into the 5th day. Just speaking with that expert who, again, is an instructor for criminal justice at Purdue University Global. Her name was Dr. Antoinette Vicks. She was saying, obviously, medical death investigators play a huge part in this investigation, and their sole focus is to what happened to that individual, 100% focus on the cause of their death. So again, that autopsy report did confirm that the body found on Sunday in Wyoming was Gabby Petito, and now we'll just be waiting to learn even more from that autopsy once more of their tests and results do also conclude. But we'll be staying on top of this story here for you, not only throughout the day, but until there is more resolved here in this case. Again, at this time, Brian Laundrie believed to be somewhere here in this 25,000 acre nature preserve, as again, they are still asking for public help. A lot of people have been coming forward saying they've seen the couple at different locations back when they were doing their trip. So every little piece that has come forward continues to help investigators piece together the story of exactly what happened. And again, investigators saying, if you do know anything about Brian Laundrie, know of his whereabouts, see him anywhere, they are looking for him. He's a 5'8" white male with weighing about 160 pounds, and they do ask you to call 1-800-CALL-FBI. So, of course, we'll stay on top of this story here for you. Again, if there's more developments, we'll continue to bring them to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But we're going to continue also to give you some of these other press conferences that have been happening across our country. Going to take us out to Capitol Hill. We just heard from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. She's a Democrat from California. Well, we have now the Republican from California, our minority leader, Representative Kevin McCarthy, holding his weekly press conference. Let's go jump into that here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning, all. Good to see you. You know, in the past 8 months, we have heard many compare the Biden administration and presidency to Jimmy Carter days. The crisis after crisis continue to unfold under the Biden watch. I now realize that comparison is an actual insult to Jimmy Carter. We aren't even to a year in this presidency, and President Biden has put this country in a constant state of crisis, day after day. We cannot and will not forget President Biden abandoning Americans through his disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. It's not just Americans that he abandoned. As we sat with the countries of United Kingdom and Australia yesterday, they too have their own citizens abandoned in Afghanistan based upon the decision by this presidency. His reckless exit ended up claiming the lives of 13 of our service members. And innocent civilians, including children, were while he abandoned our own citizens in a Taliban stronghold and left behind billions of dollars worth of U.S. equipment, some of it even larger than our own NATO partners now have. American families are paying historically high prices for everyday goods, and their families, primarily the working class, will continue to bear the burden of rising costs for possibly the next several years. And as our small and local businesses look to regain their footing from the pandemic, they are faced with a government-caused labor shortage, forcing service disruptions. And this past weekend, we saw the starkest inflection point in President Biden and Vice President Harris' ongoing border crisis. Over 10,000 Haitian migrants crossing the border and setting up camp under a bridge outside of Del Rio, Texas. Their journey is a direct result of the Biden-Harris agenda that wants to grant them amnesty and a lifetime of government benefits. While women and children faced 100-degree weather, shortage of food and water, the administration's response remained non-existent. Where is the border czar? Vice President Harris. Tomorrow will mark the 6th month since she was appointed to this role. And in that time, the situation at the border has only continued to deteriorate. Over 1.2 million migrants have been apprehended since Biden and Harris took office. Under her control of the border, 970,000 with this border czar. For the last 2 consecutive months, illegal migrant encounters hit more than 200,000. How does that play in history? It's a 20-year high. 4,752 pounds of fentanyl seized since April. So if you're a city on the border, you think that's far away. That fentanyl comes to every element and every city in America. Congressional Democrats on Capitol Hill have been just as disconnected from reality. They're intent on making these problems much worse. Instead of addressing the concerns hurting our economy, stability, they are moving ahead with passing a massive $3.5 trillion spending bill, along with another trillion added upon that. Raise taxes, harm the middle class, and increase the inflation they have already created, shutting businesses, all while handling tax breaks to the rich. Democrats control every lever of the federal government, but they are acting like powerless bystanders. With a lame duck speaker who's more concerned about her last European tour and getting a $200 million earmark for her own district, instead of bringing Americans home from Afghanistan, putting the border in a secure position to save this country, and creating an economy that can continue to grow instead of harming it. America cannot continue down this path. We need a Biden-Harris administration and congressional Democrats to fix the nation's problems as opposed to worsening them than the ones that they have already created. I continue to listen to the Democrats on the other side of the aisle. Never before did I think I'd see an administration leave Americans behind. Never before did I think I would see the Democratic Party literally pull out funding for Israel because they couldn't even pass it. For defense of an Iron Dome. Every single Democrat voted no in the concept of bringing that back. It is a different time and place in our nation. I've never seen a majority party fail time and again and put this country further in debt by not even being able to pass their own funding bills, but only harming the small businesses that are just now getting out of a pandemic. With that, let's open it up for questions.
Leader McCarthy?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you encouraging your members and grouping your members against the bipartisan infrastructure bill?
You know, I don't view it as a bipartisan bill any longer, where the Democrats have now made it one over $5 trillion bill, one without the other. It only harmed the nation even more. I'm voting no.
What about your members? Do you encourage them to vote no, too?
Yes, I do. Yes, ma'am.
Can I follow up on that question?
Sure.
Mr. McCarthy? A lot of the things in this bipartisan infrastructure bill are things that your members have backed in the past and are popular at home. What's your message to constituents, even in your district, who could get millions of dollars of money for roads or broadband?
No, you get, because you don't get millions of dollars for roads and broadbands. What you get is $5 trillion of more inflation. You get a bigger socialist, big government. You get a harm to our economy. And from the whole perspective of the roads being built, we had a bill that went forward that had the opportunity to build more roads, less money, have the reforms to get it done, and you didn't have to have the Green New Deal. Yes, sir.
Leader McCarthy, the January 6th Select Committee has said that they could issue subpoenas as soon as this week. If you're among the group who is subpoenaed either for your information or for an interview, how will you respond to that subpoena, and are you advising your fellow members of Congress that could face subpoenas as to how they should respond?
You know, I haven't received any subpoena, but it just goes to show this is more about politics than anything else. There's only 2 questions that this committee should actually be looked upon. Why was the Capitol left so ill-prepared, and how can we make sure that this never happens again? But that's not what they're focused on. Yes, ma'am.
On the debt ceiling, Republicans do not want to help Democrats raise the debt ceiling. You guys voted against the CR that the debt ceiling was suspended in. it looks like Democrats it's going to be a process for them to get this $3.5 trillion reconciliation bill through, which is the argument for how they should raise the debt ceiling on their own. So the debt ceiling needs to be done by mid-October. How are Republicans not responsible for, a financial crisis caused by not raising the debt ceiling if Democrats aren't able to do it on their own by mid-October?
Because it's perfect, because they can't. Democrats control the White House, the Senate, and the House. They want to raise $5 trillion and spend in the next month. You have a maxed out credit card, and they want to get a new limit to go max out another one. In reconciliation, within the Senate, they have the ability to carve out just for a debt ceiling to vote. They have a hard time doing that on their own because it may harm them in raising all that money. But they are in the majority. They control what comes to the floor. So they have wasted all this time. The only people that will get any blame for this is the Democrats and their management. We've watched crisis after crisis, from the border to Afghanistan to now putting our debt into crisis. Why would they move a bill that they know not pass? And they even took out the Iron Dome funding in it to try to get their most liberal people to vote for it. They know it's not going anywhere in the Senate, so why did they waste that time? Why didn't they take the time to wall off the reconciliation with the debt ceiling, pass it in the House, and pass it in the Senate, so people in America would not be harmed? Because they cannot manage. That's the only answer to the question, yes.
Americans are going to
follow up on that. The Treasury Secretary was just here
Mhm.
with the Speaker and Leader Chamber. Can you talk a little bit more about your conversations with her last week? And at this point, is there anything that can change your mind about supporting a debt limit suspension or increase?
I'm not going to increase a debt limit to spend another $5 trillion in the next month when we have inflation and small businesses being hurt. That's not the place for it. The Democrats control the House, the Senate, and the White House. The Democrats have a mechanism already in place to use reconciliation to pass it with a simple majority of the members in the Senate. If they want to raise and spend another $5 trillion, that's what they need to do. They understand that. But what they're doing is causing havoc for the country and others. I've worked with our Secretary of Treasury when she was with the Fed when we raised the debt ceiling before. I do not see why the Democrats are making more problems with the economy simply from the fact that they're not managing. Why did the Speaker spend her time in Europe when she knew this was coming forward? Why do they only have us back here for 2 weeks when they know this challenge is before us? Why do they make it to the last minute to make it harder for our economy and others? It's all a mismanagement on their part. They control the floor, they control the Senate, they control the White House. If they want another $5 trillion of spending, they need to raise the debt ceiling.
What you conveyed to the Secretary?
Very clearly, yes. Secretary and I had a very good discussion. We've been through this before. I was the majority whip when we passed it the other time. My conversation with her, take Mitch McConnell at his word. Stop playing political games with this. Don't take us down this path. Start working your reconciliation. Don't waste another week like they wasted this week with a CR that was not going anywhere. They knew it. She knew it on the phone as well. Yes, ma'am.
The federal deficit through the first 11 months of this fiscal year was $2.7 trillion, and the federal debt is now over $28 trillion. Will President Biden or Speaker Pelosi ever balance the budget?
Not if they continue to add another $5 trillion. Our GDP is about 23. You've got a real challenge. Every great society has collapsed where they've overextended themselves. And this is exactly the path that the Democrats have put us on. The inflation that they have created with their spending when first coming into office continues to contribute to this and the harm that it'll cause to business and growth and for future generations of Americans. They're putting it as a path that deals a great deal of amount of damage. I remember listening to a number of years ago on the Joint Chiefs of Staff said our greatest threat to our nation wasn't a foreign enemy, it was the debt. The Democrats have done nothing but add to it. Yes.
McCarthy, but if most of this debt, 98% of it,
And as we've been listening in with Kevin McCarthy here about his upset with the Biden administration, let's go ahead and send some of our viewers off into a quick commercial break.
Correct. Let me educate you on one point. The last debt ceiling we raised was on a date certain, not a dollar amount. So the date certain, every amount of money spent in the Trump administration was accounted for, and also went into the 7 months of the current Biden administration. The reason why have a challenge of raising the debt now is because the Democrats want to spend another $5 trillion. So for every family member at home that's sitting in a tough situation, that they're spending more than that they bring in, that they're using all their credit cards to live off month after month, and the credit cards have now hit that limit. What they're now asking is, can we get more credit cards and max them out in the first month of getting them? That's what the Democrats are doing, but they're making it a worse problem and situation. They control the House, they control the Senate, they control the White House. They have a mechanism that they're utilizing to spend another $5 trillion. In that mechanism also allows them to raise the debt ceiling with their own members. That's what they would have to do to make that happen. I don't believe it's smart for America to spend another $5 trillion. I'm opposed to that. I would think most every American would be opposed to that, especially the next generation.
Leader, I wanted to ask you about the Women's Health Protection Act. I asked Speaker Pelosi earlier, and she said about the Archdiocese and the Archbishop of San Francisco warned that this bill is nothing more than a child sacrifice and urging Catholics to pray and fast to defeat the bill. What's your reaction to this pro-life and pro-abortion agenda?
What the Democrats are bringing before us, it's really a radical bill. It goes beyond Roe v. Wade. It allows abortion on demand up until birth. It shows how far left Democrats have become. 219 Democrats, I believe, have co-sponsored that, to have abortion up until birth. Regardless of how you feel about the situation, that is not the place I believe Americans are at. But they're going to spend their time pushing that onto the floor, putting American economic in doubt when they should be dealing with the economics of what they have before them.
So going back to the recommendation that your members opposed the infrastructure bill, I'm curious, since there were 19 Senate Republicans who did vote for that, including Leader McConnell, have you talked to him about your decision to recommend voting against it?
I talk to McConnell all the time. People have difference of opinion, but the one thing I think everybody now sees is what the bill passed in the Senate is a different situation now that it came to the House. Every single Democrat you can ask from Pelosi on down that it's one bill. So you're not voting for a $1.5 trillion infrastructure bill, you're voting for a $5 trillion bill. That they will hold it unless it goes forward. They have their internal firing squad right now upset with each other because one side won't vote for it unless they get reconciliation. So whatever agreement they come upon is not about the infrastructure bill, it's about whether they can spend $5 trillion. That's different than what they saw in the Senate.
Last Monday, they are planning to vote for the infrastructure bill on its own without the reconciliation bill Monday or Tuesday.
If Pelosi keeps her word.
If she keeps her word.
Will she send it to the White House or will she hold it at the desk? Because she's talked about holding it as well. And the progressives on the other side, on the Democratic side, said they won't vote for it unless she will. So, interesting.
Mr. Leader, there's at least four Republicans who have indicated they'll back the bipartisan infrastructure bill. Fitzpatrick, Tom Reed, Adam Kinzinger, and Fred Upton. What is your message to those four members and others who might back that infrastructure bill?
The only thing I would say to them, it's a different situation than it was when it came out of the Senate. You watched that the so-called moderate Democrats put a letter together with 10 names that they would not move reconciliation until they got the infrastructure bill, and in 48 hours they collapsed and didn't get the infrastructure bill, and not only moved the beginning of reconciliation, they deemed it where you couldn't even debate it. I think in speaking to a lot of those members at the time, that changed their opinion of whether they should support that bill or not. I don't view it as a vote for infrastructure. It's a vote for $5 trillion. And I don't believe America can afford that now. And I don't believe it's the best when we have inflation, we have a border that's out of control, we have Americans held hostage in Afghanistan, and we have a White House ignoring every crisis before them, but only trying to create a new one. Thank you all. Have a good day.
Well, there you have it. Leader McCarthy wrapping things up, again upset with many of the items that the Biden administration has been pushing. And of course, we'll stay on top of all the happenings on Capitol Hill, especially as they do try to avoid a government shutdown. So we are following a number of stories here for all of our viewers with us on Live Now from Fox. I do want to show you again just some of that video from earlier here this morning when we had search crews looking for Brian Laundrie. Here's some video from just this morning when our chopper was up in the air, as we have sand, swamp buggies and ATVs and dogs and people all searching through this area at the last known location that Brian was believed to have been. So a lot has been coming from these investigations, including many reports from people about their interaction with the couple ahead of Gabby's disappearance. So the search has entered its 5th day. Brian's parents, again, have been quiet this entire time ever since the missing persons report came out for Gabby Petito. And of course, we do know this morning that the family has brought back that Ford Mustang that had been taken away by the FBI, and neighbors of the Laundries have said that the family did appear to go camping in September after Brian had returned back from Wyoming alone. So between September 1st and September 11th, when Gabby was reported missing, neighbors say that they had seen the Laundrie family go on what they believed to be a long weekend with their pop-up or their camper that they have. That camper is still sitting in their driveway there, but they did say that they believe the Laundries went with their son on a camping trip. So again, that's just even another new development in this big mystery, as questions remain unanswered at this time. But we do know autopsy results are now declaring Gabby's death a homicide. We heard from our own experts that means that the death was, it might not have been planned, but it definitely was not by natural causes. So just want to give everyone also a look at what is to come here on Live Now from Fox. We're also keeping an eye here at the White House, because we do have White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki, who's expected to be giving a update and a briefing here soon. I'm going to anticipate a lot of questions to be surrounding the border crisis that continues to take place down in Del Rio, as more migrants have been either flown back, as we had thousands show up, Haitian migrants show up at that border. They were underneath the bridge that, again, Texas patrols were trying to keep everything at bay, but there's been a lot of questions surrounding the number of people who have been brought back to their own country. So I'll be keeping a close ear out for those questions, as well as questions about the debt limit, and also any Gabby Petito questions, if there's going to be any other help or support that's going to be given. Obviously, right now, we do already have federal help, of course, local help, all in these search efforts for Brian Laundrie. So a lot of stories to be following here today. What we're going to do is go to another press conference that took place a little earlier here this morning. Democrats were speaking about medical care costs, especially as we all know that there's been a lot of emphasis on just how expensive it can be if you have certain illnesses or disease or medical issues. So let's go listen to that press conference that took place just a little earlier here today.
A report that the committee, its original research, some that has never been displayed before, and it's important, I think very important, on the what is causing the high cost of drugs. For too long, drug companies have raised prices higher and higher on critically needed medications. These companies have collected record profits while straining our healthcare system and forcing families to choose between medications and other essentials like rent and food. For more than 2.5 years, the Oversight Committee has been investigating the pharmaceutical industry's pricing and business practices. This investigation began under my dear friend and predecessor, the late Chairman Elijah Cummings, and I have been proud to carry it forward. Our findings confirm what patients across the country have long known. The current system is unfair and unsustainable. The results of this investigation are shocking. Drug companies are actively and intentionally targeting the U.S. for higher price increases, lowering them in other countries, but raising them in America, often while cutting prices for patients and helping patients in the rest of the world, but hurting those in America. Industry internal documents obtained by the committee reveal that pharmaceutical companies exploit the U.S. for astronomical price increases, in large part because current law prohibits Medicare from negotiating for lower drug prices. Our investigation found that Medicare's inability to negotiate has cost taxpayers billions of dollars in lost savings. Using drug companies' own internal data that has never been released before, we found that if Medicare had secured the same deals as other federal health care programs that are empowered to negotiate over a 5-year period, taxpayers would have saved more than $25.1 billion on just 7 of the drugs we were investigating. Imagine if it was all the drugs. This is just on 7 drugs. If Medicare had been able to negotiate the same discounts for 3 frequently used insulin projects, which is necessary in many cases to help patients just stay alive, the program could have saved more than $16.7 billion over 7 years. These tens of billions of dollars are just a fraction of Medicare's total lost savings across all Part D drugs. While taxpayers have been losing out on billions, drug companies have been raking it in. Some of the drugs we're talking about have been on the market without competition for well over a decade. They have long since earned a fair return on investment. Now the drug companies are just taking advantage of the flaws in our system at taxpayers' expense. According to internal documents obtained by the committee, Medicare comprised a growing share of sales for these drugs year over year, and many companies, according to these documents, relied on Medicare spending to drive their revenue and their profit. One insulin company stated in a presentation, and I quote from the company, "Part D is the most profitable market," end quote, for its bottom line. Another company noted that Medicare sales were, quote, "critical to brand success." Pharmaceutical companies make life-saving drugs and patients depend on, but they should not give them a license to drain our tax dollars dry. The pharmaceutical industry often argues that any reforms to rein in high prices will come at expense of innovation. But the committee's recent analysis of financial data from the leading drug companies shows that these claims are not true. They're overblown. We found that between 2016 and 2020, the world's top drug companies spent $557 billion on stock buybacks and dividends, $56 billion more than they spent on research and development over the same period. Drug companies could cut their high prices and still afford to invest in R&D if they just spent less to enrich their stockholders and executives. That's why we need legislative reform like the Build Back Better Act to empower Medicare to negotiate directly with drug companies to rein in unreasonable, inflated drug prices and save taxpayers' dollars. This is life or death for so many people in our country. It is time for Congress to step up and give Medicare the tools it needs to give patients a better deal. Let me conclude by thanking the incredible group that has joined me today. It is a privilege to be joined by Energy and Commerce Committee Chairman Frank Pallone, who has been such a tremendous advocate for health care and families in our Congress. I'm also joined by Peter Welch, who for years has been a tireless leader in the effort to make prescription drugs more affordable and to hold Big Pharma accountable for its abusive practices, including working closely with our late chairman. Finally, I am honored to be joined by Mr. Frederick Isasi, Executive Director of Families USA. He is one of the fiercest advocates for patients and consumers, and Families USA has been an essential partner in the Oversight Committee in our fight to make health care more affordable to the United States. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Pallone, who will introduce Mr. Welsh, who will introduce Frederick Zacy. Thank you.
And just going to interrupt for a quick second. We've been listening in as Democratic leaders are talking about their committee's findings on Medicare costs. But I did want to let everyone know we have a live picture coming to us from Florida. This is giving us a look, Sky Fox up above, the search efforts taking place again at the Carlton Reserve on the Venice side of things in Florida. So that is, again, a live look happening in Florida as the search enters its 5th day looking for the one and only person of interest in the Gabby Petito case. So once again, that's a live picture. You're seeing just some of those search efforts down in Florida as they continue on their 5th day of looking for Brian Laundrie.
Before his untimely passing. I just wanted to reiterate, I don't want to repeat what Carolyn said, but I just want to highlight a few things very quickly if I could. I think this report clearly shows that drug prices are out of control and they're only getting worse, and I stress getting worse. We've been saying for a long time that Americans pay more for prescription drugs than any other country in the world, and for the exact same medication. And that fact is underscored by this new report prepared by the Oversight Committee. One of the most disturbing things is that the report provides new evidence about the extent to which drug companies target the U.S. market for price increases while maintaining or actually lowering prices in the rest of the world. And in large part, that's because we can't negotiate prices under Medicare the way they do in other countries. And so, and Carolyn mentioned, this is only 7 drugs. So those lost savings that are mentioned in this report for the 7 drugs are just likely a fraction of what Medicare's total lost savings are across all Medicare Part D drugs. The report also found that if Medicare paid the same price as other federal health programs like the VA or the military that do negotiate, we would have significant savings. I think she mentioned $25 billion over 5 years, again, just on those 7 drugs. That's an extraordinary number that I think underscores the incredibly unfair prices that Americans are paying under our current system. And what I really want to emphasize, and I know Carolyn said the same thing, is that it's clear after years of price hikes that these prices are not going to come down without action by Congress. The drug companies are not going to reduce the prices. Even at the height of the COVID pandemic and the height of the global economic crisis last year, Big Pharma increased the prices on over 300 drugs in the United States at the beginning of this year alone. So that's why Congress has to act. So look, the bottom line is we're all being gouged. Consumers are being gouged because they pay high prices, and the federal government is being gouged as well because of the cost to Medicare, because of the lack of negotiated prices. And that's a double whammy, right? In other words, not only are the drug companies fleecing individuals and consumers, but they're also fleecing the federal government. And price negotiation would not only save Americans money at the pharmacy counter, but also be fiscally responsible for the federal government to take, and that money can be used for other things, like it's been proposed in the Build Back Better Act. The last thing I want to say is that there was a new poll from Hart Research released this month that found that 94% of Americans support reducing the cost of prescription drugs by giving Medicare the power to negotiate with the pharmaceutical companies for lower prices. 60% of Americans strongly support that policy. So the only answer is Congress has to act. And that's what we want to do with the Build Back Better Act. We have to act and have the ability to negotiate and bring down prices. And that's what we're going to do. And let me now introduce Peter Welch. I know that Peter has played he's not only on Energy and Commerce, but he's also on the Oversight Committee. And he's played a major role in both committees in trying to get legislation passed that would have negotiated prices. He also happens to be from my second favorite state after New Jersey, which is Vermont. No offense to the east side of Manhattan, I like that too, but I love Vermont. So Peter Welch.
How do you compare New Jersey and Vermont? right? The magic of being a chair. Chair Maloney and Chair Pallone, thank you very much. And Mr. Isasi, thank you very much for being here. Number one, let's all acknowledge something important. The pharmaceutical industry does some good things. It helps create life-extending and pain-relieving medication. That's a good thing, and we need it. But it's doing another thing. It's killing us. It is absolutely killing us with the price. This report is extremely important in exploding two myths. Myth number one is that if the pharmaceutical industry has to negotiate prices, the same as the pharmaceutical industry does in every other country, the United States of America is the only government that doesn't act on behalf of providing protection and fair prices to consumers. And as a result, we have the highest prices. So myth number one is that if we have price negotiation, that'll result in compromised innovation. It's not true. And number two, if we have price negotiation, it will hurt the industry. It may affect CEO salaries. It may affect the explosive profits in that industry, but they'll continue to do the work that they've been doing. Let me just go through number one on this whole question of negotiation. The pharmaceutical argues that if there's governmental involvement in the market, is, quote, price setting. The pharmaceutical industry fails to acknowledge that the price setting that exists is the prices they set without any restraint whatsoever. There is price setting in the medication, in the pharmaceutical industry, and it's pharma setting the price. Pharma also argues that it's government intrusion, yet pharma never acknowledges that they have had explosive profits as a result of governmental action. The government provides patent protection. Pharma then uses that to set prices that are beyond reasonable. The most recent one is the Alzheimer's medication, where the price was set at $55,000 per year. And if 1/3 of the Medicare eligible people who have Alzheimer's use that, it would be $130 billion, far more than the entire Medicare Part D program spends for all Medicare beneficiaries for all illnesses. That is an abuse of pricing power. Second, pharma fails to acknowledge that the government has created a market for their products by doing what all of us support, and that is having a Medicare program, and it's by having a Medicaid program. And pharma also fails to acknowledge that our employers throughout this country, who are really concerned about the well-being of their employees, want to continue offering employer-sponsored health care. But the cost to those employers is exploding and is almost unsustainable. And to maintain health care benefits, in many cases, workers have to give up raises. But that market is created by the federal government, Medicare, Medicaid, and employer-sponsored health care, all of which is in service of pharma, and pharma has abused it year in and year out. The next question, does negotiation stifle creativity and innovation? The best example of how that's not true is COVID. Every one of us here, and I think on both sides of the aisle, is really concerned about the health and well-being of the people we represent. We've had no greater threat to the well-being of American citizens than COVID. And COVID was an example where the federal government, as it does in many cases, poured billions of dollars into research in partnership with the pharmaceutical industry. The federal government did advance purchasing of a cure that wasn't yet even finalized to take the burden, the financial risk off our pharma companies. And we came up in partnership with a vaccine. We came up with a capacity to manufacture and distribute quickly in partnership, and we negotiated a price. The Pfizer dose is $19.50. And by the way, that was a price that America could afford taxpayers could afford. And it was a price that worked out pretty good for Pfizer, over $29 billion in profit last year on that. So price negotiation is absolutely essential. What we've been doing in this country for decades is buying wholesale and paying retail. Who does that? And why is it that that's the case? It was because when the Medicare Part D program was implemented, it was guaranteed this market for the pharmaceutical industry, and they were willing to support getting a guaranteed market if it was written into the law that the purchaser of those drugs on behalf of Medicare beneficiaries could not negotiate a bulk price discount. I mean, it's unbelievable, but it's true, and it's the power of pharma. But this report explodes this myth that having a government that acts on behalf of protecting its citizens and its employers against price gouging is going to interfere with the capacity for innovation and access to medications. The COVID example shows just how successful a partnership where government is working for its people and the pharmaceutical industry is coming up with a cure that can work and it's sustainable. So we've got to do this. And if we're successful in bringing down these costs, this is going to be good for every citizen and every employer, whether they voted for Donald Trump or they voted for Joe Biden. Everybody needs some relief. And now I'd like to introduce, as our last speaker, the Executive Director of Families USA, Frederick Isasi. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman Maloney, for the opportunity to join you today, and for yet another powerful report that highlights the crushing impact of the drug companies' abusive and predatory prices, damaging the health and financial stability of families all across America every single day. I'd also like to thank Chairman Pallone for your tremendous work on H.R. 3, the Elijah Cummings Lower Drug Cost Now Act. It's groundbreaking legislation that would finally allow the government to negotiate directly with drug companies on behalf of our nation's seniors and families, as you've heard over and over again, something that's urgently needed. And it is highlighted so beautifully in this report. Congressman Welch, I also would like to thank you for being such a stalwart champion for lowering the cost of prescription drugs for families across this nation. What a beautiful remarks you just gave. I'm Frederick Isasi, the Executive Director of Families USA, the leading national voice for healthcare consumers in our nation. And I want to be really clear, the affordability of healthcare remains one of the most important issues for all families in this nation, whether they're Democrat or Republican, living in rural America, a suburb, or in the cities. Access to affordable medicines remains elusive for too many families in our country. Sky-high drug prices hurt patients by driving up their out-of-pocket costs and sometimes putting prescriptions completely out of reach. Incredibly, about a third, 80 million people, do not take their medicines as prescribed because of the cost. That's our country. Many skip doses or cut pills in half, and 1 in 5 forego essential medicines that are saving their life and protecting their health because they can't afford to fill prescriptions. That is our country. At Families USA, we've talked to people who've had to move out of their homes to pay for prescription drugs, people who have cut back to 1 meal a day to pay for their prescriptions. And we've all heard the stories of people who have even died because they've tried to cut their pills, their insulin, or other medications in half or skip doses. That's a national disgrace, and there's no other way to say it. Drug companies target the U.S. for obscene profits because they can, and you're hearing this over and over again. On average, we're paying 2 or 3 times more than prices in other countries. Why? As you just heard, because almost 20 years ago, Congress literally outlawed the ability of the federal government to fight for fair prices for people on Medicare. And drug companies keep raising prices year over year and even month over month, and will continue until Congress steps in and stops them, period. After decades of egregious prices, it's time for David to call Goliath's bluff and protect America's families from abusive prices. And let's remember, as you hear, the prescription drug industry is one of the wealthiest in the world, with over $1 trillion in annual revenue. $1 trillion. And their executives are making truly outrageous amounts of money. For example, the 15 top drug company CEOs in 2020 received, I'm going to say this really slowly, $500 million in salary and bonuses. $500 million. 15 CEOs skimming $500 million from America's families. Drug companies also spend more on lobbying than any other industry and are fighting tooth and nail to protect their own self-interest. This is David versus Goliath. Chairwoman Maloney, thank you and the committee for your tremendous work and courage in taking on the drug companies. The last time I had the privilege of joining the chairwoman to discuss the committee's important findings, we were highlighting a report that detailed the many ways the drug industry prioritizes making obscene amounts of money for their executives over investing in life-saving innovations for people. Today's report shows clearly the tremendous amount of drug company greed and details billions upon billions of dollars of waste, hurting families, hurting the long-term sustainability of the Medicare program for our grandparents and our family and friends who are disabled, and ultimately hurting our society. We do not let hospitals charge whatever they want. We do not let corporate physician groups set whatever price they want. Why are we letting the wealthiest industry in the world do this? And we have a real-world example, just as we heard from Congressman Welch. The U.S. government just invested heavily in vaccine development, negotiated the price, negotiation works, and it works well. The time is right now, and I want everyone who hears this to understand this. It's the next few weeks. This is what's going to matter. It will determine if we finally take on drug companies' greed. If we finally allow for real negotiations for a fair price to lower the cost of medications for everyone on Medicare, with private insurance or uninsured, and to create a system that rewards true innovation, giving patients and their families real hope for a healthier future. And as you've heard, people of all political persuasions need this help now. This is an utterly bipartisan issue. Nearly 9 out of 10 voters want Congress to act to address high drug prices and to do it this year. Congress needs to act now. We cannot afford to put millions of lives on the line for another day. Thank you very much.
I want to thank all of the speakers today and say that their testimonies were tremendously important. I will be submitting them to the congressional record, the official history of our country, and the report, because I think the arguments are accurate, they're strong, they're meaningful, and they should bring change. I also want to thank the staff of the COR committee, which has worked really 2 years on this report, documenting the information that we're displaying today with accurate facts. So I now would open it up for any questions, and I ask my friends and colleagues to join me in answering them. Are there any questions? Yes. Can you identify yourself, please? Can you take your mask off to ask questions? Because we really can't hear you when you have it on.
You said this report was helpful in making the case for passing H.R. 3 when you had conversations with the folks who voted no on committee citing this report.
This has been an extremely busy week. I've had conversations with one of them, and I'll continue having conversations. But the most important conversation is with the American people. We all support or represent people, and we have to take this message out that this unfair pricing is hurting them, the consumer, the most, and our overall health care. I think that government is always a process of pushing forward. I personally would like to continue with our investigations and our hearings on the high cost of prescription drugs until the policies are changed. Absolutely, absolutely. And helps on stock buyouts and payments to executives. That's what their documents show. So that their main argument is not the truth. And then it shows that we are being penalized. We are the ones paying for the research and bringing it to the world market, yet they are not hindered. And I think they're right. They should be able to negotiate for lower prices. We're the only country that is not hindered by that law. Therefore, they target raising prices on American taxpayers and constituents. And it's unfair, it's wrong, it's unsustainable. Well, that is in the committee of my good friend Frank Pallone, who is the expert on the internal negotiations that are taking place. I'm going to yield to him, and he's here to answer those questions.
Look, we're working very hard to make sure that negotiated prices legislation is part of the final bill, right, that the House and the Senate adopts. And I do believe that every member wants to see negotiated prices because they realize the savings that come from it. It is a significant savings, and that's certainly a factor in making the case. But I really want to stress the importance of having negotiated prices and bringing down costs for consumers and for the Medicare program, and that's what this report really shows today. I can't emphasize enough how the uniqueness, if you will, of this report, because it vividly shows what's going on and why we need to have negotiated prices, and how unfair the situation is, where the part of this report that was the most dramatic, in my opinion, where it showed that the drug companies raise prices here and lower them overseas because they have to, because those other countries negotiate the prices, and it's so unfair. And I defy anybody to suggest that we can continue to sustain a system like that, where we are the ones that pay all the costs and everyone else gets not a free ride, but a lot less cost for their drugs. It's just not fair.
Thank you. Sure.
Thanks for the question. I want to, as you point out, this is the 8th inning, 9th inning, right? This is it. And we're starting to see people who voted for negotiation previously, their support weaken. That's not by accident. This is the wealthiest industry in the world, one of, and it spends more on lobbying than any other industry. They are working overtime. The only solution to this is for the people who are hearing my voice to get involved. They need to make sure their members understand that they are hurting, and they need negotiation so that drug prices are fair. So I want to highlight here that what you're pointing out, which is all of a sudden you're seeing people's votes changing, right? That's lobbying by the pharmaceutical industry, and it needs to be called out for what it is. Anyone who is hearing my voice right now, please go to our website, familiesusa.org. Get involved. The next month to 2 months is going to determine whether or not we win this fight.
Thank you. I want to invite my colleagues, if they have other statements to make, they can, and I want to ask publicly for your comments today to be put into the congressional record. There is no story if it isn't covered, so I want to thank the press that's here today for covering what I think is a critically important issue to the American people, a must-pass piece of legislation. We need to get it in this package and pass it. I want to thank everybody that worked on this today, and this concludes our hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to make a statement? Would you like to make a statement? Anybody else? Anything else?
No, I'm all right.
Okay.
I'm around. Thank you. Thank you.
You better believe it. Thank you.
Thank you. That was great. It was really good. Frank, thank you.
So once again, a lot of these leaders are concerned about the costs of medical care, especially when it comes to Medicaid and all the medicine that is needed to help combat some of our diseases and illnesses that we are seeing here in our country. So what we're going to do is, of course, go back to some of the latest information that we know out of Florida as the search continues for Brian Laundrie. But first, we're going to go into a quick break. Then we'll come back again with more on the latest update as they search for the only person of interest in the Gabby Petito case. Welcome back here to Live Now on Fox. We are continuing to give you the latest in the Gabby Petito case as the search continues for her fiance, Brian Laundrie. So we do have a couple different live shots I wanted to bring to you here, as again, we do know at this time that he is the sole person of interest, and this search now entering into its 5th day. So we do have some aerials in that main box for you. That is the search efforts taking place out at the Carlton Reserve. And then we do also have a shot outside in that upper right-hand box, because authorities are keeping most people out of that area unless it is someone pertaining to those search efforts. Then you can see we also do have a shot in that lower right-hand box outside of the Northport Police Station. So a few different looks here as we again are trying to stay on top of the latest developments happening here when it comes to this case. So we do have federal, state, and local officials searching for any signs of Brian in this Carlton Reserve. As again, we all know this death has been ruled a homicide after the autopsy was released on that Tuesday. So we do have our federal, state, local officials all using a number of tools to try to search. They're using scent sniffing dogs. They have swamp buggies, drones, ATVs, airboats, and divers who were requested yesterday around noon. So back at their home in Northport, Brian's parents returned on Thursday morning with the Ford Mustangs that authorities had towed away for processing this week. And Roberta Laundrie was seen exiting the Mustang, then heading back into the truck driven by her husband, Chris, before leaving the property again. So Northport police said they're at it here again on Thursday, searching in the nature reserve, but they haven't revealed why they're only searching here in this area. It's a massive nature preserve, and just say that they know he is still missing, and that's where his parents said he went. So once more, Laundrie's parents reported him missing last Friday. telling police he had driven to the Carlton Reserve just 3 days before, hadn't come back. They also told police they later found his Mustang there and decided to bring it back home. So it's been a long few days of searching through this dense, swampy 25,000-acre park, and it has so far turned up nothing. Now, there are a lot of mysteries when it comes to Gabby's death and Brian Laundrie's own suspicious disappearance. We're exploring some of the most pressing legal questions surrounding the case. Here's more with our Fox 13 team.
Tonight, we're also going to explore some of the most pressing legal questions surrounding this case. And Tampa defense attorney Anthony Rickman joins us now live to help us understand the situation a little bit better. Hi there, Anthony. We appreciate your time here. The big question I know so many people have, this business about a person of interest, there's really no suspect who's been named. Why, in your opinion, has Brian Laundrie not been formally named a suspect?
Good evening, Mark. And understand, there's no requirement that law enforcement deem Brian Laundrie a suspect. But in these cases, in these investigations, actions speak louder than words. And we only need to look at the actions of law enforcement to see that Brian Laundrie is indeed a suspect. In this case, we see law enforcement executing search warrants that indicate they believe a felony occurred. We see a nationwide manhunt, local search warrants. We see the state of Florida executing any resource they have to find Brian Laundrie. Although they're not calling him a suspect, it's clear he is a suspect, and he's the only suspect in this case.
Yeah, I was just going to follow up. What do you make of the fact that no other person of interest has been named?
Well, look, Brian Laundrie was with Gabby when they went on this trip. He came back without her. We know that there's a history of violence and abuse while they were on this trip in Wyoming. We know that when he comes back, he leaves and flees, and he's still that to be found. We know there's mysterious text messages that were sent by somebody with access to the phone, and he had access to that phone. Right now, he's the only person with a direct link to Gabby who may know where she is, or right now, the only person we believe may have done something to her.
Yeah, you spent some time working in the state attorney's office years ago. What, in your opinion, do you think, if he is guilty, what do they need to make a case against Laundrie?
They're going to have to prove that he's the one who committed this crime. And in doing so, the first thing they're going to look at is that autopsy that was just conducted. They're going to look to see what caused the death of Gabby. They're going to look to her body to see if there's any forensic evidence, for instance, DNA under her nails. They're going to look to the surrounding area around her body to see if there's any link to Brian Laundrie. Did he drop something? Did he leave something? Did he leave a weapon? They're going to look to the phone records, his conversations with anybody around to see if he said anything incriminating. Ultimately, they're going to argue that his fleeing, his running away, forms some sort of consciousness of guilt. If you didn't do anything wrong, why are you running? Why are you fleeing? They're going to piece together all the evidence to make and build a case if they believe he's the person who committed the crime.
Let's back up to that Northport police press conference about a week ago. And I know we're all used to it in the media, of course. As you know, there's a lot of information that can be held back in an investigation that does not need to be made public early on. But it was curious. The Northport police chief said that there is a lot that they weren't telling us. They did admit that last week. What do you think kind of information that could be?
Well, we learned after this press conference that a search warrant was executed at the home of Brian Laundrie. We also learned that there was a hard drive found in the van that was located at Brian Laundrie's home. We know in that search warrant, it talks about text messages that were received by Gabby's family that they found to be suspicious. We do know that around the time that she was reported missing, they searched the van and they did find evidence within that van. Now, that evidence could be forensic. Could there be blood? Could there be links? Could there be other physical evidence in addition to those text messages that establishes that he had committed the crime and is responsible for her death?
What about Laundrie's parents? I know there's a lot of frustration. A lot of members of the public, investigators have clearly been on record to say there hasn't been much help there. Could his parents, do you think, be charged with anything if there's any proof that he may have helped, they may have helped him at some point?
Absolutely. If law enforcement can establish that his parents, if they did, we don't know what they did, but if law enforcement can establish that his parents in some way hid evidence, concealed evidence, tampered with evidence, then they could be charged. Additionally, we know the FBI was involved in an investigation. We know the FBI came and spoke with the parents. If the parents lied or made false statements to the FBI, they could be charged with that. If the parents intentionally assisted him in fleeing or did something after the fact, they could be an accessory after the fact. So possibly his parents, depending on what they did, could be charged with a crime.
Sure. We have so many more developments likely coming by the day, as we've seen over the last better part of a week and a half. So, Anthony Rickman, an attorney in Tampa, we appreciate your time tonight and your perspective. Tonight, we're also going to.
So once again, we were listening in to those important questions surrounding what may happen once Brian is found, also what may happen to his parents, depending on what they may have known in these last few weeks as well. So we continue to try to get these questions answered for all of our viewers here with us on Live Now from Fox. I'm going to be stepping into a quick break. When we return, going to be jumping out to the White House press briefing. We do have Jen Psaki there. More to come here on Live Now from Fox, again after a quick 2-minute commercial break. As I mentioned, our viewers with us here are going to be listening in to the White House briefing.
Today, NEC Director Brian Deese and Secretary of Commerce Gina Raimondo will host a semiconductor supply chain convening to discuss the ongoing global chip shortage, the impact the Delta variant has had on global semiconductor supply chains, and the industry's progress toward improving transparency and trust across the supply chain that both produce and consume chips. We use semiconductor chips constantly in our everyday lives, and the participants in today's event will be representative of that, including those from the consumer electronics industry like Apple and Microsoft, the automotive and trucking industry, including General Motors, Daimler, and BMW, and firms that support agricultural and infrastructure equipment. The semiconductor shortage has been top of mind for the president since he took office. But we also know we must also rely on the industry to take steps to minimize the impact the shortage is having on U.S. workers and consumers, including providing greater transparency. We will continue to work with Congress to fund longer-term solutions, something we've been working hard on to expand and strengthen domestic manufacturing capacity for chips and strengthen the federal capacity to address supply chain resiliency. And we're also working with partners and allies to minimize the impact disruptions overseas have on the U.S. economy. Here we've been working with foreign governments in Southeast Asia and elsewhere to keep critical factories up and running while taking appropriate COVID precautions to support the local public health response and worker safety. Why don't you kick us off?
Thanks, Jen. Two questions, both on budget. One, Senator Schumer and Speaker Pelosi came out and said they have agreement with the White House on a menu of options to pay for the agenda. Senator Manchin, Senator Sanders have indicated they don't know what's on that menu. Can you give us some details about what is on that menu? And maybe like a rough range, maybe specific options, anything that shows that this is progress?
Well, first, Josh, we certainly think it's progress, and it builds on the president's meetings he had yesterday with leadership, with moderates, with progressives, to talk about the path forward in an effort to unify members of the Democratic Party and caucus around our shared objective of lowering costs for Americans and making the tax code more fair. As Leader Schumer saw, I know you followed it closely, but for others, as Leader Schumer said, I should say, he conveyed what has been agreed to is a menu of options that will pay for whatever the agreement on the investment may look like. And so it's a menu of revenue raisers. Now, I think as you may understand, it's important to have those discussions with the range of important leaders, including Senator Sinema, Senator Manchin, a range of members, about what those menu of options of revenue raisers look like. That's exactly the process that's going to happen over the short term. So I'm going to let that play out before I detail more from here. I would otherwise point you to Leader Schumer's office.
Okay. Secondly, I know you don't want to negotiate from the podium.
I typically try not to.
Exactly. But are there any items where there is unity among Democratic lawmakers in the White House, like with regard to the child tax credit, universal pre-K? Is there anything where you can say, we have agreement that we want these programs at this level?
Well, I think what's important to note here, and you gave me an opportunity to do this, is there is broad unity about the importance of, again, lowering costs for Americans, whether it's child care, elder care, the cost of college, cost of pre-K. That's all part of the discussion. Child tax credit. There's broad agreement that we need to do more to address the climate crisis. There's extensive proposals both in the infrastructure package as well as in the reconciliation package. A big part of what we're talking about here, which is not a secret to all of you, are the size of the package, right? There are a range of different viewpoints on that. That's part of what the discussion is, and that will certainly impact as we look toward how we're going to unify moving forward. Go ahead.
Thanks. So following up, I want a few follow-ups on the budget. I'll
Sure.
ask about Haiti too. So am I hearing you say that the White House at this point is okay with any of the financing options that are still on the menu?
Well, our bar has always been from the beginning nothing that would raise taxes on anyone making less than $400,000 a year, and certainly we wouldn't support anything that would. But this again is a menu and a range of options. It's an important step forward, a sign of progress, but there's no question there's a lot of work ahead that will proceed over the rest of the day and the days ahead.
But the president has greenlit all the choices on the menu we're talking about.
Again, yes, but it's a range of options, and the next step is to have a discussion with a range of members about the path forward.
And then on Haiti, we saw the U.S. Special Envoy, Daniel Foote, resigning. He had strong words. He said he would not be associated with the United States' inhumane, counterproductive decision to deport thousands of Haitian refugees. Why would DHS go ahead with a plan against the Special Envoy's advice?
Well, let's take a step back here for a moment. I would also first note that the State Department put out a statement on his resignation. He was obviously an employee of the State Department and, of course, of the administration. First, I would note there have been multiple senior-level policy conversations on Haiti where all proposals, including those led by Special Envoy Foote, were fully considered in a rigorous policy process. There are disagreements in these policy processes. That the president welcomes that, the Secretary of State welcomes that. That's certainly a part of having discussions and having robust discussions about the best path forward for difficult circumstances. Some of those proposals were harmful to our commitment to the promotion of democracy in Haiti. I'm not going to detail that further. I will let the State Department do that should they choose to. But I would note that Special Envoy Foote had ample opportunity to raise concerns about migration during his tenure. He never once did so. Now, that wasn't his purview. His purview was, of course, being the special envoy on the ground. His positions were, and his views were put forward. They were valued. They were heard. Different policy decisions were made in some circumstances.
But it's not just him. We've heard from Democrats on Capitol Hill, too, who say they're really against these mass deportations. The White House still stands behind the mass deportations. You still view them as humane?
First of all, they're not deportations. People are not coming into the country through legal methods. And again, our policy process has continued to be the same with Haiti as it is for anybody coming through irregular migration across our border. I'd note, as I did yesterday, that as we've applied our border restrictions, as we've applied our immigration policies, there were more than 90,000 people who departed the country,
And as we're listening in to the White House briefing done with our press secretary, Jen Psaki, on a number of issues going on across our country, let's go ahead and take a quick break.
Is in place as people, whether they're coming from Haiti or any part of the world, goes through. Go ahead.
Jen, we haven't yet heard recently from President Biden specifically about these images on the border. You have described him as saying that they're horrible, but what does he believe of the comparisons being made between his administration and the Trump administration? We saw Congresswoman Maxine Waters just today saying this is Trump's policy. Several other Democrats are saying this looks like the previous administration. What does he think of those comments?
Well, what our role is, and what the president has asked his outreach team, members of his national security team, Homeland Security team to do, is to explain clearly what our policy is and what our policy is not. We could not see it as any more different from the policy of the prior administration, which the president feels, we all feel, was inhumane, immoral, ineffective, wasn't operationally working, and because of the dysfunction of it, we have led to a very broken system that we're dealing with today. So what he has asked all of us to convey clearly to people who are understandably have questions, are passionate, are concerned, as we are about the images that we have seen, is one, we feel those images are horrible and horrific. There is an investigation the president certainly supports, overseen by the Department of Homeland Security, which he has conveyed will happen quickly. I can also tell you that the secretary also conveyed to civil rights leaders earlier this morning that we would no longer be using horses in Del Rio. So that is something, a policy change that has been made in response. But separately, all related, it's also important for people to understand what our process and our immigration process is and what the steps are that are taken. We are still under Title 42 because we are in a global pandemic. So we are still operationalizing that. If people are not expelled under that, then there are a range of options. Either they are put into an alternative to detention where biometric data is required, they are required to, they are given a notice to appear, or they are put in an ICE facility. This is the process that is ongoing and has happened for every other migrant who has attempted to come irregularly across the border.
If I could ask one follow-up on the budget. What is it about the nearly 5 hours of meetings yesterday that gives President Biden hope?
Well, I think what gives him hope is that there is agreement about the need to do more to address costs for the American public, whether it's childcare, elder care, the cost of college, pre-K. There's also agreement that there's more that needs to be done to make our tax system more fair. There are important discussions, and certainly there are differences of opinion on what the size of the package should look like. Those are important discussions, but he felt encouraged by how constructive the conversations were. He's going to have his sleeves rolled up, and he'll be very engaged moving forward.
Rolled up, what will be happening this afternoon? Who is he planning on meeting with here at the White House?
And good morning to all of our viewers here with us on Live Now from Fox. We're listening in to the White House briefing taking place this morning, just ending moments ago, but we're in the middle of it here listening about a number of topics, including the crisis down at the border, how the Biden administration feels they are handling that crisis, and then, of course, a number of other topics, including vaccines and the debt limit. Let's listen in again right here on Live Now from Fox.
I don't think anything has been finalized quite yet. We're happy to keep you updated if it does. Go ahead. And I promised I would jump around today, so after you, I'll jump around and come back.
Thanks, Jen. After yesterday's meeting, Senator Manchin said that the president was very straightforward with he and other attendees about what he expected of them, and that the president said, just give me a number that you can live with and what you want. But the progressives have been so clear about their number. Does he have any reason to believe they're willing to come down from $3.5 trillion?
Well, this is what a negotiation looks like. This is what compromise looks like. And ultimately, the president also wants to see a robust package that will help lower costs for the American people across the country. You need the votes to get that forward. That is how the process works in Congress. This is democracy in action. So his role yesterday was meeting with a range of voices, hearing from them on what they're excited about, where they may have concerns, and trying to help be a unifier in moving the process forward. It wasn't that it ended yesterday. There's a lot of work ahead, which will proceed over the days ahead.
So he does think they might come down.
We'll see. He's always believed that there would need to be a potential for compromise, would need to be what everybody would have to be open to.
Just a couple questions. Are you doing anything to expedite the process of finding Foot's replacement, given the situation in Haiti?
I don't have anything to report out to you on kind of what the next steps are there. What I can reiterate to you is we have an ambassador on the ground. We have a robust presence on the ground. We have a newly installed assistant secretary for the Western Hemisphere, all of whom have experience in the region and will certainly be overseeing the policy at this point in time. Ken, want to go ahead?
Just one more. Just one of his concerns that he laid out in this letter was that the Haitian government is expressing an inability to provide for the migrants that are returning there because of a lack of basic resources. DHS has said vaguely that the U.S. will provide support for those people, for the Haitian government to absorb deportees. Can you provide any specific details about that support?
Sure. Well, first, let me say, because this is a question that's been asked, that we are working with the International Organization on Migration to ensure that returning Haitian migrants are met at the airport and provided immediate assistance. So that's in the most immediate. In terms of the range of assistance we've provided, let me just give you just a quick overview of what we've done sort of to date. U.S. agencies led by USAID recently provided an additional $32 million in new assistance to support earthquake response efforts and humanitarian relief. This funding builds on the USAID disaster assistance response teams. In January, we announced $75.5 million in bilateral development and health assistance for a wide range of issues for Haiti that we're still working with them, of course, on to deploy. That's a large amount of money. So I would say we're continuing to provide a range of assistance, but the recent $32 million is in response to the earthquake that happened over the summer. Go ahead, Ken.
Just on the infrastructure package, just having had these lengthy meetings yesterday, does the president think the House should vote on the infrastructure bill in the beginning of next week, or does he think that there might be a benefit to waiting and delaying?
The president's going to work closely with leadership to determine what the next best steps are.
He also may need Republican votes. Does he intend to bring Republicans, House Republicans, over to talk about infrastructure in the next few days?
We're really deciding day by day on what can be most helpful and constructive to moving his agenda forward, which includes each of these pieces of legislation. So right now, I don't have anything on the books, but we're again deciding day by day. Go ahead.
We're about a week away from the end of the fiscal year, and we understand that today's the day that the administration is going to suggest, well, instruct agencies to develop contingency plans for a funding lapse. I want to ask specifically about agencies within HHS, the CDC and the FDA. Years ago, in 2013, when there was a government shutdown, Tom Frieden, who then led the CDC, described that period of time as one of the worst in his tenure at the agency. 8,000 CDC staffers, he said, were furloughed. Do you expect a similar dynamic to play out if there's a shutdown this year in this pandemic, or will there be different instructions to those critical agencies now?
Well, we are taking every step we can to mitigate the impacts of a potential shutdown on our pandemic response, economic recovery, or other priorities. The fact is, shutdowns are incredibly costly, disruptive, and damaging. Direct public health efforts can generally proceed during a shutdown because they're exempt, and that is certainly our intention. And large swaths of the federal government coming to a screeching halt would certainly not be beneficial to pandemic response. But we are doing everything we can to mitigate. I'd also say on the first part of your question, it's consistent with long-standing practice across many administrations for OMB to simply remind agency senior staff of the need to review and update orderly shutdown plans. This is not formal guidance being given. It's just a reminder we're 7 days out and we need to be prepared, of course, in any event of any contingency. So we see this as a routine step and one just to be prepared in any event of what could happen.
It's theoretical, but would the administration be in support of, let's just say, a cutout, a CR, just for Health and Human Services or other departments that are critical to the pandemic response?
I don't think I'm going to speak to that, Steve. Our objective here, there is a CR that passed, there's a debt limit that passed, raising the debt limit that passed the House. The Senate can ask to raise both of them and to ensure there's funding for a range of government programs. Go ahead, and then I'll go, and then I'll jump more to the back. Go ahead.
My first question is on Haiti, and then I have sort of a bigger picture question around that. But should the administration have been more prepared for these people to come, given the political unrest there this summer, then the earthquake in mid-August, given how conditions were on the ground there even before all of that? And then kind of a second part of it is that the Border Patrol Union has been saying that they had some warnings within the administration as early as June that they were expecting an influx, not of patients, but of other migrants to Del Rio, and that they needed more resources there. So did the administration not act on those things? Were those not widely disseminated concerns? And then, just kind of on the conditions in Haiti, like, couldn't the administration have expected that refugees were going to show up somewhere in these weeks?
Well, there's a range of factors here. It's hard to really gauge what percentage, or I can't attribute at this point what percentage each of those factors are. Obviously, there are challenging circumstances on the ground in Haiti with the government unrest, with the earthquake. There are also a number of smugglers who are taking advantage of this, and we've seen that over the course of the last couple of weeks. Certainly, we're aware of that reality. We've seen that as in other parts of Central America as well. But that's something that we have no doubt has contributed to a rapid influx of people who were told that they could come into the country and everything would be fine, when clearly it's not. So all we can focus on at this point is what steps we're taking now to ensure there is an orderly and humane process, to ensure that people who are there are treated with dignity, that they're going through a process of being considered for the range of options. And that's what our focus is on at this point in time.
Sort of related from that, President Biden made a promise to use government to help people, and that he would be able to wield the powers of government effectively. But we've seen on a range of issues, whether it's the pandemic, immigration, Afghanistan, some missteps or places where the government trying to do its best hasn't necessarily been good enough. So what do you say to a voter who might be saying, I thought Biden was going to know how to run this government, but now we're looking at a potential government shutdown in a week and a default on U.S. debt?
I would say that every president is elected to weather storms and navigate crises, and they come to every presidency. And if you look at all of the things that you loaded into that question, all issues that are happening, of course, currently, the president has been clear that he wanted to end a 20-year war in Afghanistan. He did exactly that. That's something I would say the American public broadly supports. We've certainly acknowledged that there are aspects, of course, of how it was handled or how all of the events transpired that were not what we had planned for. I would say on other issues, we are doing everything we can to prevent a government shutdown and planning to prevent the impact that we've seen in the past that has been quite devastating on different components of government. We're right now in the midst of trying to get a historic package that's going to address a lot of issues the American people care about across the finish line. And making policy is messy, so we're right in the middle of that. So I would say to anyone who feels that way, we're in the middle of navigating and weathering storms and dealing with crises. That's what a president should do. That's what an administration should do. We're not going to shy away from that, and that's what people were elected him to get through. Go ahead.
Also on Haiti, building on Jeff's question, I mean, when you have Maxine Waters saying that what these images and this policy harkens back to the slave trade, I mean, you're saying here that you're trying to communicate what the policy is. She and other Democrats who are your allies in other political projects are criticizing that very policy. Isn't this a larger problem, a political problem for the president than just merely communicating what the Title 42 policy is?
It's not just about the Title 42 policy. I think Congresswoman Waters and others, as are we, have been horrified by the photos of the Border Patrol officers and that behavior. And we have taken very specific action in launching an investigation, ending a part of a policy that the Secretary of Homeland Security felt was problematic. There has also been a view that we were handling our immigration policy in a different way than we were handling for other migrants who were coming across the border. That's not true. And so what we've been doing is trying to explain what our policy and our process is and reiterate to everyone that our objective is not to keep the policy as it is, which is broken, which is not workable long term, to work with people who are frustrated to put in place a new immigration policy that is humane, that is orderly, that does have robust asylum processing. But we've also reiterated that it is our objective to continue to implement what is law and what our laws are, and that includes border restrictions. Go ahead.
All right, guys, so we've been listening in as Jen Psaki has been talking and addressing a number of topics, but a lot of questions coming about, of course, all of the border crisis that we've been hearing about and seeing those pictures about as well. So we will go back into that briefing a little bit later, but what I want to do is also go into an important update coming out of Louisville, Kentucky. Police yesterday had been updating everyone on a shooting that took place at a bus stop where some teens were waiting around. A car drove by, opened fire on them, and unfortunately one of those teens did die from the gunshot wound. So police today giving another update. What we're going to do is go into a quick break, and then when we come back, we'll be jumping into that in Louisville, Kentucky, again coming up here after a quick break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're going to be listening in as we're getting an update on a shooting that took place yesterday in Louisville, Kentucky. A vehicle now linked to the shooting was found burned at an apartment complex early this Thursday morning. Let's listen in as authorities give us this update. And it does look like we're having just a little bit of trouble with the audio. Let's see if we are able to get our audio from another source. It does look like this could be a problem pertaining to our photographer out there in that area. So if we're able to get that update, we can, of course, bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. But there has been a Jeep, again, that had been found linked to this shooting. Unfortunately, this shooting took place when some teens were waiting at a bus stop, and one of those teens did die from their injuries. That was a 16-year-old. There was another child who was there at the bus stop, a 13-year-old who had refused medical attention or being brought to the hospital, and then also a 13-year-old who was taken to the hospital who is expected to survive. So again, Louisville police still conducting this investigation, as now they have a few more clues into who may have done this shooting. So if we are able to get to more of that with some sound, we'll be bringing it to you here on Live Now from Fox. But I do want to give you just a few different looks that we have from some of our news coming out of Florida, because we all know we've been trying to stay up to date on the Gabby Petito case. So let's go ahead, take a live look down in Florida. This is in Northport. This is outside of the Laundrie family home. Now, you may be thinking, is this an old shot? No, this is live, because that Ford Mustang was brought back to the Laundrie home this morning. So there's been a lot of questions surrounding this case, especially as the search for Brian continues. And once more, we do know at this time that the search crews now going into their 5th day of searching for Brian, and that's all taking place out at the nature reserve that is down in Florida. So earlier this morning, we did have our Skyfox up in the air taking a look at just some of those aerials. This is just some of the terrain that our search crews have had to make their way through. So we do know yesterday around noon is when we had dive teams called to the search, and police did address it, because of course a lot of questions were, did you find anything? Is that why you're bringing in dive teams pertaining to any clues or a possible body? And the commander from the Northport Police Department did say this is just part of their standard search. They need to be getting into some of these bodies of water. They also brought sonar equipment, but they have a number of tools that they have been using out here, as federal, state, and local officials are all searching for any signs of Brian Laundrie. Again, this is some video from just earlier here this morning as they are flying over the Sarasota County swampland. So this Thursday means it is the 5th day that they are searching here for the only person of interest in the Gabby Petito case. Again, her death being ruled a homicide. So Northport police say they're continuing to search here, although it hasn't been revealed why. This has been one of the only places that they've been searching for Brian. The only reason why they're here is because his parents said this is where he went last. So as I mentioned, back at their home in Northport, Brian's parents did return home with that Ford Mustang that authorities had towed away, and crews out here at the nature reserve using a number of resources, including scent-sniffing dogs, swamp buggies. We have drones, ATVs, airboats, and of course, as I mentioned, divers all being brought in to help try to search for any clues. So far, nothing has turned up from their multiple days of searching, and it's been exhausting at that. There's dense, swampy areas that they have to make their way through. And once more, we've said it time and time again, this is 25,000 acres of park terrain that they have to go through. And so far, nothing has turned up. So meanwhile, we did have Laundrie's neighbors sharing some details about behavior they found strange in the days after Brian returned home from Wyoming, before Gabby was reported missing. So neighbors had told Fox that Laundrie's appeared to have taken a weekend camping trip with their son in the family's new camper just days after then Gabby's family would report her missing. So that's another big question. You know, where did they go? Did this trip that they had planned happen ahead of them knowing Gabby had not returned with Brian to Florida? So a lot of questions remain unanswered, as that autopsy did rule Gabby's death is indeed a homicide. An official report has yet to be made publicly, and that will hopefully, though, shine some more light on the exact cause of death. So we continue to try to get some of these legal answers for you here, as again, we all know that there's just even more pressing questions when it comes to what could happen here in the next bit with the case, as again, police are searching for Brian Laundrie. So let's go ahead and listen in as a legal expert weighs in about what could be coming from this case. This was our Fox 13 Tampa team.
Tonight, we're also going to explore some of the most pressing legal questions surrounding this case. And Tampa defense attorney Anthony Rickman joins us now live to help us understand the situation a little bit better. Hi there, Anthony. We appreciate your time here. The big question I know so many people have, this business about a person of interest, there's really no suspect who's been named. Why, in your opinion, has Brian Laundrie not been formally named a suspect?
Good evening, Mark. And understand, there's no requirement that law enforcement deem Brian Laundrie a suspect. But in these cases, in these investigations, actions speak louder than words. And we only need to look at the actions of law enforcement to see that Brian Laundrie is indeed a suspect. In this case, we see law enforcement executing search warrants that indicate they believe a felony occurred. We see a nationwide manhunt, local search warrants. We see the state of Florida executing any resource they have to find Brian Laundrie. Although they're not calling him a suspect, it's clear he is a suspect, and he's the only suspect in this case.
Yeah, I was just going to follow up. What do you make of the fact that no other person of interest has been named?
Well, look, Brian Laundrie was with Gabby when they went on this trip. He came back without her. We know that there's a history of violence and abuse while they were on this trip in Wyoming. We know that when he comes back, he leaves and flees, and he's still that to be found. We know there's mysterious text messages that were sent by somebody with access to the phone, and he had access to that phone. Right now, he's the only person with a direct link to Gabby who may know where she is, or right now, the only person we believe may have done something to her.
Yeah, you spent some time working in the state attorney's office years ago. What, in your opinion, do you think, if he is guilty, what do they need to make a case against Laundrie?
They're going to have to prove that he's the one who committed this crime. And in doing so, the first thing they're going to look at is that autopsy that was just conducted. They're going to look to see what caused the death of Gabby. They're going to look to her body to see if there's any forensic evidence, for instance, DNA under her nails. They're going to look to the surrounding area around her body to see if there's any link to Brian Laundrie. Did he drop something? Did he leave something? Did he leave a weapon? They're going to look to the phone records, his conversations with anybody around to see if he said anything incriminating. Ultimately, they're going to argue that his fleeing, his running away, forms some sort of consciousness of guilt. If you didn't do anything wrong, why are you running? Why are you fleeing? They're going to piece together all the evidence to make and build a case if they believe he's the person who committed the crime.
Let's back up to that Northport police press conference about a week ago. And I know we're all used to it in the media, of course. As you know, there's a lot of information that can be held back in an investigation that does not need to be made public early on. But it was curious. The Northport police chief said that there is a lot that they weren't telling us. They did admit that last week. What do you think kind of information that could be?
Well, we learned after this press conference that a search warrant was executed at the home of Brian Laundrie. We also learned that there was a hard drive found in the van that was located at Brian Laundrie's home. We know in that search warrant, it talks about text messages that were received by Gabby's family that they found to be suspicious. We do know that around the time that she was reported missing, they searched the van and they did find evidence within that van. Now, that evidence could be forensic. Could there be blood? Could there be links? Could there be other physical evidence in addition to those text messages that establishes that he had committed a crime and is responsible for her death?
What about Laundrie's parents? I know there's a lot of frustration. A lot of members of the public, investigators have clearly been on record to say there hasn't been much help there. Could his parents, do you think, be charged with anything if there's any proof that he may have helped, they may have helped him at some point?
Absolutely. If law enforcement can establish that his parents, if they did, we don't know what they did, but if law enforcement can establish that his parents in some way hid evidence, concealed evidence, tampered with evidence, then they could be charged. Additionally, we know the FBI was involved in an investigation. We know the FBI came and spoke with the parents. If the parents lied or made false statements to the FBI, they could be charged with that. If the parents intentionally assisted him in fleeing or did something after the fact, they could be an accessory after the fact. So possibly his parents, depending on what they did, could be charged with a crime.
Sure. We have so many more developments likely coming by the day, as we've seen over the last better part of a week and a half. So, Anthony Rickman, an attorney in Tampa, we appreciate your time tonight and your perspective.
All right, so once again, here is that live look outside of the Laundrie family home. We do know, again, that the mother brought back that Ford Mustang that had been taken away from their home by authorities and then got back into the car with her husband, Chris, before leaving their property here again. So what we're going to do is continue this conversation as we are going to be speaking with a medical death investigator talking about how autopsies play a huge part in the investigation questions when it comes to these types of investigations. So we'll have more to come here on Live Now from Fox after we go into a quick break. A lot of questions still surround the Gabby Petito case, especially after Tuesday's autopsy not only confirmed the body found in Wyoming was that of the missing 22-year-old, but also that her death has now been ruled a homicide. We're bringing in Dr. Antoinette Vicks. She is with Purdue Global University. She's an instructor for criminal justice program. And Antoinette, let's just start with some of your background, because you have had some experience with what these investigators are doing at this time.
Yes, good morning. So absolutely. So my experience is that of a medical legal death investigator. We are usually under the employ of either a coroner's office or a medical examiner's office, and our entire purpose is that separate from the police department, where we don't focus on who actually committed a crime. Our focus is that of the individual, the deceased individual. So we are going out on the crime scene and we are taking pictures. We are looking at the body. We're looking for any evidence that someone did something to that person, or whether or not this person did something to themselves. So whether that be looking for signs of a struggle, or if there are any injuries or signs of trauma to that individual's body. Once we take our pictures and we assess all of that information that we see, whether it be from the crime scene or from the body itself, then we come back to the office, we write our reports, and that information in conjunction with the physical findings, the histology and the toxicology all go together to help render that cause and manner of death.
And you mentioned you've been one of those people who've had to go out to these scenes. So obviously there was a big search underway in Grand Teton National Park when she had been declared missing. How important is it that investigators did thoroughly search that area? I'm going to play some video too of that area, but how important is it that they made sure to leave the body when they first found it before taking it away to conduct that autopsy?
Okay. Absolutely. That is extreme. That's probably one of the most crucial points in the investigation. Whenever a deceased individual is found, police officers know, investigators know, they don't touch the body. They don't do anything, especially if there's no obvious signs of life. They immediately will call the coroner's office or the medical examiner's office and have one of us come out to that, at that point, take over the scene, because that individual now belongs to, they're the property of the medical examiner's office. So that is a very crucial part of the investigation.
And we said, the death ruled a homicide. So let's talk about some of the things that examiners are going to really take a close look at when they were performing and conducting the autopsy. What could have led them to some of those results?
Absolutely. So homicide just merely means that someone did something to the other person. It's not the same as a murder. So a homicide doesn't necessarily mean intent. And so some of the things that bring in an individual back to the morgue and during the autopsy, we're looking for signs of a struggle. Do they have any defense wounds? Once we open the body up, we're usually better able to tell if they've been strangled or if any trauma has been inflicted upon that person. It's usually relatively obvious to see. However, we also will wait for the histology and toxicology reports to come back because that can also help to paint that picture as well.
And kind of explain what that report is and what it really would tell those examiners.
Absolutely. The toxicology and histology reports or the autopsy report?
Yeah, all of the above.
Sure. So the autopsy report is once you bring an individual into the morgue, we are taking very detailed inventory of that individual. We're taking pictures as they were brought in from the scene before they're unclothed, so in their original state. Then we take pictures of all of the clothes that are taken off of those individuals, and we're looking for any evidence, whether it be transfer of hair or things from the scene that may have gotten onto the individual's clothing. The fingernails are going to be scraped, and that's taken for evidence in case that needs to be sent off for DNA. And then once the person is undressed, then we get them cleaned up and take what we consider to be clean pictures. And this is of the individual with no clothing on. And it's going to show any marks, any bruises, any abnormalities, deformities, any of that is going to be prevalent. And all of those pictures are taken with the case number associated with that individual. So when the forensic pathologist does their autopsy report, they're doing the autopsy report starting from when that individual came to the medical examiner's or coroner's office and until they've taken the very last organ out of that individual. Because even when the organs are taken out, they're taken out one at a time and they're going to be dissected. And some of the pieces of those organs are taken and they're placed in cassettes that are used for histology. Histology is sent off, and histology just means that they're testing to see, are there any abnormalities or diseases or anything in those organs that could also contribute or have contributed to that person's demise. The toxicology is taken, it's usually blood from specific areas. If the person is too badly decomposed and there's no blood available, then we will take tissue, usually from the femoral meat area, usually in the thigh area. We'll take tissue from that, that's sent off. Usually vitreous, which is the eye fluid, is also taken, and that's sent off for testing to see, are there any drugs or any substances in that individual's system that would have also contributed to their demise. So once all of that information is gathered, and that usually takes a couple of weeks for the histology and toxicology to come back. But once all of that information is gathered in conjunction with the findings from the autopsy as well as from the scene, then they're able to render a cause and manner of death. So homicide in this case just means that there was evidence during that autopsy that whatever they found, it was not something she could have inflicted on herself. So she may have been strangled. There may have been signs that she was beaten. There are a number of evidentiary findings that they could have seen that told them that this was not something she did to herself.
And I know, obviously, some of those findings will help kind of investigators in their case. How often is that the matter where you see and document all of this evidence and it really does help investigators be able to push forward with their investigation?
Oh, it happens a lot because, to be honest, most of the criminal investigators, whether that be the police detectives or FBI or whomever they are, they rely heavily on the reports that are given by the medical examiner's office. But that also is dependent upon everything being conducted like it should be in the beginning. So as long as there's no chance that anyone on the initial crime scene did anything that could have contaminated the evidence or did anything such as moving her from her original position or something along those lines, then absolutely all of that evidence can be used by those investigators to help them make the determination. But often we work very closely with law enforcement of all agencies to help them determine whether or not they're looking for someone that committed a crime or whether or not this was a natural death or something accidental and no one did anything to the individual.
And obviously with the search for Brian Laundrie, he's been the only person of interest named in this case. How important is timing? I know that this isn't necessarily what you used to do, but again, this is the last person who could have seen her alive. Obviously, they would have a lot of questions that they'd want to ask him.
Absolutely, and that does go in alignment with what a medical legal death investigator would do because we are right alongside the police department. One thing a lot of people confuse is they think we work for the police department. The medical examiner office or the coroner's office, depending on the state that you're in, they work alongside. We work in conjunction with, but not for, any policing agency. And so when the police are questioning individuals, whether it be witnesses, whether it be suspects, a lot of times the medical examiner's office does have a representative like myself, an investigator, right there because we need that information as well. So the last known alive time, what was she doing? Where were you? And all of those circumstances are very important. And that's a very important aspect of that death investigation process.
And finally, I just want to ask you anything you think of note when it comes to the Gabby Petito case. We still have a lot of questions that are unanswered at this time. The full report still hasn't been.
Well, I'm not really sure about Wyoming, but I do know that a lot of times in the high profile cases, you are able to put a rush on the toxicology and histology reports because a lot of times that will make the final determination in how a case is ruled. One other thing that is very important to understand is because she's been missing for so long and she was outside, you need to take into consideration what stage of decomposition she was in, and then any animal activity that has taken place. Now, with her being outside and in a forest, then it is highly probable that them making that final determination may be a little more difficult because she was outside and she was exposed to the elements. And then again, all of the animal activity that has taken place from the time that she was there until the time that she was found.
Yeah, and obviously there's still so many questions even after all these other results come through with that autopsy. So we do appreciate some of the insight you've been giving us here today. Dr. Antoinette Vicks, again, here with us with Purdue University Global. We appreciate all the insight you've helped provide here today.
Absolutely, anytime. Thank you.
And we'll be back here on Live Now from Fox with even more as we continue to follow the Gabby Petito case.
Here on the East Coast. My name is Rain Augustine, and thank you all so much for continuing to choose Live Now from Fox as your source for nonstop news. In this hour, we are going to continue our in-depth coverage of the Gabby Petito case. Right now, we know that investigators are still searching for 22-year-old Brian Laundrie, Gabby's fiance, who has been reported missing. He's also been named a person of interest in the case. Now, we do know that when it comes to these kind of investigations, authorities and investigators use so many different forms of intelligence, body language being one. So I would like to welcome to the conversation Greg Hartley, body language expert. Greg, thank you so much for joining us. And if you don't mind, I want to dive straight into it. Let's revisit the body camera footage from the very first time we witnessed police pull over Mr. Laundrie and Gabby Petito. And I'm going to play it out for you all, our viewers, and for Mr. Hartley. And I'm going to pause and play it so we can kind of analyze it in real time. Sound good?
Perfect. Perfect.
All right. So this is the body camera footage from when police officers first pulled Gabby and Brian Laundrie over. Let's go ahead and play this out in full.
Driver is showing some obscure driving, possibly intoxicated. Currently doing 45 miles an hour. Zone through here is 25. Oh! Subject just hit the curb. Correction, speed limit is 15. I'm about 3/4 of a mile into the arches, just before the gate. You want to place your vehicle into park and go ahead and turn it off for me?
Yeah, sure.
No, park?
Oh, it is in park, yeah.
Okay, turn off your engine. Go ahead and set your keys on the dash for me, all right? What's your guys' names?
Gabby. I'm Brian.
Gabby, Brian? Okay. What's going on? How come you're crying?
I'm just crying. We've just been fighting this morning. Some personal issues.
It was a long day. We were camping yesterday, and camping got stuff, flies and stuff. I'm sorry I hit the bump there.
I was distracting him from driving. I'm sorry.
Can I get you to step out of the vehicle for me, man?
All right, Greg, let's go ahead and pause it right here. So we witnessed police noticing some erratic driving. They pulled Brian Laundrie and Gabby Petito over. Whenever the officer approaches the vehicle, we see some brief interaction, some initial interaction between the two. What's the first thing that you noticed?
Yeah, the first thing I notice is fight or flight in these two people, which is normal. If you've ever been pulled over by a police officer, your initial reaction is going to be to try to make the officer happy. You're going to try to placate whatever he wants. You always give him an excuse for why things happen. They all do. All of my highway patrol friends say sorry is the #1 word they hear from folks. And what's happening is we are wired in a way that we get fight or flight. That means our respiration increases, our blink rate increases, and those officers can tell that. And you notice with both of them that they both apologize. They're both afraid that there's a problem. I appreciate you playing this from the beginning because most people assume that they were pulled over from a domestic violence charge, and that's not the case. They thought it was maybe erratic and drunk driving. But this first part is fairly normal, and he notices she's crying, so he's going to immediately move in and assume that something else is going on and try to slow that as well. You'll see it.
I was distracting him from driving. I'm sorry.
All right, let's go ahead and continue to play out this footage. I believe next the police officer is going to ask her to step out the car so we can really get a close-up look as to what her body language is displaying.
Can I get you to step out of the vehicle for me, ma'am?
Yeah.
Just hang tight right there. Do you mind if I take your keys and just put them on your hood?
You got it, buddy. I'm so
Thank
sorry.
you. Oh, no, you're fine. I'm going to go ahead and close your door, okay? Why don't you come over here? SO229. I have the female that was in the passenger seat separated from the male. Keys are on the hood. You want to tell me what's going on?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just some days I have really bad OCD, and I was just cleaning and straightening up the back of the van before, and I was apologizing to him and saying, I'm sorry that I'm so mean, because sometimes I have OCD and sometimes I just get really frustrated. Not like mean towards him. I just like, I guess my vibe is like I am really like in a bad mood. And I was just saying, I'm sorry if I'm in a bad mood. I've just been really stressed. I had so much work I was doing on my computer this morning.
What do you do for a living?
Well, I used to work at an organic juice bar, but I just quit my job.
Okay.
I was a nutritionist. That's my
That's
job.
cool.
And I just
So, Greg, one of the very first things I noticed is their verbal tone whenever the police officer asked them to step out of the car. It's almost like they were trying very hard to give the presentation that they were comfortable.
For sure. And that's human nature. What we're trying to do is to placate that officer, because the last thing we want is any engagement or anything to go further. Whether it's a traffic violation or something else, you can hear her voice lilt at the end. She goes, sure. And so they're trying to be normal. You're right. There's something going on in here. A couple of things to notice in her body language. She crosses her abdomen, and that's a primary barrier for trying to get more space. This is pretty normal. She's been pulled over by a police officer. She's not sure what's coming. And a lot of folks are going to point to the domestic violence piece of this and say they're indicators. And let's talk for a second about that part. But a woman will cross her abdomen as a primary blocker or as a primary barrier. Men will put their hands in front of their groin, kind of a move called a fig leaf. And those are primary sex organs we're guarding, and that's just a DNA thing. Our brain is trying to protect the species. But she does one thing that's interesting for me that shows volatility in their relationship. If you listen to her, she's crying kind of wildly until she talks about things.
because I just saw the lights come on, and it was more just like good.
And so when that becomes normal, that makes me think that it's normal for them to have some volatility in their relationship. And as I said in our presentation of this on the behavior panel in the very end, I could not see this ending well. That was before I knew there was a body.
So it offers some insight into the nature of their personal relationship.
Well, from what I can see here, and we're talking body language only, what I see here is volatility. I mean, I can see a guy who could probably be a hothead and that kind of thing. And, you know, women who've been in domestic abuse situations will see things that I don't see clearly. But I see him interacting with the police normally, like what I would expect, not normally, you know, barriering, closing up. I see her open, normal, but I can hear in that issue of her talking about emotional issues in a very flat tone and non-emotional issues very emotionally, that there's been a lot going on. I would expect there's escalation. You know, I was a 20-year soldier. I saw a lot of young soldiers in bad relationships, meaning bad choices. And there's never okay to hit each other. Never. If you're watching this and somebody's hitting you or you're hitting somebody, stop that now. That never ends well. And when you're dealing with young people who have a hotter kind of personality and that rises, it never can end well.
All right, let's go ahead and continue to watch the body camera footage.
Because I just saw the lights come on, and it was more just like good idiot, like, you know.
But did you grab the steering wheel and like
No.
swerve or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
I didn't touch the steering wheel at all.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and close this door again. Do you have enough air back here, or do you want me to kick it up some more?
Do you have any water?
I will see if I can find some.
Okay, no worries. Thank you.
Type one.
So now we're going
Happen to have any water, would you? Can I get a bottle?
Did you already give a statement for this officer? I've got this gentleman here. Yeah. This gentleman noticed that you had some marks on your neck. Yeah. And she's got some marks on her too. We're just trying to figure out what all happened. And I know you probably already told your story. This officer is probably going to be the one handling the whole case. You want to listen to what he has to say, and and then you tell him what happened. So if you don't mind.
Start at the beginning for me.
Start at the beginning. Well, I don't want to go too far back, but we've been in Beyond Land for the past week or so, traveling around, and the flies here are pretty intense. So the flies have definitely been getting to her, and then my feet are dirty and everything. So I think that our little squabble started because we were hanging out at the coffee shop, and when we got back to the van, there was some dirt and stuff in the van, and I moved our food around. It was a little disorganized, so she gets a little.
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Do you need any water?
It's okay.
It's hot out here.
We were going to get water because we ran out, but it's okay. No, it's alright. I don't like plastic bottles. It's okay. Thank you, though. But we just had a little disagreement there. And the disagreement was just that she was getting a little worked up, and I was saying, "No, it's okay. Thank you so much." So it was just more of a disagreement, and I just wanted to say.
What was the disagreement about?
It was, I wouldn't even call it disagreement. It was just that I'm dirty and I can't change being dirty. Like I got dirty feet, I got sand on my flip-flops and stuff like that. It was that we were at the coffee shop for so long because we were there from 9 to 3. So yeah, there's a few little things, little relationships. I don't know if you're in a relationship, but I'm sure you are.
I've been married for over 5 years now. So.
There's a lot of little things.
Yeah, I can go
and I get it. We really. We weren't physical before the point where I said, all right, let's just take a breather and like walk away for a minute. I'll lock the van up and I'll go for a walk this way, and you can go walk that way on the block. You know, there's that what is it called, Moonflower? Right. Yeah, nice areas. You can go either way. It's all shaded. So let's go for a little walk and breather, come back. Because we're happy with it. I'm not upset with her. She got worked up and she had a phone in her hand and the keys and everything. And she wanted. I know the keys are her rings, her things, her phone. And I was holding on to the keys because I didn't want to go anywhere. And my big fear is I don't have my phone. I don't have my phone. So she goes off without me with a car. I'm on my own. So I was saying, let's just go for a walk. And she was trying to get the keys for me. So I was just going, just wait back up, and that's when she hit me.
All right, Greg. So I'm not the expert here, but this is the first few moments of when police began to question Brian Laundrie after they asked him to step out of the vehicle. And I noticed a few things. Number one, he's not really taking any accountability. And also, he seems very confident.
So there are a couple of things. Number one, we see him standing openly until he's threatened. When they talk about the investigating officer and he turns to face him, notice he crosses his arms and closes his hands, and he starts to mill his hands then. He does the fig leaf we just talked about when we were talking to the young lady. But you see him barriering then. That means I need space. And then he starts to talk as if everything's okay. He's just answering questions. The red flag here for me that tells me there's volatility in this, now I don't know, has he been an abuser in the past, but there's volatility, is you hear him minimize, we got physical. That's passive voice. And it's we. It's not I got physical, she got physical. He doesn't point to her as being the domestic abuser or him as being the domestic abuser. So it's sharing blame and spreading it out. That's a red flag for me. But it also later, he offers to go to jail for her. I mean, there's all kinds of crazy things that happen in this video. So
I'm sure we could talk about this for a very long time and have a really in-depth analysis. We know that investigators are continuing their search. They're still looking for Mr. Laundrie. I'll pull up a timeline of the disappearance just so our viewers can stay up to date. What are you looking for as a body language expert? What will you be paying attention to as we get more details on this case?
Well, I'd love to see them actually interview him. I think his hypercompliance may go away when they put pressure on him because he's hypercompliant in these videos when they start to put pressure. I think the guy, if he gets interrogated, will probably ball up, get emotional, and confess. I would imagine we'll see that, but I'd love to see his actual interrogation video, assuming that happens. I'll watch when they take him into custody, assuming that happens.
All right, great.
Okay, so once again, we were listening into that interview, and this all taking place again with our Florida team as they do have the search continuing down at the nature reserve. Going to go into a quick break. More to come here with a fresh update from police down on the ground in Florida when we return. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, taking a look at some video that Northport police have given to us to help show their efforts as they continue searching for Brian Laundrie, and a lot of tools and equipment being used out at the Carlton Reserve. Let's listen into the latest update with Northport Police Commander Fussell.
Commander Joe Fussell, what are we out here doing today?
So we partnered with other law enforcement agencies in our community, in our region. We teamed up. We've broke them into different groups to do a line search and a grid search throughout a specific area in the Carlton Reserve.
What's different today than other days?
So today we have some other agencies with new officers that haven't been here in the past week. They've joined us and locked arms with us to deploy them out, see what we can find. We're covering many, many acres, so we need all this manpower and all the staff that we can grab.
How does that help?
How does that help? It's tremendous. This is a tremendous mass of land. The more people, the more effective we are, and they bring resources in, such as swamp buggies. These swamp buggies are important for us because you're at higher altitude looking down, and you can get into the deeper water, the deeper marsh. About 75% of this area is underwater, so we can't see how deep it is, and it's more effective to bring these higher vehicles into those areas.
All right, so that again was the latest, this being provided to us by the Northport Police Department as they continue this search in the Carlton Reserve. As you can see, there's just some of those vehicles that they said they have been bringing in to try to get through just some of this terrain. And once more, we know that Brian Laundrie is being searched for in this area because this is the last known location that his parents said him to be. So a lot of efforts have been focused here down in Florida, and we will be getting more updates on the latest in the Gabby Petito case. Going to be checking in with Fox's Jonathan Seary in about a half hour. Of course, if there's more developments ahead of that, we'll be bringing them to all of our viewers here with us on Live Now from Fox, where we're always staying on top of the top stories, breaking news here for all of our viewers. So do want to go and take a quick look at our Dow as we are staying in the green here later in the week. We had a little bit of a rocky start, a little bit of a stock market scare on Monday, but you can see here now up more than 600 points as we continue to get closer to the end of the week. And with that said, we do also have a couple of live events that are going to be set to take place here shortly. I just want to show everyone that we do have just a shot. This is going to be a little bit raw, just so you know. That's what we do here, we're live, raw, unfiltered. This is our camera crew waiting for Secretary Blinken. He's had some UN meetings, so we'll be bringing this to you if we do see him providing any remarks here for us. Plus, we do have a Build Back Better briefing. This is going to be with some members of Congress and care workers. They're holding this press conference inside of the U.S. Capitol in support of infrastructure, Build Back Better budget, and reconciliation packages. So this all on the pretense of the government shutdown that is looming. It could happen. Of course, a lot of lawmakers trying to avoid that. So once this event does kick off, we can jump into this. Plus, as I mentioned, we can go out to Secretary Blinken if we see him as well. So a lot of different moving pieces here that we can jump out to that we are keeping an eye on for you. But until this time, until we have a couple of these events kick off, let's go ahead and listen back into the rest of that White House press briefing with Jen Psaki. We'd been listening in just about an hour ago as she was trying to, as she was pressed for answers on the border crisis. So White House, also DHS, both trying to point blame a little bit, trying to answer questions, but also trying to avoid some of those exact numbers when it comes to Haitians down at the border. So let's go listen into that briefing that took place just earlier here this morning.
We're not going to shy away from that, and that's what people were elected him to get through. Go ahead.
Also on Haiti, building on Jeff's question, I mean, when you have Maxine Waters saying that what these images and this policy harkens back to the slave trade, I mean, you're saying here that you're trying to communicate what the policy is. She and other Democrats who are your allies in other political projects are criticizing that very policy. Isn't this a larger problem, a political problem for the president than just merely communicating what the Title 42 policy is?
It's not just about the Title 42 policy. I think Congresswoman Waters and others, as are we, have been horrified by the photos of the Border Patrol officers and that behavior. And we have taken very specific action in launching an investigation, ending a part of a policy that the Secretary of Homeland Security felt was problematic. There has also been a view that we were handling our immigration policy in a different way than we were handling for other migrants who were coming across the border. That's not true. And so what we've been doing is trying to explain what our policy and our process is and reiterate to everyone that our objective is not to keep the policy as it is, which is broken, which is not workable long term, to work with people who are frustrated to put in place a new immigration policy that is humane, that is orderly, that does have robust asylum processing. But we've also reiterated that it is our objective to continue to implement what is law and what our laws are, and that includes border restrictions. Go ahead.
Jen, in the spirit of explaining policy, can you explain how the administration is determining who gets to come in and get processed under Title VIII and get an NTA and who's getting expelled? On-the-ground reporting suggests that it's based off demographic, not racial demographic, but if you come in as a family, single adult, what have you. How is Border Patrol determining right now who actually gets to stay in and get processed and who gets expelled under Title 42?
Sure. So across the border, including in the Del Rio sector, we continue to enforce Title 42. Families and single adults are typically expelled under this CDC directive when possible. The determination of who can be expelled or not is determined by a number of factors, including the makeup of the specific family unit. Some people with kids who are younger than a certain age are not accepted back in certain countries. We know that from our immigration policy writ large, long before the last couple of weeks. And agreements with the country origin and as well as agreements with the country of origin or last residence. As you know, and as all of you have reported, this is not just a case of everyone coming directly from Haiti. People are coming from different countries, some where they have lived for periods of time. Family units are different, and so each is made on a case-by-case basis. Another determining factor is detention capacity, both within ICE and CPB. And so, as we have stated, those who cannot be expelled are placed into removal proceedings and issued a notice to appear, or when capacity issues and processing backlogs arise, they may be processed via an alternate means, which requires them to report to an ICE office to commence the next steps in their immigration proceedings. That's how the process works.
DHS thus far has not given data on, specifically in Del Rio, of those who have been processed under Title VIII and those who have been processed under Title 42. Is there any breakdown that you can provide on that?
I think they did provide yesterday, and I think they're going to be providing regular updates, and certainly this is something that is under their purview, as you noted, that the department has conducted 2 repatriation flights yesterday. I'm just going to give you a little more information than you asked for, but just so everybody has it, with a total of 318 Haitian nationals on board. These flights will continue since Sunday, September 19th. 12 repatriation flights have left the United States. 1,401 Haitian nationals have been returned to Haiti. 3,206 Haitian nationals have been moved from the Del Rio camp to CBP custody or to other sectors of the United States border to either be expelled via Title 42 if possible or placed into removal proceedings. Sometimes it requires a discussion in order to determine the path forward. Then, therefore, there remain less than 5,000 migrants in the Del Rio sector.
And can I ask about police reform as well? Sure. Obviously, reports that those talks are dead. What's the White House strategy now moving forward to try and rein in police departments? And I know that the readout yesterday mentioned working with Democrats both in the House and the Senate. But what's the strategy also for the White House to work with Republicans as well, who did ask for more concessions when it came to these negotiations?
Well, I spoke to this quite a bit yesterday, but I'm happy to speak to it again. Part of our objective is to communicate and work with a range of members, activists, and others who've been involved in pressing for reform, something the president strongly supports. That includes the consideration of executive action, and certainly includes considering whether there is a path forward legislatively. Obviously, we just saw those talks break down just yesterday, so those engagements need to resume, but those are really the next steps in the process Karen, go ahead.
Thanks. Getting back to the Monday potential vote on infrastructure, you had said in response to Ken's question that the president's working closely with leadership to determine what the next best steps are. But what has he indicated he thinks the next best steps are? Is he looking at Monday as a hard deadline, or would he be okay with that vote being delayed by a couple of weeks?
Again, he is somebody who has been through this process quite a few times before, and he is going to work in close consultation with leadership. That's when the vote is scheduled. We don't have any information to suggest that has changed, but our focus right now, and really his focus, is on finding common ground, working together to unify the caucus and the party around a path forward.
And to follow up on that, and what you had said earlier about there's a lot of work that still needs to be done, and the president sees himself as a unifier in this process moving forward, does he feel that he has to sit down in the same room with the moderates and the progressives? Yesterday the meetings were separate. You explained why, but does he think he needs to have all of those stakeholders together to actually move this process forward?
We're going to determine day by day what the right next steps are. So yesterday he had meetings with a range of voices, some who had different points of view. That's part of who we are as a Democratic Party, part of democracy, and we'll determine day by day what the best next steps are. Today I think it's follow-up on a staff level.
A middleman then, if he's hearing from the moderates and then passing that on to the progressives.
He's not the only, they're talking to each other as well. So this is just his role in hearing from all of them and playing a role that he can to unify points of view and find the next best paths forward. Go ahead, Yamiche.
Thanks, Chad. A couple of questions on Haiti. The first is the president has often used his bully pulpit during the most important times in his administration. Why is he not using that bully pulpit to speak out forcefully himself on the treatment of patients?
I would say, Yamiche, certainly I've represented to you all his point of view. His point of view is also reflected in the actions that have been taken through the administration, including the investigation, including the change in policy. The Secretary of Homeland Security oversees these efforts and has been quite outspoken and quite visible on what steps we should take moving forward. And he certainly may still speak to it. Obviously, there's a lot of events happening here, including the UN General Assembly, COVID, and others, and I wouldn't rule that out.
Respectfully, I just have a couple more questions. Everyone else got questions in. Respectfully, I understand that you are the spokesperson for the president. These are images that are traumatizing Haitian Americans that he promised to treat respectfully and with humanity. Why isn't the president telling people himself these images that people say look like they were wrong? Me as president, I as president, condemn them. How is he not doing that? Why is he not doing that? What are people supposed to take away from the fact that he's not at the bully pulpit himself talking about these images?
Yamiche, I think people should take away that his actions make clear how horrible and horrific he thinks these images are, including an investigation, including a change of policy, including conveying clearly that this is not acceptable and he's not going to stand for this in the Biden-Harris administration. Our actions make that absolutely crystal clear, as have our engagements with a range of voices, a range of concerned advocates, members of Congress, and others who we want to communicate with, not just about our horror, but also about what our immigration policy is moving forward.
Also said in his letter, he called the U.S. policy inhumane, deeply flawed. Does the president believe anything in this letter that Daniel Foote is saying rings true, has some sort of point that he believes is true?
Which aspect?
He called the policy toward Haiti inhumane. He said that
he wasn't specific in his letter. What I noted earlier before, let me finish, Yamiche. What I noted earlier before is that we have taken very specific actions as it relates to the horrific photos that we're not going to stand for in this administration. I don't know if he was referring to that or something else. That's why I raised the point. His purview, let me finish, Yamiche. His purview was not about migration. He didn't raise his concerns about migration privately. We respect his point of view, respect his ability to bring forward concerns, to raise ideas, to raise proposals. That's certainly something the president welcomes from everybody on his team and something that he had the opportunity to do in a range of meetings. We also have to make decisions here based on what we feel are going to help promote democracy in Haiti, including Haitian-led reforms, Haitian-led steps on the ground to make changes in the country.
A number of people who say that he did raise concerns over the deportation of Haitians and the treatment of Haitians. Are you saying then that Daniel Foote is not telling the truth in this letter?
I would point you to the State Department, who have conveyed clearly in their statement what I just said.
I promise. Yeah. The last question is, Daniel Foote, the former special envoy to Haiti, he's raising this idea that the U.S. should be listening to Haitian civil society, not backing the current prime minister who was not elected by the people. What's the president's response to that? Because those civil society members have been telling me and other reporters for months, even before the assassination of the president, that President Biden was not listening to the people of Haiti about how to move forward with their government.
We support a Haitian-led process charting the country's course through the current political situation. We don't back any one political group, and we continue to encourage all political stakeholders to engage in dialogue and find solutions together. And that has been our objective through all of our policy process making throughout the course of this, in addition to providing a range of assistance, training to people on the ground. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. A couple questions on COVID. One having to do with masks and airlines. About a little more than 4,000 incidents reported of unruly passengers. Senator Dick Durbin has said that fines don't appear to be working. Now we understand they just doubled, but they don't appear to be working. He's calling for criminal charges. Would the administration support that?
That's not a policy decision we made. We obviously just announced the doubling of fines last week, and we're hopeful it will have an impact on people behaving in a safer way on flights.
One more question on COVID. When it comes to people who are resistant to vaccines, not hesitant, but resistant, outside of mandates, is there any discussion going on?
Oh, sorry, I'll let you continue and I'll ask a
Discussions going on about messaging and how to reach people who would just say, I'm never going to take that vaccine. Is there a new approach being discussed outside of the policy that's going to be new rule through the Labor Department? I should be more specific.
Yeah. So I think if we go back to December, only about 30% of people in this country were willing to take a vaccine. Now we're at over 75% of people who have received at least one dose. So clearly there has been progress made in addressing people's questions, addressing hesitancy or resistance, whatever it may be. And we've taken a range of steps, not just the announcement made just last week about mandates, prior to that. Part of that has been relying on local messengers. Part of that has been making the vaccine broadly accessible to everybody in the country, making it as easy as humanly possible to get vaccinated. And we're going to continue to deploy those tactics as well, because we've seen them as effective, and we've seen them work in a range of communities, getting us to a point of over 75%.
And as we listen into the White House press briefing, especially as questions are pushed about the border crisis, let's go into a quick break here on Live Now from Fox.
Did not mention was anything about supporting the TRIPS waiver or waiving the patent technology at the WTO, which many experts say will be the game changer in terms of boosting global capacity. So is this no longer a priority for the administration?
Well, he supported the TRIPS waiver. Excuse me, it's a process being led by our ambassador. It's an ongoing process. We said from the beginning it would be a lengthy process. I have not seen many advocates say this is the silver bullet and the thing that is going to provide everybody with vaccines around the world. It's something the president supports, we support in his administration, and there is an important global process that is ongoing. What we feel our role is also is not just providing, as the world's biggest provider of vaccines to the global community, more than every other country combined, but also working with our Quad partners to produce at least 1 billion vaccine doses, boosting vaccine manufacturing in South Africa to produce more than 500 million single-dose regimens in Africa for Africa, ensuring we're increasing capacity around the world and increasing and sharing know-how with the global community as well. All of these steps are essential, and certainly we continue to support the TRIPS waiver. I just want to get around to a bunch of people. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Just to clarify, yesterday DHS said that they will not be sending migrants at the Texas border to Guantanamo. But there's still conflicting media reports about this. Can you definitively clarify whether or not the administration will send migrants at the border to Guantanamo?
We will not. There's never been a plan to do that. I think there was some confusion related to the Migrant Operations Center, which has been used for decades to process migrants interdicted at sea for third country resettlement. This request for information that went out publicly yesterday, which I think caused some confusion because of the timing, was posted in a typical routine first step in a contract renewal and unrelated to the southern border. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. I have a question about the numbers that you gave and the math. So there are 15,000 migrants under the Del Rio Bridge Saturday. If you add up the ones that you say were expelled or released, it's less than 5,000. Say there's 5,000 that are still left. Where's everybody else?
I'm happy to get you a more fruitful rundown for you, if helpful, from the Department of Homeland Security.
Okay, and when you talk about how some of these people are being placed in removal proceedings, that does not mean removed, correct?
That means they're in the process of going through a removal proceeding so that we can, it can go through the process, our immigration process that's long been in place.
All right, guys, going to interrupt Jen Psaki because we do have a live press conference just getting underway in Houston where an armed robbery or a robbery of a purse, then the suspect ran over the female. Let's listen in.
El alguacil Ed Gonzalez. Very sad situation we have out here today at approximately 10:30 a.m. We have reports that there was an elderly, an older person, a female that was here exiting the McDonald's. We're told that she had her purse and some bags of food that she was carrying out when all of a sudden her purse was snatched. There was a robbery that occurred of her purse. At that point, the vehicle quickly exited, striking her here at the scene and fleeing the scene. She was transported to a hospital where unfortunately she succumbed to her injuries. We're still trying to develop some information. It's still a dynamic scene. Investigation is very early at this point. The initial description that we received was a black Impala sedan. We don't know approximately what year model, just that it was a black Impala, possibly with some black rims. So that's a distinctive feature, and possibly a black male suspect. We don't know if there was only one or there were multiple suspects. We have an active search underway for the vehicle as well. But we really want and need the community's help to step up and help us. It's a real crying shame that things are so dangerous right now, that individuals, again, a senior person was just here eating, like so many people that are on about, just enjoying her morning. This is a community hub. This McDonald's is very well known in the community. A lot of people come here. They routinely host coffee with a cop events. I've been to this McDonald's. It's a hub for the community, and people come here, and this is a real tragedy. I don't know what's going on in our city right now, but it's really sad. We're here recently. We've had Houston police officers shot. One lost his life. Here we have a senior person that tragically has lost her life. We're working another scene right now of a young woman that was shot and killed. Yesterday, a double shooting. We have teens being shot and killed. We could do better than that. I mean, really stealing a purse from an elderly person? Get a job, I mean, there's no excuse for that. There's no excuse for that. And so we're real upset. We're going to do everything we can to try to locate the suspect, but we need the community's help. Esta mañana, como a las 10:30 de la mañana, recibimos una llamada a este local, a este restaurante. Iba saliendo una mujer hispana de tercera edad, aproximadamente de 71 años. Iba saliendo con su comida, con su bolsillo en la mano, cuando alguien se acercó a ella, le robó la bolsa.
So we're listening now as he's translating in Spanish, as well as we have this live update coming to us from Houston. We also have some aerials of that crime scene in that lower right-hand box. Again, this is a situation where police were called out to a robbery that took place at a fast food restaurant parking lot. And they do say that an older adult female had been robbed of her purse, and unfortunately the suspect, in an attempt to get away, ran over the female as he fled the scene. So female had been transported to the hospital but did succumb to her injuries. Again, this is a live update that we're getting from Houston. That's what we do here on Live Now from Fox, is jump out to breaking news no matter where it's happening. We're on top of it here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Todo lo posible y nuestras condolencias para la familia. Our condolences go out to the victim's family. She's described as a Hispanic woman, approximately early 70s of age, and so we're going to do everything we can to solve this case. Any questions?
Was she by herself or was she with family?
We're told that she was by herself. That's the initial information. Again, I always reiterate that all this is preliminary. We try to give the information as quickly as possible until we could refine the descriptions and things like that. If anybody saw something and may have left or saw anybody fleeing the location, we want to know every description we get. If somebody got a plate number, anything like that would be very helpful to us right now. Our folks are out looking for the initial vehicle description that we have.
Algo así, su frustración es demasiado ya, la violencia. Ya residentes de aquí me dicen, tenemos miedo de ser la próxima víctima nosotros.
Sí, pues los entiendo que tienen miedo. Estos últimos días hemos visto a oficiales de policía que han sido baleados, ahora esta persona de tercera edad, también adolescentes. Entonces es algo que tenemos que cambiar. Esto no lo podemos aceptar, y gente que anda robando, que busquen trabajo. Hay bastantes trabajos ahorita. There's a lot of jobs right now. People are hiring. I mean, get to work. I mean, this crime spree and things like that is just ridiculous. I mean, we could do better. This is plain daylight. I understand it was 2 in the morning and people are out, bad things happen. Come on, this person came to eat. She had her bags of food. They're thrown on the floor. You know, it breaks my heart. She's someone's loved one. You know, and it's just inexcusable. And I want to just thank our team that's out here. We have our leadership team from the captain out in the region, Captain Douglas. We have Chief Lee, that's overall law enforcement and patrol, and Major Coleman as well with our investigative bureau. So we have everyone out here to do everything we can. And we're working a simultaneous case at the same time in North Harris County, unrelated to this. But again, another complex. We had a double shooting out there, now a female, same vicinity. So this is getting real out of control, and just there seems to be no accountability anymore.
Usted dice que ella estaba con su comida. Habla un poquito de eso en español.
Sí, pues salió con su comida, está estacionada directamente a salir de la puerta. Dice que venía con su comida lista, yo creo que para llevar.
So once again, listening to this live update coming out of Houston, you can really hear just how upset these officers are, saying that this is happening in broad daylight and attacking people who are a bit older. And again, she was just out trying to get some food for the day when a robber tried to take her purse, and then the suspect ran her over as he fled the scene. So she was taken to the hospital, unfortunately pronounced deceased, and Sheriff Gonzalez saying the suspect possibly did flee in a dark-colored Impala. Of course, this is a developing investigation that they are out right now, and we're listening in live on Unfiltered.
Picture as things, and she was again violently struck by the vehicle as they were trying to flee. Is there any video from the school? That's part of our investigation. We'll canvass not only here the business. Beyond just that, we sometimes there's video, but it may not be the best quality. So we're asking all businesses, residents, anybody. Sometimes cars have dash cams now in their own personal vehicles. It's a very busy area, especially in the morning at that time. Somebody must have seen or heard something. And the description, if it's accurate, it is pretty descriptive because it's described as having black rims. And so that black Impala, black rims, leaving this area, somebody knows who drives a vehicle like that.
And the individual, any idea?
All right, so once again, we were listening into that update. Unfortunately, that female who was robbed of her purse here today, dying from the incident. What we're going to do is, of course, stay on top of this. If there is more developments with that search for the suspect, we can always bring you those updates right here on Live Now from Fox. But we are going to head off into a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, going to be giving you a fresh update down in Florida. Fox's Jonathan Seary going to be joining us, talking about what we know in this Gabby Petito case. More to come here, again, in just 2 minutes. And welcome back. This is some video from earlier here today. Northport Police sharing with us just the search efforts that do continue in Florida as Brian Laundrie is still unknown of his location. So we're going to be bringing in Fox's Jonathan Siri as we continue to keep all of our viewers up to date on the latest. And Jonathan, thank you for joining us live. You're outside of the police department here today. What's the latest in this case?
Yeah, well, police releasing new video of their search that continues of the Carlton Reserve. Because of all the rain we've been having, it's already a swamp, but now about 75% of the land there is underwater. And so the video that they provided shows these high water vehicles, these swamp buggies that allow you to go into these flooded areas and really look down from up high to get a better view and more access to everything that's going on. But it is difficult work as they go into this very foreboding territory. Now, experts say that with experience, a good person with outdoors experience, someone who knows what to eat, how to fish, that type of thing, can actually survive indefinitely out there. There's plenty of fresh water, there's fish there, and so it's entirely possible Brian Laundrie, who was an avid camper, could survive if he is indeed still alive and if he is indeed out in that reserve. And so that remains a focus of the investigation as they try to locate this person of interest in the disappearance and death of his girlfriend, Gabby Petito. The other thing that's new is the Moab Police Department. This is in Moab, Utah. You may recall that was where on August 12, there was this incident where they responded to what appeared to be a domestic call, a 911 call. Police later releasing that body cam video where you see a clearly agitated Gabby talking with police, and then a much calmer Brian talking, even joking around with police after someone called 911 saying that they saw Brian hitting Gabby. Well, when police arrived, Gabby took the blame for that, said it was her fault, that she was hitting Brian when they were arguing, that Brian was just maybe pushing her away in self-defense. But Gabby took the blame. Well, police talked them down and decided not to press any criminal charges, but said, you guys need to remain separated for the night. And so Gabby Petito stayed with their van, and they hooked Brian up with a crisis shelter, and they found him lodging at a hotel for the night. The two went on their way, and then in the days that followed, Gabby went missing, and we all know how the story worked out. Well, the city of Moab issued a press release just moments ago saying that they are going to conduct an internal investigation to see whether the officers acted appropriately. The city saying that there's nothing that immediately raises any red flags that anything was done wrong, but there are enough questions from the general public. You know, some people praising the officers for their professionalism and others criticizing them, saying they should have done more. Maybe they could have prevented Gabby's death. So that's something that the city is going to look into as it conducts this internal investigation in the coming days.
And you know, a lot of questions are surrounding that incident. We're taking a look at some of that video from the body camera footage, but I want to turn things back to the search that's taking place in Florida. So obviously we know that it's rough terrain, it's 25,000 acres. Have we heard anything from police on how much more time, more effort they're going to be putting into searching for Brian there? Because as we know, this could possibly be a diversion to allow him time to flee.
Yeah, all of this search is based on what the parents told authorities last week when they called them to their house. Last Friday, the parents who had remained silent since Gabby's disappearance called police and said they wanted to talk to them. When officers arrived, they apparently shared no information on what they knew about Gabby, but everything was about reporting their son missing. And the story that they told officers was that their son had headed out to hike in the preserve on Tuesday, taking his mother's Ford Mustang, and that they went out to the preserve and they found the Mustang abandoned. They left it for a while and then came back and drove it back to the house before they called police. When police arrived, the Mustang was already in their driveway. Police took that into custody, and in fact, it was just now released back to the mother today. But the entire search is based on what the parents have told them. A, that their son went to the preserve, and B, that he had left the Mustang there. By the time police arrived at the house, the Mustang was already back at the house. So they're taking the parents' word that this is indeed truthful. It's really the best lead that they have as to his whereabouts. But again, this really relies on the truth of what the parents were telling officers.
Right. So a lot of unanswered questions yet to be they're all a mystery, remain to be answered. So we do appreciate all those updates, especially with the newest information on the Moab police. Fox's Jonathan Seary joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks for being here with us.
My pleasure.
And as we continue to follow the latest happening in Florida, we, of course, want to let our viewers know we are conducting our own special interviews. We've been talking with a lot of different experts, from body language experts to forensic experts, talking about how that autopsy did come to the conclusion and ruled Gabby's death a homicide. We've been playing them out here for you, and we'll continue to reach out for more special interviews as this case continues down in Florida. So let's go ahead. We're going to step away for a quick break, and more to come, not only on the Gabby Petito case, but of course on a number of stories happening across our country. More to come here on Live Now from Fox when we return. And once more, here is a live look in Northport, Florida. Again, we just heard from Jonathan Seary. We also have been reporting it this morning, that Ford Mustang that had been taken away by authorities during that search on Monday by FBI has since now been returned. But the Laundrie family not at their property as of the last time we know that Roberta had brought back this Ford Mustang, then got quickly into the truck that her husband Chris was driving, and they left their property again here today. So if there's more developments outside of the home, of course, we can bring them to you right here on Live Now from Fox. And of course, we're staying on top of this story for you here. No matter what developments may come, we're going to try to be right on top of it here for you. What I want to do is go into a couple different stories here. First of all, one about a show airing here on Fox. It's about an alter ego. It's a singing competition like you haven't seen before. Here's more with our very own Live Now from Fox's Stephanie Weaver.
Hi, Roxy Diaz. Thank you for talking with me today.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. And happy fall. But I want to ask, did you have a hot girl summer?
No, because it was freezing inside of the Alter Ego studio, so there was no hot girl summer for me.
So boring hot girl summer, fun hot girl summer.
It was a working hot girl summer, which is the best summer ever. So yeah, there was that. I mean, but it's LA. I mean, we still have 100-degree weather, so I think we have hot girl falls, winters, springs.
Yeah, well, it is going to be a hot girl fall because we have Alter Ego premiering tonight. What was it like getting cast on this show? It must feel like a dream to you.
Oh, it was literally that. It was a manifestation that finally came true. I've always dreamed of hosting a big series competition show on a major network. I think that was just like one of the things missing in my long tooth resume right now. So I'm glad that Fox decided and is having me part of this amazing music industry changing competition series that really judges off of talent, not what you look like, not how old you are. That doesn't matter. What matters is the talent and the voice that you bring to the Alter Ego stage.
Exactly. And would you agree that it is as much about the contestants' stories as it is about the singing?
No, it's 1,000% about the stories. You have people that because of their religious background, they're not able to perform or be a pop star. You have people that missed their calling because they decided to be a mom instead of pursue their career in music, or someone who has a physical illness that really prohibits them from being on stage and needs Alter Ego to be a star. So you really get into the stories and the humans behind our avatars.
Have you ever thought about what your Alter Ego would look like?
She would be fabulous, let me tell you. Fabulous and tall.
Same, I agree. What has surprised you most about this new show?
I think how invested we got with the Alter Egos and really believing the characters that we have, their stories, and how much talent is in America that has been told no for so long because of some opinion of what people believe a pop star should be. And it really is sad how many people get looked over just because of that. So Alter Ego is really shedding light and shining light on new, undiscovered talent that really deserves a chance.
I love that. Is there any teases that you could give us leading into this new season?
Nope, you gotta watch.
Nothing.
I'll say this: it's something you've never seen before, and when you thought you knew what this show was about, you're just getting to the meat of it. So will.i.am, Grimes, and Alanis Morissette, Nick Lachey, they're so much fun to work with. They're so much fun to watch. You may see us dancing. You may see us turning into alter egos ourselves. You just never know. You just got to watch the season to find out.
Oh, I'd love to see that. What do you hope that people get out of this show? Final question for you.
Hope that people get that it doesn't matter what your circumstances may be, that you can fulfill your dream no matter what time or what age. It's never too late. And I hope that we're able to change the narrative with this show on what a pop star should be. I mean, we are finding the first ever digital pop star. So it definitely opens our minds and our imaginations to new things. The music industry is definitely forever changed after this.
Hi, Roxy Diaz.
All right, so once again, Alter Ego is a big two-night premiere, and you can watch it here on Fox. So we're following a lot of different stories from the world of entertainment down to the Texas border. So that's what we do here for you on Live Now from Fox, as always, keep you up to date on a number of things. This, a little bit of footage in Del Rio. We did have Al Sharpton, who was there, as again, we do have quite a crisis going on. So we will be working on trying to get a little bit better sound from that event. But you can just see this is part of what we do. We're just showing you exactly what's going on in the moment right now. We had a camera crews surrounding Reverend Sharpton as, again, he's down visiting Del Rio. So, again, a lot of focus has been on the Haitian migrants who have been showing up at the border, what's been happening to them. A White House press briefing, our press secretary, Jen Psaki, being pressed on the issue as well. So a lot of questions were surrounding that. A lot of other questions also surrounding Build Back Better. That's something that the White House Biden administration has been pushing, especially as they are trying to avoid a government shutdown. And we do have some of our members of Congress who are speaking towards that at an event taking place at this time. I just see Cory Booker leaving, but what I'm going to do is go ahead and go back to some of the people who were speaking a little bit earlier. Going to start things off with Senator Schumer. Again, this is an event that's taking place now, but we're going to go back a few moments earlier here today.
I'm going to free ball it. This is the amazing Senate Majority Leader from the great state of New York, Chuck Schumer. He is a friend to home care workers, and so glad to have his leadership. Thank you.
Introducing my senator, the champion of home care for healthcare workers, Chuck Schumer.
Moving and shaking with this great SEIU NDWA home care rally. Thank you for having me. I thank my colleagues for being here, and I want to thank my House and Senate colleagues Wyden, Casey, Hassan, Jeffries, Lee, Lawrence, Schakowsky, and Dingell for participating in this great event. But most of all, I want to thank SEIU and particularly my New York 1199 folks. We worked very closely together last year when they might have all lost their jobs because COVID hit New York strong. Got the money and they all kept their jobs, and so many of them risked their lives, so many of you, during the height of COVID to keep people healthy. And you know a lot of people who risk their lives? I'm going to tell a story. Some of you have heard, Mary Kay has heard me tell it, of somebody who also risked his life to keep people healthy. His name is Recto. Recto is an immigrant, undocumented, and he's a home health care worker. And Recto, every day before COVID, would get on he lived in the Bronx, and he took care of 3 elderly people. They wouldn't have lived without him. They are on this earth, God's green earth, because of Recto. And every day, Recto would get on a bus in the Bronx and go to where they were and help them, and then go home. COVID occurred. The bus stopped running. Did Recto abandon these people? He could have. No. Is that you, Adrian? Hi, she's the one who introduced me to Recto. Can't tell with all these masks. He paid for a cab every day. Now, this man was not making much money. This man did not have spare change. But because he cared so much for the people who he knew depended on him, he did that every day. That's who our home health care workers are. By the way, that's who our immigrants are. That's who our undocumented immigrants are. Absolutely. So Recto is a great example of why we need to pass this great, great legislation. Every single day, tens of millions of elderly Americans, of sick Americans, of disabled Americans rely on home care workers and community-based workers to live their lives with dignity. Most of these immigrants, they have some things in common with Recto. They're immigrants and people of color. They have one thing not in common with Recto. They're mostly women. But they're essential parts of our communities. And I know we're hearing from some of these great workers today. And they've been nothing short of a life-saving force during COVID. COVID showed us a lot of things. I like to say that I give a speech on MLK Day where I say Dr. King, with his lifted up a huge mirror on his broad shoulders, and with his conviction, his brilliance, his faith, his eloquence, he forced America to look into the mirror. And America didn't like what it saw. And it began the slow road to change, which are still on, of racial progress. Well, COVID, in a different sense, was that mirror. And it showed us all the weaknesses in our society, such as lack of good home health care, lack of good community-based service health care. And it also showed us the strengths of our society, the people who work there, like Recto, who are so dedicated to the people they serve, even though they get paid not the wages they deserve and earn. They're our heroes. For too long, they haven't been treated like heroes, and it's creating a crisis in our country. And by the way, for those fiscal conservatives in the room, anybody? This saves money. We heard on a Zoom that we did earlier today that it costs about 1/4 of the cost to treat an elderly person, a disabled person in their home than it does when they're institutionalized. So it's going to save money, it's going to make people's lives better, and it's going to create millions of good-paying union jobs. So our goal here is threefold. I've said this before, but I'll repeat it because we have so many new people here. We want to expand the availability of HCBS services so we eliminate wait lists and ensure all patients can get the help they deserve. We want to improve the pay and labor standards to attract a high-quality workforce that can meet our nation's demand. And we want to increase federal funding for these services to a level that will encourage widespread, if not universal, uptake by the states. As Majority Leader, I am committed to making sure our reconciliation bill delivers these goals. So thank you for having me. Together, you on the outside, me on the inside, what a force. We're going to get this done. Si se puede. Thank you.
And as we listen in, more members of Congress are going to be stepping up to the podium. But let's go ahead, step away for a quick break. We're still going to be listening here on Capitol Hill when we return.
Thank you so very, very much, Leader Schumer, for your tenacity and your courage and your leadership. And our next speaker is someone else who knows a little bit of something, I think, about tenacity and courage and leadership. And she stands in the eye of the storm every single day with the working people of the great state of California, but this entire country. And she is the Speaker of the U.S. House, Speaker Nancy Pelosi.
Thank you very much, April, and aren't we proud of our California SEIU? Largest union in California. Thank you, darling. And we're proud of the work that she and the SEIU have done there. Well, April and Madam President Mary Kay Henry have been so on this case for a long time. We've had hearings in California over the years, and we're successful. We have some level of success in California. But I will not be happy until we have a level of success nationally and unionized for our workers. This is a time when our home health care needs and those who meet them have leverage in a very important debate in the Congress of the United States. This is not incidental to the legislation. It is very, very central because it goes to the heart of the matter that we're about working families in our country and that we want not only the people who are caregivers at home being able to go to work because they have good care at home, but we want the respect to be there for the workers in the home. I always like to tell the story because for years we've been having these hearings in California, and I always like to tell a story of one of our witnesses who came regularly to our meetings, and she was talking about when she wanted to charge more for her services. And the family was like, well, I don't know. She said, well, if you don't think I'm worth it, do you think your mother's worth it? And of course, our families are all worth it. Addie Bark and so many of you have been so much a part of this. This is the heart of the matter. It not only gives leverage to the home care workers, which is essential, and as I say, I want them to be able to unionize. It gives leverage to people with disabilities, some of whom need the care at home. It gives leverage to anyone who has some reason why they need care at home. So it's really a values. When they talk about, well, how much does it cost? Well, let's worry about the value that it gives to our lives. And it is part of a bigger bill when we're talking about build back better with women. And many of the caregivers are men, and we respect that as well. And many of the people who need care or need to have care at home so that they can go to work are men. But by and large, the caregivers have largely been women, both in terms of meeting their own family's needs, but also in meeting and being the caregivers that are employed in that situation. So this is something that, I mean, we started out at a big price. I hope we can be at the highest level. I was pleased to hear what the senator had to say about that. But it is, again, a tremendous value to us. And when people say they want, oh, it's too big, and yeah, well, what would you cut? Would you cut care for people with disabilities or seniors who need help or children who are sick on a prolonged basis? What would you cut? Would you cut family and medical leave, paid for family and medical leave? Would you cut child care? Would you cut universal pre-K? What would you cut? Would you cut the child care tax credit? We're talking about our people. We're talking about our people. Why? Because you don't want to tax the richest people in America? We're not punitive. We don't resent any of their success, but we do want them to pay their fair share. We want them to pay their fair share. So for so many reasons, I thank all of you. And good, I like this, America needs union jobs. I love it because what I always say is the backbone of our democracy in our country is the middle class and everybody who aspires to it. And in America, and that democracy depends on a strong middle class and those who aspire to it. And that middle class has a union label on it. So let us thank you for your patriotism and your care for people, because we should be, in addition, and you know what gets me is when they talk about the infrastructure bill, they say it's a jobs bill. This is a jobs bill too. It's a jobs bill too. And it's a jobs bill that goes to many more women, people of color, and the rest, so it engages more people, adequately compensated, respected for their work, hopefully unionized, so that we can do the best possible job for the people, for the children, for America's working families. So it's important that you're here now. Thank you for being here. It's really important that you're here now. So thank you all very much. Nice to be with you. Thank you for that opportunity. And thank you, April.
Let's give it up again for our amazing speaker. So we're here today because of home care workers like Erica Payne and Lynn Widener from Pennsylvania. And so Erica is a member of SEIU Healthcare Pennsylvania and the United Home Care Workers of Pennsylvania. Erica takes care of her elderly mother who needs care 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Because she's not paid to care for her mother, Erica has taken on another client and makes just $12 an hour. But she only gets paid for 8 to 10 hours a week for that client at nighttime. And there are so many hours in a day, but Erica has no choice but to pick up extra jobs when she can in order to make ends meet. And Lynn is also a member of SEIU Healthcare Pennsylvania and United Home Care Workers of Pennsylvania. Today, Lynn is joined by her partner and client, Brandon. Lynn has been in the healthcare industry for nearly 20 years. Because of the low quality of home care jobs, she has experienced burnout, anxiety, and depression, as well as exhaustion throughout her career. Lynn is fighting to raise the standard of care and care jobs so that talented, compassionate caregivers can stay in the job that they love, where we need them, where their clients need them, so that they can get the care that they need without facing financial, physical, and emotional ruin. Let's welcome Lynn and Erica.
Thank you. Thank God that's off. Tell them, girl. Tell them.
My name is Lynn. I'm a home care worker from Pennsylvania and a member of SEIU Healthcare Pennsylvania. Thank you so much for having us here today. Thank you for your champion of home care workers and the disabled communities that we serve. I really appreciate everybody's advocacy that's in this room, but there are so many people we need to reach outside of this room as well. Home care workers are doing so much important work, and we are not along partisan lines. We don't care if you are a Republican or a Democrat or an independent or a libertarian or a Green Party. We don't care about that. We care for you as a person, right? We care for everybody else, and we also need some care now. We have suffered for so long with no benefits. I don't have health insurance. I don't have paid time off. It's hard, right? It's hard.
That's a great way to start it off. My name's Erica from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I had to give up my career in order to take care of my mother when she became ill. It wasn't a hard choice to make. It was just a hard choice to do. I don't know if you know the difference in that, but I'm pretty sure every home caregiver here knows what I'm talking about. I'm not going to make this a pleasantry because I'm very angry at the way that my mother and my client and every other client in our industry is treated by the government. People in need of care right this moment are not getting that care. They are sitting at home, not getting out of bed, not eating, and wondering when the next person is going to come to take care of them. They are dying because nobody has taken a moment to fix this broken, chaotic system that they should have been doing to take care of our most vulnerable populations.
Because of the way that we treat home care workers, in Pennsylvania right now, for every 8 people that require care, there's only 1 caregiver. Without taking care of your workforce, you are letting people rot and die in their homes, and it cannot stand. In the 70s and 80s, we decided as a country that we weren't going to treat the disabled the same, right? We decided, we had an entire movement, and the ADA was passed, that we were going to treat people the same. This movement has stalled in this country, and it cannot stand anymore. Home care workers facilitate independent lives for the people that otherwise would have been institutionalized. We need to move away from the thinking that not any one of us could need this type of care at any moment. You are 1 second, 1 car accident, 1 wrong move away from needing essential workers like us. And when you need us, you want somebody there to take care of you that is also well taken care of. You don't want us broken down and sick and tired. You need us strong and healthy so we can continue to care for you.
This is a human rights issue. In America, in the 21st century, it is ridiculous that the freedom to live is 100% based on money and priorities of other people and not for the people themselves. Legislators, it doesn't matter what your loyalty is. It is not our job to be loyal to our party. It is our party's job to be loyal to us. The most valuable thing that you have today is your vote. Doesn't matter how much money you have, you only get one. That makes it the most valuable real estate in the world. So utilize that when you are making decisions that affect other people's lives. This government is supposed to be a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. There are 54 million Americans who are 65 and older. 61 million adults currently live with a disability. 20 million individuals who currently require assistance to complete self-care and other daily living tasks. Numbers I didn't know. And there are 2.4 million home care workers today that we know of. And the people are the 53 million Americans who currently provide unpaid care for their loved ones, like me, who have to work a full-time job, take care of their family and their family member.
It's time that we stand up for home care workers and for our communities of consumers and our elderly. And I thank you so much for letting us come today and giving us a voice and a platform so that we can come and speak for those who can't speak for themselves. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you.
And this event is still continuing on, but we are going to step away, take a quick break. More to come here on Live Now from Fox when we all return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Again, here is just some video aerial footage from earlier this morning where investigators continued to search for Brian Laundrie. Again, they are focusing their search efforts on the Carlton Reserve. This is a 25,000-acre reserve where they believe Brian could be. Again, this is all because of details that his parents helped provide to police when they did report him missing. So far, we've had sonar equipment, dive teams, and dogs all being used in these search efforts. And once more, we do know that this now is headed into day 5 as they do look for, again, Brian Laundrie, the only person of interest in the Gabby Petito case. So we've been showing you just some of these different looks of the area where they are taking a big comb through, and you can see just some of the terrain, some of the bodies of water that these investigators are having to make their way through. We have federal, state, and local officials all searching for any signs of Brian Laundrie, and this on Thursday is day number 5 that they are going through the Sarasota County swampland. So again, her death being ruled a homicide definitely puts more emphasis on finding Brian, who was probably the last person who saw Gabby alive. And Northport police have not revealed why they're only searching here in this area at this massive nature preserve, other than to say he is missing, and his parents said this is where he last went. Of course, we know, and we've been showing you some of those looks that the Ford Mustang that authorities towed away for processing this week is now back, returned to Brian's parents' home. So that Mustang in the truck. Roberta Laundrie was seen taking the vehicle back into their driveway, exiting the vehicle, then leaving the property by getting back into the truck that was driven by her husband, Chris. So we know that there's scent-sniffing dogs, swamp buggies, drones, ATVs, airboats, and divers, all being used here in the search of this 25,000-acre nature reserve. So Laundrie's parents reported him missing last Friday. They told police he had driven to the Carlton Reserve 3 days before and hadn't come back. They also told police they later found his Mustang and decided to bring it home. So far, 4 days of exhausting and extensive searching has happened here in this dense and swampy 25,000-acre park, and it has shown nothing. So meanwhile, Laundrie's parents have shared some details about the ongoings and behaviors they found strange in the days after Brian returned home from Wyoming, right before Gabby was reported missing. So these neighbors telling Fox that the Laundries appeared to have taken a weekend camping trip with their son in the family's new camper. Just days later, Gabby's family then reporting her missing after calls and texts to Brian, and his parents continued to go unanswered. So an autopsy again on Tuesday did rule Gabby's death was indeed a homicide, and an official report has yet to be made public, but it hopefully would shine more light on the exact cause of death. So on Tuesday, the coroner confirmed again that Sunday's body that was found in Wyoming was Gabby Petito. They said the matter of death was a homicide, and investigators do believe Brian, Gabby's fiance, was the last person to have seen her alive. And the remains discovered on Sunday in the Bridger-Teton National Forest after a national search for the 22-year-old was taking place. There was video captured by a vacationing Tampa family that was had accidentally caught what appeared to be the couple's van parked at the Spread Creek dispersed camping area in the forest, and Gabby's body then later found nearby there. So were they just parked there for a few moments? Was that when an incident took place? It's unknown, because again, police have not been able to talk with Brian yet, and now they don't know where he is located. So her body had been found nearly 3 weeks after Brian had returned home to Northport in the camper van without Gabby, and he was named the only person of interest in her disappearance. So the remains were discovered on Sunday in the Bridger-Teton National Forest. And again, there's been a lot of questions surrounding exactly what did happen here with Gabby, between Gabby and Brian. We've been watching and trying to analyze some of that video, but again, a lot of questions not going to be answered until we are able to find Brian, and investigators going to be able to ask him the questions themselves. So many people asking, what about that digital trail of evidence? Well, Northport Police Chief Todd Garrison said last week they didn't have Gabby's phone. They were still looking for it. And as of Wednesday, it does not appear police have Brian's phone. It could have been one of the items he took with him when he and his parents had left. Now, Gabby had been documenting the trip across the country on social media, and her last post was made August 25th, the same day that she last spoke with her family by phone. FBI and other law enforcement began their search in the National Forest on Saturday, September 18th. And Gabby had been visiting the area on August 27th, her family reporting her missing officially on September 11th after her fiance returned to Northport without her, but in their van. And this also was following an altercation that happened in Moab, Utah. Again, police pulled over their vehicle for some reckless driving, but it did come up also that they had earlier had a 911 call about a domestic altercation that happened between the two. Now, the 911 caller who reported the domestic dispute between Brian and Gabby, this call came in on August 12th, and it was heard. He was telling the dispatcher that the gentleman was slapping the girl. So once we arrived to the scene where the officers found Petito and Brian in their van, Petito was crying. Again, she was very visibly upset and ended up sitting in the police squad car for a few hours, or for a few moments, and police did end up splitting the couple up for the night to cool off. Now, we did just hear earlier, less than an hour ago, from Jonathan Seary. He said that now Utah is going to be looking into the altercation, looking into how police handled that incident. So the city of Moab did confirm that, and Jonathan was telling it to us right here on Live Now from Fox that they're going to be launching an investigation into how police handled that August 12th incident between Gabby and Brian. So they did say just today, with the weeks-long search for Ms. Petito across the western U.S., news that a call to Grand County Dispatch on August 12th reported a possible domestic dispute between Ms. Petito and Brian Laundrie here in Moab. During the past week, our police officers have been both praised and criticized for their response and their resolution of the incident involving Ms. Petito and Mr. Laundrie. At this time, the city of Moab is unaware of any breach of police department policy during this incident. However, the city will conduct a formal investigation, and based on the results, will take any steps that may be appropriate. So once again, that was just some of the latest information that's been developing here in this Gabby Petito case as the search continues on. And again, investigators say Brian hasn't been seen since September 14th, according to his parents, who said they believed he was in the park. So officials have been turning their attention here to the Carlton Reserve, not only over the weekend, but here in the middle of this week as well. The preserve closed until further notice, this according to the nonprofit Friends of Carlton Reserve. And again, over the weekend, investigators tried to use any resources that they had available. Search efforts were focused on the Northport end as they paused their search Monday during that FBI raid of the Laundrie family home. They resumed Tuesday and here today, focusing this time on the Venice side of the reserve. So again, we have the swamp buggies, we have dogs, we have a lot of different tools being tried to use during this search for Brian Laundrie.
We also found out that he was a 39-year-old male with an extensive criminal history and some violence in his criminal history. The command team, the officers here, exercise incredible patience in dealing with the situation. Our CIT trained officers did amazing work. Our commander, who was here, Commander Szilagyi, who finally left and got some rest after 18 long hours, or 16 long hours when he pulled out, made some incredible decisions that I believe resulted in this situation ending non-violently. First and foremost, exercising patience, bringing in our CIT trained, mental illness trained officers to negotiate with.
Now, as you're taking a look at some of this chopper video flying up above the nature reserve, we know that investigators out in full force here today. They need some of these different pieces of equipment like the swamp buggies, like the dogs, to help them get through some of the area, especially the swamp buggies, because they are trying to make their way through some very thick, dense areas. You can see just how much bodies of water there are, so that's where the dive teams are going to be coming into play, the sonar equipment as well. And rain over the last few days has not made it an easy job for investigators who are looking for Brian. And once more, this 25,000 acres of this area is heavily wooded, it's swampy, and then of course there's a lot of wildlife that also calls this area home. So that includes gators, it includes snakes, and you can see here just there's a lot of different little nooks and crannies that they're all going to have to be combing through. So this search still underway in Florida. Of course, this latest development of the Moab police looking into their own investigation into their own handling of the incident that took place, of course, is some of the latest developments that we've been bringing to you here on Live Now from Fox. I'm going to be sending some of you off into another quick 2-minute break. When we return, again, going to be bringing you even more stories happening across the country. Again, that's coming up here in just a few short moments. And here we are taking a live look at the stocks since it is getting closer to the end of the day, bell ringing, and we are up more than 560 points here into the green. Always nice to see that color on the big board. So we'll be keeping an eye on it here this week as we had a shaky start. Again, a lot of jitters surrounding some of the real estate pieces in China affecting our markets here in the United States. So we've been keeping an eye on it here this week. We'll be keeping a close eye on it, of course, into tomorrow, ending the week as well. So what we want to do is continue to bring you some more of our news pieces we haven't gotten to yet here today on Live Now from Fox. I do see we also have a Governor Hochul event we're waiting on. She's been doing a lot of press conferences here on Climate Week, talking about some action that they're taking in New York. But let's go out to the governor of Pennsylvania. Today he was talking not only about violence intervention, but prevention. So we're going to be going to that event here for all of our viewers with us on Live Now from Fox. As I mentioned, this is out of Pennsylvania with the governor and other officials in the state.
Yeah, balance it. Yeah. Representative Brown. Okay.
Steps back and then the speaker can unmask.
Okay.
While you're speaking.
Okay.
Like
You want to?
speakers.
Okay. We'll take care of that. That's me. Yeah.
It's a work in progress. We're going to begin. Thank you, everybody, for joining us here at Y West Philadelphia, YMCA West Philadelphia, an important site, a historic site, a site important for us to support, and a site that, in many respects, is a beacon of light for thousands of folks, especially young people in this community, to give them an opportunity, a new direction, another place to go, a way to realize their dreams and stay out of harm's way. I'm Senator Vincent Hughes from the 7th Senatorial District. I serve also amongst a number of roles as chair of the Democratic Senate Appropriations Committee, but I also serve on the board of the Pennsylvania Commission for Crime and Delinquency to talk about good news today. That's why we're here, to talk about some good news and some good opportunities for folks to access so that we can, from the state level, do everything that we can to address the issue of violence and community-based violence that is happening in communities all across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Statewide, the city of York homicide rate is higher than in Philadelphia or Pittsburgh. York had its most violent quarter on record from January to March of 2021. Cumberland County saw its homicide rate double in 2020. Erie saw an 80% increase in shootings in the first 6 months of 2021. Gun homicides were up 60%. The number of stolen firearms recovered nearly doubled in Erie, Pennsylvania. Pittsburgh saw an 80% increase in homicides and a 90% increase in shootings in 2021. In Harrisburg, homicides were up 60% in 2020, and last year was the deadliest year in 30 years. It's a statewide issue, statewide problem. Consequently, we have put together funds to go across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania to try to help out community organizations and neighborhood-based organizations to try to stem this violence. But as we talk about the statewide numbers, each and every one of us can talk about incidents that have occurred either in their family or in communities that they know and represent, where violence has become extremely personal. Each one of us can talk about it. Each one of us can talk about current incidents and recent tragic situations that occur. What I can tell you that the phone call that I got just this past Friday evening, the phone call that I received from my mother, who lives 3 blocks away from here. And she wanted to know, why are the police all around her neighborhood? Why are the helicopters flying overhead? Why are there so much activity going on in this community? This was Friday night at about 9 o'clock, and of course we find out later on the news that at the football game between West Philadelphia High School and I believe Central High School, there was a shooting. All of us have stories that we can tell and live through these situations on a daily basis. Some of my colleagues will speak today, and I'm sure they will talk about some of those incidents. But we're here to say, and we're here to encourage folks, if there's any message that needs to get out.
Okay, going to interrupt that press conference again. That was an old one because we do have breaking news coming here out of Tennessee. So this is a shooting that took place inside of a Kroger. Now, again, this is just a little bit of information we've been getting in at this time. So Collierville Police Department reported an off-campus active shooter situation. So the high school is sheltering in place. Any students that do remain on campus are not going to be permitted to leave. No visitors going to be permitted to enter the building until that shelter in place has been lifted. But we are seeing again that the Memphis Police Department, they're tweeting out that Memphis police officers are on scene of a shooting at a Kroger. This located at 240 New Ballia Road in Collierville, Tennessee, to support their police department. So Memphis, they're supporting other police, assisting with securing the perimeter and the scene. Just a reminder, here on Live Now from Fox, we are live, raw, and unfiltered. So this camera going to be moving around a little bit, but this is exactly what we have for our looks here at this active shooter scene at this time. So once again, we do know that there's being a report of an active shooter at a grocery store at Kroger. Again, this is inside of the grocery store that it's being reported it took place. Camera crews carrying our camera to another destination. Again, this is going to be a scene that's very active. As you can see, there are a little bit, some of those flashing lights. Going to continue to work on getting some more details here for you on Live Now from Fox. So once again, this is a live picture. So our camera going to be moving around a little bit. You can see our reporter here on scene as well. You can tell that this is a very active situation as it is just breaking here. And we're bringing it to you here on Live Now from Fox. This is what we do. As soon as we hear of an incident taking place, we bring up those pictures that we're getting in here to our desk. Then we work to bring you even more information as it becomes available. So our team working hard on making sure that we're getting this out to you. You can see our reporter here speaking just with some of her folks back at her station. So again, this is coming to us from WREG. So once more, we have information coming in. We have Live Now from Fox's Daytona Everett helping bring in more information. Memphis police saying that they are actively working on securing this scene at this time, assisting the Collierville Police Department here. You can see some of those officers working together. They're in a huddle. They're probably helping work out who is going to be doing what here at this scene, because we all know that when it comes to these active situations, we hear that there's been a shooting that has taken place. It's inside of a supermarket. They want to be sure to have everything covered. Everyone knows exactly what their job's going to be when it comes time to either go inside or maybe help treat people who may be escorted outside of this supermarket when they're able to do so. So just want to remind people, because we are live and we're raw and it's unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox, you may see sometimes our camera moving around. You may see a reporter stepping in, speaking with her teams back at their newsrooms. So more information coming in saying Collierville High School was put on lockdown due to this active shooter reports in the area. And again, the lockdown has since been lifted by school officials, and the dismissal will proceed as normal. So that was our latest updates. Now we do have some crews on scene who witnessed 2 medical helicopters. Let's listen into what this reporter is sharing with us again with WREG.
Official with Kroger. I saw Chief Lane talking to this man as well. He embraced an employee. She began describing something to him, giving him a story. We couldn't hear what it was. I was showing that on Facebook Live. Again, a very large scene out here. We don't have a whole lot of details on the scene about what the current situation is. So I can't tell you if someone is in custody, how many people are involved, what that number looks like. I'm also following details from other businesses and parents in the area. The Collierville schools were all on lockdown as a precaution. I saw a number of business owners. In fact, some are out right now. I'm looking across the street at the parking lot that has Little Caesars and Subway, and I'll get Claudia, our photographer, to turn around. People are gathered outside just trying to figure out what's going on, because they could all hear what was happening earlier today. In fact, I'm counting about 3 ambulances over in that parking lot across the street. That's the same plaza that holds Target and Academy Sports. So again, a massive scene here. We're waiting to get more details from Collierville Police. Their running point on this, they've set up their command post right here behind me. In fact, that's Chief Lane right there talking with someone from the Shelby County Sheriff's Office, as well as a number of other law enforcement agents trying to gather details. We're trying to do the same to get information to you all as quickly. I know one of the things people wanted to know, I was getting texts and messages from parents around the area just wondering what was going on, if their kids are safe. Again, schools were on lockdown. I haven't had a chance to check to see if that has been lifted. That was precautionary. I got some messages from business owners just trying to figure out what was going on. Many of them, one of them told me, I'm inside, I'm safe, the doors are locked. We haven't been able to talk to any employees who were inside just yet, but we're going to be doing that here momentarily to try to get a better sense of what was happening. I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio. I can't hear you right now, so I'm going to send it back to you, and you just let me.
All right, so that reporter again with WREG giving just some information about what she's been seeing here on scene. Again, this is a live look. We're live on Unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox, and She's been explaining just some of what they've been noticing ever since they arrived here. So we do know, again, that there was a report of an active shooter inside of the Kroger here. You can see that supermarket in the background behind what looks like police have set up their command post here. And that's exactly what our reporter was referring to, was police and sheriff's departments working together, gathered here. And as I mentioned, they're going to be trying to go through all the details as to what's going on at this time, what they do know, who's going to be doing what types of jobs. So all of this information is coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk, and we're trying to bring it to you here again as we are trying to learn exactly more on this scene. But she was referring to some of those school lockdowns. And once again, we do know at this time that the Collierville High School has lifted their lockdown. So it has been lifted. That was as of about 20 minutes ago. The school officials do say dismissal will proceed as normal. You can see out here is the Sheriff's Department as well assisting here, as well as we all try to continue to give everyone a live look at what's going on. I do want to bring up as well just that tweet that we had been talking about from earlier here. Memphis Police Department tweeting this out, saying that they are on scene of a shooting at Kroger. Again, this is located in Collierville, Tennessee, to support their police department. So Memphis Police Department is assisting at securing the perimeter of this scene. So they know that they're going to be out here trying to help keep people who are maybe coming to the grocery store who don't know what's going on quite yet, keeping them at a safe distance, as again, this is some live scenes taking place. Back out to our live picture, here is a fire truck that's moving out of the way, that engine truck making its way through this parking lot. And as I mentioned, we Live Now from Fox, we're live on Unfiltered, so our camera is going to be moving around quite a bit here as our crews are getting items set up. So officials said the extent of the shooting is unknown at this time. It does look like they may be setting their camera down to kind of work their way through what they do know, possibly talking with some people who may have exited out of the area as well. So let's go back just while we're taking a look at them getting things set up. Let's go back to that tweet real quick. So this again is coming from the Memphis Police Department, confirming that there was indeed a shooting that was taking place at the Kroger, again located in Collierville, that they are assisting the police department with. So multiple different entities out here trying to help keep the area secure, keep the area safe as they are dealing with a shooting scene here. So I'm seeing even more undercover cars arrive on scene, or unmarked vehicles arrive on scene. You can tell that we do have quite a few different police vehicles, a lot of flashing lights here in this parking lot as, again, police are trying to deal with what was reported as an active situation taking place at the Kroger supermarket. So as our camera is panning around here in the parking lot, we're seeing all of the different emergency personnel here responding to this active shooter situation. We're seeing all of the crime scene tape already being put up, trying to keep people at a distance. And you know that this is going to be a very lengthy investigation after they're able to bring a person into custody, if they're able to do that, because they're going to have to talk with everyone out here who may have seen something, may have heard something. So once again, we know that this is still a very active situation happening in Collierville, Tennessee. Again, our police department's out there. We have multiple sheriffs also out there, and you can see also we do have some ambulances arriving on scene. We've seen some fire personnel arriving on scene as well. So a very moving and fluid situation as we're trying to learn even more details about what has unfolded at this time. But we do know that schools in the area that were previously placed on lockdown because of this active shooter report in the area, that has since been lifted. And school officials do say that a dismissal is going to proceed as normal at their 2:30 time. So we have been taking this live look here for you on Live Now from Fox, where we are continuing to work to bring you more information at this active shooter scene in Collierville, Tennessee. So for all of our viewers here with us on Live Now from Fox, we're taking a live look. You can see we do have quite a lot of our law enforcement agents out here working at this active shooter situation in the Krogers supermarket, as we do know that there has been a report of a shooter inside of this Kroger. Again, we're taking a live look in Collierville, Tennessee, here on Live Now from Fox. So thank you again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We are in some breaking news here this afternoon, as again, we have been trying to show you some of these different views of this active scene at this time. You can see the crime scene tape up, and what we've been seeing is a lot of police vehicles and first responder vehicles out here outside of this Kroger supermarket. I want to bring up a map quick just of this area because, again, we do know that this is taking place in a very busy area where people are out in the afternoon time, kids getting out of school. When this situation unfolded, you can see it's on some major roads as well, as we do know that, again, there was an active shooter that situation that happened here at the Kroger supermarket. So again, there was reports that this was going on in Collierville, in the town of Collierville, and we do have Memphis police who've also said that they have been responding out here to this shooting. They were bringing in, as you can see here, they were going to be bringing in their officers to assist with securing the perimeter and the scene. So once more, back out to our live pictures that we have here for you. This is just a look at what we're seeing at this time. So we did have Fox 13's Darrell Green reporting seeing about 3 people on the ground. Their condition at this time unknown. So it's not clear what led to this shooting or how many victims there possibly are. And again, this was a report of an active shooter at the Collierville, in the Kroger at Collierville. So there is set to be a media briefing in about 15 minutes is what our authorities are sharing with our crews that are there down on the ground. And again, no immediate confirmation yet on the injuries that took place. So we do have ATF headed to the scene, will be helping with this investigation. And as I mentioned, there was a lot of chaotic sites that we weren't able to see here. We were working on getting that picture up, but we did have some of our reporters, Fox 13's Darrell Green, on the scene saying they saw multiple ambulances rushing from the Kroger, and spoke with two witnesses, said multiple people may have been shot. So once more, we've been taking this live look, going to continue to try to work to get some more information, but I just kind of want to go through the timeline here. So this is, again, something that we like to do, is walk you through exactly what we know unfolded, when it unfolded as well. So active shooter situation taking place. Again, this is at the Kroger, and officials say the extent of the shooting unknown at this time. But the very first reports that were coming in, our Fox 13 crews saying that they saw two medical helicopters touching down just outside of Kroger. Then about 10 minutes later, the Collierville High School was put on lockdown due to this active shooter reports that were in the area. And now since that time, we do know that lockdown has been lifted. School officials did say that the dismissal would proceed as normal. Then later, around 2:26 p.m., that's local time, we had Memphis police saying that they are working on securing the scene and assisting with whatever the Collierville Police Department may need. So then shortly after that time, at 2:36 p.m. local time, ATF was headed to the scene to help with the investigation. Again, Fox 13's Darrell Green on scene, sharing some of their information as to what they were seeing. Reported seeing multiple ambulances rushing away from the Kroger, and also saying that they spoke with two witnesses who said multiple people had been shot. So they are now, with the latest updates, saying police are going to be giving a media briefing. They said it would happen in about 15 minutes. And again, Fox 13's Darrell Green saying that they saw about 3 people on the ground, but their condition unknown. Now, we've seen some of these scenes play out before where there may be more injuries that took place from people trying to rush out of the store. Sometimes just all of that fear and adrenaline can cause people to also have an incident where maybe they pass out. But a lot of that information will be hopefully shared with police when they do that media briefing here very soon. You can see the sheriff's tape up there. It looks like they've pushed people back away from this scene. Now watching as multiple ambulances leave also from here. So as I mentioned before, they said 2 medical helicopters had landed in the area. We're seeing multiple ambulances that have also been in this area, and you can see flashing lights on these ambulances as they are moving around here in this parking lot. So this just in, want to keep you up to date on what kind of information's coming in here to our desk. And just a reminder, we are live. We're raw, we're unfiltered, and our team is working to bring you more of this information as it's starting to develop, as it's starting to be released to us. So you can see the WREG reporter there. Again, this is part of our piece, is that our reporters sometimes step into camera. They talk to the producers who are back in the room, but we've had multiple law enforcement sources who have now confirmed to Fox 13 that 9 people have been shot at the Kroger. So we do know at this time, that's just some of the information. That's the newest. Just want to take us back again to this tweet that Memphis police had put out. They confirmed they're also out here assisting with securing the perimeter at the scene, and they're going to be standing by with whatever else the Collierville, Tennessee police might need help with.
something happened. Somebody came there, started busting out the windows. LAPD was called. No injuries to anybody. That's a huge plus. They do have that suspect in custody. I'm Stu up in Sky Fox. Back to you in the studio. I couldn't even pull a minute on that one. 35 seconds. I got busted windows. Melissa, excellent work. Thank you.
So we are taking a look at this tweet that was sent out by police officers who, again, were on scene here. But we do know at this time that law enforcement, here's that live picture, again, has confirmed that multiple people have been shot, at least 9 people shot inside of this Krogers supermarket. So we are taking a look as some of those agents are out here walking towards the cameras, and again, we are waiting for a media briefing, which should be expected here very soon. They came up, told our teams out here on the ground that they were expecting to do a media briefing in a few moments, and again, our reporter with WREG stepping into frame here. So we're going to just step away for a quick second, show you that map, bring it back up here, because we know that this is a very busy area. This is in a location with a lot of businesses right around it. And also, as you heard, not only were there schools that were in the area that went on lockdown, but then they did lift those lockdowns as well. So we're taking a live look at all those different pictures coming to us from down on the ground, as we've had multiple people saying that they've seen people down on the ground, unknown what their medical condition was. Again, we also had our Fox 13 crew saying they witnessed at least 2 medical helicopters touch down outside of the grocery store. And I do want to show you, we have just another look that's coming in here to our LiveNOW from Fox desk. This one also still here in this parking lot as they've pushed media back, and you can see just some of those police personnel out there convening together. They're probably talking with each other about what they know, some of the things that they saw, and also how they are going to continue to work here on this scene. So thank you again for being here with us on LiveNOW from Fox, where we are always live, we're raw, we're unfiltered, and you are taking a live look at breaking news happening in Tennessee, again in the town of Collierville. And we do know that there has been at least 9 people shot inside of a Kroger supermarket here this afternoon.
Mutual aid 4.
So as I mentioned, we are a live, raw, and unfiltered news source for all of our viewers. And we do have these different pictures coming in, showing us some of these different looks at exactly what has been unfolding here this afternoon in Collierville, Tennessee. So once again, we do know at this time that we do have multiple different agencies out here assisting as we are watching this situation unfold before us. So we are expecting to have a media briefing very soon. At this time, we believe that there has been multiple sources from law enforcement confirming at least 9 people shot at a Kroger. So this showing you that police had brought in a lot of different tools here, including ambulances, their command vehicles, and we also heard that 2 medical helicopters had also touched down at a certain time. So we've been working to continue to reach out to some of the area businesses, because we know that this was a very popular area. There's a Target in the area, as well as also a another grocery store across the street. And so there's been some different looks showing you just this heavy police presence. Here's one of those major roads that this Kroger supermarket is right off of. And so a lot of these police vehicles extending out into this main roadway, helping keep some of this area blocked off from all those other residents who may not even know what's going on because they may be just getting off of work. They may be just getting out of school. So once again, multiple law enforcement sources confirming with our Fox 13 team that at least 9 people have been confirmed shot at this Collierville Kroger. And so once more, we've been taking some different live looks here for you as, again, we are expecting a media briefing from police. Hopefully that will shed more details on exactly where they are with this investigation, where they are with this scene here. So we are giving you these live looks as they come in here to our desk. And again, a couple different reports saying they saw multiple people on the ground, their condition unknown. They saw some ambulances leaving this scene, rushing away from the Kroger scene. And again, some different law enforcement sources sharing with our Fox 13 team that they do indeed have 9 people shot from inside of this supermarket. So this camera view we're looking at is with our Fox 13 team. Again, they do have this live picture coming to us as we're working to get more information, but a lot of that isn't going to be shared until that media briefing happens. So once more, this is just one of those multiple different looks at this active scene where we have multiple law agencies that are here on the scene of this shooting that took place this afternoon. And again, we know at this time at least 9 people have been shot. So just once more, we are out here at this live breaking news out of Tennessee as, again, there's been reports of multiple people shot here. And listening in, let's listen into what our reporter is saying at this time.
EMT, but the only police official that I've seen so far is Collierville Police Chief Dale Lane. So right now, it's my assumption that that's who we're going to hear from primarily is Collierville Police Chief Dale Lane. He is, in fact, right over by the command center, I'm sure, being briefed by his lieutenants. Yeah, I haven't had the chance. I'm not going to bother him and speak with him, but we did acknowledge each other.
So it does seem like he's just speaking a little bit back and forth with his crews back at his news station. And as they zoom in, you can just see all the personnel here that they are going to be needing to speak with. What did they see unfold here? And just a reminder, we are live, raw and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. So sometimes our camera's shaky. That's because they're moving around, trying to give us some different looks as to what we know and what they are seeing as well, because because we do know that some of our Fox 13 reporters were seeing multiple medical helicopters arrive on scene. They saw some ambulance rushing away from the scene. So we've been working to talk with some of the other local businesses in the area as well. So I'm going to be bringing in our very own Daytona Everett, because Daytona, you were just talking with one of the business owners in the area. What did she have to say?
Yeah, Christy, I've been reaching out to several of these different business owners in that area. As you can see from those pictures, it's a busy place. The Kroger, kind of that center spot where a lot of the traffic comes to. But I spoke to a woman who was at the tobacco superstore. She had some pretty interesting information. Everything, as is any breaking news situation, all of this information is preliminary, but customers were coming into her store telling her that there was an active shooter inside of the store at one point, was shooting inside and then came outside, and they said that there were shots fired outside as well. They said that they saw a little bit of commotion on top of that roof. We are waiting on this press conference, Christy, so I do just want to tell all of our viewers right now, this is all just word of mouth from one person to the next at this time, but she had some pretty substantial numbers that she said she's hearing from people as far as how many people have been shot and possibly some fatalities out there. We want to really tread lightly on all of that because we are going to be getting an official confirmation here pretty soon, hopefully from police there, as I saw Memphis police and probably some other agencies are going to be heading to the scene there pretty soon.
All right. Well, we do appreciate that update. Again, Daytona Everett joining us here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to try to reach out for more interviews and reach out to people who were there on scene. As we've been saying, there's going to be a lot of witnesses that are going to need to be interviewed at this time. You're just seeing some of these people gathered here on the scene. It looked like a couple of them were some Kroger workers wearing aprons. So everyone's going to need to be sharing these pieces of information with the authorities there on scene. They're going to be giving all these details. Police going to have to write down all of these reports on what every person saw in those moments when this incident did take place. And as we just heard, again, law enforcement sources confirming with our Fox 13 team, they're in Tennessee, that at least 9 people were shot. But as Daytona was just mentioning, she was speaking with another business area owner, and she was saying that it looked like to be that there was more than that number that has been confirmed so far. So we are waiting for a media briefing to take place. Again, just waiting for those officers to step up to our cameras here as we're following this live, raw, and unfiltered breaking news coming to us from Collierville, Tennessee. So once more, if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we're taking a couple different pictures here of what's been unfolding at Collierville, Tennessee. You're seeing a big group gathered here with law enforcement. And so this is looking to be like some people who may have been inside of Kroger shopping at this time. It could have been some workers, because we have seen some people wearing blue Kroger aprons. So a very busy scene here as we're also getting some different looks around the area. But I'm going to bring it back in Daytona Everett. She's with our Live Now from Fox team. And Daytona, you've been speaking with some people in the area, specifically a business owner who said she's heard a lot about what's been going on right next door to her business.
Yeah, Christy, unfortunately, you know, she didn't want to go on camera. She didn't want to phone in because this is a really scary situation for all of those who are involved right now. She literally said that word for word. This is she said this is very scary right now, and unfortunately this area, she has reported to me, is a really nice area. It's not really used to having things like this happen, mass shootings in the area. I think I lost my mic there for a little bit, so I'm just going to kind of recap what I just said. She said that this area, Collierville, is a really nice area. Things like this just don't happen out there, Christy, and it's really tragic to think that a lot of these mass shootings are now happening in supermarkets where people feels safe right now. You know, we're in the middle of a pandemic. Everyone has their masks on, but it's one of those only locations where there are a lot of people inside. And I told you before, she was saying, just off of eyewitnesses who have been in this area, customers who have shown up to her business, they are all saying that there was shots inside of the Kroger there and possibly outside of the building as well. They saw a bit of commotion on the roof of the Kroger. All of this preliminary reporting at this time. As you can see, both of our crews there on scene trying to get as much information as possible. Memphis police giving us those latest numbers of 9 people confirmed shot at the Kroger. Again, Christy, just a busy area, so you can imagine on this Thursday afternoon, people going out just trying to get some groceries possibly for the weekend, and this happens.
Right. I mean, it's just not what you expect when you're out just doing some of your errands. And to appreciate, Daytona, your insight here as, again, you've been working to talk with some people in the area. Here's that live look again of where we're getting set up for a media briefing. Looks like they're putting all the microphones there in one location. So we are expecting that briefing to take place soon. Again, Fox 13 confirming 9 people were shot. Their conditions have not been confirmed, though. So we are still working to try to figure out exactly what may have happened with those people. Again, our reporters also saying they saw 2 medical helicopters arrive on scene, but also multiple ambulances leaving, rushing away from Kroger when they were arriving. So they did have, again, multiple sources who have confirmed with our Fox 13 team that 9 people have been shot, but unfortunately those conditions have not been confirmed yet. As we continue to take a live look here in Collierville, Tennessee, it does look like we do have another witness who may be stepping up to the microphones here with one of our teams. Let's listen in live.
That's what I heard so far. Then they said they located the bomb, but I don't know for sure how you know what I'm saying, how.
What loved one, and again, these details are still very early, so we don't know, what loved one did you have inside?
My mom-in-law. My mom-in-law, she was inside. She working in deli.
Did she call you? How did you hear about it?
Actually, I was on my way here to get some groceries, and so we was on our way here. My auntie got a phone call saying that it was a shooting at Kroger. So first thing I thought was my mom-in-law. You know what I'm saying? Let me get there and make sure she's okay. After I heard that everybody was, you know what I'm saying, like a lot of people dead. You know what I'm saying? But really, it's crazy, to be honest, because you'll never think nothing like this right here happening in Collierville. You know what I'm saying? You'll look for it to happen in Memphis or, you know what I'm saying, somewhere in Chicago or something. You'll never look for it to happen like right here. You know, bad as these police is out here. You see what I'm saying?
Is your mother-in-law okay?
Yes, ma'am. She's fine. Matter of fact, she's over there standing somewhere.
What were they telling the employees? Were you able to hear that?
Well, I heard them tell them that I guess the Connor dude, I guess he's the manager or the supervisor of the place, that he's been shot in the face, and he okay, I guess, or they seeking medical attention with him right now, so he should be okay, basically what they were saying, you know. So.
Did your mother-in-law see what was going on, and what did she tell you?
Well, basically, I don't think she seen nothing because after she heard the gunshot, she went straight, you know what I'm saying? First time you hear a gunshot, you're going to get down. So that's basically what she probably did, got down, you know what I'm saying? But they said that they said it was the Chinese dude that work in here. So they said he got mad because he got fired or something. I don't know for sure. But.
Does your mother-in-law work at the Kroger?
Yes, ma'am.
How long has she been working here?
About 20-some years.
And nothing like this has ever happened?
Nothing like this never happened. Like, as far as I know, nothing.
Have you been able to talk to her? Can you describe what the state she was in?
Well, right now she's kind of up, you know what I'm saying? She's kind of nervous. She really don't know, you know what I'm saying? Like, she really can barely talk right now because she's so nervous and shook up at the moment. But she's okay, though, you know what I'm saying? She's fine.
Thank you. Did she say how many gunshots she heard?
No, she didn't say how many gunshots she heard. I just know that they told her to go to the vault.
Was there anybody that was stuck inside?
Inside Kroger? I don't know for sure. I don't know.
You said she works in the deli.
She works in the deli part. So.
You haven't been able to see her?
Yeah, I seen her. I just finished talking to her. My sex, she was right there.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Thank you again, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Thank y'all.
What's your name?
Latoya Rosser.
Can you spell that for me?
LATOYAROSS.
So as she's speaking with our reporters here again, this was just one of those interviews that our team was trying to grab. Let's go back to some of these live pictures that we have coming in here to our LiveNOW from Fox desk. Again, we do know at this time there's been multiple law enforcement sources confirming with our Fox 13 team that there were at least 9 people shot here at the Krogers supermarket, and unfortunately the condition of those people unknown. Now, we did hear a little bit from this person who had a relative who works there at Kroger, and she was saying that it definitely was a scary situation. So we are going to try to get all the information we can from this media briefing, which is expected any moment now. So we were told by crews that the media briefing would be happening in 5 minutes. That was about 5 minutes ago. So you can see here, again, we have our microphones all set up, ready to go, as again, we have a few different live pictures showing us just exactly what's been unfolding here. I want to bring up this shot as well, just multiple ambulances here standing by. So a lot happening here outside of this area where there was an active shooter here today inside of a Kroger supermarket. And again, multiple people have been reported shot, but unknown exactly the condition of those people. So I'm going to bring back in Daytona Everett with our LiveNOW from Fox team. And Daytona, you had been talking with some other people in the area. We know that this is a very busy location. It's not just a grocery store. There's a lot of other stores that are in the area. So what were you able to find out here today?
Yeah, Christy, it was really insightful to listen in to that woman who said that her mother-in-law works at Kroger, has worked there for 20 years. She kind of reiterated the same stuff, saying that this type of thing doesn't happen out there. There's not shootings, definitely not mass shootings. It'll also be something to watch in this briefing here. We are getting that reported 9 people possibly shot. I do think that that number could be a little bit higher coming off of what some of these eyewitnesses are saying. There's been several shots fired out in that area. Let's listen into the media briefing right now.
It's hard to have to stand before you today because we've had an incident here in Collierville that it's been occurring all over the country. Today at 1:30 hours or 1:30 p.m. Our dispatch received a call of an active shooter occurring at the Kroger behind us. At 1:34, the first car arrived on the scene. Immediately, our cars began to flood the area to secure the scene. As we entered the building, there were multiple people shot. Our SWAT team, along with patrol officers and our command staff members, began the process of going aisle to aisle, room to room, clearing, bringing employees out that were in hiding, and helping the victims that were injured. At this time, we still have a couple of active scenes that we are working. The suspected shooter's vehicle is in the parking lot, and we are waiting on some additional equipment to get here to be able to safely check that vehicle, as well as some property that's on him. At this time, the shooter is deceased. We believe that's going to be from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. We have 13 victims. Our hearts go out to those that were injured. We do have 1 fatality, and our thoughts and prayers are with those family members. We had, like I said, we had 13 victims that we know of at this time. Now, please bear with me and know that this situation is probably going to change, and we'll do another update, another briefing, probably in 3 hours, somewhere in that range, and we'll update you. But we know that we've had 12 victims that were transported from this scene, and we also know that we've had at least one additional walk-up to local hospitals. Today I have Assistant Chief Jeff Avelin with me, our Fire Chief at Collierville, Chief Billings, his Assistant Chief King, Assistant Special Agent in Charge Jeremy Baker with the FBI. We have Colonel Smith with MPD, Chief Inspector Derek Mills with Shelby County. And I can't say enough about the cooperation and the help and as bad as this scene is, and it's horrific. I've been involved in this for 34 years, and I've never seen anything like it. But our teams came together and worked together. That's not just the law enforcement agencies, but the fire. Sometimes there's a delay. There was no delay with our firemen coming into that scene with us. We just trained on this back 2 months ago at Collierville High School. So it is, just like I said, it's with a broken heart that I have to stand here before you today. So please keep the families in your prayers. Keep the folks from this Kroger. We have a representative from Kroger here as well. I'm not sure if they're going to give a statement at this point, but everything is preliminary. So with that, I'll open it up for just a couple of real quick questions. One at a time.
Were there 2 shooters or only one?
At this point in the investigation, there appears to be one shooter.
And the deceased person, was that the shooter or was that the victim?
Both. We have one victim and then one shooter that's DOA at this point.
And so just to clarify, 13 people shot, and of those, 12 injured and 1 dead, correct?
Right.
Not counting the shooter.
At this point. Now remember, we're still receiving information that's coming in from other parts. Even we've got some reports there may have been some walk-ups in Fayette County with Fayette County Ambulance Service. So we're trying to confirm that information now. But this, like I said, this was a joint effort. We had Chief Billings can speak more to the number of ambulances and where they come from, but every city around came and supported the sheriff. Right now, that crime scene is huge, and it's being worked by the FBI's evidence response team. TBI's got agents en route. The Collierville Police Department Detective Division, or our Criminal Investigative Division, is in there, and the Sheriff's Office. So it's going to take a little bit to know exactly what happened.
Chief, was the shooter an employee, or do you know yet?
That's part of the ongoing investigation. That's something that we don't need to talk about.
SUV connected to the shooter?
It's all still under investigation.
Were there any children who were injured, any minors?
I do not have any information on that at this point, not to my knowledge. But
can you give a range of the extent of injuries from minor to severe?
Very serious injuries.
Chief, do you have any idea how many people were in the store at the time?
I do not at this point, but we know that we have quite a few witnesses. We're bringing in additional detectives for people that were in the store. There were numerous employees that were working. I know we found people hiding in freezers and in locked offices, and they were doing what they had been trained to do: run, hide, fight. And so, I hate that we had to do it here.
Was the shooter found inside the store or outside?
That's part of the investigation. I don't want to get into that.
Can you give us an idea? Can you give us an idea of what kind of weapon he was using?
No.
I'm saying it was big. No.
I'm not going to go into that at this point. Let's get through the investigation. Remember, we're 2 hours away from the most horrific event that's occurred in Collierville history.
Was there any incident that happened prior to the shooting in the altercation?
That's part of this investigation.
Chief, there's an image circulating on social media about a person who is suspected to be the suspect on the top of the building. Can you confirm or deny that?
I cannot. I can tell you this. I was part of a team that extricated an employee of Kroger from the top of the building, so it's more than likely going to be a Kroger employee that was working on the roof.
Chief, what's just the aftermath of this for this community, these employees you were just mentioning? How does this rank in Collierville history right now? What you're all dealing with right now?
I mean, obviously, it's like every other community in the country. It's horrific. We hate that it happened, but this is one of the most resilient communities in America, and one of the best police departments. I'm very thankful. I watched guys that ran into the front of that building, knowing that. Historically, not in this case, but historically, many of these shooters have very high-powered rifles, and not one of them hesitated going in that front door.
Chief, we saw you. Were you meeting with the employees over here, and are they okay? How are they responding?
I have met with some as we were bringing them out of the building. I have not talked with all of them. So, yes, ma'am. Okay. I tell you what we're going to do. We'll take one more question. And then we're gonna pause this for about 3 hours. So anybody else? One last question. Yes, ma'am.
All the victims, are they at one?
No, they're spread out among all the area hospitals.
And because
you're getting ready to leave, what equipment are you waiting, getting need to go in his car? Do you need some equipment to check the shooter's car?
That's part of the investigation. So we're going to hold that right now. What we don't want to do is create unnecessary fear. Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate you.
All right, so we got to hear the entire briefing. Of course, a video freezing there a few times, but that's part of what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We're live, raw, and unfiltered, and at least we got to hear the entire press briefing as police did, again, confirm 13 people shot inside of this Kroger supermarket. We're bringing in Live Now from Fox's Daytona Everett again, as again, Daytona, they said it was a brave action of their police to run into this grocery store while there was an active shooter situation.
Yeah, Christy, definitely a light at the end of the tunnel for that. Just to recap some of what he said right there, we know this all took place around 1:30 local time. They got reports of an active shooter. Just 4 minutes later is when that first car arrived on scene. Pretty outstanding timing on their part. Multiple people were reported shot. They were bringing employees out who were hiding right now. And I found this interesting, Christy. There was people hiding inside of the freezers. There were people hiding inside of locked offices. Clearly a really scary situation for everyone who was involved there inside of that Kroger. We do know that the suspected shooter's vehicle is still in the parking lot right now. They didn't answer a whole lot of other questions about that, but we do know the shooter is deceased at this time. They say they believe it is self-inflicted gunshot wounds. Again, like you said, 13 victims at this time, 1 fatality. They're expecting another update in 3 hours. 12 of those victims have been transported to the hospital with pretty critical injuries as well. Again, just to reiterate, the no delay when it comes to these ambulances arriving to the scene possibly could be what makes some of these victims survive in these circumstances, Christy. They're talking to witnesses right now. They're speaking to anyone who is at the scene. They even asked about that situation on the roof that I was telling you about before. They said that was possibly a Kroger employee who may have just been working on the roof at this time. So still a lot of questions, but he kind of rounded it out saying this is a horrific situation, something that a lot of cities are dealing with at this time, but that this community is resilient and they're going to get through it. But we'll be waiting for that next one in about 3 hours here.
All right, Daytona Everett, again, thanks for helping break down exactly what we heard. As she just mentioned, too, we are taking a live look at these pictures of people in the parking lot. Again, police are going to have a lengthy investigation in front of them. They're going to have to talk with each and every single one of these witnesses, write down each of their stories of what they saw unfold here this afternoon. And again, if there's more updates on the number of victims, because again, we do know 13 people shot, 12 of them being taken to the hospital. We're hearing there is possibly other walk-up victims as well. So as police had mentioned, they're planning on maybe updating everyone in another 3 hours. We'll be on top of this story and its developments for you right here on Live Now from Fox. What we're going to do, step away for a brief break and continue to bring you more of these top stories, breaking news pieces that we have across our country. Again, our viewers with us know we're live, we're raw and unfiltered, and if it's breaking somewhere, we are on top of it here for you. So again, going to be going out to a quick break. More to come here just moments away.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We are tracking quite a bit of breaking news today, including this Gabby Petito case. We're going to get out to Collierville in Tennessee, where we just reported on a mass shooting out at a Kroger. More on that in just a little bit. But until then, let's go out to Fox 13's Kim Quizon, as she's been following the latest in the Brian Laundrie search as it enters its 5th day. Kim, what's the latest?
Well, Daytona, the FBI and Northport police have said that they're going to search every inch of the Carlton Reserve. Keep in mind, again, that's 25,000 acres. And talking with a former FBI agent, he says he doesn't think it's a waste of time. He believes they're searching for something specific. And today, new law enforcement agencies joined the search, including some from Manatee County. Investigators say new teams bring new eyes and equipment to the effort. They're doing a grid search, going section by section, looking for anything that could point to Brian Laundrie. Speaking to retired FBI agent Stuart Kaplan, he says this is not a lost effort. He believes investigators are working to zero in on something of substance. At this point, it may not be Brian Laundrie, but it could be something just as important.
I think it's more that they believe or they have some information, and it's probably, again, because there's been digital footprints that have been left behind, whether GPS technology or cellular phone technology, that has indicated his whereabouts in that location, and they may feel that he tried to discard or hide or destroy evidence.
And as the search continues at the Carlton Reserve, a memorial grows for Gabby Petito in Northport near City Hall. As those who stop and remember her hope others will keep an eye open for Laundrie and report any sightings. And I can tell you, I did speak to a friend of Gabby's here in Florida. She called her the light of the world. She said that she would automatically put a smile on your face, and she hopes as much effort remains and continues to remain in finding Brian Laundrie. And again, that number to call for any tips or any sightings of Brian Laundrie is 1-800-CALL-FBI. Daytona, back to you.
Kim, do we know how long this search is going to go into the evening and possibly into tomorrow?
Yeah, well, we do know that the searches have been stopping right around nightfall. Did reach out to the Northport Police Department. They said at this point in time, the search for tomorrow is to be determined.
All right, and we know that FBI is obviously leading this case right now, but you told me yesterday that you've been in close contact with Northport Police, so will we hear from them tomorrow as well, possibly?
Yes, hopefully we will. There was some new development outside of the Laundrie home today. We did see the Laundrie parents, that's Roberta and Chris, bringing that Mustang back into their house that had been towed out that day on Monday when that search warrant had been served.
Okay, interesting information. All right, Fox 13's Kim Quizon reporting live for us. We appreciate you. We'll talk to you tomorrow. And we want to go back into this other breaking news that we are following out of Collierville. As you can see, I'm going to take you out to some live looks that we have at this time. 13 people shot, at least one person dead at this time. We just got a briefing with Memphis police. We're going to play that out for you once again here on Live Now.
Because we've had an incident here in Collierville that has been occurring all over the country. Today, at 1:30 hours or 1:30 p.m., our dispatch received a call of an active shooter occurring at the Kroger behind us. At 1:34, the first car arrived on the scene. Immediately, our cars began to flood the area to secure the scene. As we entered the building, there were multiple people shot. Our SWAT team, along with patrol officers and our command staff members, began the process of going aisle to aisle, room to room, clearing, bringing employees out that were in hiding, and helping the victims that were injured. At this time, we still have a couple of active scenes that we are working. The suspected shooter's vehicle is in the parking lot, and we are waiting on some additional equipment to get here to be able to safely check that vehicle, as well as some property that's on him. At this time, the shooter is deceased. We believe that's going to be from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. We have 13 victims Our hearts go out to those that were injured. We do have one fatality, and our thoughts and prayers are with those family members. We had, like I said, we had 13 victims that we know of at this time. Now, please bear with me and know that this situation is probably going to change, and we'll do another update, another briefing, probably in 3 hours, somewhere in that range, and we'll update you. But we know that we've had 12 victims that were transported from this scene, and we also know that we've had at least one additional walk up to local hospitals. Today I have Assistant Chief Jeff Ablin with me, our Fire Chief at Collierville, Chief Billings, his Assistant Chief King, Assistant Special Agent in Charge Jeremy Baker with the FBI. We have Colonel Smith with MPD, Chief Inspector Mills, Derek Mills with Shelby County. And I can't say enough about the cooperation and the help. And as bad as this scene is, and it's horrific. I've been involved in this for 34 years and I've never seen anything like it. But our teams came together and worked together. That's not just the law enforcement agencies, but the fire. Sometimes there's a delay. There was no delay with our firemen coming into that scene with us. We just trained on this back 2 months ago at Collierville High School. So it is, just like I said, it's with a broken heart that I have to stand here before you today. So please keep the families in your prayers. Keep the folks from this Kroger. We have a representative from Kroger here as well. I'm not sure if they're going to give a statement at this point, but everything is preliminary. So with that, I'll open it up for just a couple of real quick questions. One at a time.
Were there 2 shooters or only one?
At this point in the investigation, there appears to be one shooter.
And the deceased person, was that the shooter or was that the victim?
Both. We have one victim and then one shooter that's DOA at this point.
And so just to clarify, 13 people shot and of those 12 injured and 1 dead, correct?
Right.
Not counting the shooter.
At this point. Now remember, we're still receiving information that's coming in from other parts. Even we've got some reports there may have been some ups in Fayette County with Fayette County Ambulance Service. So we're trying to confirm that information now. But this, like I said, this was a joint effort. We had Chief Billings can speak more to the number of ambulances and where they come from, but every city around came and supported the sheriff. Right now, that crime scene is huge, and it's being worked by the FBI's evidence response team. TBI's got agents en route. The Collierville Police Department Detective Division, or our Criminal Investigative Division, is in there, and the Sheriff's Office. So it's going to take a little bit to know exactly what happened.
Chief, was the shooter an employee, or do you know yet?
That's part of the ongoing investigation. That's something that we don't need to talk about.
SUV connected to the shooter?
It's all still under investigation.
Were there any children who were injured, any minors?
I do not have any information on that at this point, not to my knowledge, but
Can you give a range of the extent of injuries from minor to severe?
very serious injuries.
And Chief, do you have any idea how many people were in the store at the time?
I do not at this point, but we know that we have quite a few witnesses. We're bringing in additional detectives for people that were in the store. There were numerous employees that were working. I know we found people hiding in freezers and in locked offices, and they were doing what they had been trained to do: run, hide, fight. And so, I hate that we had to do it here.
Was the shooter found inside the store or outside?
That's part of the investigation. I don't want to get into that.
Can you give us an idea? Can you give us an idea of what kind of weapon he was using?
No.
I'm saying it was big.
I'm not going to go into that at this point. Let's get through the investigation. Remember, we're 2 hours away from the most horrific event that's occurred in Collierville history.
Was there any incident that happened prior to the shooting in the altercation?
That's part of this investigation.
Chief, there's an image circulating on social media about a person who is suspected to be the suspect on the top of the building. Can you confirm or deny that?
I cannot. I can tell you this. I was part of a team that extricated an employee of Kroger from the top of the building, so it's more than likely going to be a Kroger employee that was working on the roof.
Chief, what's just the aftermath of this for this community, these employees you were just mentioning? How does this rank in Collierville history right now, with what you're all dealing with right now?
I mean, obviously, it's like every other community in the country. It's horrific. We hate that it happened, but this is one of the most resilient communities in America, and one of the best police departments. I'm very thankful. I watched guys that ran into the front of that building, knowing that historically, not in this case, but historically, many of these shooters have very high-powered rifles, and not one of them hesitated going in that front door.
Chief, we saw you. Were you meeting with the employees over here, and are they okay? How are they responding?
I have met with some as we were bringing them out of the building. I have not talked with all of them. So, yes, ma'am. Okay. I tell you what we're going to do. We'll take one more question, and then we're going to pause this for about 3 hours. So, anybody else? One last question. Yes, ma'am.
How the victims are they?
No, they're spread out among all the area hospitals.
And because they're getting ready to leave, what equipment are you waiting to need to go in his car? You need some equipment to check the car.
That's part of the investigation. So we're going to hold that right now. What we don't want to do is create unnecessary fear. Okay. All right. Thank everybody. I appreciate you.
Okay, so going back out live to Collierville, Tennessee, where we just got that briefing that happened just within the past 15 minutes or so. Again, the shooter is deceased at this time. 13 people shot at a Kroger supermarket. One person is dead. At least one person is dead. They are saying that there are possibly some walk-in victims going to local hospitals. This was a really, really scary situation for people who were inside of the Kroger, as some people were hiding inside of locked offices, some hiding in freezers. This happened around 1:30 local time there, and then just 4 minutes later, that's when the first Memphis police officer showed up after reports of shots fired in the area. They say that they will brief us again. They'll be briefing the media in just 3 hours. So you know that when that comes up live, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. We have our teams down on the ground, though, interviewing some eyewitnesses and just people in the area. I want to take you to an interview that they did with a man who says that this will definitely affect the community, but that they are a resilient community and will get through this. Take a listen.
People of Collierville, those who are impacted by this, the police, many of whom I know, the members of our community, and to point them to something greater, point them to something eternal, and that is Jesus Christ and the forgiveness we have, and the hope and the peace that comes only through Him.
And you're with Faith Lutheran, correct? So did I see you praying with some of the individuals over here?
You have not seen me praying with the individuals.
Have you been able to talk to them?
I have not. I haven't been allowed on the scene yet. So this is as close as they would let me to get at this point, and so I'm here praying from afar, and to just be a presence of prayer and a reminder that God is in the world.
Is your church on lockdown right now?
We are not. The Collierville Police Department has lifted the lockdown, and so all the Collierville schools, as far as I know, my kids are in the schools. As far as I know, those lockdowns have been lifted.
And your name, sir?
Clayton Sellers.
Clayton, thank you very much.
Okay, so that was just at the scene there not too long ago, as prayer is definitely needed in the area. 13 people shot, one person dead. That suspect reported dead with a self-inflicted gunshot wound. If we get any other information, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now. Here's a look from the hospital as some people are starting to enter there. We said 12 people have been transported to the hospitals, possibly more. So we'll give you any more details as soon as we get them. We are going to go out to a briefing from earlier today talking specifically about this gun violence prevention. We're going to hear from Governor Wolf out in Pennsylvania, as clearly it is a timely topic. Take a listen.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us here at Y West Philadelphia, YMCA West Philadelphia. An important site, a historic site, a site important for us to support, and a site that in many respects is a beacon of light for thousands of folks, especially young people in this community, to give them an opportunity, a new direction, another place to go, a way to realize their dreams and stay out of harm's way. I'm Senator Vincent Hughes from the 7th Senatorial District. I serve also amongst a number of roles as chair of the Democratic Senate Appropriations Committee, but I also serve on the board of the Pennsylvania Commission for Crime and Delinquency to talk about good news today. That's why we're here, to talk about some good news and some good opportunities for folks to access so that we can, from the state level, do everything that we can to address the issue of violence and community-based violence that is happening in communities all across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Statewide, the city of York homicide rate is higher than in Philadelphia or Pittsburgh. York had its most violent quarter on record from January to March of 2021. Cumberland County saw its homicide rate double in 2020. Erie saw an 80% increase in shootings in the first 6 months of 2021. Gun homicides were up 60%. The number of stolen firearms recovered nearly doubled in Erie, Pennsylvania. Pittsburgh saw an 80% increase in homicides and a 90% increase in shootings in 2021. In Harrisburg, homicides were up 60% in 2020, and last year was the deadliest year in 30 years. It's a statewide issue, a statewide problem. Consequently, we have put together funds to go across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania to try to help out community organizations and neighborhood-based organizations to try to stem this violence. But as we talk about the statewide numbers, each and every one of us can talk about incidents that have occurred either in their family or in communities that they know and represent, where violence has become extremely personal. Each one of us can talk about it. Each one of us can talk about current incidents and recent tragic situations that occur. What I can tell you that the phone call that I got just this past Friday evening, the phone call that I received from my mother, who lives 3 blocks away from here. And she wanted to know why are the police all around her neighborhood? Why are the helicopters flying overhead? Why are there so much activity going on in this community? This was Friday night at about 9 o'clock, and of course we find out later on the news that at the football game between West Philadelphia High School and I believe Central High School, there was a shooting. All of us have stories that we can tell and live through these situations on a daily basis. Some of my colleagues will speak today, and I'm sure they will talk about some of those incidents. But we're here to say, and we're here to encourage folks. If there's any message that needs to get out, it's the message that to write down this website, or jot down this website, or log in this website, pccd.pa.gov, pccd.pa.gov, and there will be a tab for gun violence, and then you can apply for funds that we appropriated in Harrisburg the end of June that are already starting to hit the street to go to neighborhood-based organizations to get them the assistance. The YMCA of West Philadelphia is one of those recipients, and Sean Elliott will speak to the grant that he received. And some of that money is already starting to move, and there'll be more, but what we're encouraging folks to do is to apply. And we're especially encouraging, and I want my colleagues when they speak to reiterate this, neighborhood-based, community-based organizations should rush to apply for these resources. Because as we structured the granting process, we made sure that it was a strong focus on neighborhood-based and community-based organizations, to be not at the back of the line, which sometimes often occurs, but to be.
Okay, so you've been listening in to that update in Pennsylvania talking about gun violence. You're going to hear from Governor Wolf in a little bit, but as you can see, it's still a very active scene out there in Collierville in Tennessee as 13 people have been shot, one person dead. The suspect also dead with self-inflicted gunshot wounds. We're hearing now from some of these eyewitnesses down on the scene who are talking about what they experienced inside of the Kroger store. Take a listen to this.
Popping. So when it kept on going, we said, no, there's gunshots. So I ran. Some of my co-workers and some of the customers came, and we ran, and I kept on saying, go, go, go. So we ran to the back of the store by the meat department, and there's some double doors that'll take you to our break room. So we ran all the way back, and there's some more customers that was coming in, but they was coming in through the meat department, through that back part. And I told them, you all come on, let's hurry. And then all of a sudden I went through the receiving department, and there's another door that takes you outside the receiving department. And there's another opening where you can go in and hide through an incinerator. And here he comes right behind us, starts shooting. And he kept on shooting. He shot one of my coworkers in the head, and then shot one of the customers in the stomach, and then my other customer got kind of like cuts because of the asphalt. And then that's all I can tell you. But I did see a little glimpse of the guy, and I saw he had like a little service gun, one of the service rifles that's in the military, and all I heard was just the gunshots, and I'm like, we're gonna be okay. We're gonna be okay. God got us. He's covering us, so we're gonna be okay.
Can you give us a description of what he looked like?
I can't really give you that much of a description. All I saw was black hair and his eyes. I can't tell you a lot because I don't want to point fingers at no one or say anybody else about it. That's all I know. It was a gentleman. It was a guy.
And you said you took at least 6 people with you?
I had 5, including myself, is 6. So employees and 3 customers.
What ended the shooting?
The police came, and all of a sudden they started shooting. I mean, he actually went back into the store. And the cops just, circled around, tried to check and see if anybody was okay. He came in where we were and said, we right here. We got 4 people shot, which is actually 3 people were shot because one just got cut in the eye with the asphalt. And they asked us, are we okay? I said, I'm fine. And the lady that I was helping out, she was fine. Everybody was fine.
Emotionally, how are you feeling at this moment?
I'm a little bit, still kind of a little shaky, but I'm okay. I got God on my side, and I'm okay. I'm good. It's popping.
So pretty emotional words there from a woman who was inside of the Kroger supermarket when shots started ringing out. You heard several people. She even witnessed some of those shootings there. We're going to be briefed again by law enforcement in just about 2.5 hours. We heard from them not too long ago, giving their latest update, and we'll brief you on all of that in just a little bit here. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Join us at the top of the hour where we dive back deep into the Gabby Petito case as a search for Brian Laundrie is still underway at this time. But there's some questions that are being raised. Again, with that body camera footage that was released by Utah police, we'll be speaking with a clinical psychologist about all of that here in just a couple minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We want to play out for you a segment from our Fox 13 Tampa team who has been on this outside of the home of Brian Laundrie, and then bringing on a lawyer to dive into some of those questions surrounding this case. We'll listen into that, and then we'll speak with a clinical psychologist about all of the mental health aspects of Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie when it comes to that body camera footage that was released by Utah police.
Tonight, we're also going to explore some of the most pressing legal questions surrounding this case. And Tampa defense attorney Anthony Rickman joins us now live to help us understand the situation a little bit better. Hi there, Anthony. We appreciate your time here. The big question I know so many people have, this business about a person of interest, there's really no suspect who's been named. Why, in your opinion, has Brian Laundrie not been formally named a suspect?
Good evening, Mark. And understand, there's no requirement that law enforcement deem Brian Laundrie a suspect. But in these cases, in these investigations, actions speak louder than words. And we only need to look at the actions of law enforcement to see that Brian Laundrie is indeed a suspect. In this case, we see law enforcement executing search warrants that indicate they believe a felony occurred. We see a nationwide manhunt, local search warrants. We see the state of Florida executing any resource they have to find Brian Laundrie. Although they're not calling him a suspect, it's clear he is a suspect, and he's the only suspect in this case.
Yeah, I was just going to follow up. What do you make of the fact that no other person of interest has been named?
Well, look, Brian Laundrie was with Gabby when they went on this trip. He came back without her. We know that there's a history of violence and abuse while they were on this trip in Wyoming. We know that when he comes back, he leaves and flees, and he's still that to be found. We know there's mysterious text messages that were sent by somebody with access to the phone, and he had access to that phone. Right now, he's the only person with a direct link to Gabby who may know where she is, or right now, the only person we believe may have done something to her.
Yeah, you spent some time working in the state attorney's office years ago. What, in your opinion, do you think, if he is guilty, what do they need to make a case against Laundrie?
They're going to have to prove that he's the one who committed this crime. And in doing so, the first thing they're going to look at is that autopsy that was just conducted. They're going to look to see what caused the death of Gabby. They're going to look to her body to see if there's any forensic evidence, for instance, DNA under her nails. They're going to look to the surrounding area around her body to see if there's any link to Brian Laundrie. Did he drop something? Did he leave something? Did he leave a weapon? They're going to look to the phone records, his conversations with anybody around to see if he said anything incriminating. Ultimately, they're going to argue that his fleeing, his running away, forms some sort of consciousness of guilt. If you didn't do anything wrong, why are you running? Why are you fleeing? They're going to piece together all the evidence to make and build a case if they believe he's the person who committed the crime.
Let's back up to that Northport police press conference about a week ago. And I know we're all used to it in the media, of course. As you know, there's a lot of information that can be held back in an investigation that does not need to be made public early on. But it was curious. The Northport police chief said that there is a lot that they weren't telling us. They did admit that last week. What do you think kind of information that could be?
Well, we learned after this press conference that a search warrant was executed at the home of Brian Laundrie. We also learned that there was a hard drive found in the van that was located at Brian Laundrie's home. We know in that search warrant, it talks about text messages that were received by Gabby's family that they found to be suspicious. We do know that around the time that she was reported missing, they searched the van and they did find evidence within that van. Now, that evidence could be forensic. Could there be blood? Could there be links? Could there be other physical evidence in addition to those text messages that establishes that he had committed the crime and is responsible for her death?
What about Laundrie's parents? I know there's a lot of frustration. A lot of members of the public, investigators have clearly been on record to say there hasn't been much help there. Could his parents, do you think, be charged with anything if there's any proof that he may have helped, they may have helped him at some point?
Absolutely. If law enforcement can establish that his parents, if they did, we don't know what they did, but if law enforcement can establish that his parents in some way hid evidence, concealed evidence, tampered with evidence, then they could be charged. Additionally, we know the FBI was involved in an investigation. We know the FBI came and spoke with the parents. If the parents lied or made false statements to the FBI, they could be charged with that. If the parents intentionally assisted him in fleeing or did something after the fact, they could be an accessory after the fact. So possibly his parents, depending on what they did, could be charged with a crime.
Sure. We have so many more developments likely coming by the day, as we've seen over the last better part of a week and a half. So, Anthony Rickman, an attorney in Tampa, we appreciate your time tonight and your perspective.
So really interesting take on what is going on in the Gabby Petito case when it comes to the legal side. But I want to dive into more of this mental health side, this emotional side. Clearly just a tragic situation for both families who are involved right now. I'm going to bring in clinical psychologist Dr. Jay Slosar. Doctor, thank you so much for being with us here on the show.
Glad to be here.
Okay, so I want to start off first with why this story got so much traction. People immediately latched on to Gabby Petito.
Well, it has all the elements, of data provided. She filmed it all along the way, and so all these wonderful images of her, and so there are many, many missing persons, and a lot of data out there now are people saying that these cases of a white girl gets all the attention, and people of color are not. But this really lends itself into the whole social media realm, with it being filmed and followed, and there's all this data. And now, we found out it's a tragic ending.
Yeah, so I'm just curious what role this is playing right now. We've talked back and forth about how the pictures and the videos have played such a massive part in the investigation and it coming to the national spotlight, but also bringing attention to the fact that things aren't always as they seem. You can see Gabby in these photos. She's smiling, she's happy, but then it's a totally different situation when you fast forward to this body camera footage that was released by Utah police, where she is clearly not okay.
Yeah, social media is not real life. And, there's a concept that you talked about today with regard to young people, or all of us, FOMO, the fear of missing out, and so we film all these things. And I think this is a kind of a classic case of that. Look, idyllic couple in love, going to get married, and see how wonderful everything is. Obviously, there were things going on behind the scene. And so we have these kind of scenarios and use of social media that almost create, this false sense of happiness, or is an exaggerated happiness, It's kind of a pseudo happiness in a way it can be. And there can be, underneath some realization of something empty about it, or missing, Yet the attempt is to present this kind of, a perfect life or a perfection that everybody's following. I've called it a competition for happiness, in the sense that we're filming all these things and see how wonderful this is and that. But in the end, as you said, things aren't what they seem. It's not reality.
Jay, I'm going to play out this body camera footage for you once again. When you first watched this, what were your thoughts being a clinical psychologist and knowing how people are acting and reacting during stressful situations?
Are you playing it? I can't hear it.
I'm just going to play over this video so you can even see just by her demeanor, how she was feeling at that time. What are your thoughts just even watching the images?
Well, it was a young couple with a fight. I thought the police actually did a pretty good job of separating them and interviewing and taking it, for what it was. She was referencing her OCD, but really, I just saw this, as a young couple living out of a van and driving and, having trouble getting along, and then, spats or things breaking out and intensifying. I thought the police did an adequate job in how they handled that. The only thing I think of is what I did wonder after the video was over was, like, what happened the next day? The officer had Brian go to the hotel room. And then I was wondering, what about after that? And, was there any follow-up? Sometimes in cases in residences or homes or whatever, there can be a follow-up afterwards to double check that, everything's okay.
Yeah, it's interesting that you're saying that, because that's pretty timely. They just released that there's going to be an independent investigation into how the police officers handled that altercation between them. But you say you think that they handled it fine.
For what was in front of them and what they saw, I mean, some people are saying lock them up, lock them up. I mean, if we locked everybody up who had a spat like that, be a whole lot of people in jail. I mean, we have to let them use their judgment, and assess the situation. And I I thought they did, and they were even discussing about the law and the details of it. As I said, the only thing I can think of is, and that I wondered is, when they woke up the next day, because he told them not to talk to each other, how did that go? And how did it go as the trip went along? And, you know, it's always easy to point backwards and blame when this kind of tragedy happens. All the blame comes out.
Right, and of course, all the vigils are happening, candlelight vigils across the country to honor Gabby Petito's life. As we know that she was confirmed dead, she was confirmed to be the human remains found this past weekend. Clearly tough news to be getting for the family, but you brought up in the beginning there, this brings a larger story to the light of just missing people across the country, not even Gabby Petito, but so many others too.
Yeah, so many others that we don't hear of, and, you know, certainly, you know, pressure on the police to investigate everything. I think when there's a relationship dynamic and all this media stuff, it lends itself to high media coverage, but we really, I think, need to try to do a better job for people who are poor, people of color, missing persons. You know, seen some families who the person's missing and they never find them, or it's years later, you know. And sometimes interesting, if you will go to their house or whatever, they keep the room the same way, you know. They don't want to change it, you know, and they wait for that day, that sad day where they may hear the outcome, you know. In this case, you know, investigation, and we found it pretty soon. I'm concerned about the young man who's missing, Brian. I would be worried that he is suicidal as he's out there and nobody seems to know where he is.
Yeah, and that brings into the conversation both families of Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie. They both played a massive role in this case. What are your recommendations as a psychologist on how these families and even communities who are mourning right now should be handling this case as it's still open?
Yeah, take it a day at a time and just concentrate on being together and supporting in a non-judgmental way until it, you know, closes out. And as more emerges, you know, it's almost like the phases and processes of grief to arrive at acceptance. But in this case, there's still more that is unknown that we have to, you know, see unravel.
All right, Dr. Jay Slosar, he is a clinical psychologist and author of The Culture of Excess, How America Lost Control and Why We Need to Redefine Success. And isn't that right?
Yeah, thank you.
All right, we're going to take a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to keep following this Gabby Petito case as it just keeps developing every single day. The search still underway out there in Florida. And we have more on the investigations that are coming into the Moab Police Department as they open that investigation today. And we are also following some of other top stories from across the country as well. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are keeping our eyes on this shot right here, Collierville, Tennessee, as police have confirmed 13 people have been shot, 1 fatality, and the suspect is dead with self-inflicted gunshot wounds. We're going to get another press conference and update from police in just a couple of hours here. Until then, we are tracking some of the other top stories across the country. We want to go out to a press conference held today. We played out just a little bit for you about gun violence out in Pennsylvania. Governor Wolf, along with several other officials, speaking out about this. So we'll listen in for just a little bit.
These resources, and we can bring some light and some hope and some opportunities, as Sean indicated, to some of these young people who deserve it. pccd.pa.gov, pccd.pa.gov. That's the place to go. The interesting thing about this YMCA here, it is the intersection of a number of communities. 52nd Street has always, for many decades, been the intersection, a place where many communities come together. And I'm going to ask a number of the folks who represent this coming together to speak now. And we want everyone to focus their message, if they will, on urging folks to apply, urging neighborhood-based organizations to apply, because that is what we need to get out to folks. Because as they've always said, and we've all heard it, Senator, Rep, Donna, how many times have we heard it? Governor, how have we heard it? We're just a little local community organization. They never respond to us. They never respond to us. Well, we're here to say that's wrong. They're going to be responsive now. Representative, and I'm going to go in order, Representative Almond Brown, Representative Rick Krajewski, Senator Anthony Williams, and then we're going to allow the other electeds, Malcolm is here, Senator Street is here, to speak as well. So, Representative Brown, it's yours. Do I say 1 minute? I don't know if that'll work.
Well, good morning, and I want to thank you, all my colleagues and the community groups who have been successful in applying. We have a tough fight ahead of us, but I do believe that if we come together, we can help solve this problem. And I want to thank the Senator and the Governor for getting this done and giving us access. None of this is possible without access to dollars to fund the community groups, most that are present today, and the future community groups that are going to apply. So it is not going to be easy, but like I said, I believe that we're headed in the right direction, and this is only the beginning. So please, to all the community groups, please apply. We need you. We can't do it alone. A lot of us are in Harrisburg full-time, and we are depending on you guys to do the groundwork. We have to do this together. So if you need my assistance or my office, and I'm sure my colleagues feel the same way, if you need us to help you get through this process, reach out to us. All of our contact information is public. So again, please apply for these grants. We are in this together, and we can get through it. Thank you.
I want to thank the Governor and the Senator for bringing us today here at the Greater Philadelphia Y. I think this is a very fitting place for us to have this conversation, given the Y's presence as a community cornerstone, a place for community recreation, because for a while now, our community recreational spaces, they have not become places of community, right? They have not become places where young people, where our future generations can come together and play and be kids and be safe. Just last week, a few blocks from here on 48th and Spruce, there was a drive-by shooting where 2 teenagers were wounded during a football game, right? We are in an urgent moment. We are in a state of emergency, and it's going to require community to solve that emergency, right? It starts with community. It starts with familiar faces. I see a lot of familiar faces in this room right now. And so I'm very grateful for the team that brought $30 million to have community be at the forefront of addressing anti-violence, right, of addressing how to conflict mediate, how to be first responders, how to be the people that are intervening so that we can actually change the way that our communities relate to one another, so that we can reclaim the safety of places like the Y, like our recreation centers, like our parks, all these spaces where young people deserve to be free, they deserve to be safe, they deserve to have fun. But the thing is, it's going to take more than just community, right? I'd stress everyone here to apply, pccd.gov. There's a lot of folks here who've gotten funding already, but there's $30 million. We need everyone who can and who wants to be a part of this work to apply and to be a part of it. But also, you need help too, right? It is incumbent upon us as electeds, as a school district, as a Parks and Recreation organization to bring all of the money that we need to address this problem. And Chairwoman Bullock just referenced that there are billions of dollars that are just sitting in a rainy day fund that could be used to put more money into the community fund, that could put more money into our school district, into our infrastructure, into our Parks and Recs department. But instead, we just came back from session where we were debating whether or not children should wear masks in school. That's the kind of priorities that our legislature is trying to set. So everyone here needs to apply for this money. We have $30 million to really start this work and to really be the change makers and the interveners when it comes to these kind of community violence, community disputes that we're dealing with. But also, it is incumbent upon us as electeds, as people that are representing you, to continue to raise the alarm and make sure that all of the money that we have that has been earmarked for this purpose, for this emergency, for this rescue plan, is actually spent to address this emergency. So thank you. Please apply for the money. We're going to keep doing what we can to bring you more. And I'm going to pass it to my colleague, Representative Kenyatta. Oh, sorry, to the Senator.
New and improvement. That's all right. That's all right. One, let us again thank the governor.
We've been listening in to that briefing out in Pennsylvania today, talking about gun violence prevention, starting from a very young age, and really focusing and honing in on that. We want to move away from that to take us into a different story that we really haven't touched on, but this should be a good breakdown. Prosecutors in closing arguments in the R. Kelly sex trafficking trial, telling jurors that the government has delivered on its promises to prove that the R&B singer had for years commanded close associates to help him target, groom, and exploit boys, girls, and young women for his own sexual gratification. We have Fox 5's Mike Sachs, who is with us right now. Mike, what are you learning today?
Hi, Daytona. So it looks like the jury is going to get this case submitted to them tomorrow. Right now, as I speak, inside the courtroom right behind me in downtown Brooklyn, the prosecutors are delivering their rebuttal to the defense's closing arguments. Now, most of today was spent this afternoon by the defense trying to poke holes in the prosecution's arguments, the prosecution's case that went on for nearly 6 weeks here. The prosecution's closing arguments lasted about 6 hours over the course of yesterday and today to wrap up all of his evidence, to sum up all of the 45 witnesses that brought forward to establish Kelly's guilt of a series of racketeering charges and underage sex trafficking charges. The defense, though, when the defense lawyers came forward for Kelly, their job, as with any criminal trial, is just to undermine some credibility, poke holes in the prosecution, really to establish reasonable doubt in the mind of the 12 jurors sitting inside the courtroom. So the defense lawyer got up, and his name is Devereaux Canick. He's from local here in New York City. He came up to the jury and said all the witnesses or the main accusers were liars. He told them that their testimony doesn't stand up. One woman's testimony of being locked in a room for 3 days and then drugged upon waking and then waking up again to believe that she was sexually assaulted. He said that's unlike any other story that the jury had heard, so that means it doesn't stand up. Another witness, the defense lawyer said, called her a groupie extraordinaire when she was a teenager and sought to undermine her credibility that way. These are typical defense lawyer arguments that you'd hear in pretty much any case, but in one of this high profile, of course, you're going to be having people listening much more closely. The prosecution, though, again, spent nearly 6 weeks putting on a very meticulous trial, making sure that every T was crossed, every I was dotted on its way to finding, or on its way to proving that R. Kelly was guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Of course, that's for the jury to decide, and they're getting their final moments of hearing from the prosecution today before they go on behind closed doors and deliberate for the rest of us.
Yeah, and Mike, one of the biggest developments in this case was the fact that R. Kelly was declining to testify at all. What were your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so that's something that's probably pretty wise for any criminal defendant to do. You often hear, the Fifth Amendment right not to self-incriminate oneself in open court. Any defense lawyer will tell any defendant, don't testify on your behalf if you think you will be eviscerated on cross-examination or even questioned on cross-examination in a way that could damage your case. So Kelly yesterday said less than 10 words when the judge asked if he was sure he didn't want to testify on his own behalf. R. Kelly said, yes, ma'am, Your Honor. And then she said, are you sure? He said, yes, ma'am. And she said, are you sure? And he said, yes. And that was all we heard from R. Kelly. It was likely a good idea for him not to testify in his own defense. The prosecutors here are pretty well trained. They know what they're doing, and they would have found everything to every moment to poke a hole into it and try to impeach his own credibility as well.
And Mike, we're taking a look at a sketch from inside of the courtroom because that's all we get in this case. We haven't been able to have cameras inside. You've been inside. You know, what has the energy been like as all of these victims, one after one, has taken the stand and shared their story?
So let's remember that this trial was 2 years delayed because of COVID-19. Kelly was arrested in July 2019, taken into custody then. He's been in custody here in New York City since then, and his trial was supposed to start last year, but again, because of COVID, it did not. So the courtroom itself is closed to anyone but the jury, the judge, the clerks, and the lawyers. The media, the reporters, and the general public who want to watch the case are sequestered 3 floors up in another courtroom where we're watching on a closed-circuit television. So what we get to see itself is pretty far away from what the people inside are looking at. We have a wide-angle lens of the courtroom. But that said, when the witnesses did take the stand, there was reaction. The people watching, whether they were supporters of R. Kelly in the back or journalists in the front, and were gasping, laughing, reacting to any various thing that the lawyers or the witnesses were saying. So in that sense, it's been pretty interactive, and you've been able to get away with things, vocalizing things in ways you wouldn't if you were sitting in open court, if you were observing the case.
Sure. Okay. With this being drawn out 2 years later in making, do you feel like the same kind of passion is coming in from both the prosecution and the defense and everyone taking the stand as well?
Yeah, I mean, the first witness to come forward, again, 5 weeks ago, I believe it was, her name is Geronda Pace. She's one of Kelly's main accusers. And she's only one of the 5 who took the stand over the course of this past month and a half who used her full name. She kept a pretty stoic face on. She was, I think, 8 months pregnant, but towards the very end, she was asked to read a diary entry she wrote at the behest of lawyers she went to some years ago after she said Kelly assaulted her, slapped her several times, spit on her, and then forced her to perform a sex act. She read her recollection of that, and that was the first time she broke down on camera. It was pretty well affecting for both those who we were watching on the screen in the courtroom and those of us who were sitting in the overflow room for the media as well. The prosecution, their presentation was pretty cut and dry. You don't get too much emotion out of those delivering their case in a matter-of-fact manner. The defense team today, in its rebuttal and its closing arguments, the defense lawyer there, again, his name is Deborah Kanik. He was much more animated, much more extemporaneous than the prosecution, putting on much more of a show so that he could convince the jurors, again, to establish reasonable doubt in his client's own guilt.
Yeah, I mean, this story is shocking for anyone, but I know you've been following it step by step. Is there anything that has really kind of taken your breath away, that has really stood out to you? Most everyone has probably seen that documentary, and I know that was difficult in moving into this case, finding people, jurors who maybe haven't seen it. But is there anything that has stuck out to you throughout the proceedings?
Yeah, it's hard to find jurors who don't know who R. Kelly is. Behind me, there are R. Kelly supporters who've been pretty much out in front of the court for the past month, playing his music, letting them know they support him. But then, of course, you get the victims who take the stand, and they say, you know, the man you think you're celebrating is not the man I knew when I was ensnared in his web of sexual abuse and emotional domination. You know, those are things that you're getting in court. This is the search for the truth, as one says, in the adversarial process in American court systems. But ultimately, what stands out most to me is that this is a system that's trying to find accountability and justice from someone who, in the past, many believe evaded it in his child pornography trial, and I believe in 2008, I believe. The witness against him didn't testify, and so R. Kelly was acquitted. This, in this case, is a federal system now trying to make sure that R. Kelly faces justice. He's charged with racketeering charges, which aren't things you typically get charged for if you are engaged in sex abuse. But in this case, the government's saying that he ran a 20-person business that served really as his own enterprise to facilitate his committing multiple illegal acts, from bribing state officials to obtain a fake ID so he could marry Aaliyah when she was 15 years old in the mid-90s, all the way up to taking women across state lines so that he could videotape having sex with them for his own personal gratification. This was a 20-year operation that the prosecutors are saying, and of course, again, the jury will be the one to decide whether the prosecution proved that all beyond a reasonable doubt.
All right, Fox 5's Mike Sachs. Any last thoughts moving into tomorrow?
Mike's the head of John Benning.
All right, thank you, Daytona.
All right, we're going to take a quick break here on Live Now from Fox. Happy that we were able to speak to him about that. We haven't been following it as closely as we would have liked to, but it's tough. The only thing that we have right now is sketches from inside of the courtroom right there. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes as we follow all of these other breaking news stories across the country. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We have Secretary of State Antony Blinken holding a press conference at the Palace Hotel in New York City. We want to play this out for you from the very beginning. This is him speaking live, but let's take it from the top.
So we've had, what I think I can accurately say is a busy few days here at the UN General Assembly. And in fact, this week marked the first UN General Assembly since President Biden took office, and I think it demonstrated the approach the United States, under his leadership, is bringing to engaging in and with the rest of the world. We believe it makes a difference when the United States shows up, listens, leads. Gives us a unique platform to bring others together in tackling the great challenges of our time. allows us to strengthen the rules and institutions that have helped defend our values and advance our interests for many years. And all of that ultimately is crucial to and comes down to trying to deliver for the American people, which is the animating principle behind our foreign policy. It's particularly important that we show up when some are trying to change the rules and principles at the core of the United Nations, which all member states have bound themselves to, including the most powerful countries. They agreed out of shared recognition that this would ultimately serve not only humanity's interests, but their own, and that remains true today. They also agreed that advancing human rights and dignity was a core part of this enterprise, and that these rights are universal, not subjective values that vary from one society to another. And they rejected the claim that we sometimes hear today that the way governments treat people within their borders is their own business. Now, that doesn't mean that when we engage, we always agree, especially in a forum as big as the United Nations. But we engage because we recognize that, as President Biden put it, there's a fundamental truth in the 21st century, that our own success is bound up with others succeeding as well. To deliver for our own people, to confront what are truly global challenges in our time, we simply have to work together with other countries. So that's why you've seen the United States making such a determined effort to revitalize alliances and partnerships. We've reaffirmed our unshakable commitment to NATO, and in particular to Article 5, as well as our defense to our allies in East Asia. We're renewing, we're broadening, we're deepening engagement with the European Union and elevating the Quad partnership. We're re-engaging with regional institutions, from ASEAN to the African Union to the Organization of American States. And of course, we're revitalizing our engagement here at the UN. We rejoined the World Health Organization, the Paris Climate Agreement. We're seeking a seat at the Human Rights Council. We've re-engaged with the UN Population Fund, the UN LGBTI Core Group. We are determined to be at the table, and we are. And that's why you saw our team engaging in what President Biden called relentless diplomacy this week. I think by the end of today, I will have met with more than 60 countries in bilateral, regional, or multilateral groupings, including the G20, the P5, ASEAN, the GCC, the C5, my counterparts from Central America and Mexico. And across all of these diplomatics this week, two challenges stood out above the rest. The first is COVID-19. At the summit that the President convened yesterday, he announced new commitments by the United States to end this pandemic, including purchasing an additional 500 million additional doses of the Pfizer vaccine. That brings the number of safe, effective doses the United States will donate to more than 1.1 billion, and without any strings attached. We are also laser focused on getting the international community to work together toward three critically important goals. First, we have to vaccinate billions more people and do it as fast as we can, fully vaccinating at least 70% of the population in every country at every income level by the end of next year, 2022. Second, we have to take bold steps right now to save lives, from expanding access to oxygen and therapeutics to treat the sick, to closing massive gaps in testing capacity. And third, we have to build back better when it comes to global health security to end this pandemic and put ourselves in a better position to prevent, to detect, to defeat the next one. So the message that we've been sending is clear. It's not enough to say that we will do better. Our health, our economies, our security demand that we meet our commitments and chart a path to end this pandemic once and for all. And we're going to seize every opportunity to advance that effort, including the upcoming G20 meeting, holding ourselves and the international community accountable to these commitments that we set out at the summit. And to help keep up the momentum at the President's instruction, I'll be convening foreign ministers for a meeting on COVID-19 before the end of the year. The President himself will host heads of state on the pandemic in the early part of next year, 2022. The second big challenge is the climate crisis. We are only weeks away now from COP26. And if we're going to prevent cataclysmic consequences and keep within reach the essential goal of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, every nation has to come to the table with their highest possible ambitions. And we have a ways to go. I had the opportunity to take part this morning at the Security Council in a session on climate and security, the focus of which is a recognition of the profound impact this crisis is having on international peace and security. On climate, as with the pandemic, we're continuing to lead by the power of our example, as was evident in President Biden's pledge at the General Assembly to work with our Congress to double our public international financing for the countries most impacted by climate change, to help them build resilience to adapt, building on levels that he had already doubled back in April. And yet when it comes to both the pandemic and climate, the international response isn't as aggressive as it needs to be. And that's what we were trying and continue to work hard to emphasize here this week and in the days and weeks ahead. Now, some might be tempted to blame that on the United Nations and other multilateral bodies, but as Richard Holbrooke once said, blaming the UN for the world's problems is like blaming Madison Square Garden when the Knicks are not playing very well. Whether the international community rises to the challenge of our time, whether it's COVID, whether it's climate, whether it's the many other challenges we discussed here this week, it ultimately always comes down to whether governments like ours step up and bring others along with us. That's again why it's so important for the United States to show up, to engage, and to lead. Over the course of the week, we've of course had the opportunity to engage on many other critically important issues: Libya, Burma, the Iran nuclear program, DPRK, Syria, Ethiopia, regional migration. The list goes on. Here, it's worth noting that UN High-Level Week takes a tremendous amount of work from every single part of the State Department. Every meeting, every statement, every briefing requires planning, analysis, execution, not to mention close coordination with other parts of the U.S. government involved in the effort. And I've got to say, as we conclude my own participation here, that our team has consistently delivered, and I'm grateful to them for that. So I just want to say thank you to every member of our team for everything they did to make this week effective, and for their service to our fellow citizens every single day. Before wrapping up, let me just add a few words in particular about Afghanistan. This was the focus of discussions at the Security Council with the G20, as well as in a number of bilateral and multilateral meetings. Across those meetings, we underscored how critical it is that the international community remain united in its approach. The Taliban continue to seek legitimacy, international support. Our message to the international community is that any legitimacy or support that might flow to the Taliban depends on them meeting commitments that they've made in key areas, all of which are enshrined in a recent UN Security Council resolution, allowing foreign nationals and Afghans to travel outside the country if they wish, preventing terrorist groups from using Afghanistan as a base for external operations that threaten other countries, respecting basic human rights, particularly for women, for children, for members of minority groups, and refraining from carrying out reprisals, allowing unimpeded humanitarian access, and forming a genuine and inclusive government that can meet the basic needs and reflect aspirations of the Afghan people. This is not a favor to the international community. It's a basic requirement for a stable and secure Afghanistan. And as we hold the Taliban to these commitments, we're continuing to work with other governments, with financial institutions, with NGOs, to ease the flow of humanitarian assistance to Afghans whose lives depend on it. And so, while High-Level Week may be winding down, the relentless diplomacy the President talked about, well, here at the UN, around the world, that continues, and it will every single day. One very last point. I had the chance to meet today with my French counterpart, Jean-Louis Le Drian. And we had been at multiple meetings together this week, the P5, the G20, the meeting that he hosted with German and Italian counterparts on Libya. Our meeting today followed yesterday's conversation between President Biden and President Macron, where they agreed that the September 15th announcement would have benefited from open consultations among allies, and they decided on a process of in-depth consultations going forward. We recognize this will take time and hard work, and will be demonstrated not only in words, but in deeds. And I'm committed to working closely with Minister Le Drian on this crucial effort. On a personal note, I would just add that he and I have been friends for a long time, someone I hold in great esteem. With that, I'm happy to take your questions.
We'll start with Kylie Atwood, CNN.
Hello, Kylie.
Thank you, Secretary, for doing this. I want to start with a question on Haiti. Special Envoy for Haiti, Daniel Foote, resigned this morning or this week, and he called the Biden administration's inhumane decision to deport Haitian refugees and deeply flawed U.S. Haiti policies. I'm wondering if you had a discussion with him before accepting his resignation, and if you view it as humane to deport Haitian migrants, considering that families coming to the U.S. seeking asylum should have a legal basis to stay here in the United States. And then I have a second question, widening the aperture. There's been a tremendous amount of criticism of the Biden administration's handling of multiple foreign policy issues recently. The chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan, this new security agreement between Australia, the US, and the UK that enraged the French, the border crisis, the refugees from Haiti, stunted Iran deal talks. It appears the administration has mismanaged a lot of these issues. And what's your response to that?
Thanks, Scott. So starting with Haiti, first let me say this. I want to thank Dan Foote for his service, his longtime service. And you've heard about the disagreements that he had with the administration on Haiti policy. But I have to say I appreciate the passion that he brought to the role, the passion that he brought to his work. And I think we actually see eye to eye on the fundamental need to support the Haitian people, to buttress Haiti's democracy. The fact is, there have been multiple senior level conversations on Haiti where all proposals, including those put forward by Special Envoy Foote, were fully considered in a rigorous and transparent process. And ultimately, the role of the President's cabinet, the role of his advisors, is to provide him with the best advice possible. We don't ignore ideas. We look at them, we consider them. But we have a policy process, and one that, in our case, is very inclusive. But it's designed, ultimately, to decide which ideas would be effective in advancing our agenda, to make recommendations to the President, and as need be, the President decides. In that, disagreements inevitably arise. People bring strongly held views to pretty much every issue that we deal with, and especially when it's an issue that engenders real passion, like Haiti. The level of desperation among the migrants is something that can't help but powerfully affect all of us. And so I really understand the passion that comes with this, and I understand Dan's passion. But that's also why, both on a personal level and institutionally, we are committed to doing all we can to support the people of Haiti now and going forward. We have an extraordinary ambassador in Port-au-Prince, Michel Sisson. We have a newly confirmed, I'm happy to say, Assistant Secretary of State for Western Hemisphere Affairs, Brian Nichols, who will travel to Haiti. And together, Ambassador Sisson, Assistant Secretary Nichols, will be leading our efforts, along with the remarkable work done by the U.S. Agency for International Development and Administrator Power and her team. So this is very much a focus of our efforts. I would say, additionally, and obviously I refer to, I would refer you to other colleagues, including DHS, on some of these questions. But one of the very unfortunate developments that we've seen is that in a variety of ways and in a variety of places, some people are misinforming Haitians, whether in Haiti or Haitians residing in other countries, that they can come to the United States and stay because of the temporary protected status that was granted to Haitians who were already here some months ago. And that misinformation is very, very unfortunate because it's causing people to make very hazardous journeys, to put themselves in danger, to expose themselves further to COVID-19, among other things, based on the erroneous information that they can come and stay. So we're working very hard, besides working to take care of Haitians, to make sure that people understand that they can't do that. Second, broader question. Look, we could spend time talking about each of the specifics you referenced, but what I've heard here this week, especially in the wake of the President's speech, was a very strong and view almost across the board with everyone that I spoke to about their appreciation and their support for the vision that President Biden put forward in speaking to the General Assembly. A United States that is determined to work closely with other countries. A United States that understands that not a single one of the big problems and challenges we face, that our people face, the ones we've talked about, from COVID to climate to the disruptive impact of emerging technologies, not a single one can be addressed by any of us acting alone, including the United States, that we put a premium on working with others, and we put a premium on diplomacy. And the emphasis, the focus that he's given to dealing with COVID-19 and to dealing with climate change resonated throughout this institution, but so did the emphasis that he put on multilateralism and on standing up for human rights and democracy, and reminding all of us that at the heart of this entire system that we've all signed on to are people, individuals, not just nation states. So, look, as I said, we can talk about each of these specifics, but I've got to tell you what I've been hearing the last couple of days in response to the President's speech and the direction that he's taking us in was extremely positive and extremely supportive of the United States.
Kylie, we need to move on. I'm sorry. Véronique Levillon.
Thank you for taking my question. So you met with the Foreign Minister Jean-Yves Le Drian this morning to discuss the crisis. The French minister said that ending the crisis, I quote, would take time and would require actions. So could you be more specific? What kind of specific actions did you discuss and could be taken in the coming months in shared interest? And also a sub-question about India. The Quad is gathering tomorrow, and Narendra Modi and Emmanuel Macron spoke together a few days ago, and they have a partnership, as you know, quite wide. And would you welcome nuclear submarine alliance between the two countries? Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple of things. First, and generally speaking, as I noted, we are working now at the direction of President Macron and President Biden on a process of in-depth consultations on a series of issues moving forward to, in very practical ways, deepen the cooperation and coordination between our countries, which for many years and in many ways is already remarkably strong, but we can do more and we can do better. I think that we very much welcome European engagement and French engagement and leadership in the Indo-Pacific. And that's a point that bears emphasis. The European Union strategy that came out on the Indo-Pacific a few days ago, a strategy in which France played a leading role in developing, is one that we very, very strongly welcome. We're going to put out our own revised strategy in the months ahead. It will be very much informed by what the European Union has done with France's very, very strong input. And so one area where we will look to deepen our cooperation and collaboration is in the Indo-Pacific, and there are many ways in which we can do that. Similarly, we're working already incredibly closely together in the Sahel, standing together against terrorism. France, just a few days ago as well, killed a senior terrorist leader who threatened both of us, and that was very important and significant action, following on the work that France does every day to protect our security in the Sahel with the strong support and collaboration of the United States. We will look at ways to do even more together in the Sahel. And of course, we will talk about transatlantic security and European security. We very much support efforts that France feels strongly about and has led on to strengthen.
So you've been listening in to Secretary of State Antony Blinken right there for a press conference, but we want to bring you some pretty large breaking news coming out of the Gabby Petito case. We're really getting a lot of our developing news from FBI Denver. They tweeted out saying the U.S. District Court of Wyoming issued a federal arrest warrant for Brian Laundrie pursuant to a federal grand jury indictment related to Mr. Laundrie's activities following the death of Gabby Petito. Reading off this statement, they say, while this warrant allows law enforcement to arrest Mr. Laundrie, the FBI and our partners across the country continue to investigate the facts and circumstances of Ms. Petito's homicide. We urge individuals with knowledge of Mr. Laundrie's role in this matter or his current whereabouts to contact the FBI. But we want to be really clear about this because this could be a little confusing. This arrest warrant was issued for Brian Laundrie not into the death of Gabby Petito, but for other circumstances. I'm going to keep this tweet up for you so you can just read it for yourself. I'm going to read off a portion of this warrant here. They say, while this warrant allows law enforcement to arrest Mr. Laundrie, the FBI and our partners are continuing the investigation. They said that this is for the use of unauthorized access devices related to Mr. Laundrie's activities following the death of Gabby Petito. So they haven't really given details into what exactly those devices are at this time. We are trying to get some more information on that. But this is following the death of Gabby Petito, not directly related to the death of Gabby Petito. But still a huge development here in this case. As we said, a federal arrest warrant has been issued for Brian Laundrie, the latest that we have gotten from the FBI in this case here. We're going to take a 2-minute break. When we come back, we are trying to get some more details on that and also some of the other stories across the country right now. As we've said several times, the biggest development today is that the search is still underway for Brian Laundrie in the Carlton Reserve, that 25,000-acre reserve that is really causing them some issues as far as getting around. We've seen swamp buggies, we've seen drones just to get to some of those hard to reach areas. So we'll give you an update on that. We'll also go out to some of the latest on this mass shooting out in Tennessee at a Krogers superstore. We are hearing that there are 13 people who were shot, 1 person dead, and the suspect is also dead with self-inflicted gunshot wounds. But popping up just one last time for you, the latest from FBI Denver, a federal arrest warrant for Brian Laundrie has been issued by the District Court of Wyoming there. They say that the investigation into the whereabouts of Brian Laundrie is still underway, and they say that this is, again, for the use of unauthorized access to devices. We will take a quick break here. We'll be right back in 2 minutes.